Chapter 1 The Reborn Imperial Grandson. The Repository of Mind. In the grand and illustrious De Young dynasty, during 13th High Era of Tianda, the atmosphere within the Crown Prince's Eastern Palace is thought with tension yet electrifyingly exhilarating. Your Highness, exert yourself further. The young Lord Shedisal ready emerging. The handmaidens scurried about, their expressions a flurry of urgent sighs the await a Thiravalofna life. A themament whenever Jonas nervous were stretched to their limits, a sudden, clear, and resonant criave newborn pierced the air, echoing like thekro woforu steer at dawn, reverberating throughout he state. This griways a sharp sword, slicing through he oppressive clouds, as if the heavens themselves had chosen to part the mists. In an instant, radiant golden sunlight cascaded down like a surging tide, swiftly illuminating the entire residence with its resplendent brilliance. Even the hardened soldiers stationed at the entrance, steadfast as towering mountains, could not help but look upon astonishment. The crown princess consort has given birth. It's a young lord. Congratulations, your highness, on the bird hofio your precious son. Quick! Hurry toth palacitor port the joyous news stow, his highness the crown prince. Meanwhile, where on earth am I? In the heavily guarded delivery room, Siechina Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. Just moments before, he had felt ensnared by an immense pressure, honorable Tupenheises, thinking he was being oppressed by a malevolent spirit. However, Asha glanced around no, the surrounding, subtly wilderedom. He felt as if he had plunged into a shrouded mist, finding himself in an entirely unfamiliar world. His eyes widened in shock as he surveyed his surroundings. The quilt covering him was fashioned from lake silk, soft and smooth, exuding a faint luster. The bead beneath him was curved from precious sandalwood, adorned with exquisite tepidurns that evoked admiration. The canopy draped above was woven with su embroidery, delicate cell swaying in thebris, seeming lyra countenantial. Looking around, the four screens captured his satantion, depicting intricate descents, with silver thread sand booty folded inlay shimmering magnificently. Not far away stood a meticulous slick-rafted rosewood chair, its backrest intricate like carved from Milo rosewood. A breathtaking sight he ground was covered with a splendid Western-style tapestry, vibrant and striking. Even the cleansing bucket tucked in the cornier waist adorned with golden paint. Good heavens! What kind of place this? Could it be thought the presidential suite soft modern six-star hotels are now embracing this classical Chinese aesthetic? Yet, even such a lavish suite could not possibly reach this level of extravagance, could it? These furnishings, let alone in modern Sochi, even in ancient times. Wait, ancient times? Siechina Yuan suddenly realized something. Hequiclus Gantharum, meticulously observing every detail. At that moment, he noticed a group of women clad in ancient garments standing by the bed, their face aglow with joyous smiles, their eyes fixed intently upon him. Thiavengent liquid them in thyrums, as if you were rethemist precious treasury in the world, tender licorishing him. Moreover, they meticulously washed his body, caressing his delicate skin, a sensation both foreign and extraordinarily comforting. What on earth is happening? What do these women intend to do? Wow! Siechina Yuan had countless expletives and the tipofistungwi, yet old had emerged ways aloud well. This had an upheaval plunged him back into confusion. Your Highness, look, it's a Loveliang lord. After completing thuishing, Siechina Yuan was gently placed beside a beautiful, graceful maid. The maid carefully lifted the quilt enveloping Siechina Yuan, allowing Fumin a clearer view. Quick, wrap him up, them must don't let the chilled catch cold. Fumin appeared to be around 21 or 22 years old. Why the legant lie archedwilloli af brows forming a pair of beautiful Fina's eyes, hair round face irradiating Gani Ketchum. Thoth notabutai thought cood topple kingdoms, shua sundeniable yarajum. Especially striking were that quality is soft determination, nobility, and gentle kindness that emanate Ted Fromer, leaving an indelible impression. Michael, our child. Shaliand we cly against the bed, extending a trembling hand, her face where suffused with boundless tenderness as he carefully cradled Sinuan in her embrace. Bending down slowly, Shagant lie touch at this soft forehead, her eyes shimmering with maternal affection, glistening with tears of Flavian joy. Witnessing this scene, Siechina Yuan felt as if awakening from a dream, clarity flooding his mind. Damn it! Last night, Immer Lidozadov Wiley engrossed in Adam travel novel. Kudit Bethatai ha vetra li traversa At that moment, a handsome young man clad in brilliant tile robes burst through the door. Hestrode swift lighteth the bedside, grasping the beautiful woman shand with concern, saying, My beloved, you have worked hard. Both mother and child darsifa truly, the heaven shave favoritess, Annie have been blessed with another delightful child. The crown princess consortly zinsamont her strength tos mila faintly, though her fatiguerous evident. Shezignalatothosini, as if she had something to convey. The crown prince Yekai understood immediately, hastily adjusting the quilt for the consort, softly reassuring her, My beloved, rest itis essential to recuperate. The child shall bin trust at Othuiner says for now Fio wish to see him, simply summon thema ten a time. Upon hearing the crown prince swords, the consortly zinadetted vigorously. Have kasana name for myson has shall be called Siechenuin, a Scheisma thirdson. To both wet nurses, you must diligent like a reform my royalson, in Theramos benorum forer. Upon hearing this, that Woetner shuried Linelt, bowing Thierhedson compliance, responding, Weshalobi, and Dwil devotee, herself in tirelatoserving and glored. The crown prince Yekai nodded slightly, expressing his satisfaction, then turned Dan left. Siechenuin, a splendid name, truly fitting. Idivo Kesesensio of destiny, as sit wasm in a main me previous life. His spedit frame, delicatese of flickering can light the wind, washant liquid led be through a nurse. With clear, water-like ease, he gazed intent lieth through a nurse, feeling an overwhelming sensation of hunger gnawing gath him. Thus, Bane geld be through it nurse, ha slow limb made his way toward the door, his heart remarkably calm. The following morning, Thesen Schoenwormly, Ansiechena Uana woke a leisure li beneath the splendello. After a hard timmy loft mother's milk, Hesatalo 9 as malcradle, his gazevacant, lost in thought. Suddenly, a mysterious sand faint pool surged with continuant shart, and this force gradually intensified, as the fit Sato engulf him. Siechena Ewan felt a profound sense of helplessness, as if Namater Howard has struggled, heckled Notricist. Unable to fend it off, had Hada himself, then a shall go with the flow. Thus, her relinquished his struggle, allowing that strange forca to direct them. Immediately, a wavy of dizziness washed over him, and Siechena Ewan found himself suspended in Avis space, approximately 3,000 square kilometers in extent. He floated in midair, and a phantom staircase appeared before him, stretching into the distance. Under the influence of feign indescribable eller, he found himself stepping Gonto's staircase involuntarily. Upon reaching the staircase end, a colossal black portal manifested before him. Theodore stood ajar, exiting Ganiriera. Without hesitation, Siechenuin stepped inside, entering Jodarkan profound world. In this Hado environment, a gigantic black credia hung in the center. It appeared utterly fatigued, bloodshot, as if it had endured the passage of countless years. At that moment, the IE suddenly erupted with tremendous suction, akin to an invisible whirlwind, ensnaring Yuan tightly. He was powerless to resist, his spotted drawn in like hydropledo of water into the ocean. Subsequently, Alfelsolent, and Siechena Ewan succumbed to adiep slumber. Time flouten, years slipped by, as Thoth had traversed millennia, yet it felt beautiful moment before Siechena slowly opened his eyes, awakening from a prolonged stupor. Just now, he had successfully received the legacy memory as transmitted by Thai. These invaluable lines cite sallowed him to grasp his current situation and the origin soft is a mysterious space, while also deply comprehending the cruel competitive laws between worlds. He learned that the highest tier world decist sent the primordial chaos, known as the eternal true realm. However, the original master of this space su asperalis lit closet of the eternal true realm, Morelia half step away. It possessed sama transcendent attributus but it note entirely broken free from its constraints. This vist cosmos resembled anemia cerebriation, where a countless worlds scattered like hydroplets, their number sunfathomable. They seemed to be engaged in a brutal competition for survival, each world striving relentlessly for the limited transcendent sequotas. Once C transcendent sequot emerged, all alf step transcendentium swood launch a life and death battle, with only the ultimate survivable to seize a thought, precious opportunity, breaking free and ascending to the eternal true realm. Amidst hot harrowing conflict, the original form of Hespe stragaclipperished. Originally, if they'd a chance to transcend its hackles, Buti chose a path of extreme radicalism. Thane Gadavian shadow way law shavered das Datov perfection, while at ear corresponding loss remain marionage below. Nevertheless, on the path of transcendence, this subtly disparity proves se insurmountable asceticism. Thus, the primordial lessons satimteto invoked method of yinjiving grycedo yangto stimulate yang laws, yet this fire sibilus exceedingly brutal, causing thelos to descend into chaos and gradually wither away, leading to the ultimate demisoft entire world. Faced with despair, the primordial essence of space suis compellitur certoits finalgambiter returneth eru and restoreth the origin. It relinquished albeit the most essential source and the seed soft laws, then valiant lie broke through the constraints soft transcendentrals, embarking go on a endless journey of wandering. Eventually, it arrived at earth, descending alongside Siechana Uanine to his entirely realm. Itis noteworthy that, despite spacey at this juncture Erton and gonly a scant amount of Sorcian law seeds, its status remained uncanged its spathdo advancement wasmer Yakas Torah claim its former glory. Now, under the impact of transcendentrals, Thualoft world dad fallen zealant, leaving gonly the most fundamental instincts intact. As the consciousness of world gradually approached annihilation, it seemed as though an invisible force suis compelling this world to merge with that truth for a tough. However, itis simperative etana teth at this moment, only thetru aspiritov siechana in ways interring astatov fusion, while his physical form remained in the external world. Within this cosmic system, different worlds were categorized into various tiers. Space bossest on lie the mistrudimentra level of flow activity secretrium scud no text independent lion dware require terly on higher tier well. From small planus to largenes, thescalus increase sequentially, rough lie equivalent to persistent spheres, galaxies, and star regions. Thes malthouse sand worlds swerie kanta superclusters, themadium thou sand worlds corresponded to the entirety of the universe, while integrate thou sand worlds scud rival chaos, with the eternal true realm nearing the legendary primordial realm. Each world tier possessed unique characteristics andrils, composing a vast and enigmatic cosmictabio. Upon comprehending his circumstances and the information regarding space, Siechana infused his rationality with the instinct of space, creating gas mall assistant for Ammer intuitive understanding gone management of space. Space information. World name unnamed modified dark abyss already modified. World tier space. World source 100 drops, slowly increasing 1 drop 100 threads 10, 000 strands. World species none determining Thuratov source growth. World area 2719 square kilometers approximate, lithocyzofac countily velocity slowly increasing. World civilization none prerequisite tephoric tivating glosseeds. World laws fundamental material laws, such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin and yang, Amphthelazofta forces and civilization activation, human comprehension, forced activation of test source. World characteristics true spirit transformation willingly, one can transform another true spirit, rendering them wholly devoted toy, with 100 loyalty resistance seer sultan of tech. Having gun ravel the mysterious off this space, Siechana and Risa lut, Lee stepped in the mysterious sport alto the external world. Crossing through this gateway, have felt as if het traversed endless mean space, ultimately Irvin gata domain thap along its lilidahim, quietly suspended midair. Thespa sunfurling before Siechana and resombled disolater in shrouded in infinite darkness. There was no breath of life, only an eggs pans of dead silency and emptiness. Yet, confronted with this vacant world, an indescribable surge of excitement dupe within Siechana. Hito woke a deep red hand, with a slight lie trembling voice, uttered, I wish for light to access there. No sooner has spoken than a brilliant luminescent entity suddenly emerged above him. It traded a dazzling light, akin to colossal pearls suspended in the firmament, casting warmond bright brilliance upon earth. As the light pierced through layer soft darkness, illuminating the entire length the bloodred sun hanging Theski, Siechana and could nathelp but stare in awe. He witnessed the light dispelling the darkness, feeling an indescribable shock and joy. Indeed, he had truly acquired a complete world of his own. However, shortly thereafter, Siechana nodded a crucial issue. After successfully creating the sun, the originally possessed 100 drops of world source power had abrupt lidwin led to 70 drops. These indicated that his transformation soft world were not without limitations choction record a corresponding price. It seemed that henceforth he must exercise caution when altering this world, nalongarable to create tefrilie twill. Water, being thesorcio flife, led Siechanayu to decide that water would bit hisican fundamental reliofis, aided world water must inthes realm. Ash spoke, amel tichadov clear and transparent water body a sudden limer jejapont the previous liberine in Solateland. These waters flow adan gathered, ultimately forming shimmering lakes, picture squeenthy. Meanwhile, Thworld Sourcebauer had when led to a mere 65 drops. Following this, Siechanyuan stated in Semor, let this world possess spiritual energy. Wathin visioned ways a wondrous realm brimming with spiritual vitality, a place where individuals could cultivate immortality. However, their reality proved far more complex and challenging than had anticipated. Duetada current tier-roft world being insufficient to accommodate a high-level rula system like, spectrum of a fourth world independently how, it must at least reach the level low phasmal plane prior to thought. Even constructing a secret trium still relied on their spiritual energy worlds. Thesaurus-Bauer acquired to achieve this goal, a staggering 10,000 drops. In light of this, Siechanayu had Nicois Butto employ the most fundamental losto forget this world metal produce water, water produce wood produce fire, fire produce earth produce metal, with the forces in soft spring, summer, autumn, and winter alternating in cyclic fashion, and day and night shift in gin turn. The remaining Sourcebauer was utilized for the refinet he operation al rules off this world. Then, a shocking scene unfolded before him molten lava sudenlyre up ted from the ground, while it heskis were errant with hunderan lightning, as if the apocalypse had ascended, enveloping the entire space sign a terrifying spectacle. After completing Galthesis steps, the true essence of Siechanayu finally returned to his original physica form in the external world. Watch remained for him to Daosto patient lie await the passage of time, allowing this world to natural evolve and develop according to intrinsic laws. After a lengthy span of time, these Inketus Elitian dimped space gradually blossomed with vibrant life. The continent tall playtest began to slowly shift and drift, forming a variety of unique and intricate terrains the movement of heatmosphere generated wines, which in turn brought forth rain tea water, scontinuous like converged, ultimately living resituations, silently nourishing the vast expanse of land. On this newly birthed continent, these Zed saw Fleifke at lie broke through soil, beginning their journey of growth. Chapter 2 Ascensionto Kingship. Time flowed like water, and their slipped be, seemingly enthebling co-fani e full 10 day shade lapsed. During this interval, Siechanayu and Spacio fly femira read Thado fan ordinary and font, spending the majority of his days in sweet dreams, with only a handful loft moments spent in wakefulness. When he occasionally awoke from slumber, his foremost asked quastis his mother, the dotting matriarch was showered him with affection. After all, as Simeonuho had lived 12 lives, Siechanayu and was certainly natona tolling consolably like a ordinary and fonts a theslightest comfort, demanding constant attention and cuddling. However, the dilemma lied the fact that those frequent like crying gone needing meticulous care were regarded as an adorable but biological moth. Not to mention a killed like Siechanyuan, how as well behaved, quiet, chubby, and charming, exuding delightfuls and soft milk. Li Sin, a first mother, cherished her beady and tan sensible chilled tothikery, treating high mass the most precious treasury in her life. She could not help but wanna hold, pamper, and evenkus little Chinyuan. Face said with such fervent expression soft maternal love, even Thuf Siechanayu felt that his mother was a bite over the childlike, Hakudenly acquiesce and comply. Alas, this generation of parents sistru la collinging to manage. However, as to progressed, little Chanayu and began tona to see some peculiar phenomena. Whenever he tempted to display ability surpassing thoso fan ordinary in font such as speaking earlier than usual or exhibiting extraordinary. Little Chanayu understood that he must notexively expose high sunika traits, lest hindvite unnecessary trouble. Thus, he resolved to continue fig ninja ignorance, developing gath a typical patiofin infant. Meanwhile, utilized this period to quietly observeth pp and events around him, contemplating his future path. Hueseculiawera thought this world was fraught with dangers and opportunities, and honey did to grow stronger swift light to protect both himself and his mother. Time sped by like a flating shadow before Yek knew it, Siechanayu and Haid turned on a year old. This day marked his birthday, and according to tradition, age was husermani was naturalito bield, akin to their children. As Siechanayu and was cradled in Tathi Halba his mother, his gazua immediately drawn to their array of objects adorning brushes, ink, paper, inkstones, abacuses, coins, books, knives, guns, swords, and Devanar royal seal previously used by the crown prince. Little Chen Yuan, Le Tuscaman Seith Wazu ceremony, the crown princess consort, Li Xin, gently announced, as I carefully placed Xiechen Yuan at the center of the table. Surrounding him were numerous maids, vigilant lie guarding Gagain stand a mishap that might cause a thing child tunnel to theft floor. Xiechen Yuan CS swept over the items with, thou ta hint of hesitation, decisive lie grasping the Abakusan the coins. In truth, he had contemplated this coisus long before this day fully aware of te brutality and parallel power struggles. He resolved to distance himself from theorem disputes and present iniquitous facet, opting for commerce. Though traditionally, merchant shellfellowists status among scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants have perceived this vocation as the most promising choice. After all, possessing wealth as a foundation is more reliable than anything else. As the saying goes, money can make the devil turn the mill, a truth applicable in neither circumstance. Moreover, he held the identity of a royal grandson, which naturally endowed him with an extraordinary status. Even Mariso, should he harbor ambitions to contest for the exalted throne, it was soon like Clithith would begrant the opportunity, especially with two older brothers above him, particularly Theodist, who, as the legitimate firstborn, had a distinct advantage. Oh, Luca Torlittle Chinyuan, playing with Thebaku sand coins, does she spire to becomi leisure li princio immeasurable wealth in the future? Lady Lure marked, observing Xiechen Yuan engrossed in his play with Thesmalabacus, unable to suppress her laughter. Up in hearing this, Crown Princess consortly Zeinenward Lyska fed Watalia de Chrisnotion, Dosmer la holding Ganaba cuspre determini chilled Toby comialistal zonded la prince? Setting aside the likelihood of such a future, the royal family would surely never permits situation to arise. Yet, upon reflection, it was soon understandable that Teveryon, present was viewing high mass Merlioni Earl child, incapable of grasping the notion of engaging in business. Mother, what did Digrisp when I was in year old? The imperial grandson Sieta inquired curiously from the side. His bright, large eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge, seemingly filled with anticipation and curiosity about his own childhood. You, Midier, grasped the crown princess seal. It brought our father immense joy, ho declared the thwood hovelworthy successor. Crown princess consort Zhao Yingsu responded with a gentle smile, observing her cleaver and lovelies and filled her heart with pride. Up in hearing this, a proud expression illuminated Sieta's face. At that moment, the second imperial grandson, Xiechen, who had been quietly listening, from the side, could no longer contain his curiosity and interjected, Mother, what about? What did I grasp? You, of course, grasp a Dasmal sword. Your father said I would surely become a brave and fearless general in the future. Alas, Lady Lusigid softly, adding, no, it seems that neither literary nor martial talents pursue you, and I wonder what you wish to pursue in the future. Meanwhile, Xiechen Yuan quietly played with Thebakus and Hishans, pondering thoughtfully. Heffelt the Tiskin brother was still young, with countless possibilities ahead. And was said must excel in both literature and martial arts to achieve greatness? As the saying goes, in every trade, there are champions. Even in ancient times, where a career coisus were relatively limited, each individual could cover path suited to their development. Perhaps in day, his second brother would uncover his true passion and strive diligently for it. At that moment, Xiechen suddenly lifted isht, resolutely declaring to Lady Lu, Mother, although I may no textile literature or martial arts right now, I believe at that day I will fin me own direction. Hewing his mother, exuding confidence. Lady Liu Wasim used Beherson's words, ruffling Gisharan saying, well, I hope tis the case. As long as ye brothers grow up healthy and happy, your mother has no their desires. At that moment, Theorem was filled with a warm and blissful atmosphere. Your Highness, there were visitors from the palace. Agar drushid intithal, calling out in a flurry. Before a cold finish, a figure appeared before them like a spectre. Dressed in the gerbo fiunuka, it was known a thirthanth chief steward Lu Fu. Lu Gonggong, Crown Prince Yakaya claimed, rising hast I litigreet heruvald. Every onekneth that Lu Fu weighs a favored confidant of temperor. The emperor ras decreed, Lu Fu's harp voice beer said the air like a sword. In an instant, silence enveloped Crown Princess residence, every own kneeling in reverence to the imperialitic except for the Crown Princean disconsort, remained standing. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims Thethertsanoth crown prince, Siechenyuan, eyes endowed with intelligence and charm, a true blessin for your dynasty. Heischer bekan for red thetadio for second rank, prince of fanen, with an anicious fief. Ida shoped the thul zervith the country loyally and benefit the people. Thuzatis decreed. Long live the emperor, long live, upon the conclusion of the proclamation. Akaruso voice echoed, resonating like a thunderous wave. Subsequently, Lizen took Thiang Siechenyuan Bithahand, slowly approaching Lu Food, Duetto Siechenyuan Stenderage, to a suitable to receive Athedic himself and Hatterly on his mother, Li Sin, to accept it in half. With utmost respect, she extended her and receive Athedic, assem below fun perla liege lori. 3 flating years spacid in Thebling co-fani. On the occasion of his 4th birthday banquet, Siechenyuan suddenly bowed deply, addressing, Father, Mother, you wish to begin Miss Studies in literature and martial arts at this very moment. The crown prince nodded slightly, appearing contemplative, while the crown princess consort quickly interjected, Chinyuan, according to tradition, you should commence our study as a Theogopsics. Why wish to start no? Perhaps you should enjoy Twama your soft play. Mother, I have heard that Thirly bird catchest worm, hence I wish to embark in my learning journey sooner. After moment of contemplation, the crown prince remarked, since Janai you and harbor such aspirations, Lethem Bajan hista desirely. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for several teachers, and you, my dark consort, may select what clever children to accompany Chanayu and his companions. Siechanayu and Wasi Ajurta commence his studies, and there were reasons for his urgency. Although world was to linefe sovsal evolution, yet a revialit true potential, under the nurturing goth primordial forces, his but a resembled a tender sapling, with chubby arm sand legs appearing quite innocent. Surprisingly, however, his physique possessed immense strength, his movements say slightas as swallow, and his thoughts say swift as lightning, as if endowed with the extraordinary ability of photographic memory. On the following morning, as the eastern sky began to blush with the dawn, Siechanayu and Wazel Reedy eagerly awaiting his father's arrival within the study. Approximately half an hour later, while reading the room, Siechanayu and suddenly heard a familiar voice from outside. Hischert stirred, recognizing Jidoba his father, prompting him to hastily set down his scroll and stride at the door. Indeed, as chef accused his gaze, Hess saw his father approaching with twin familiar individuals. As they drew near, his father spoke, Chinyuan, Komi and greedy our Twanudiakers. Thesis Master Jia, Askolar from Hanlin Academy, wo shall henceforth be your literary instructor. Siechanayu and followed his father's gesture and beheld a young man, appearing about when Tyater 29 years so fage, slender and refined. Not during to Baramis, Heprompli Bo Dansade, student Chanayu and Paches respects doth the esteemed teacher. Masterly Gias milligently Athis, gesturing for him to rise, young prince, please, nani ed forsic formality. The crown princeth interneto the imposing figure beside a heme, arrow bustman exuding ganero authority, and said, Thesis Lin Shi, Addeputy Commander in th Imperial Guards, how will be your martial arts minter from this day forth? Up in hearing this, Siechanayu an immediate lipper formed a deep bow towards the sturdy man, around 34 years so fage, and said, Chanayu and Paches respects do Master Lin. Linza waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for such formality, and spoke softly, young prince, there is no need for excessive courtesy. If I umrala wish to exercise our body, that is acceptable hover, should you aspire to strengthen your physique and akivi accomplishments martial arts, you must be prepared to endure hardships. I wonder if the young prince is ready for challenges? Siechaniwan promptly replied, rest assured, Master Lin, I am fully prepared. One seeth crown prince Sinchert the Tal 3 Hadrit Doni another, he continued Todris Master Lion Deputy Commander Lin, Li Hanlin, Lin Deputy Commander, during this time, I hope you both will take the opportunity to familiarize ourselves with each other. Additionally, Ishal hosta banquet tenanaro fio your mentorship for Chinuan at noon today. From the Moroan words, would like outa diligently instruction you in, with their arrangement toff morning studies in literary knowledge and afternoon focus on martial training. Thetwano did respectfully yes, your highness. Thus, beginning the following day, Siechanayu and embarked upon a lifav morning studies and afternoon martial training. Chapter 3. The Evolution of the Abyssal World in the 24th year of Tianda. Time flew by like an arrow, and 2 years had swiftly passed. Xie Qinyuan had been silently waiting for the arrival of that moment. At last, on this day, he sensed a faint fluctuation emanating from the abyssal world. Overcome with excitement, Xie Qinyuan immediately halted his martial arts practice and instructed Hua Wen and Hua Wu, "Let us cease our training for today. I am suddenly feeling unwell and wish to retire early for the night. You two should also return to your quarters to rest." Hua Wen and Hua Wu respectfully replied, "As you command, my lord," and then withdrew from the courtyard. Once the two had departed, Xie Qinyuan could hardly contain his anticipation as he entered his chamber, swiftly lay down upon the bed, closed his eyes, and merged his consciousness into the boundless darkness of the abyssal world. As Xie Qinyuan's consciousness descended, it seemed that the will of the world had already perceived his return. It hurriedly transformed into a petite and exquisite sprite, darting through the air like a shooting star, gracefully landing beside Xie Qinyuan and softly calling out, "Master." Xie Qinyuan gazed at the sprite before him, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes as he spoke slowly. "You have acquired self-awareness?" The sprite smiled gently and replied, "As the world gradually returns to its rightful path, I have been nurtured by the essence of the world's will. Now, I have taken form and come to pay my respects to you." "Master." Xie Qinyuan lowered his gaze upon the land below, resembling an exalted deity, and then queried with curiosity, "This world can clearly sense the breath of life. Why does it remain so desolate?" The sprite, embodying wisdom, softly answered, "Master, although the world has regained vitality, everything else requires your direct intervention to create species for the world to flourish." Xie Qinyuan pressed further, "What must I do?" The sprite elucidated, "You can utilize the power of the origin to create everything your heart desires. However, creating from nothing will deplete a considerable amount of origin power. If you have a sample, the required origin power will be significantly reduced. Furthermore, transferring from other worlds does not necessitate origin power. However, non-intelligent beings that are brought in will undergo a mandatory transformation by true spirits, thus generating origin power, whereas the transfer of intelligent beings differs. Unless they undergo true spirit transformation, they will not produce origin power. If intelligent beings that lack true spirit transformation are brought in, they will continuously consume origin power without yielding any output. Although the consumption of origin power by a single intelligent being is negligible, a large influx of untransformed intelligent beings will still impose a heavy burden. Xie Qinyuan acknowledged, "I understand. What is the current output situation of origin power?" The sprite replied, "The world now resembles a blank canvas, devoid of anything, relying solely on its absorption of energy from the void. After a lengthy year, it may yield a single drop of origin power." Xie Qinyuan pondered deeply. The only course of action is to introduce non-intelligent beings from the outside world to promote the development of the abyss. However, is the flow of time in the abyss consistent with that of the outside world? For the abyss to benefit itself, the flow of time must be faster than that of the outside world. Otherwise, if the flow of time is the same, the currently impoverished abyss will offer little assistance to itself. The sprite responded respectfully, "Master, presently, the flow of time in the abyss aligns with that of the outside world. However, you can employ the power of the origin to accelerate time within the abyss. The acceleration can be either comprehensive, affecting the entire abyss, or selective, allowing you to designate a specific area for acceleration. The origin power consumed for acceleration is proportional to the size of the area, the species within that area, and the multiple by which time is accelerated." Xie Qinyuan inquired, "How much origin power remains in the abyss?" The sprite truthfully reported, "The abyss has not generated any origin power during its self-evolution and currently holds 12 drops, 36 strands, and 72 threads of origin power." Xie Qinyuan murmured to himself, "How much origin power would be required to accelerate the entire abyss by tenfold?" The sprite answered with a respectful tone, "Currently, the abyss is at a low level, and its range is small. If we only accelerate the self-nourishing species, plants, by tenfold, it would require merely 10 drops of origin power over the course of a year. However, if we include heterotrophic species, animals, the cost would multiply several times. Oh, by the way, Master, you can now personally enter the abyss. Simply leave a spatial coordinate at your current location, and you may return the same way. In light of this, Xie Qinyuan contemplated that he could first introduce some herbaceous plants or seeds from the outside world and accelerate their growth. Once the abyss reaches a certain stage of development, he could then introduce animals. Resolutely, Xie Qinyuan declared, I understand. I will go out to procure some plants and seeds, and then accelerate the abyss. With that, his consciousness instantaneously returned to his body. Lying on his bed, Xie Qinyuan's thoughts surged like a tide. He needed to meticulously select species suitable for the abyss and consider how to fully utilize it to enhance himself. As he pondered, drowsiness washed over him like a wave, and he slowly closed his eyes, drifting into a sweet slumber. The following morning, Xie Qinyuan eagerly arrived at the courtyard of his mother, greeting the prince's concubine, Li Xian, before deceitfully stating, Mother, I require a large quantity of seeds for medicinal plants. Qinyuan, if your need is not great, I could assist you, but given the sheer volume you require, I am at a loss and can only consult your maternal grandfather for help, Li Xian replied helplessly. Indeed, how could he have forgotten about his grandfather? As a high-ranking official of the Ministry of Revenue in the De Yong dynasty, obtaining these items would be a trivial matter for him. No need, mother, I shall personally visit grandfather. It has also been quite a while since I last saw him and grandmother, Xie Qinyuan hurriedly responded. Very well, just remember to bring along some guards and be cautious on your journey. Li Xian reminded with concern. Hua Wan, Hua Wu, make haste and prepare, I will be visiting grandfather this evening, Xie Qinyuan instructed, then returned to his quarters to continue his diligent studies. Time flowed like a fleeting shadow, and the day slipped away unnoticed as night fell. Xie Qinyuan, accompanied by Hua Wan, Hua Wu, and 8 guards, boarded the carriage, heading towards the Li residence in the west of the city. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Li residence, Hua Wan and Hua Wu hurriedly approached and knocked on the door, calling out loudly, Please convey that Prince Nan has come to visit Master Li. The doorkeeper responded, Understood. Please wait a moment. Your Highness. Within the main hall of the Li residence, Li Gang had just returned home from work, enjoying a leisurely cup of tea, when he was suddenly informed by the doorkeeper, who rushed in. Master, Prince Nan has arrived and is waiting outside. Upon hearing this, Li Gang's face lit up with joy, and he promptly said, Quickly, invite him in. Yes, master, the doorkeeper replied, turning to leave. The doorkeeper approached the entrance, respectfully bowing to the carriage and said, I greet you, Your Highness. The master is awaiting you in the main hall. Please come this way. Hearing this, Xie Qinyuan, supported by the guards, leisurely disembarked from the carriage and slowly made his way into the residence. Before he had even stepped into the main hall, Xie Qinyuan could hardly contain his excitement as he called out, Grandfather, Grandfather, I have come to see you. Have you missed me? Li Gang, hearing the calls from outside, hurriedly stepped out, only to see a small figure darting towards him like an arrow released from a bow. Li Gang quickly took 3 steps forward and, with a joyful embrace, lifted Xie Qinyuan high above his head, exclaiming, slow down, my little grandson. Running so fast, what if you were to fall? What brings you here today? Is there something you need? Xie Qinyuan squirmed playfully in his grandfather's arms, insisting, I just wanted to see you. That's why I came. Li Gang chuckled. Am I not familiar with you? Wasn't it always your mother who brought you to visit? When have you ever come alone? Have you gotten into trouble and come to take refuge with your grandfather? He gently ruffled Xie Qinyuan's hair and carried him inside. Xie Qinyuan planted a kiss on Li Gang's cheek and, in a spoiled tone, replied, Grandfather, you're so perceptive. But it's not that I've caused trouble. I just need a batch of plant seeds and medicinal seeds. He then recounted to Li Gang the conversation he had with Li Xian and Li Gang pondered for a moment before replying, All right, my little grandson, I will prepare them for you tomorrow. Now, go see your grandmother in the back courtyard. She has missed you dearly. After dinner, I will escort you home. Thank you, grandfather. Xie Qinyuan exclaimed joyfully, darting away like a happy little deer towards the back courtyard. Chapter 4. Developing the Abyssal World. The next morning, as the sun rose, Xie Qinyuan eagerly dispatched his subordinates to the eastern part of the city to rent a spacious warehouse for the purpose of stockpiling goods. Time flew by, and soon it was afternoon. That moment, a messenger sent by Li Gang arrived at the eastern palace to inform Xie Qinyuan, the first batch of goods is ready. Please hurry to the eastern city to retrieve them. Upon hearing this, Xie Qinyuan was overjoyed and quickly followed the messenger to the eastern city. Upon arriving in the eastern city, Xie Qinyuan surveyed the scene and beheld a vast warehouse area that stretched endlessly, resembling a colossal beast. Standing there, a portly middle-aged man with a kind demeanor was standing with his hands clasped behind his back. As Xie Qinyuan approached, unable to contain his excitement, he inquired, "Second uncle, are these the items you prepared for me?" Li Siyuan, witnessing his nephew's exuberant joy, could not help but feel a surge of affection. He gently ruffled the boy's hair and chuckled, "Indeed, last night, your grandfather specifically instructed me to gather a selection of plant and medicinal seeds for you. Thus, early this morning, I scoured far and wide, mobilizing resources from all quarters, and placed everything in this warehouse. Alas, the quantity required is truly immense, making it impossible to prepare everything at once. I can only deliver them to you in batches. Herein lies a diverse array of floral and herbal seeds. Come, let us take a look with that." He turned and took Xie Qinyuan's small hand, guiding him into the storeroom. Xie Qinyuan pouted and said, "I appreciate your efforts, second uncle, but please refrain from touching my head. Otherwise, I might not grow tall." Li Siyuan burst into hearty laughter. "You haven't even reached your growth period yet. How could you possibly not grow taller? Look at yourself. You're only 6 years old this year, yet you stand as tall as a 10-year-old child from another family. How much taller do you wish to be?" Li Siyuan led Xie Qinyuan to the seed storage area. Pointing to 2 heaps of seeds while elaborating, "Qinyuan, the pile on the left consists of flower and grass seeds, including a variety of roses, chrysanthemums, orchids, peonies, and azaleas, as well as grain seeds. Of course, there are also the pasture seeds you specifically requested. The pile on the right contains various medicinal seeds, such as ginseng, he shou wu, astragalus, red sage, goji berries, and angelica. Now, where do you think these seeds should be placed?" Listening attentively to his second uncle, Xie Qinyuan replied, "Second uncle, I have rented a warehouse in the east of the city, at the Shangyun warehouse. Please arrange for someone to transport these seeds there." "Very well, I shall have someone move the seeds there immediately." "In the future, will all the seeds we collect be sent to the Shangyun warehouse as well?" Li Siyuan inquired. Xie Qinyuan nodded slightly. "Yes, I appreciate your help, so let it be as before." Together, Xie Qinyuan and Li Siyuan transported the seeds to the Shangyun warehouse. After Li Siyuan departed, Xie Qinyuan returned to the warehouse and commanded Huawen and Huawu, "You both go outside and ensure no one approaches this vicinity." Huawen and Huawu acknowledged, "Understood, Your Highness," and then bowed as they exited. Once the door was securely closed behind them, Xie Qinyuan scrutinized the seeds, which were piled together like a small mountain, dazzling to behold. The seeds varied in shape and color, yet it was difficult to discern their specific types. He hesitated no longer and directly absorbed the seeds into the dark abyss, intending to deliberate further upon his return. Upon reaching his residence in the East Palace, Xie Qinyuan secluded himself in his chamber and plunged his consciousness into the dark abyss. "Little spirit, come and see how these seeds should be planted," he inquired eagerly. "Master, we currently lack sufficient manpower to meticulously care for these seeds. It would be prudent to adopt a more extensive planting method, essentially categorizing the seeds based on their environmental needs and then scattering them to the world. Let them grow freely amidst nature's survival of the fittest." The little spirit contemplated internally. "Very well, let it be so. Now, with 12 drops of primal power activated for 20 times the time acceleration, how long will it last?" Xie Qinyuan asked. "Master, activating 20-fold flow with 12 drops of primal power can sustain this for approximately 5 months. The little spirit replied. "Then let us scatter the seeds into the dark abyss and initiate the time acceleration. By the way, will activating time acceleration have any effect on me? I certainly do not wish to grow up in an instant." Xie Qinyuan expressed with concern. "Rest assured, Master. You are the sovereign of the dark abyss, possessing the authority to determine all within it. Whether time acceleration affects you is entirely at your discretion," the little spirit reassured him. With a delicate wave of its hand, the little spirit sent the 2 heaps of seeds fluttering down like dandelion fluff to the earth below. The clouds in the sky, drawn together as if by a magnet, swiftly gathered, and a gentle drizzle followed suit. Xie Qinyuan gazed at the land below, as if watching a sped-up film, where flowers and grasses emerged from the soil like awakening children, presenting a vibrant scene of growth. He remained entranced by this wondrous spectacle until the night quietly descended upon the outside world, at which point he returned to his own body. Seated in contemplation, Xie Qinyuan mused that although the issue of plants had been resolved, he pondered how to later migrate animals and people into this realm. While plants could be self-sown, it was impossible to have others prepare for a large influx of people and animals. Especially with humans, should a sudden disappearance of a significant population occur, it would be difficult to explain even for a prince, which was indeed a troubling thought. Time passed swiftly, and 5 months flew by in the blink of an eye. After more than 8 years of seasonal changes within the Dark Abyss, the landscape had transformed into a lush expanse with forests, lakes, mountains, and grasslands taking shape. However, there was not a hint of human activity. Gazing at the entirety of the Dark Abyss, Xie Qinyuan thoughtfully devised a method to introduce people and animals without attracting undue attention. He intended to engage in commerce, leveraging the unique qualities of the Dark Abyss for a transformational technique to ensure the loyalty of his subordinates. Subsequently, he planned to gradually introduce the population through the mobility of trade. First and foremost, he needed to secure the unwavering loyalty of those around him. With this thought in mind, he called out, "Huawen, Huawu, come quickly." Upon hearing Xie Qinyuan's summons, Huawen and Huawu hurried into the room. "Your Highness, what are your instructions?" they asked in unison, kneeling respectfully. "Huawen, Huawu, having grown up together, can I trust you both?" Xie Qinyuan's gaze was penetrating as he questioned directly. Huawen and Huawu immediately bowed their heads, replying in unison, "We vow to serve your Highness unto death." "Excellent. I have acquired a technique that can ensure others' loyalty to me. Do not resist, or you shall perish immediately. If you wish to withdraw at this moment, I shall hold no grudges," Xie Qinyuan stated solemnly. "Your Highness, please proceed with the technique," they said respectfully. Xie Qinyuan silently chanted, "Transformational technique." In an instant, 2 beams of black light shot like arrows into the minds of Hua-1 and Hua-Wu. As the black light entered their minds, they appeared bewildered, entirely unaware of their current situation. Observing this, Xie Qinyuan thought, "These two are indeed loyal to me." The transformational technique cannot penetrate one's mind unless the recipient is genuinely willing. Otherwise, the black light would cause unbearable pain. Should they attempt to resist post-penetration, the essence would shatter. You both go and summon my 8 guards and inform them of the technique. For those interested, bring them here. Those uninterested may be assigned elsewhere by the guard captain, Xie Qinyuan commanded. Hua-1 and Hua-Wu swiftly exited, soon returning with the 8 guards, conveying the details of the situation. "Do you all understand the matter at hand?" Xie Qinyuan's gaze bore into the 8 individuals as he questioned, his voice resonating like thunder. "We understand, Your Highness. We are resolute in our commitment," they responded in unison, their voices reverberating through the space. "Then I shall begin." In an instant, 8 strands of black light surged from Xie Qinyuan's forehead, piercing the minds of the 8 guards. Observing 5 of them in a state of confusion while 3 exhibited signs of pain, he noted that they ultimately succeeded in undergoing the transformational technique. "You may all withdraw now. Tomorrow, accompany me to the human market," Xie Qinyuan commanded, his voice firm yet authoritative, as if a thunderclap had echoed in the air. Chapter 5. Establishing a trading company the following day. Xie Qinyuan, accompanied by Hua-1, Hua-Wu, and the 8 guards, descended upon the southern human market like a divine army. He boldly proclaimed his identity and approached the market manager, stating directly, "I have come today to seek a batch of individuals skilled in writing and arithmetic, as well as guards and maids. Prepare them promptly for my review." "Understood, Your Highness," replied the market supervisor, Wei Qidong. He swiftly summoned the heads of the various trading houses, succinctly explaining the situation and delegating them to prepare personnel. Approximately an hour later, the market supervisor rushed back, breathless, to report to Xie Qinyuan, "Your Highness, the personnel are ready. A total of 800 are currently awaiting your inspection in the rear courtyard. May I ask if you wish to proceed immediately?" "Let us go and take a look," Xie Qinyuan responded, striding like a shooting star towards the rear courtyard. Ascending the high platform in the rear courtyard, Xie Qinyuan surveyed the scene below, where a throng of individuals stood as if carved from clay and wood, appearing utterly numb. Despite their considerable number, there was no sign of vitality among them, resembling mere walking corpses. To him, this assembly could only serve as laborers, offering no benefit to the plans he intended to execute. I am the grandson of the current sovereign, the son of the crown prince, and I wish to recruit a group of assistants from among you. If you are willing to serve me, I shall assist you in shedding your lowly status. Henceforth, I shall not interfere in your lives, but you must harbor hope and cannot be mere automatons. Should any of you feel despair towards the future, you may leave freely, Xie Qinyuan declared, awaiting the crowd's decision. 10 minutes later, the crowd below displayed a slight increase in vigor, yet only a few chose to depart. Xie Qinyuan continued, in this selection process, you must be willing. Any hint of hesitation or resistance may endanger your lives. Do not force yourselves. Do not squander your lives. Following his words, 187 individuals gradually stepped forward from the crowd. Once Xie Qinyuan confirmed that no one else intended to withdraw, he turned his gaze back, piercingly fixing it on Wei Qidong. Supervisor Wei, please inform the personnel from each trading house that this selection process is fraught with danger and may risk their lives. Should any incidents occur, I shall compensate at market rates. Furthermore, you must summon the notary's office to prepare a waiver of liability for life and death, allowing the individuals below to sign and seal it. I shall now prepare to commence the selection. Wei Qidong hurriedly bowed and replied, as you command, Your Highness. The prince continued, did you all hear what I just said? Those who are interested may sign the documents upon the arrival of the notary. If you wish to leave, you may do so at this moment. Once you sign, there is no turning back. Xie Qinyuan addressed the crowd once more. During the interim while waiting for the notary, an additional 63 individuals withdrew, leaving only 550 remaining in the hall. Once the notary arrived and facilitated the signing process, Xie Qinyuan spoke to those beyond the 550. I shall now commence the selection process. You may all exit. Hua Wen and Hua Wu responded in unison, yes, Your Highness, and promptly turned to leave. After the others had exited, Xie Qinyuan addressed the remaining individuals. Do not resist. Those who defy shall face grave danger. As he spoke, 550 beams of dark light surged forth from his brow. At that moment, the myriad expressions of humanity were on display. Some appeared bewildered, as if nothing had transpired. Others rolled on the ground in agony, clutching their heads and crying out in torment, while yet others were encircled by dark light, which, lacking a target, gradually dissipated into the air. Ultimately, it was reported that as many as 32 individuals tragically perished during this selection, while Xie Qinyuan meticulously chose 17 fortunate survivors who had not been touched by the dark light. In the end, 501 individuals successfully underwent the transformation. Congratulations on withstanding this trial. Shortly, I shall send someone to guide you to your new abode. Furthermore, I will erase your lowly identities. Take the time to recuperate, and after a while, I shall assign you your tasks. With that, he turned and solemnly instructed Hua Wen and Hua Wu. Hurry and find accommodations for those within, settling all expenses. Subsequently, ensure their lowly statuses are erased. After some time, I will direct you to assign them their duties. Lastly, ascertain how many among them possess skills in writing and arithmetic, and how many can serve as guards or maids. Upon concluding his orders, he strode back to the East Palace. Upon returning to his courtyard, Xie Qinyuan swiftly entered the realm of the abyss. Little sprite, quickly assist me in calculating how much primal energy is required to create a piece of glass and analyze its manufacturing process, he commanded with unwavering resolve. Master, you will need 30 strands and 40 threads of primal energy. Of this, creating glass from scratch requires 30 strands, while if you have a glass sample, dissecting the glass-making technique requires only 40 threads. The sprite replied without hesitation after a moment of calculation. Good. Create the glass and deconstruct the glass-making technology at once. Xie Qinyuan decisively instructed. 1 minute later, the sprite presented a glass goblet and a blueprint of the glass-making technique to Xie Qinyuan. He took the glass and the technique and vanished from the abyss like a specter. 5 days later, Hua Wen and Hua Wu reported to Xie Qinyuan on the situation of those they had procured. Your Highness, the 501 individuals have been properly arranged. According to our statistics, 300 can serve as guards, 81 are capable of writing and calculating, and 120 can serve as maids. Among them, there is one individual I wish to report specifically. Of those 81, one was once the manager of the Far East Trading Company, but fell into disfavor due to scheming. Very well. Who was this manager of the Far East Trading Company, and how was he ensnared? Xie Qinyuan inquired. Your Highness, it has been confirmed. The manager's name is Shan Wanchuan, and he was ensnared by collusion between officials and merchants. Huawen replied, Excellent. Bring Shan Wanchuan to me at once. I have matters to discuss with him, Xie Qinyuan commanded. When Shan Wanchuan arrived, Xie Qinyuan beheld a middle-aged man in his 40s, his face etched with the marks of hardship. Upon seeing Xie Qinyuan, Shan Wanchuan hastily knelt and bowed, exclaiming, I pay my respects to your Highness, grateful for your grace. Xie Qinyuan regarded Shan Wanchuan and gently said, Rise, I am well aware of your past, but I shall not personally avenge your grievances. Whether you achieve vengeance relies upon your own capabilities. I grant you the use of my name to conduct business. First, establish a trading company, then procure a workshop to manufacture this glass for sale. The extent of my support will depend on your results. The individuals you arrived with will also be at your disposal. With that, he handed Shan Wanchuan the glass goblet and the glass-making technique. With utmost reverence, Shan Wanchuan accepted the glass and the technique, initially admiring the translucent goblet as if it were a precious work of art. He then swiftly perused the technique, seemingly searching for its secrets. With newfound confidence, he replied, Your Highness, rest assured, with these, I will surely establish the trading company and not disappoint your expectations. However, I kindly ask you to name the company. After a brief contemplation, Xie Qinyuan declared emphatically, Let it be named Longting, the Longting Trading Company. His voice resonated like a bell, echoing through the air, imbued with boundless strength and determination. Chapter 6. The Sale of Glass and the Departure of Wan and Wu a month later. Shan Wanchuan arrived at the East Palace of the Crown Prince with great fervor to report. Your Highness, the first batch of glass has been produced. When do you intend to commence sales? He inquired eagerly. Patience, let us postpone the sales for now. I plan to present this batch of glass to my father and grandfather, allowing them to endorse it and promote it. Xie Qinyuan replied confidently. Your Highness, your insight is commendable, but what is this advertisement you speak of? Shan Wanchuan asked, puzzled. Advertisement means to widely announce it, to have prominent figures use it first, thereby encouraging others to follow suit. Xie Qinyuan patiently explained. With that, he took the glass and sought out the Crown Prince. Upon finding the Crown Prince, Xie Qinyuan joyfully said, Father, I have come to present you with a treasure. Please see if you find it to your liking. The Crown Prince looked up and was instantly captivated by the glass, eagerly picking it up and examining it for a long time, exclaiming, Qinyuan, what is this marvel? Father, this is glass, crafted by my orders. What do you think? I intend to sell it, Xie Qinyuan replied with pride. Such a wondrous item. How can you sell it? If you lack funds, your father shall provide for you. The Crown Prince responded. Bewildered. Ha, this is not a precious item. It is merely sand that has been melted down, Xie Qinyuan explained with a smile. In that case, sell it. Such a peculiar item. As long as others are unaware of its sandy origins, surely they will pay handsomely for it. Why do you bring it to me? The Crown Prince asked. I initially intended to present this glass to you and grandfather, seeking your assistance in promoting it. I am also willing to offer you a share of the profits, Xie Qinyuan shyly confessed. He then explained to the Crown Prince the meaning and significance of advertising. How could this prince engage in such commercial matters? The Crown Prince exclaimed angrily. Just as Xie Qinyuan felt a twinge of disappointment, the Crown Prince's demeanor shifted abruptly, declaring resolutely, We must negotiate for a better profit. We shall split it 50-50. Xie Qinyuan was taken aback. As if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight, stuttering, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If you take 50, what shall grandfather receive? It cannot be that I labor to create this, only to earn less than you. The Crown Prince furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before saying, Do not concern yourself with grandfather. I will handle that discussion. Is that acceptable? This way, you will not be at a loss. That will not do. 50-50 is too high. At most, it should be 40-60, with you taking 40 and I taking 60. There are costs involved in research and development. I have invested so much already, Xie Qinyuan replied, his face flushed with urgency, his ears reddening like ripe apples. Fine, 40-60 it is. Let us agree upon this. Leave the glass with me. I shall take it to grandfather shortly, the crown prince said, beaming with delight. Xie Qinyuan left with a troubled expression, feeling a sense of discontent. Alas, I have given too much. However, he did not feel cheated, for this was ancient times, where imperial power reigned supreme. To sell glass throughout the realm without falling prey to unscrupulous schemes. Aligning with the emperor was indeed a wise decision. Moreover, by offering a mere 40% profit, he had secured the allegiance of both the emperor and the future emperor. Who would dare to challenge him? Would they not fear the wrath that could befall their entire lineage? 3 days hence, the emperor and the crown prince spent their days in the presence of Decheng, toying with the glass objects, even substituting their dining utensils with glassware. This peculiar behavior piqued the immense curiosity of the high-ranking officials and nobility, who inquired far and wide about the nature of these items and where they might procure them. At last, amidst the fervent anticipation of the dignitaries, the glassware from Longting Trading Company was made available for public sale, in no time. The vicinity of Longting Trading Company was thronged with people. A bustling sea of humanity. Eager patrons rushed to purchase the glass items, disregarding even the art of haggling, carting them away in heaps. 7 days later, Shen Wanqian, brimming with enthusiasm, approached Xie Qinyuan to report on the sales performance of Longting Trading Company. My lord, in the mere span of a week, the profits from glass sales have astonishingly reached 12,400 taels of gold. The profit margin on this glass is indeed remarkable. Shen Wanqian exclaimed in awe. Patience, this is merely a preliminary trial. Going forward, you must exert every effort to expand Longting Trading Company nationwide, while also assembling merchant caravans to promote our glass in overseas markets. Additionally, you must clandestinely acquire animals and populace, particularly skilled individuals. It is imperative that we procure them by any means necessary. Remember to act with utmost caution and ensure discretion at all costs, especially those fine stallions. They are truly invaluable, Xie Qinyuan advised earnestly. Understood, my lord. I shall not falter in my mission, Shen Wanqian solemnly assured. The flourishing development of Longting Trading Company provided Xie Qinyuan with substantial financial backing, liberating him from monetary concerns. Although he previously had a source of income from the offerings in his fief, the circumstances of the Daong dynasty's lands were vastly different from what he had known. Within the Daong dynasty, he held no command over the military and could not engage with the government, existing instead as a mere figurehead supported by the state. Furthermore, the taxes collected by the court had to be shared with it, and the division was grossly unfair, with the court claiming 60% while he retained a mere 40%, a so-called maintenance fee for his fief. Even more disheartening was the fact that the lands bestowed upon individuals by the court were all situated near the borders. Should these lands be breached by foreign invaders or fall into rebellion, even if successfully reclaimed, they would no longer belong to him. Thus, while preventing excessive exploitation of the fiefs, he was also obliged to consistently support the garrison troops defending the borders. However, when royal titles were conferred upon individuals of a certain age, they could choose any county for their fief, wielding military and political authority and developing freely, with the court offering no assistance and imposing no taxes. Yet, to acquire the right to choose a direct fief, one must claim it before turning 16, a prospect that was still premature for Xie Qinyuan. Although he had been granted a county, the annual wealth at his disposal was hardly substantial. In the 25th year of Tianda, after the court's recess, Li Jia, Li Hanlin, concluded the day's lectures and addressed Xie Qinyuan. Your Highness, you have delved deeply into historical classics and the teachings of various philosophers. What remains now is to practice diligently to cultivate your unique style of writing. Here are several calligraphies from the literary master of our dynasty, Wang Bobo, which you may first attempt to replicate. Future learning will depend on your own insight. With that, he handed a few pieces of calligraphy to Xie Qinyuan. Thank you, master. Your patient guidance over the years is something I shall never forget. Your benevolence is etched in my heart, and should you ever require anything in the future, I shall strive to repay your kindness, Xie Qinyuan expressed with sincere gratitude, realizing that Li Jia's words implied he would no longer come daily to instruct him. Subsequently, Li Jia took his leave. After Li Jia departed, Xie Qinyuan opened the calligraphy of Wang Bobo and prepared to practice. As he gently turned the pages, It felt as though he had opened a portal to the realm of artistry. His gaze fixated upon the calligraphy, each stroke and character appearing as a delicate work of art. He lifted his brush, carefully replicating the strokes. Initially, the lines felt somewhat awkward, but with continued practice, they gradually became more fluid. Immersed in this tranquil atmosphere, he engaged in a silent dialogue with the calligraphy, savoring the essence and charm of each character. Time flowed by at the tip of his brush, and he lost himself in the world of replication, oblivious to everything around him. The morning hours slipped away quietly as Xie Qinyuan practiced the calligraphy. Chapter 7. Selecting martial arts techniques in the afternoon, Lin Shi, deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, strolled over to Xie Qinyuan and spoke slowly. "My lord, your foundation in martial arts has become as solid as a rock. It is now time to encounter true martial arts. Master Lin, could you elaborate on what constitutes true martial arts?" Xie Qinyuan inquired. "Certainly, I have come today for this very purpose," Lin Shi replied. "Let us first discuss the realms of martial arts. An unremarkable martial artist, having just glimpsed inner strength, may still stand against 5 foes. A third-rate martial artist, with courage unmatched, could effortlessly vanquish 100 warriors. A second-rate martial artist is invincible, navigating through a 1,000-man army with ease. A first-rate martial artist possesses the strength of 10,000 men, capable of sweeping through an army of thousands, yet may find it difficult to escape if surrounded. An innate martial artist is exceedingly formidable. Aside from those of equal rank, few can inflict harm upon them, moving through a sea of foes as if in an empty realm. The first-rate martial artist is the pinnacle visible to ordinary folk, while the innate martial artist is as elusive as a dragon, shrouded in mystery. The lifespan of a first-rate martial artist is akin to that of an ordinary person, but should they break through to the innate level, they may extend their life to 300 years. Such a realm is scarcely distinguishable from that of terrestrial immortals. "And what realm do you currently inhabit, Master Lin? Have you ever encountered an innate martial artist?" Xie Qinyuan asked, his curiosity palpable. "I am presently at the peak of the second-rate level. Although I have not personally witnessed an innate martial artist, I am well aware that there must be such experts within the royal family. It is uncertain whether you, my lord, will have the opportunity to meet one," Lin Shi responded. "And why, lord? The reason I am discussing this with you is that to achieve success in martial arts, one must possess martial arts techniques. The techniques I possess will not assist you in breaking through to the innate realm. You must seek out His Highness the Crown Prince to acquire more advanced martial arts techniques to continue your training," Lin Shi advised earnestly. "My lord, I shall conclude our discussion here for today. Once you acquire the martial arts techniques, if any doubts arise, feel free to summon me. I will do my utmost to elucidate them for you," Lin Shi remarked before taking his leave. Xie Qinyuan watched Lin Shi depart, feeling a sense of helplessness, and resolved to seek out his father to request the martial arts techniques. Upon meeting the Crown Prince, Xie Qinyuan hurriedly stated, "Father, Master Lin said my martial arts foundation is solidly established, and I urgently require a volume of martial arts techniques to continue my progress. I humbly beseech you to grant me a martial arts technique." "Oh, you have completed your martial arts foundation? Excellent. Let us proceed to the palace library to select a technique for you," the Crown Prince replied, visibly astonished. As they made their way to the palace, Xie Qinyuan curiously asked, "Father, what techniques do you practice? Can I learn them?" Xie Qi replied, "The technique I practice is the Ziji Jinlong Baodian. It is beyond your reach. This technique can only be cultivated by the Emperor and the Crown Prince, as it requires the aid of dragon energy. Without dragon energy, one cannot even begin to learn it. There are, however, several techniques in the library that can assist you in breaking through to the innate realm. You may choose from those." Hearing this, Xie Qinyuan felt somewhat dejected. "Very well," he murmured, "do not lose heart. Martial arts techniques must be suited to oneself, rather than simply being the highest-ranked in this world. There are only powerful individuals, not powerful techniques. Even the mightiest techniques are created by man. High-ranking techniques merely provide a favorable starting point. Breaking through to the innate realm requires forging your own path. Others' techniques can only serve as reference," the Crown Prince consoled. Upon arriving at the palace library, Xie Qi bowed respectfully to an elder and said, "Your Highness, my son Xie Qinyuan has completed his martial arts foundation and has come to select a martial arts technique." The elder scrutinized Xie Qinyuan and replied, not bad. You should be aware of the rules. You may enter. Xie Qinyuan followed Xie Qi into the library and quietly asked, Father, what are the rules for you? There are no rigid regulations. The rule is that royal family members who have completed their martial arts foundation may come here to select a martial arts technique. However, different members have varying privileges. As a legitimate heir, you may choose from any of the remaining techniques, except for the Ziji Jinlong Baodian that I practice. You may select only one. If you wish for additional techniques, you must exchange them with royal merit. Furthermore, the techniques are not to be disclosed to outsiders. The Crown Prince, Xie Qi, advised Xie Qinyuan earnestly. Xie Qi led Xie Qinyuan to the top floor of the library and said, Among the techniques treasured by the royal family that can aid you in breaking through to the innate realm, these are the 6. You may browse them first before making your choice. Xie Qinyuan gazed at the 6 martial arts techniques and their descriptions, lost in contemplation, as if mentally rehearsing the moves of each technique. Ziji Zhenlong Baodian. Practicing this technique requires a balance of internal and external cultivation. Internally, one must train the mind, regulate the breath, and condense the true dragon energy. Externally, one must practice the techniques with power and ferocity, akin to a true dragon soaring, with imposing momentum. The protective force of the true dragon enhances one's physical resilience and strength, endowing the practitioner with extraordinary combat capabilities. Innate technique. This technique emphasizes the inner vitality, guiding the flow of energy and nourishing the internal organs and meridians through specific breathing and bodily adjustment methods. Cultivators must concentrate their minds and regulate their breaths, rendering them deep and steady, thereby achieving a state of unity between the inner and outer realms. The 6-syllable mantra holds immense power and significance. With each character embodying distinct meanings and qualities, OM represents the essence of the universe and boundless strength. Ma symbolizes the lotus, denoting purity and compassion. An I signifies jewels, embodying wealth and blessings, and Hung stands for power and accomplishment. The practice of the 6-syllable mantra can bring about inner tranquility, wisdom, and compassion, purifying the soul and dispelling troubles and karmic obstacles, ultimately leading to spiritual awakening and liberation. The Shapalang martial art is an unparalleled and formidable technique, characterized by fierce and formidable moves, akin to a tiger descending a mountain or a dragon emerging from the sea. Practitioners must cultivate both body and spirit, emphasizing physical training and the nurturing of internal energy. The technique is founded on robust power, seamlessly integrating speed and skill to create unparalleled lethality. The Qinglian sword song employs the sword as its weapon, merging the elegance of the blue lotus with the sharpness of the blade. This practice emphasizes the harmony of inner and outer cultivation, achieving a state of unity of body and mind through the mastery of sword techniques and internal power. Practitioners must maintain a tranquil mindset, remaining untainted like the blue lotus emerging from the mud, unaffected by external disturbances. Through this practice, they comprehend the essence of the sword path, elevating their own realm and cultivation. Overwhelming the world focuses on the dual cultivation of inner and outer aspects, enabling martial artists to transcend their limits and reach realms unattainable by ordinary individuals. This requires an indomitable will and an extraordinary comprehension. The core of the technique lies in dominance and decisiveness. Employing fierce strength to vanquish foes and standing at the pinnacle of martial arts with unparalleled poise. Xie Qinyuan ultimately chose the Xiantian Gong from these 6 martial arts techniques, as the others demanded special prerequisites. While Xiantian Gong possessed a versatile quality akin to a universal remedy, have you made your decision? Xiantian Gong is like a raw gem buried deep underground. Initially unassuming, it can be honed over time into a dazzling jewel. This technique emphasizes foundational strength, akin to the bedrock of a building. The sturdier the foundation, the greater the subsequent achievements. Xie Qi inquired, Is your decision final? I firmly believe that this Xiantian Gong will serve as the cornerstone for my ascent to greatness. Xie Qinyuan replied, Since you've made your choice, let us return, Xie Qi stated. Stepping out of the library, Xie Qi nodded slightly to his royal uncle and, like a swift bird, led Xie Qinyuan back to the Eastern Palace. Chapter 8. The birth of younger siblings. Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, Xie Qinyuan, clutching the Xiantian Gong, entered the dark abyss world as if he had discovered a treasure, eagerly seeking the presence of the little sprite. Upon finding the sprite, He could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Little sprite, quickly replicate the Xintian Gong in my hands, and then use it as a blueprint to deduce an advanced version and a generalized version of the martial arts technique." "At your command, master." The sprite respectfully accepted the Xiantian Gong, and with a flash of light in its hands, another identical Xiantian Gong astonishingly appeared before them. In the past, lacking a reference, deducing martial techniques felt like navigating through a vast, dark night, requiring a tremendous expenditure of foundational energy. Now, with a reference in hand, relying on the consciousness of the dark abyss world to deduce techniques was remarkably effortless, akin to a streamlined assembly line, producing continuously and effortlessly. Subsequently, Xie Qinyuan manifested in the external world, wholeheartedly focusing on the practice of Xiantian Gong. It was as though he were isolated from the world, immersed in the mysteries of the technique. Time flowed until the next morning when the first surge of internal energy erupted within him like the rising sun, prompting him to exhale in relief and gradually conclude his practice. Xie Qinyuan recalled that the last page of Xiantian Gong contained supplementary elixirs for its cultivation, and he promptly flipped to the last page, concentrating intently on the required elixirs. His gaze flitted between the recipes and ingredients, internally rejoicing that the dark abyss world possessed all these precious materials. However, a slight regret lingered. There was a lack of an alchemist capable of transforming these materials into miraculous elixirs. Xie Qinyuan understood that the crafting of elixirs was a pivotal aspect of cultivation, akin to a missing piece of a puzzle, necessitating the discovery of a suitable alchemist to complete the perfect picture. Without hesitation, he rose and dashed toward Xie Qi's residence, intent on inquiring about where to find an alchemist. "Father, while practicing Xintian Gong, I discovered the need for auxiliary elixirs. Is there an alchemist in the residence? I hope to engage them to concoct some elixirs to aid my progress." Xie Qinyuan's words conveyed sincerity and determination. Xie Qi smiled faintly, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. "Naturally, there is an alchemist in the residence. Master Bian is a renowned alchemist. If you require assistance, feel free to seek him out. Now that you have officially embarked on your martial journey, elixirs will be distributed to you monthly. Of course, if you desire more, you will need to cover the cost yourself. However, given your current wealth, such expenses are surely manageable. That money isn't solely mine. It also represents your hard work." Xie Qinyuan quickly replied, then turned and departed like a gust of wind, heading to find Master Bian. "This troublesome child," Xie Qi chuckled behind him, his tone tinged with affection. "Master Bian, my father mentioned that I could come to you for elixirs. I wonder if there are any requirements." Xie Qinyuan addressed Master Bian earnestly. "Oh, it's the young prince. As for requirements, they are quite simple. You must provide all the materials required for crafting the elixirs yourself. Furthermore, once the elixirs are completed, we shall split the yield, 80 for me, 20 for you." Master Bian replied leisurely, as if everything were under his control. "All right, that's no problem. I will bring the materials to you tomorrow. And I would appreciate your assistance in crafting them," Xie Qinyuan stated before turning to leave, inwardly lamenting, "This alchemist surely makes money swiftly, requiring no investment of his own and merely lifting a finger to claim 20% of the elixirs. It appears I must cultivate my own alchemist." Subsequently, Xie Qinyuan hurried to the palace of Li Xian to pay respects to his mother. However, the scene before him left him utterly astonished. A physician was intently checking his mother's pulse. "Mother, are you unwell?" Before Li Xian could respond, the physician stood up, beaming, and congratulated her. "Congratulations, Your Highness. Congratulations, Your Highness. You are with child." Li Xian's face radiated the glow of maternal love as she gently addressed the physician. "Thank you, esteemed physician. Xiao Tao, quickly reward the physician." The physician then followed Xiao Tao to receive his reward, leaving the room with only Li Xian and Xie Qinyuan. "Mother, am I to have a younger brother?" Xie Qinyuan inquired curiously. "It is still uncertain whether it is a boy or a girl." "How do you know it is a brother? Do you not like having a sister?" Li Xian retorted. "Not at all. I like sisters too. Father doesn't know this good news yet, so I shall tell him right away." Before she could finish, Xie Qinyuan dashed off like a whirlwind. "Father! Father!" Xie Qinyuan shouted outside Xie Qi's chamber. "You child, what an uproar! Is this any way to behave? You've only just left and now you return?" Xie Qi scolded. Xie Qinyuan rushed in like a tempest, firmly grasping Xie Qi's hand and pulling him outside, continuously exclaiming, "Father, come with me to see mother." The physician just checked her pulse and said she is with child. Upon hearing this, I immediately rushed over to share the joyous news. "Really? That's wonderful. Let us hurry to your mother." Xie Qi exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. "Why, beloved, I heard from Qin Yuan that you are with child." Xie Qi hurriedly approached Li Xian, his eyes filled with concern. "Indeed, the physician just confirmed it." Li Xian replied, her face glowing with happiness. "Excellent, excellent, my beloved. You must take extra care of yourself now. Be cautious not to overexert yourself. You are carrying our precious child." Xie Qi held Li Xian's hand, gently whispering tender words of affection. At that moment, Xie Qinyuan felt as if he were a neglected kitten, standing alone and unnoticed. With a helpless expression, he silently returned to his courtyard. In the days that followed, Xie Qinyuan immersed himself in his cultivation with unwavering focus, akin to an isolated island cut off from the world. Aside from his monthly visits to the Longting commercial house to facilitate the migration of animals and people into the dark abyss world, he remained like a sheltered lady, seldom stepping outside. It was not until the day of Li Xian's delivery that he ventured out of his courtyard, quietly waiting outside for the arrival of his younger brother or sister. Outside Li Xian's chamber, Xie Qinyuan and Xie Qi paced anxiously like ants on a hot pan, muttering incessantly, as if their words could silence the cries from within. Finally, a melodious infant's cry emerged from the room. Akin to a heavenly sound, a maid rushed out of the delivery room, her face beaming with joy as she addressed Xie Qi. "Your Highness, it is a little princess. However, the side consort is expecting twins. Another is yet to be born." Upon hearing this, Xie Qi felt his scalp tingle, as if countless ants were gnawing at him. He bellowed, "Quickly go inform the midwife. No matter what, ensure that my beloved is safe." "Do you hear me?" His voice thundered, echoing through the courtyard. Yet, no one paid heed to his outburst, for in this era of primitive obstetrics, the delivery of twins was akin to dancing on the edge of a precipice, with the mother's life hanging by a thread. Should she exhaust her strength, it could lead to a tragic outcome of both mother and child perishing. Upon hearing the words of the crown prince, the maid dashed back to the chamber like an arrow. Time flew by like a fleeting horse, and in the blink of an eye, 40 minutes had passed, when suddenly the air was filled with the crisp sound of a baby's cry. The maid rushed out like a whirlwind, exclaiming joyfully to Xie Qi, "Congratulations, Your Highness! It is a little prince. The Empress has given birth to a pair of twins. Marvelous, marvelous. This is truly a blessing from heaven. Is my beloved consort well?" Xie Qi asked, his voice trembling with excitement. After giving birth to the little prince, the Empress fell into a faint. The imperial physician has checked and said she merely exhausted herself and will wake after a short rest. The maid respectfully reported, "Excellent, excellent. Grant rewards, substantial rewards. Everyone present today shall receive generous rewards." Xie Qi exclaimed, unable to contain his joy. "Your Highness, the Empress is blessed with great fortune and will surely be safe and sound." The crowd echoed in unison. When Li Xian awoke, she immediately spotted the crown prince and Xie Qinyuan seated beside her bed, with two exquisite cradles nearby. "Why, beloved consort has worked hard. You have given birth to the 5th princess and the 6th prince, as if you had wandered near the gates of the underworld. Fortunately, heaven has favored the virtuous, and you are both safe," Xie Qi said, holding Li Xian's hand tightly with deep affection. "I shall name the 5th princess Xie Qinwei and the 6th prince Xie Qinxian. What do you think, my beloved consort?" Xie Qi inquired with eager anticipation. "Everything is at your Highness's discretion," Li Xian replied feebly. "Very well, my consort should rest well. I shall not disturb you further. I wish for your swift recovery." With that, he departed with Xie Qinyuan. 2 years later, Xie Qinyuan found himself tasked with a new responsibility, as two little shadows followed him incessantly, clamoring to play games. He found it difficult to refuse. The moment these two little ones encountered any displeasure, their 4 glistening eyes would fill with tears, searching for their mother, leading to a delightful chaos. Although Xie Qinyuan felt a touch of exasperation towards these two tiny ones, he also relished the experience in his past life, as an only child. He had never tasted the joys of being an older brother. Despite having other siblings, they were all half-siblings and lacked the intimacy that this trio, sharing the same parents, naturally possessed. Chapter 9. The edict in the 34th year of Tianda, shortly after the morning court, a decree of abdication thundered through the tranquility of the capital like a clap of thunder. The edict read, "In the realm of Qian Dao, where heaven reigns supreme and civilization governs all, the throne of Dabao is held in utmost reverence. The illustrious achievements of the past cannot extend their legacy. Hence, in humility, we seek guidance from history. From the third generation below, the world is but a family, the heir must inherit the foundation, and the descendants shall continue the lineage. Therefore, we honor our ancestors, seeking longevity for the realm, bestowing blessings upon future generations, and ensuring the imperial fortune endures. I have received this sacred mandate, entrusted with the mission to navigate a turbulent world and to bring peace to the southern territories. Yet, as dawn breaks with its brilliance and the sun sets during court sessions, I tread carefully, burdened by the responsibilities of governance, laboring for the common folk for 9 years. Now, my vigor has waned, and I yearn for tranquility. Aspiring to emulate the ancient sage kings, adhering to the ceremonial practices established during the Han Dynasty. Only then can we fortify our ancestral temples and the state, ensuring the dynasty's perpetuity and eternal blessings from heaven. Thus, this proclamation is made for all to comprehend. The public did not express the slightest surprise at the edict, for in the Daong dynasty, no emperor could reign for more than 40 years. They either abdicated at the age of 40 or stepped down upon reaching a certain threshold. The current emperor, abdicating before reaching 40, likely indicated he had surpassed that threshold. Next came the ascension of the crown prince, followed by the eventual complete retirement of the former emperor after a year of advisory service. This had long been established as custom. The edict stirred great excitement in Xie Qi, for he was poised to ascend the throne. With the crown princess Zhao Yingxue becoming empress, and the young heir Xie Di destined to be named crown prince, marking the culmination of years of anticipation. This year, the 16-year-old Xie Qinyuan was also preparing to depart the capital for his fief. At this moment, Xie Qinyuan awaited the conclusion of his father's enthronement ceremony. Eager to leave the capital, he tirelessly transferred his assets to Henan, making thorough preparations for his fief. Subsequently, he eagerly entered the Dark Abyss world, urgently requesting, "Little Sprite, quickly reveal the information about the Dark Abyss world." Space information, world name, Dark Abyss world level, spatial world origin, 1780 drops, 96 threads, slowly increasing, world species, abundant flora and fauna. Sparse population, determining the rate of origin growth, world area, 20,200 square kilometers, approximately the size of a prefecture-level city, slowly increasing, world civilization. None, precondition for activating the law seeds, world laws, fundamental material laws, such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin and yang, seasonal laws, civilization activation, human comprehension, forced activation of origin, world characteristics, true spirit transformation. Voluntarily, you can transform others' true spirits to pledge 100 loyalty to you. Resistance will lead to the collapse of their true spirits. The little sprite distributed suitable techniques to the inhabitants of the Dark Abyss and then initiated a 20-fold acceleration of time. Xie Qinyuan commanded. The little sprite, like a benevolent messenger, presented suitable techniques to those in the Dark Abyss, subsequently activating an astonishing 20-fold time acceleration. Xie Qinyuan had already spent 16 years in the Dark Abyss, diligently developing it, and now the time had come for it to be put to use. 3 months swiftly passed, and as Xie Qinyuan prepared to bid farewell to the capital and head to his fief, he spent an entire day in deep discussion with Xie Qi within the palace, even resolving their lunch amidst their dialogue. As for the specifics of their discourse, only the two of them were privy to the details. The following day, Xie Qinyuan organized his belongings and set forth on his journey. Xie Qi allocated 200 imperial guards. At this time, Xie Qinyuan, although at the pinnacle of a second-rate warrior, still outwardly appeared as a third-rate warrior, to escort him. These guards were loyal and trustworthy, serving as the final line of defense for Xie Qinyuan's safety. Additionally, a few maids and attendants accompanied him. Along with Hua Wen and Hua Wu, and 8 guards, all of whom had been bestowed martial arts techniques, and now the 8 guards had achieved the initial stage of second-rate warriors. While Hua Wen and Hua Wu had reached the pinnacle of second-rate warriors, a grand procession set forth, trailing 20 horse-drawn carts filled with Xie Qinyuan's belongings, some of which were his own, while others were prepared by Xie Qi and Li Xian for him. Li Xian, the imperial noble consort, and the 5th princess, Xie Qinwei, along with the 6th prince, Xie Qinxian, escorted him 5 miles beyond the capital, watching the retreating convoy until it vanished from sight. 1, 2, 3. Put your backs into it, brothers. Let's push harder. Zhang Long, the leader of Xie Qinyuan's personal guards, shouted from the front of the cart, his voice resonating across the wilderness. It turned out that the road was rugged, and the recent continuous rain had rendered the path muddy, causing their cart to become hopelessly stuck, despite the horses' frantic efforts to advance even a step. Everyone united their efforts, and after considerable toil, they finally succeeded in extricating the cart from the mire. Xie Qinyuan's pant legs were already soaked with mud, but he seemed utterly unconcerned, merely brushing off the dirt from his clothes before nimbly mounting his horse and declaring, "All right, let's continue onward." From the expressions of his surrounding guards, it was evident that this was not their first encounter with such circumstances. Initially, when they first faced a stuck cart, Xie Qinyuan had surprisingly volunteered to dismount and assist in pushing the cart, astonishing everyone. However, as time passed, they gradually adapted to this scenario, growing in respect and admiration for Xie Qinyuan. After all, for a noble prince to set aside his status and physically engage in pushing the cart was truly remarkable. Hua Wen, Hua Wu, where are we now? Why is there so much water? This official road is in such poor condition. Hua Wen and Hua Wu immediately approached to assess the situation and replied, "My lord, the southern weather is capricious and rainy. This is quite normal. We have now passed through Shannan County, and we will soon arrive at Jinnan County. Once we surpass Jinnan County, we will reach Jinnan County. Everyone, let's put in more effort. We will arrive shortly." Xie Qinyuan rallied the spirits, and upon hearing his words, the group quickened their pace. "Stop right there. This mountain is mine, and this tree is mine. If you wish to pass, leave your toll." Accompanied by this fierce shout, 3 or 4 dozen individuals of varying heights and builds, wielding an array of weapons, charged down from the nearby modest hill. Some grasped hoes, while others clutched wooden sticks, and the leader, along with 7 or 8 companions, brandished crude sabers, essentially tools for chopping wood. This group had the audacity to block the road and attempt to rob them. Xie Qinyuan gazed at these individuals with a helpless expression, inwardly lamenting. How utterly foolish! Can they not discern that we are imperial soldiers? How dare they attempt to rob us with such a meager force? Do they truly believe they can contend with us? Subsequently, he turned to the person beside him and said, "Zhang Long, let us proceed according to the old customs." This individual, known as Zhang Long, was the leader of the 8 royal guards. Upon hearing the command from Xie Qinyuan, he immediately responded in a loud voice, "Your subordinate obeys, Your Highness." With that, he swiftly drew his blade and instantaneously beheaded the bandit leader on the spot. Following this, he led the others to swiftly capture the remaining mountain bandits and escorted them to their dilapidated stronghold. Once inside the stronghold, Xie Qinyuan employed the technique of true spirit transformation, summoning everyone within the fortress to gather together. Those who could withstand this technique would be permitted to join the ranks. Those who failed would meet a fiery end. After everything was settled, the survivors were led down the mountain, placed on carriages, and set off with the main force. At this moment, all the attendants had to proceed on foot, for the carriage was already filled with children and maidservants. Alas, as we drew nearer to the border, encounters with bandits became increasingly frequent. This day, I have lost count of how many groups of bandits we have faced. Indeed, the situation at the frontier is truly chaotic. Xie Qinyuan could not help but sigh. The group traversed the official road, crossing mountains and rivers and navigating treacherous terrain. After nearly half a month, they finally beheld the walls of Nanding County in Annam. Chapter 10, Directly Governed Fief. Dingnan. Is this truly the county of Dingnan? How long has it been since these walls were last repaired? How could they have fallen into such disrepair? Xie Qinyuan gazed at the crumbling walls ahead, faintly able to discern the dilapidated houses within. The people coming and going bore expressions as pallid as the color of vegetables, listless and wooden. Upon reaching the city gate, a few soldiers idly stood guard, occasionally making a show of obstructing those wishing to enter or exit, demanding a few copper coins. If anyone dared to resist, they would resort to physical violence. The surrounding populace scattered in fear, apathetically observing the scene. Xie Qinyuan, mounted on horseback and leading a contingent of soldiers, approached the city gate with great authority. The soldiers on duty, upon seeing them, instantly brightened. One, seemingly the leader, shouted loudly, "Halt! What business do you have? Where did these children come from? Such audacity to dare to abduct children." With that, he pointed his spear directly at them. At this moment, Hua Wu stepped forward and sternly rebuked. "Impudent! You ignorant fools! Do you not see our banner? How dare you speak such insolence?" Before his words could fade, the personal guards following Xie Qinyuan drew their weapons and confronted the soldiers at the gate. In an instant, the surrounding citizens were filled with terror, scattering in all directions. Then, Xie Qinyuan stepped forward and spoke in a calm tone. "Everyone, lower your weapons. There is no need for alarm. I am the Prince of Annam, having designated Dingnan County as my directly governed fief, and I am here to visit the Waimen." As soon as Xie Qinyuan finished speaking, his guards lowered their weapons, disregarding whether the others still pointed theirs at them. Observing this, the soldiers, filled with confusion, also hesitantly lowered their weapons, casting doubtful glances at the seemingly youthful prince, struggling to ascertain the veracity of his claims. Ignoring their hesitance, Xie Qinyuan urged his horse forward, and they quickly cleared a path for him to proceed. Before long, a large group arrived at the county yamen, which was eerily quiet and devoid of any presence. Xie Qinyuan signaled for Hua Wu to enter with his seal. In a short while, a group of individuals hurried out from within, their expressions frantic. Upon seeing Xie Qinyuan, they immediately bowed and said, "We were unaware of your highness's arrival. Forgive us for our lack of proper reception." At this moment, Xie Qinyuan dismounted and took a few steps forward, smiling as he replied, "No harm done. No harm done. It is I who arrived unexpectedly without prior notice. Let us converse inside with that." He proceeded into the yamen, followed closely by the others. Once inside the grand hall, Xie Qinyuan took his seat at the head and said, "Please, everyone, take a seat." The others sat uneasily, as if perched upon needles, anxious and uncertain about the purpose of the Prince of Annam's visit to this small county. Once everyone was seated, Xie Qinyuan wasted no time. He thought to himself that merely refraining from blaming them was already a sign of mercy. Therefore, he spoke directly. "I have been granted the title of Prince of Annam, and have chosen Dingnan County as my directly governed fief. I am here today to take charge of Dingnan County. Here is the imperial decree. Please take a look with that." Hua Wu produced the decree and presented it to the assembly. The individuals below examined the decree, exchanging glances, and then one man, approximately 40 years of age, stood up, visibly agitated, and said, "Your Highness, I am Lu Yin, the county magistrate of Dingnan. According to the imperial regulations regarding fiefs, once your Highness is conferred, you may establish your office and have 1 year to recruit personnel and appoint officials. After 1 year, all officials within the fief will be dismissed. We implore your Highness to appoint your officials soon, so we may complete the handover accordingly. I am aware of this. Now, please detail the current situation of Dingnan County for me." Xie Qinyuan commanded, "Your Highness, Dingnan County spans a total area of 2,200 square kilometers, with a registered population of 12,400. The city defense force consists of only 400 men, and there are 60,000 acres of arable land. Additionally, 40 miles outside the city at Yunnan Pass, there are 10,000 border troops stationed," the county magistrate reported. After Xie Qinyuan engaged in further discussion regarding the circumstances of Dingnan County, he permitted them to withdraw. As Lu Yin and his companions exited the yamen, their faces were alight with joy, as if celebrating the arrival of spring, their elation evident. Their happiness was not unfounded. According to court customs, after a year, they would either be reassigned or promoted to other positions, and no matter where they were sent, it would be far safer than remaining at the border, where they lived in constant fear of waking up to the news of marauding invaders at their gates. Alone in the grand hall, Xie Qinyuan contemplated the development of Dingnan. The foremost task was to relocate the Longting Trading Company here while also creating several flagship products for it. Xie Qinyuan was acutely aware of his overwhelming desire for control. If he could not exert absolute influence over Dingnan County, he would rather let it wither away. Thus, for over a decade since his arrival in this world, he had refrained from taking any action. Human intentions were difficult to fathom. He preferred to let his resources remain idle rather than entrust them to others. As his thoughts grew clearer, he resolved to enter the abyssal realm to inquire whether the little sprite had any methods for controlling people's hearts. Is there a way to exert substantial control over others' loyalty? Xie Qinyuan inquired. True spirit transformation can achieve this, ensuring 100% loyalty, the sprite replied. However, true spirit transformation requires the voluntary submission of others. This condition does not apply in the current situation, Xie Qinyuan responded. I see. True spirit transformation is a manifestation of the primordial power of the abyssal realm. One can choose a commonly consumed item and infuse it with primordial power to slowly instigate change. However, this method is exceedingly difficult to yield results, requiring at least half a year to show effect, the sprite explained. Very well. This plan is indeed brilliant. Since people rely on food for sustenance, if I control the grain of Dingnan, then all matters will fall into place, Xie Qinyuan mused. Oh, right? Now that I can halt the acceleration of time, quickly create a supply of steel and cement for me, along with the processes for their production. Once he acquired the production processes for steel and cement, Xie Qinyuan promptly summoned a group of management experts from the abyssal realm. After arranging everything, he immediately sent for Shen Wanqian and entrusted him with the two processes, solemnly stating, "You must set aside all other matters and focus entirely on researching and implementing these two processes. This is of utmost importance for the fief. The future prosperity or decline of the territory hinges upon this." Shen Wanqian carefully examined the production processes in his hands and confidently replied, "Your Highness need not worry. I will surely succeed in manufacturing these." The next day, Xie Qinyuan convened a meeting with all his subordinates. Once everyone had gathered, he directly issued his commands. Now that the territory is in dire need of revitalization, I have decided to enact two decrees. First, we shall construct numerous public toilets to meet urgent needs. From this day forth, it is strictly forbidden for the populace to relieve themselves indiscriminately. All must use the public toilets. Upon hearing this decree, Yu Taibao from the abyssal realm cautioned, "Your Highness, such a regulation has never been seen before and may provoke strong dissatisfaction among the populace. I implore your Highness to reconsider." Xie Qinyuan patiently counseled, "Would it not be better to centralize the disposal of such refuse, rather than allowing it to be carelessly discarded? The unsanitary conditions of the roads are but a minor issue. If someone were to throw waste into the river, would that not contaminate our drinking water? Furthermore, by utilizing waste and straw to produce organic fertilizer, we could easily double the yield of crops." The assembly fell into a contemplative silence, and they all clasped their hands in unison, replying, "We shall obey your Highness's command." Second, this year's agricultural tax shall be reduced to merely 1/10. Moreover, from this day forth, any newly cultivated land by farmers shall be exempt from taxes for 3 years. He Sha, gritting his teeth, questioned, "Your Highness, if we truly only collect 1/10 of the tax, then it may be challenging to gather enough funds to pay the officials and soldiers this year. What shall we do then?" Xie Qinyuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, "There is no need for concern. You have just emerged from the abyss and are still unfamiliar with my resources. I have the Longting Trading Company backing me. We will not lack for funds or grain." The reason Xie Qinyuan sought to reduce taxes was to stimulate the populace's enthusiasm for production. He aimed to encourage the people to cultivate new lands and work tirelessly in agriculture. Should this year's reclamation yield significant results, Xie Qinyuan even intended to maintain the 1/10 tax rate indefinitely. "Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, you are to swiftly take command of the 400 city defense troops in Dingnan. Zhou Ren, Wu Yi, Zheng Li, Wang Xian, you are to proceed immediately to Dingnan County and establish checkpoints on all sides. Find a way to intercept the grain destined for Yunnan Pass and replace it with the provisions we have prepared. Hua Wu, Wang Chao, Ma Han, please wait for a moment while the others hasten to their tasks." Once the others have departed, Xie Qinyuan led Hua Wu, Wang Chao, and Ma Han into the abyssal realm. As of now, the abyssal realm boasts a population of 50,000, and henceforth, you, Hua Wu, shall be responsible for its governance. Wang Chao and Ma Han, you are to select 5,000 warriors from this populace to form an army, which must be established within 6 months, Xie Qinyuan commanded. Yes, Your Highness, the trio of Huawu replied. Everything is in readiness. We merely await the favorable winds. Like the great rock soaring with the winds, rising to heights of 90,000 miles, in the days that followed, Xie Qinyuan personally supervised the progress of various undertakings. The construction of latrines commenced swiftly, while the relocation of the Longting Trading Company infused new vitality into Dingnan County. Xie Qinyuan also disguised himself to conduct private visits among the populace. Keenly learning of their needs and hardships, he discovered that many citizens were impoverished and struggling, prompting him to establish free schools, granting children the opportunity to learn and read. As time passed, Dingnan County began to transform. The streets became clean and orderly, and the spirits of the people revitalized. The newly cultivated lands flourished with greenery, and the crops thrived. Meanwhile, the army trained by Wang Chao and Ma Han grew increasingly formidable, becoming the steadfast guardians of Dingnan County. Observing this prosperous scene, Xie Qinyuan felt a profound sense of accomplishment. However, he understood that this was merely the beginning. Greater challenges awaited him in the future, and he aspired to make Dingnan County a truly prosperous and harmonious place. Chapter 11. The construction of the new city of Dingnan Huawan. Swiftly seek out a few skilled artisans to assist me, for I have matters that require their expertise. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xie Qinyuan picked up a brush and sketched a few lines on a sheet of paper, then rose from his study and began to pace, casually perusing the books on the table. Before the incense had burned for even a short while, Hua entered the room, accompanied by a ragged man. Your Highness, this man is the craftsman Shirimo, renowned for his exceptional skills, the finest in Dingnan City. Craftsman Shirimo, I pay my respects to Your Highness. The man knelt and bowed deeply. Xie Qinyuan raised a hand slightly, signaling Shirimo to rise and respond. Are you proficient in the art of woodworking? Replying to Your Highness, I possess a modicum of knowledge in both woodworking and stonemasonry. Please instruct me further. Xie Qinyuan handed him the drawing. Behold this design. Can you create it? Shirimo took the drawing, gazing intently before exclaiming in astonishment, Is this a plowshare? Indeed. Xie Qinyuan couldn't help but admire Shirimo's keenness of mind. This is a curved plow, a type of plowshare. Shirimo, marveling at the drawing, exclaimed, Such a complex plowshare exists in the world. In my lifetime as a craftsman, this is my first encounter with such a design. Can it be made? Upon scrutinizing the drawing further, Shirimo confidently declared, Though it appears intricate at first glance, its components are fundamentally simple. If Your Highness desires it, I can complete it within half a day. Very well, create a prototype as swiftly as possible and deliver it to the lonely residents. There shall be ample reward, Xie Qinyuan replied with a smile. After craftsman Shirimo departed, Huawen expressed his confusion. Your Highness, what exactly is this curved plow? Xie Qinyuan's lips curled into a smile. The curved plow is a novel invention, far superior in efficiency to our current plowshares. If we can promote it in Dingnan, the task of land cultivation will become much easier. Have you heard? The new prince intends to reform the tax system. Is it true? I have only ever heard of tax increases. When has there ever been a reduction? For the common folk, nothing is more paramount than taxes. This news spread like wildfire throughout Dingnan, igniting fervent discussions among the populace. The city gates buzzed with activity as many gathered to exchange information. This year, a tax of 1/10 will be implemented, a herald proclaimed, and the crowd erupted in excitement. Is there really such a benefit? Surely, you jest, my lord. Where in the world has there ever been a 1/10 tax? An elderly man trembled with excitement. Who has the time to jest with you? The prince has declared that this year's agricultural tax will indeed be 1/10. Furthermore, all newly cultivated fields shall be exempt from taxes for 3 years. The herald's serious demeanor failed to conceal his delight. Long live the prince! Long live the prince! The crowd cheered, filled with exhilaration and renewed vigor. The following day, Shirimo arrived, proudly presenting the curved plow. Your Highness, the curved plow you requested is complete, he exclaimed, kneeling with a grin. Xie Qinyuan inspected it and marveled, By heavens! This curved plow is crafted from the finest pear wood, smooth and polished, adorned with intricate carvings, resembling a work of art. He inwardly scoffed, thinking it merely a farming tool, yet acknowledged Shirmo's exceptional craftsmanship. After a cursory inspection revealed no faults, Xie Qinyuan felt a surge of satisfaction. Hua Wen, reward him, he commanded, gesturing grandly. Quickly summon Shan Wanqian to mass-produce these plows for countywide distribution. Craftsman Shirimo gleefully accepted the silver from Hua Wen and inquired, Your Highness, is this curved plow truly superior to the plowshares currently in use? Xie Qinyuan, in good spirits, replied, Indeed. It is immensely more efficient, yielding at least 2 to 3 times the productivity. Shirimo, astonished, nearly dropped to the ground in awe, prostrating himself. Your Highness is truly remarkable for creating such an extraordinary tool. At that moment, Shan Wanqian arrived, and Xie Qinyuan addressed him. I intend to establish a factory dedicated to the production of curved plows. Gather some workers and assign Shirmo to oversee the operation. Shirmo, upon hearing this, was so elated that he almost leaped with joy, immediately kneeling. I shall not disappoint your Highness's expectations. 3 months later, Shan Wanqian reported the successful production of steel and cement. Subsequently, Xie Qinyuan convened a meeting to deliberate whether to renovate Dingnan City or construct a new one. After an entire morning of discussion, they resolved to build a new city in Dingnan County. Given the decision to erect a new Dingnan County, I intend to utilize steel and cement in its construction. Shan Wanqian, prepare the steel and cement, Xie Qinyuan instructed. Shan Wanqian continued, Yes, Your Highness. With steel and cement, our urban development will proceed more smoothly, and our defenses will be significantly enhanced. We can begin constructing sturdier city walls and fortifications to counter any potential threats. Xie Qinyuan nodded in satisfaction, fully aware of the significance of these new materials. He commanded, immediately organize the craftsmen to commence construction, ensuring the safety of the city. Additionally, increase investment in steel and cement production to achieve comprehensive application as soon as possible. With Xie Qinyuan's orders issued, the entire territory buzzed with activity. In the 34th year of Tianda, in August, on an auspicious day, at the eastern side of the new city in Dingnan, Xie Qinyuan, shovel in hand, stood beneath the blazing sun, addressing the gathered populace. Here lies the location for the city walls of our new Dingnan city. In time, this vast expanse of land will become our home. Once this new city is completed, even if tens of thousands of southern barbarians were to attack, we shall have no fear. Fellow villagers, for the sake of our homeland and our future, let us commence our work. The city wall, while seemingly only 2,000 meters in length from east to west, was indeed a substantial undertaking. The construction of watchtowers and city gates would require a minimum width of 14 meters at the top and at least 20 meters at the base. Initially, no moat was planned, thus the wall would need to rise to a height of 16 meters, a tribute to the age of 16 at which he began this endeavor. A rough calculation revealed that such a monumental project could not be completed in a short span of time. Fortunately, the southern barbarians had yet to arrive, allowing for gradual construction. Should they come, the Yunnan Pass would serve as a formidable barrier. Following the commencement of construction, the watchtowers at Shiliang by the banks of the Fu River were the first to be built. Steel, cement, and bricks were promptly transported to these sites. Even before the city walls were erected, these watchtowers would serve as small fortifications, forming a mutually supportive arrangement with Dingnan City. According to Xie Qinyuan's meticulous design, the watchtowers were to be well-equipped, featuring storage rooms, living quarters, and staircases capable of comfortably accommodating 100 to 180 individuals. Given their scale, the engineering requirements were considerable. Fortunately, the steel and cement had been successfully produced. After the foundation was excavated, Xie Qinyuan specifically instructed the workers to use large Luoyang shovels to dig deep holes at intervals. These Luoyang shovels had been specially crafted by the blacksmiths within the city at Xie Qinyuan's behest. Once the deep holes were excavated, prepared wooden cages were lowered into them, and uniformly mixed concrete was poured in. The watchtowers featured over 40 deep holes, interconnected by trenches approximately half a meter deep, all tightly bound with steel and concrete. The foundation work alone consumed 4 to 5 days. Upon completion of the foundation, Xie Qinyuan employed a unique structural design. Critical junctures, columns, and beams were entirely constructed from reinforced concrete to ensure sturdiness. To guarantee solidity, the internal columns of the watchtowers were thick and closely spaced, while the remaining structure was built using brick and stone. Though the brick and concrete structure may not possess the same fortitude as reinforced concrete, it is, at present, a preferable option compared to rammed earth walls. This decision is born of necessity, given the urgency of the situation. Under the meticulous guidance of Xie Qinyuan, a young man in his 20s, Lu Dong, who emerged from the shadows, exhibited remarkable learning agility. In a matter of days, he ascended to the role of a skilled laborer on the construction site. Trusting in Lu Dong's capabilities, Xie Qinyuan appointed him as the supervisor of the lookout tower's construction. Entrusting him with this vital endeavor, within just half a month's time, the first level of the lookout tower was successfully completed, and the reinforced concrete structure was capped triumphantly. When Xie Qinyuan and others arrived at the lookout tower by the Fu River, standing atop it, their faces radiated with brilliant smiles, as if they had glimpsed the dawn of hope. Chapter 12. The Reformation of the Abyss. Holding a blueprint, Xie Qinyuan spoke solemnly. Once the first level is as solid as a fortress, we shall immediately commence the construction of the second level. Rest assured, my lord, Lu Dong replied with a respectful nod. The second level's walls are to be carved with lookout openings and firing ports. Thus, we shall execute our shooting from various positions on the second, third, and fourth levels. Once these two lookout towers are completed, they will undoubtedly become the most formidable shield for the southern part of Dingnan City. Lu Dong, the responsibility is heavy, and the journey is long. You must exert every effort. Fear not, my lord. I shall certainly remember your instructions and live up to your expectations. Lu Dong quickly responded with a fist salute. During this period, both the Fu River and the Lion Ridge lookout towers were under Lu Dong's complete oversight. Outside the city, the extraction and grinding of limestone, the production of charcoal, the firing of cement, the making of bricks, and the smelting of iron were all fervently underway. Despite the deployment of thousands of workers, the speed of cement production still struggled to meet the demands of the lookout tower's construction. Dong Baojiang, with a furrowed brow, inquired, "Is it a shortage of cement kilns? If so, we shall immediately construct more cement kilns. The production of cement must keep pace. The construction of the lookout tower has already reached a point of high demand." My lord, Dong Baojiang wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, responding anxiously, "Currently, the cement kilns are barely keeping up. Then why is the output so low?" Xie Qinyuan's expression darkened, his voice tinged with evident displeasure. "My lord," Dong Baojiang hastily explained, "the production of limestone powder and clay powder is indeed a challenging task. Particularly the limestone, the process of extraction and grinding it into powder is exceedingly complex. Countless workers toil day and night to no avail, yielding only a meager output in recent times. Nearly all personnel dispatched by the Lord were dedicated to the arduous task of grinding limestone into powder. Yet the results remained unsatisfactory, leaving him to sigh in resignation." Xie Qinyuan naturally understood Dong Baojiang's predicament, for in this era, all labor relied on manual effort. Thus, Xie Qinyuan summoned Hua Wu and allocated a group of robust warriors from the abyss, along with mules, donkeys, cattle, and horses, slightly alleviating the immediate crisis point. 2 months later, the lookout towers at Fu River and Lion Ridge were completed. The citizens of Dingnan City and Yunnan Pass had been subsisting on the special rations provided by Xie Qinyuan for 6 months. Closing his eyes, Xie Qinyuan focused his senses and beheld Dingnan City and Yunnan Pass as if they were a myriad of twinkling stars, radiating resplendent light. This sense of accomplishment, akin to illuminating a map, captivated him deeply and ignited his ambition. He yearned to bring the brilliance of the abyss into the world. "I come, I see, I conquer." Driven by such lofty aspirations, Xie Qinyuan began to reflect on himself. With the strength of an entire world backing him, why should he expend effort on building fortifications for defense? The best defense is indeed a good offense. He aspired to possess the commanding presence of the great Qin Shi Huang, where his army would serve as his most steadfast wall, Xianyang, daring his enemies to approach him. He had a fallback. After all, who could penetrate the abyss? The conservative mindset of the past was undoubtedly a remnant of the thoughts of a commoner in a previous life. As Xie Qinyuan pondered further, he felt a sudden surge within him, as if the internal energy was boiling like water in the blink of an eye. He broke through to the realm of a first-rate warrior. The innate skill belonged to Taoist practices, emphasizing freedom of expression. He realized that his previous hesitations had prevented him from achieving this breakthrough. Hua swiftly summoned everyone to the county hall for a council. Xie Qinyuan shouted to Hua, then proceeded toward the main hall. Everyone, starting today, we must embark on a significant transformation. In the past, we have been overly conservative. Now we must adopt a more aggressive stance. Life is fleeting. If one cannot indulge in wealth and splendor, one should at least live passionately. If one does not embrace boldness, how could they do justice to the ambitions of their youth? Let us leave a vivid mark in history, proving that we once existed. Xie Qinyuan passionately inspired those present. We vow to follow the Lord unto death. The crowd below was stirred by Xie Qinyuan's words. Responding with fervent enthusiasm, now, let me redefine our administrative departments and appointments, establishing the following divisions. Ministry of Education. Wang Xian, Minister, overseeing the education and martial training of the Abyss's citizens. Wang Xian shall distribute martial arts techniques to all citizens of the Abyss. Ministry of Technology. Shurimo, Minister, responsible for the technological research and development of the Abyss. Shurimo, you are to organize personnel to develop military technology and weaponry. Department of Law Enforcement. Zhou Ren, Minister, overseeing the security of the Abyss. Ministry of Supervision. Xie Jian, Minister, monitoring all unlawful actions of Abyss government officials. Ministry of Justice. Wu Yi, Minister, responsible for the laws and judgments of the Abyss. Wu Yi, organize personnel to formulate laws suitable for our Abyss, for we aim to establish a society of martial artists. Ministry of Finance. Shen Wanqian, Minister, managing the finances of the Abyss. Shen Wanqian, organize personnel to sell our Abyss's grain to the entire world, even at a loss if necessary. Ministry of Personnel. Hua, Minister, overseeing the personnel movements of Abyss officials. Ministry of Labor Protection. Zhou Weiman, Minister, safeguarding the legitimate rights and interests of the Abyss's citizens. Ministry of Construction. Lu Dong, Minister, overseeing the infrastructure and road development of the Abyss. Lu Dong, you shall fully construct the cement roads of the sealed lands, and the new city of Dingnan shall continue its development. Ministry of Agriculture. Zhu Xiaodong, Minister, responsible for the agriculture of the Abyss. Zhu Xiaodong, all grain cultivated by the citizens of the Abyss must be procured and processed before being sold externally. Ministry of Mineral Resources. Zhang Li, Minister, overseeing the mineral resources of the Abyss. Zhang Li, due to the lack of mineral resources in the Abyss, you must transport all surplus minerals from the outside world back to the Abyss for storage to enhance its foundation. Ministry of Environmental Protection. Wang Wei, Minister. Wang Wei, your task is to enrich the species within the Abyss. All species absent from the Abyss must be migrated into it. Ministry of Defense. Ma Han, Minister, responsible for the defense of the sealed lands. Ma Han, you are to block personnel from Dingnan to Daong, ensuring that no news from Dingnan spreads outside, and those leaving Dingnan must be transformed. Huawen will oversee all external affairs, while Huawu will manage all internal affairs of the Abyss. Zhang Long, you shall take command of the 10,000 border troops at Yunnan Pass. Zhao Hu, form a 10,000-strong Dingnan army centered around the 5,000 warriors of the Abyss. Wang Chao, organize military training for the Abyss. Citizens must undergo military training during the slack seasons, always prepared for battle. As for your subordinates, arrange as you see fit, and report the personnel to the Ministry of Personnel. Shortly, I will open the passage between the Abyss and this place, allowing the citizens of the Abyss to come and go freely. The preparation period is 1 month. After 1 month, we shall prepare for war, targeting the southern barbarians. Each of you, make your preparations. Understood, my lord. Upon hearing Xie Qinyuan's directives, the crowd below responded with high spirits, as if they had transformed into a pile of dry kindling, awaiting merely a spark to ignite a roaring fire. And Xie Qinyuan's command for war was that very spark. The essence of today's meeting swiftly spread like a spring breeze, causing the Abyss to gallop forth like a wild horse, gradually veering from its original path. The transformation of the war machine resembled a ship navigating through fog, elusive and enigmatic, leading one to ponder whether this path would lead to the shores of life or the abyss of death. Time passed swiftly, and the passage between the Abyss and the real world suddenly opened, as if a heavenly gate had swung wide. A continuous stream of warriors surged from the abyss like a tidal wave toward the sealed lands, while various strategic materials flowed through the passage to the front lines. Chapter 13. The first battle against the southern barbarians. The month of preparation swiftly approached its end. Xie Qinyuan inquired, "Gentlemen, how have your preparations fared?" Hua Wen, puzzled, replied, "My lord, the troops and provisions are all ready, and the soldiers are in high spirits, awaiting our advance into the southern barbarians' territory. The only concern is that we lack innate warriors. While the southern barbarians will undoubtedly possess some, how shall we defend against them? Who says we lack innate warriors?" A smile danced at the corners of Xie Qinyuan's lips as he responded, "Do you not recall the Master Bien from the former Eastern Palace? Master Bien? Was he not an alchemist? Moreover, he is a person of the sovereign. How could he assist us?" Hua Wen exclaimed in astonishment. "Why can an alchemist not also be an innate warrior? As for why Master Bien would aid us, do not think that I have idled away these 9 years, failing to uncover a single weakness of the innate." Xie Qinyuan chuckled darkly. Master Bien's son and daughter-in-law encountered misfortune while venturing outside, leaving behind only a grandson, and I have found his grandson. My lord is indeed wise. Thus we have no worries left. Realizing the implications, Hua Wen asked, "When shall we depart?" "Tomorrow we shall muster the troops and set forth." With a grand gesture, Xie Qinyuan proclaimed, "On the morrow, at the southern gate of Dingnan City, I shall stand upon the platform, bellowing, 'Warriors, today we embark on a campaign into the vast expanse of the southern barbarians' realm. It is a land of immense proportions, characterized by a sweltering, humid climate, undulating mountain ranges, and dense forests. The southern barbarians possess a distinct culture and way of life, organized into tribes, each with their own unique customs and traditions. They are fierce warriors, adept in the use of peculiar weaponry and strategies. However, this territory is fraught with peril, including harsh natural conditions, ferocious beasts, and the animosity between us and the southern tribes, which renders this land a cauldron of danger. As we venture into the southern barbarian territories, we shall encounter myriad trials. We must acclimate to the oppressive heat, navigate through the thick underbrush, and confront the onslaught of the southern barbarians' ambushes and traps. The campaign against the southern barbarians is not merely a contest of might. It is a test of our courage, intellect, and adaptability. Only by gaining a profound understanding of this enigmatic land can we secure victory in our undertaking. Dio, you possess the resolve to conquer that untamed wilderness." Xie Qinyuan's voice thundered like a clap of thunder. "Yes, yes, yes." The voices of 10,000 Dingnan soldiers resonated like a booming bell, filled with fervor. "What is our purpose in this expedition to the southern barbarians? Conquest, conquest, conquest." The soldiers roared, akin to surging waves, like a stampede of 1,000 steeds. "Indeed, our mission is to conquer them. We shall embody the mantra, 'I came, I saw, I conquered.'" Onward, with a rallying cry, Xie Qinyuan raised his arm, his voice reverberating throughout the heavens. He then mounted his steed, leading the 10,000 Dingnan soldiers forth like a torrent of steel towards the southern pass. This contingent of Dingnan soldiers was composed of the elite among elites, with 5,000 being third-rate warriors, and the other 5,000 being those of lesser skill. Xie Qinyuan integrated the third-rate warriors into the main force. Poised like arrows on a bowstring, the lesser warriors formed the reserve troops, akin to a backup army ready to spring into action. The martial forces were indeed the aces among aces in the world. Although martial arts existed, the army primarily comprised common folk. The fighting capability of these 10,000 Dingnan soldiers equated to that of over 500,000 ordinary troops, with their actual combat prowess being even more formidable. Should the southern barbarians fail to dispatch an equally formidable martial army or innate warriors, they would stand no chance against our might. Upon reaching the southern pass, the Dingnan army swiftly set up camp. Xie Qinyuan, accompanied by the officers, entered the pass with the ferocity of a tiger descending a mountain, heading straight for the council hall. "Zhao Hu, I entrust you with a task. Over the course of 7 days, you are to dispatch 50 teams of 10. You must infiltrate the periphery of the southern barbarians' vast mountainous region, gathering detailed intelligence on all tribes near the southern pass. But remember, do not act recklessly. Return only after you have gathered all necessary information, Xie Qinyuan instructed Zhao Hu, his gaze sharp and his expression grave. 7 days later, the reconnaissance teams returned like swallows to their nest, their findings converging like rivers into Xie Qinyuan's hands. With keen eyes, he gathered the generals and meticulously arranged the information. According to your reconnaissance, there are 7 southern barbarian tribes near the southern pass, most of which consist of small tribes numbering 3,000 to 4,000. Only the last one boasts a population of 10,000. Should we assault directly, it would surely leak news and alarm the ancestral heart of the southern barbarians, provoking a ferocious counterattack. You are all warriors of the abyss. The hope of the future, at present, we are not the southern barbarians' equals. We must conceal our prowess, develop cautiously, and adopt a strategy of warfare to sustain war. I will bestow upon you the true spirit transformation technique. Upon conquering each tribe, we shall immediately apply the true spirit transformation on the southern barbarians. These 7 tribes are not far apart, like 7 stars in alignment. We can first divide our forces into 6 routes, simultaneously exterminating 6 small tribes. Then let the transformed southern barbarians seek aid from the larger tribe, laying an ambush midway, ultimately striking at the heart of the last large tribe. Zhang Long, you shall continue to guard the southern pass. The rest of you, prepare to depart at dusk. As night enveloped the 10,000 great mountains, the darkness was thick as ink, merging heaven and earth into one, aside from the roars of wild beasts and the chirping of insects. All was silent. By Xian, utilizing the cover of grass and bushes, advanced cautiously, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, fixated on the distance. Not far ahead, a sentry from the southern barbarians was brazenly relieving himself. In a flash, Bai Xian drew his bow, knocking an arrow with precision, releasing it with a swift motion as it sped forth like a bolt of lightning. Swish! The arrow struck true, piercing the barbarian's head. Even as he continued to urinate, his body trembled, collapsing to the ground. Blood gushed forth from the wound like a fountain, and he had no time to utter a sound before he fell lifeless. Simultaneously, Bai Xian's other subordinates sprang into action. On another front, a soft thud echoed as the sentry sensed something amiss and cautiously approached. However, Sun Wu, as agile as a leopard, leapt up, covering the barbarian's mouth from behind while wielding a dagger. Swiftly slicing through his throat, blood sprayed forth like a red thread, and the barbarian perished on the spot. Thus, Bai Xian and Sun Wu each led a team, ghost-like in their movements through the night, employing various tactics to silently eliminate the sentries of the southern barbarians one by one. The southern barbarian tribe had established their camp in a location surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. A defensible position that was difficult to breach. In the event of battle, they need only defend one side, making it arduous for others to penetrate. Even in defeat, they could scatter and escape into the mountains, thus having avenues for both advance and retreat. Alas, they encountered Xie Qinyuan and his men. Not only had the sentries been dispatched, but they were also encircled by a cohort of martial artists. Making escape impossible, kill with a roar, the battle commenced in earnest. Without hesitation, Xie Qinyuan drew his long knife and shouted, his voice echoing through the skies. Bai Xian and Sun Wu led the charge, rushing towards the southern barbarian tribe like tigers descending from the mountains, while others surged forward like a tidal wave. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A barbarian cried in panic, his voice hoarse with fear. Sun Wu, light as a swallow, leapt forward, arriving behind him like the wind, and with a swift motion, his knife fell, thud. The long knife swept across the barbarian's neck, severing his head, blood gushing forth. Do not kill me. I am no barbarian. Around them, many wore tattered clothing, emaciated and terrified, kneeling in supplication. They were not barbarians but common folk of Daong, taken captive by the southern barbarians. The abyss did not strike against these individuals. Who are you to dare attack my tribe? Do you not know we are vassals of the Mountain Tiger tribe? A burly, bearded barbarian, clad in tiger skin, stepped forward, admonishing Bai Xian. Recognizing him as the tribe leader, Bai Xian summoned his strength, brandishing his long knife and charging at him. The leader, seeing Bai Xian approach, hastily drew his own weapon to defend himself. Clang! The two clashed, and Bai Xian shouted, just a second-rate warrior. Everyone, attack together. A throng of warriors pounced upon him, overwhelming him with a flurry of blades until he was slain. Bai Xian raised the southern barbarian leader's body high and proclaimed, "All barbarians listen. Your leader is dead. Those who surrender shall not be harmed." Bai Xian, already of imposing stature, now emanated the bloodlust and aura of a second-rate warrior from the recent skirmish. The barbarians, gazing at their leader's corpse, lowered their heads, discarding their weapons, surrendering with cries of, "I surrender, spare my life. Please, spare me." Sun Wu, Bai Xian, gather all the barbarians for the true spirit transformation. Anyone who shows any signs of rebellion shall be executed. Xie Qinyuan commanded, halting the battle. Subsequently, Sun Wu and Bai Xian gathered the barbarians, explaining the nuances of the true spirit transformation before commencing the process. In total, this southern barbarian tribe comprised 3,600 individuals. That night, 800 were killed in the surprise attack, 200 underwent successful true spirit transformation, and 600 failed the process, resulting in their execution. Chapter 14. The campaign against the southern barbarians concludes. At that time, those dispatched by Xie Qinyuan to seek aid from the mountain tiger tribe burst into their stronghold like startled birds. "Great chief, save us. The mountain wolf tribe is like a pack of wolves, surrounding us tightly. We implore you to send reinforcements." Su Ning cried, rushing forward with tears in his eyes, his gaze fixated on the mountain tiger tribe leader like a starving wolf. The mountain wolf tribe's strength was on par with that of the mountain tiger tribe, and the two had long been at odds, frequently clashing in battle, relying heavily on their superior tribe's mediation. Once again, it is the mountain wolf tribe. Have they not learned their lesson from the last conflict? How did you manage to escape their encirclement? Weren't you already besieged? The mountain tiger tribe leader queried suspiciously, his expression filled with doubt. "We navigated through a narrow path in the mountains to reach the riverbank, then jumped into the river without hesitation to escape," Su Ning replied, his demeanor unchanged as he spun a web of lies, flowing as naturally as a stream. "Great chief, time is of the essence. We are in grave danger. If they breach our stronghold, they will surely turn their weapons against you. We must send troops at once." Su Ning eagerly implored the chief of the mountain tiger tribe to dispatch troops once more. The following morning, after subduing 6 minor tribes of barbarians, the Dingnan army hastily led their forces to a secluded gorge, where they laid an intricate trap, lying in wait for the mountain tiger tribe to unwittingly walk into their snare. From a distance, the barbarian horde advanced along the winding mountain path, resembling a great dragon in motion. Their strides were resolute and powerful, as if they were one with the towering mountains around them. Heavy burdens weighed down upon their backs, while the crisp, cool mountain air was infused with the sense of fresh grass and earth. The rhythmic sounds of footsteps and breaths intertwined, creating a unique melody. The barbarians moved in perfect synchrony, closely trailing the front line. The mountainous terrain was complex, with treacherous paths, yet they exhibited no fear, carefully navigating over boulders and scaling steep inclines, without a single complaint of fatigue. Ahead, a scout waved a flag, guiding their direction. A thin mist enveloped the mountains, lending an ethereal quality to the scene. However, the soldiers remained acutely focused, constantly alert to the slightest disturbances around them. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a glow upon their faces and accentuating their determined features. As the barbarian contingent entered the gorge, a commanding voice rang out. Boulders tumbled down from both ends of the gorge like a torrential flood, instantly sealing off their escape routes, followed by a rain of arrows that descended like shooting stars. "Greetings, chief of the mountain tiger tribe. You find yourselves in a dire predicament. Further resistance is futile. Surrender, and those who do so shall be spared. You despicable cowards. Barbarians shall never bow to servitude, unless we engage in a one-on-one duel. If you can defeat me, the barbarians will submit to the stronger." The mountain tiger exclaimed, filled with righteous anger. "Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity." With that, Xie Qinyuan leaped gracefully to a midpoint on the mountain, addressing the mountain tiger with a bold declaration. "Only you shall come forward. I will await you here." Agreed. Without hesitation, the mountain tiger bounded forward, exuding the aura of a top-tier warrior. A force akin to a surging tidal wave directed towards Xie Qinyuan. So, he is indeed a top-tier warrior. No wonder he is so confident, Xie Qinyuan mused quietly to himself. With a fierce cry, the mountain tiger ceased his words, gripping his great sword with both hands, and launched an all-out assault like a volcanic eruption. His blade sweeping towards Xie Qinyuan with the speed of lightning. Xie Qinyuan, however, stood firm, his sword raised in defense, as unyielding as a steel fortress. As they closed the distance, the mountain tiger remained vigilant. His gaze sharp and predatory, fixed on Xie Qinyuan's every move. The clash of their weapons echoed with a deafening sound. Under the immense force of impact, Xie Qinyuan felt himself sink slightly, observing that his counter was ineffective. The mountain tiger's expression darkened. He had exerted 1,800 pounds of force, compounded by his momentum. Yet his opponent had absorbed the blow with ease, not yielding an inch. Xie Qinyuan regarded his adversary with an unruffled demeanor. Intent on bringing the confrontation to an end, the mountain tiger Lao, however, even in the face of turmoil, if one lacks sufficient strength, it becomes exceedingly difficult to claim a share of the feast. And one may even become a victim to the whims of others. As the saying goes, the weak are prey to the strong. The strong establish the rules, while the weak can only submit. In this moment, Xie Qinyuan is acutely aware that his current power is insufficient to shake the existing order, let alone openly challenge the established norms. Any attempt to disrupt the status quo will ultimately fade silently into the annals of history. Leaving no ripple in its wake. At present, he can only bow his head before this harsh reality, subsisting on meager scraps. Ultimately, all issues stem from a lack of personal strength. If he possessed dozens or even hundreds of innate warriors as leverage, he could fearlessly declare to any force, "Today, I have 3 proclamations to make. First, you shall submit to me. Second, you shall again submit to me. And third, you shall still submit to me." Faced with such bravado, even the once mighty adversaries would likely have no choice but to yield, singing in heartfelt submission. Thus we are conquered by you. In this peaceful era, achieving greatness is no simple task. One must conserve energy and build strength gradually. The most pressing task now is to labor quietly and await the opportune moment. When his power is sufficiently formidable, he shall become renowned across the land. With this thought, Xie Qinyuan felt a slight sense of comfort. He understood that haste can be detrimental, and that one must progress step by step to achieve greatness. Thus, he resolved to begin by increasing the number of elite warriors under his command. For talent is the foundation of success. After making the necessary arrangements, Xie Qinyuan confidently proceeded to Dingnan New City to inspect the progress of the construction. Upon arrival, he was greeted by the sight of an imposing city wall. The southern wall was already completed. This wall stands 16 meters tall, with a width of 14 meters at the top and a staggering 20 meters at the base, stretching a full 2,000 meters. Along the wall, every 120 meters, a projecting battlement was constructed, level with the wall, standing as steadfast sentinels. In total, there are 16 meticulously designed battlements, each topped with a sturdy watchtower for stationed soldiers. The city gate. Both a main tower and arrow towers stand tall. The arrow towers, positioned outward, feature square windows on the front and sides, providing optimal shooting positions for archers, while the main tower, situated inward, serves as the city's formal entrance, exuding an air of majesty and solemnity. The 2 towers are connected by a surrounding wall, forming a unique area known as the Moat City, which serves not only as a garrison but also as a strategic stronghold. Notably, within the Moat City, there exists a gentle sloped path leading to the city wall, free of stair impediments, allowing for the unimpeded passage of warhorses. On either side of the wall, protruding corner towers stand, designed in a regular square shape. These corner towers are even taller and grander than the battlements, soaring high as if proclaiming the city's pivotal role in warfare. The outer side of the wall is fortified with sturdy battlements, equipped with numerous arrow slits. These slits not only provide soldiers a vantage point for archery, but also offer a wide field of vision for observing their surroundings. Conversely, a low parapet is constructed on the inner side, devoid of arrow slits, designed to prevent soldiers from accidentally falling while traversing the wall. Xie Qinyuan stood quietly atop the wall, a surge of indescribable pride and satisfaction swelling within him, his gaze fixed upon the scene before him. his eyes glimmering with determination and confidence. Here lies his city, a grand fortress entirely designed and constructed by his own hands. It bears witness to his wisdom, courage, and perseverance, rising from barren land to become an impregnable stronghold. Every brick, every inch of earth, bears the imprint of his toil. Every defensive structure, every street and alley, is a testament to his meticulous planning. This city is not merely an assemblage of buildings but a manifestation of his dreams and aspirations. Gazing upon his achievements, Xie Qinyuan is acutely aware of the hardships endured, yet he feels a profound sense of fulfillment and accomplishment. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. At this moment, Xie Qinyuan sits in his palace within the realm of the abyss, his eyes gently closed, regulating his breathing. After years of arduous cultivation, he has reached the pinnacle of first-rate warriors. And today marks a critical juncture in his pursuit of the innate warrior realm. Just then, he keenly senses a boundless power coalescing and solidifying within his dantian, fully aware that this represents the key opportunity for his breakthrough. Thus, he gathers his focus, directing this immense force with unwavering concentration. As time flows, this power grows increasingly potent, surging like an unstoppable tide. Xie Qinyuan's body involuntarily trembles, his face betraying an expression of unbearable pain. Yet, despite this, he grits his teeth and perseveres. The heavens do not forsake the diligent. Ultimately, that terrifying force, akin to the creation of the universe, breaks through all constraints with unstoppable momentum, and Xie Qinyuan's aura suddenly surges to new heights. He abruptly opens his eyes, and they shine with radiant brilliance. Undoubtedly, he has successfully entered the ranks of innate warriors. He then rises to his feet, reveling in the boundless, oceanic power that surges within him. Simultaneously, his mental state undergoes a subtle transformation, becoming increasingly stable, resolute, and brimming with confidence. Henceforth, he embarks on a new journey, striving toward even higher and further realms of martial arts. During this period, Xie Qinyuan frequently led his followers into the abyss, leveraging its unique temporal laws to accelerate his cultivation progress. The heavens reward the diligent, and today, he has successfully broken through to the innate realm. Under his careful nurturing and guidance, many core civil and military officials have also significantly enhanced their strength, reaching the pinnacle of first-rate warriors, just one step away from breaking through to the innate level. After a brief respite to stabilize his realm, Xie Qinyuan steps out of the abyss, returning to the realm of reality. As he re-emerges, he immediately perceives the pervasive aura unique to the abyss surrounding him. Upon investigation, he is astonished to discover that on this continent, only Dingnan City, Yunnan Pass, and the territory of Shihu are enveloped by the thick aura of the abyss. While Annan County is also affected, the influence is limited to only half of the area. As for other regions, the presence is merely scattered, lacking any substantial impact. Realizing the shifting tides of circumstances, Xie Qinyuan decisively summons Shen Wanqian before him, inquiring, "What is the progress of our long-prepared grain plan?" Faced with Xie Qinyuan's question, Shen Wanqian's expression reveals a hint of bitterness as he reluctantly replies. Implementing this plan has proven to be quite challenging. Hearing this, Xie Qinyuan furrows his brow and presses further. "What obstacles have you encountered?" The familial powers of the Daong dynasty are deeply entrenched, exerting nearly omnipresent control over local affairs. Apart from those novel items and locally scarce goods, they provide substantial support to domestic industries. Especially for essential commodities like firewood, rice, oil, and salt, they hold these tightly in their grasp. Unwilling to easily relent. Take our Longting commerce as an example. Even if we sell grain at a loss, the locals still hesitate to purchase. After all, while Longting commerce is co-owned by you and the royal family, those families, though they may not dare to overtly challenge you due to your status, are nonetheless deviously scheming behind the scenes, constantly engaging in petty maneuvers. The authorities tend to adopt a stance of evasion, downplaying significant issues while trivializing minor ones. Consequently, we cannot afford to completely sever ties with them, resulting in a peculiar phenomenon. Those items that are not scarce locally, such as grain, are virtually ignored, while those they lack see extraordinary sales. Shen Wanqian explained with a pained expression. Upon hearing this, Xie Qinyuan furrows his brow in confusion and queries, "What is the situation in Annan County? It is my fief. Do they dare to disregard my face?" Currently, 5 major forces exist in Annan County: the military, the county governor's office, and the 3 prominent families of the Chun, Pong, and Su. According to the current system, military and political affairs must be governed separately. However, since all supplies required by the military are directly provided by the court, our side is unable to intervene. The county governor's office has chosen to remain neutral, offending neither side. As for the Qian, Pong, and Su families, they are particularly resistant to us, Shan Wanqian elaborated. After hearing these circumstances, a glimmer of cunning flashes in Xie Qinyuan's eyes. If that is the case, let us explore alternative methods. First, we can dispatch personnel to other regions to procure grain, and once we have accumulated enough, transport it to Annan County for sale. At the same time, we must strengthen our promotional efforts in Annan County, ensuring that the local populace is fully aware that the grain sold by Longting Commerce is not only affordable but also of superior quality. Secondly, we should seek suitable opportunities to negotiate with the Qian, Pong, and Su families, exploring the possibility of collaboration. Lastly, I shall visit the county governor's office bearing my royal seal, making it clear that I do not require their assistance in handling affairs, and insisting that they must conduct business with due diligence. Should they dare to continue their half-heartedness or muddle through, I shall consider reassigning them. Upon hearing the words of the prince, Shan Wanqian's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Your Highness, this plan is truly ingenious. I shall immediately set about arranging the necessary matters." Before long, an uncountable quantity of grain was ceaselessly transported to Annan County. The staff of Longting Trading Company tirelessly traversed the streets and alleys, sparing no effort to promote their wares, drawing numerous citizens to eagerly purchase their goods. Yet, in that very moment, the forces of the Pong, Qian, and Su families found themselves increasingly restless. They were acutely aware that if they allowed Longting Trading Company to continue its robust expansion, their own positions would undoubtedly become precarious. After much deliberation, they resolved to send a particularly eloquent representative to negotiate with Xie Qinyuan regarding the pertinent issues. Faced with the olive branch extended by the opposing side, Xie Qinyuan readily acquiesced and promptly proposed a partnership plan beneficial to both parties. Through Xie Qinyuan's relentless efforts, Longting Trading Company gradually established a firm foothold in Annan County, its business thriving and entering a prosperous phase, while also forging deep bonds with various local forces. Chapter 16. Mastering the Annan County Guardhouse. As the matters of Longting Trading Company drew to a close, Xie Qinyuan had already discerned that Annan County was as good as his own possession, easily within his grasp. Presently, within Annan County, only the military and the county guardhouse remained as the 2 principal powers. The county magistrate was merely a transient official, whose term would soon expire, posing no threat whatsoever. As for the military, it appeared to operate independently, isolated from the outside world. Breaching its defenses would prove arduous, yet there was no need for haste, as opportunities could be awaited. After all, according to legal provisions, the military had no authority to interfere in local governance, so it could be temporarily set aside. After much contemplation, Xie Qinyuan ultimately decided to target the county guardhouse. He meticulously selected a group of trusted confidants to discreetly gather incriminating evidence against the magistrate and his subordinate officials, while simultaneously employing every means at his disposal to win over their hearts, seeking to transform them into his loyal supporters. The Dark Abyss faction, as anticipated. It wasn't long before the majority of officials within the county guardhouse willingly submitted to Xie Qinyuan's command, and the magistrate's actual power was gradually eroded unbeknownst to him. In regard to the military, Xie Qinyuan opted for a strategy of restraint, choosing to observe the unfolding situation. He was acutely aware of the complex dynamics within the military, understanding that any misstep could lead to dire consequences, thus he refrained from acting impulsively. However, he remained vigilant, silently observing in the shadows, endeavoring to identify any internal divisions or weaknesses within the military that he could exploit at an opportune moment. The subsequent plan involved patiently awaiting his subordinates to successfully ascend to the innate realm. Simultaneously, Xie Qinyuan astutely recognized that the martial prowess of his faction was at a disadvantage when clashing with other powers. A significant reason for this lay in the fact that while the Dark Abyss was populated with a multitude of practitioners, the resources required for cultivation largely depended on trade, rendering self-sufficiency elusive. Thus, it became imperative to strategically develop industries capable of supplying cultivation resources. Regarding martial arts techniques and skills, Xie Qinyuan had little cause for concern, as support could be obtained from the Dark Abyss in this regard. He then summoned Minister of Education Wang Xian and inquired, "What is the current status of the educational initiatives in the Dark Abyss? Have any formidable challenges arisen?" Wang Xian respectfully replied, "Your Highness. As of now, the advancement of education in the Dark Abyss in the realm of cultural knowledge has been relatively smooth. We have provided excellent benefits for teachers, facilitating progress. However, in terms of martial arts, since the people of the Dark Abyss have had limited exposure to martial studies, they primarily rely on their own exploration, lacking guidance from experienced martial arts mentors, which has resulted in a sluggish pace of development. Furthermore, the prolonged period of peace and comfort in the Dark Abyss has rendered our practitioners somewhat rigid in actual combat scenarios, lacking the flexibility and adaptability required in the application of martial techniques. The difficulties are not insurmountable. The key lies in identifying the issues and devising solutions, addressing each matter methodically," he continued. First, regarding the shortage of exceptionally experienced martial arts instructors, we could establish a dedicated academy for martial arts instruction and invite some experts to teach there. Additionally, considering the general lack of practical combat experience, I propose creating an arena akin to a gladiatorial combat venue where common folk can compete. Those who achieve 10 consecutive victories would be awarded the title of Brave, 20 victories would earn them the title of Valiant, 30 would be Mighty, 40 Heroic, and 50 would bestow the title of Champion. Should anyone manage to secure 100 victories, they must be honored with the title of Hero. Furthermore, for these distinguished individuals, I will instruct the Ministry of Justice to establish a set of laws to provide them with certain privileges. Finally, we could incorporate a department within the combat arena reminiscent of a gambling house, allowing martial artists to place bets on their fights, with official oversight ensuring fairness. The profits generated by this department could be allocated as rewards for those who achieve consecutive victories, undoubtedly attracting more participants to the competitions. Your Highness, you are truly remarkable. Such measures are sure to entice a multitude of martial artists to take to the stage, marking a splendid opportunity to gain both renown and reward," Wang Xian exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Wang Xian, I also intend to establish an alchemy academy and a forging academy. The alchemy academy will be entrusted to Master Bian to serve as its head, while I have yet to find a suitable candidate for the Forging Academy. You are to oversee the establishment of the Martial Arts Academy, Alchemy Academy, and Forging Academy, and concurrently assist me in locating a suitable candidate for the head of the Forging Academy for review by the Ministry of Personnel." Xie Qinyuan instructed with a steady tone, "At once, Your Highness." Wang Xian, having received his orders, wasted no time and promptly began preparations for the establishment of the 3 academies. As time flowed swiftly by, the Martial Arts Academy, Alchemy Academy, and Forging Academy sprung forth like mushrooms after a rainstorm. The emergence of these 3 institutions stirred the waters, drawing countless martial artists and exceptionally talented youths to enroll enthusiastically. The academy was alive with the buzz of activity, particularly within the grand and spacious combat arena, where heroes clashed fiercely, each showcasing their unique skills in breathtaking battles that captivated the audience. The spectators were spellbound, their cheers and applause echoing continuously. The establishment of the gambling department further heightened the tension and excitement of the martial competitions. Meanwhile, Xie Qinyuan tirelessly sought out suitable artisans to assume the role of head of the Forging Academy. After a period of discreet investigations, he finally discovered a forging prodigy named Jiang Tianyu. This individual possessed exceptional skills, reaching the pinnacle of his craft, and exhibited unique, innovative concepts, making him a rare talent indeed. Much to Xie Qinyuan's satisfaction, as time progressed, the influence of the Dark Abyss expanded like a snowball, its affairs flourishing with prosperity. In mid-August, the heat was unbearable, the blazing sun seemingly intent on scorching the earth. Xie Qinyuan decided to personally inspect his fief. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, he was astonished to find that the once lush wild grasses along the roadside had turned a desolate yellow. At this time, the wild grasses should have been thriving, Yet this year's weather was exceptionally sweltering, far surpassing previous years. Arriving at the banks of the Fu River, he was further shocked to see that the once slightly exposed boulders were now nearly fully revealed. With growing concern, Xie Qinyuan ventured into a nearby village and summoned the village chief to inquire about the situation. "Village chief, how is the growth of this year's crops?" The village chief sighed heavily before responding. "Since the beginning of this month, we have noticed a rapid decline in the water level of the Fu River, and it has not rained for 3 consecutive months. The crops in the fields are suffering from the lack of water, and a fortnight ago, the villagers had to carry buckets to irrigate them." Hearing this, Xie Qinyuan realized that a drought had indeed befallen the land. His expression darkened, fully aware that the drought would inflict severe damage on agriculture. Without hesitation, he hurried back to the city and convened the officials to discuss countermeasures. "We must act swiftly to save the crops," Xie Qinyuan declared, his face etched with worry as he furrowed his brow and raised his voice. At that moment, the gathered officials wore grave expressions, their anxiety palpable, and they began to fervently discuss various strategies for addressing the crisis. Some officials proposed digging more wells to introduce water sources, while others suggested mobilizing the populace to assist in irrigating the fields. Xie Qinyuan stood quietly, attentively listening to the various proposals, occasionally furrowing his brow in contemplation. After a while, he finally issued his command: "Immediately concentrate all available manpower and resources to excavate new wells, and ensure that the blocked river channels are cleared to guarantee the unimpeded flow of water. Furthermore, send a contingent of capable individuals to other regions to procure ample grain supplies to avert any potential food shortages." With the issuance of this directive, the entire city of Dingnan instantly became bustling with activity. Men, women, and children alike eagerly immersed themselves in the arduous task of drought relief. Some vigorously wielded shovels to dig deep wells, while others tirelessly guided river water into the parched fields. Meanwhile, another group hurried to Annan County to inform local officials of the impending drought and request assistance. After several days and nights of relentless toil, the long-standing drought was finally alleviated to some extent, and the once withered crops began to regain their vitality. Witnessing this scene, Xie Qinyuan felt a heavy weight in his heart gradually lift. Yet he was acutely aware that the battle against the drought was far from over. Everyone still needed to remain vigilant and prepare for a protracted struggle. Chapter 17. The arrival of younger siblings in the 5th year of Qingyuan, the era name of Xie Qi. Xie Qinyuan had reached the age of 20, yet he had not entertained thoughts of marriage, remaining solitary and becoming known as a late-blooming bachelor in the eyes of many. This situation greatly troubled the Empress Dowager Li Xian, prompting her to implore the emperor to arrange a marriage for him. Consequently, Xie Qi and Li Xian began to meticulously select among the unmarried young women of the court who were both accomplished and of admirable appearance, hoping to find a virtuous and talented lady to become the wife of Prince Xie Qinyuan of Annan County. After much deliberation, they ultimately chose Fan Qingyao, the daughter of the Right Minister of War. Shortly thereafter, a royal decree was issued, commanding Prince Xie Qinyuan to return to the capital to wed without delay. However, just as messengers were dispatched to Annan, a small commotion quietly arose. Xie Qinyuan's younger brother, Xie Qinxian, and sister, Xie Qinwei, upon hearing of someone traveling to Annan, insisted on accompanying them to find their elder brother. Faced with their stubbornness, Xie Qi and Li Xian were left with no choice but to dispatch a retinue to escort the 5th princess and the 6th prince to Annan County. The journey was arduous, yet Xie Qinxian and Xie Qinwei remained unable to contain their excitement. Their minds were filled with vivid images of reuniting with their brother, and they longed to share the joyous news with him as soon as possible. However, partway through their travels, doubts began to creep in, and had it not been for their deep yearning to see their elder brother soon, they might have given up. Even so, they incessantly inquired of the eunuch Xiao Gizi about when they would arrive in Annan County. One day, after a whole day of bumpy travel, Xie Qinxian felt as though his bones were about to dislocate. The dreadful road conditions. "Where exactly is this place?" Xie Qinxian asked feebly. "Your Highness, this is the southernmost point of Zhenan and the northernmost of Annan," replied a nearby guard respectfully. "Then how much farther to Annan County?" Xie Qinxian pressed. "Reporting to Your Highness, it should only take a bit longer, roughly the time it takes to brew a cup of tea," the guard responded. Upon hearing this, An excited smile spread across Xie Qinshuan's face, reminiscent of a child's joy. In the capital, his days consisted merely of studying and practicing martial arts, rising before dawn and sleeping long after dusk. "O heavens, have mercy on me!" Xie Qinshian envied his brother Xie Qinyuan's freedom in his own fief. Yet, if it came to actively requesting a fief for himself, Xie Qinshian was unwilling, for the royal decree clearly stated that once one was conferred the title of prince, they would forfeit their claim to the throne. "Sixth brother, we must be nearing Yan'an." A sweet, melodious voice, akin to a yellow oriole emerging from the valley, chimed from within the carriage. At that moment, a delicate hand, as if sculpted from fine jade, gently lifted a corner of the carriage curtain. The surrounding guards immediately bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to Her Highness the Fifth Princess." Xie Qinshian, beaming with joy, replied, "Indeed, just ahead lies our elder brother's fief." And no sooner had he spoken than Xie Qinwei's charming figure leisurely emerged from the carriage. The fifth princess, Xie Qinwei, aged 14, was in the prime of her youth. She was naturally beautiful, with striking features, bright eyes, and rosy lips, truly a vision of exquisite grace. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her slender shoulders, and when the gentle breeze stirred it, it released an elegant fragrance. Beneath gracefully arched brows, her large, sparkling eyes glimmered with intelligence and mischief. A delicate nose, rosy cherry lips, and a perpetually playful smile gave her an air of both charm and poise. Dressed in an exquisitely embroidered brocade robe, adorned with intricate patterns that complemented her noble demeanor, she appeared utterly exceptional. Xie Qinwei smiled radiantly, filled with delight as she exclaimed, "After such a long journey, we are finally close to seeing our elder brother." Before she could finish, a resounding thud echoed, and the carriage jolted violently. Xie Qinshian, taken aback, quickly leaned forward to see what lay ahead, only to be astonished by the sight before him. A vast, smooth road stretching infinitely. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, marveling that such luxurious roads could exist. The road was a unique shade of gray, flat as a mirror and flawless. Intriguingly, a prominent white line had been painted down the center as a dividing line. Xie Qinwei, equally curious, leaned out to gaze, her mind filled with questions. She turned to a nearby guard, asking, "Are you certain this is the path to Yan'an County? It does not appear to be paved with stone slabs. Yet how can it be so level?" It is worth noting that most roads in various regions were still made of yellow clay, turning muddy during rainy days. Yet this road before them was entirely different. Its construction remarkably impressive. The guard, not daring to be negligent, quickly retrieved a map to verify, confirming, "Your Highness, this is undoubtedly the road to Yan'an County." Upon hearing this, Xie Qinshian and Xie Qinwei exchanged glances, each reflecting a glimmer of eager anticipation for Yan'an County. After sharing a look filled with curiosity, they resolved to hasten their pace and discover where this luxurious road would lead. The grand procession sped along the wide road like a whirlwind, continuing at such a rapid pace for 3 whole days until a majestic and imposing city suddenly appeared before everyone, as if descending from the heavens. The city walls towered to the clouds, seemingly piercing the sky. Built from incredibly sturdy bricks, they appeared indestructible. Above the city gate, a massive plaque was embedded, boldly inscribed with the dazzling characters of Dingnan City. As the group entered the city, they were greeted by unusually wide and impeccably clean streets, flanked by an array of magnificent buildings, bustling with lively shops and a vibrant atmosphere. The people here donned resplendent garments, their faces radiating happiness and contentment, presenting a scene of thriving prosperity. This vivid spectacle left Xie Qinshian and Xie Qinwei utterly astounded, marveling at what seemed to be an undiscovered earthly paradise. At this moment, the siblings were filled with joy, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to reunite with their elder brother and, through him, delve deeper into the enchanting allure of Dingnan City. Subsequently, Xie Qinshian and Xie Qinwei began their search for the Yan'an prince's residence. Following the main thoroughfare, they arrived at a grand and opulent estate. The gates stood wide open, flanked by rows of fully armed soldiers, their expressions grave and intimidating. Walking forward with lively steps, the siblings were met with respectful bows from the soldiers. After Xie Chenxian stated their purpose for visiting, the soldiers graciously led them into the Yan'an prince's residence. The interior of the Yan'an prince's residence exuded unparalleled luxury without appearing vulgar, instead radiating an air of elegance. After traversing through a picturesque courtyard, they finally reached the main hall. Upon entering, they beheld a remarkably handsome man standing with his hands clasped behind his back, a gentle smile gracing his face as he gazed warmly at them. "Brother!" Xie Chenxian and Xie Chenwei exclaimed in unison, their excitement palpable as they rushed towards him like birds in flight. Xie Chenyuan opened his arms, enveloping them in a tight embrace, his eyes brimming with boundless affection and adoration. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xie Chenyuan led them on a tour of the Yan'an prince's residence. Xie Chenxian animatedly recounted his observations since arriving in Yan'an County, particularly praising the prosperity and advanced nature of Dingnan City, asserting that it surpassed even the bustling capital. Hearing his brother's enthusiastic praise, Xie Chenyuan smiled faintly and explained, "What you see now is no longer the Dingnan County of the past. Ever since I was conferred this title, I have begun the reconstruction of Dingnan County." Xie Chenxuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he eagerly inquired, "Third brother, are you truly saying that this magnificent new Dingnan city was entirely crafted by your own hand?" In response to his brother's question, Xie Chenyuan smiled gently and nodded in affirmation. Xie Chenwei gazed at Xie Chenyuan with admiration, her eyes filled with awe as she sincerely exclaimed, "Third brother, you are simply remarkable. To create such a grand and awe-inspiring city is truly an extraordinary feat." Receiving his sister's praise, Xie Chenyuan merely smiled modestly, displaying a profound humility. He then led them onward, guiding them to behold more breathtaking sights. As they journeyed, the siblings closely followed Xie Chenyuan's footsteps, witnessing a series of astonishing wonders. The first sight that met their eyes was an efficiently functioning agricultural irrigation system, where fertile lands flourished with robust crops, and farmers toiled diligently, their faces alight with satisfaction, painting a picture of a prosperous and harmonious existence. Next, they passed by a newly established academy, where the melodious sounds of students reading echoed in their ears, seemingly narrating the power of knowledge and hope. Lastly, they traversed a bustling marketplace, absorbing the vibrant commercial atmosphere, where the lively streets were filled with a constant stream of carts and people, all testifying to the flourishing economic vitality of Dingnan City. What lay before them left Xie Chenxian and Xie Chenwei deeply moved, their hearts brimming with admiration for the remarkable achievements of Yan'an County, as well as for Xie Chenyuan's exceptional talents and extraordinary wisdom. At that moment, a rather awkward eunuch named Xiao Gizi interrupted, softly stating, "Your Highness, I have here a decree from His Majesty. May I inquire if it is a convenient time for you to receive it?" "Oh, what is the decree?" Xie Chenyuan asked, his expression tinged with skepticism. Before Xiao Gizi could respond, Xie Chenwei eagerly interjected, "Third brother, I already know. Father and mother have noticed that you are of an age yet unmarried, and thus have carefully selected a potential bride for you. The purpose of this visit is to escort you back to the capital to partake in the wedding ceremony. He. Upon hearing this, Xie Chenyuan felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him, and he could only gaze upward at the sky, silently sighing. After a considerable pause, he resignedly gestured, "If that is the case, then let the decree be read." "As you command, Your Highness," Xiao Gizi replied, promptly retrieving the golden decree and reading it aloud. "By the grace of heaven, the Emperor decrees. I have heard that my second son, Xie Chenyuan, has come of age and ought to select a suitable match to continue the royal lineage. Presently, the daughter of the Right Minister of War, Fan Xingyao, possesses noble character, striking beauty, and a gentle disposition. She is indeed a most excellent match. Therefore, I bestow this lady upon Yan'an County Prince Xie Chenyuan as his wife, and a propitious date shall be selected for the wedding ceremony to ensure a blissful union." "So be it." Year 5 of Qingyuan. Upon finishing the decree, Xiao Gizi respectfully presented it to Xie Chenyuan, indicating that his task had been successfully completed. Faced with the situation, Xie Chenyuan, though feeling somewhat helpless, understood that the emperor's will was not to be defied and thus accepted the arrangement. Chapter 18. Returning to the capital, time flew by, and soon it was late May, with the heat of Dingnan becoming increasingly unbearable. After meticulous preparations, Xie Qinyuan set forth with a plethora of generous gifts, leading the entire entourage of his personal guards on the journey from Dingnan City, heading directly towards the capital. Among those accompanying him were the brothers Hua Wan and Hua Wu, the fifth Princess Xie Qinwei, the sixth Prince Xie Chenxian, and several others from the decree delivery team, including Xiao Gizi. Once they departed Dingnan County, the group headed northward. After 3 days of travel, they finally crossed out of Ainan County and entered Jinan County. It was the height of summer, and the wheat fields on the horizon shimmered with a golden hue, uplifting the spirits of those who beheld them. As Hua Wan walked past a parched piece of land, he absent-mindedly plucked a wheat stalk and rubbed it gently in his palms, a trace of sorrow etched on his face. Nearby, a farmer was crouched by the roadside weaving straw ropes. Hua Wan approached and inquired, "Might I ask, good sir, how is this year's harvest for your household?" "The harvest?" The old man looked up upon hearing the voice, scrutinizing Hua Wan's fine robes, and sighed with resignation. "We encountered a drought in spring, just when the wheat was maturing. This calamity has struck, and I fear this year's yield will be drastically reduced. If we managed to gather 80 pounds of wheat from an acre, it would be considered a remarkable harvest." The old man lamented, his wrinkled face betraying deep concern and helplessness. His once bright eyes now appeared clouded and murky, as if years of hardship had cast a thick layer of dust over them. He gazed silently into the distant sky, murmuring in a tone almost desolate, "Compared to previous years, the yield has been halved. Why must heaven be so merciless, leaving us without even a means of survival?" His words echoed with boundless sorrow and despair. Hua Wan stood quietly beside him, absorbing the old man's lamentations, his heart heavy with empathy, yet unsure how to provide comfort. He could only remain by the old man's side, sharing in the weight of his sorrow. After a long while, Hua Wan slowly turned back to the group, releasing a long, deep sigh, though his inner turmoil remained unresolved. "What has transpired, Hua Wan?" Xie Qinyuan, having noticed Hua Wan's change in demeanor, inquired with concern. Hua Wan gently shook his head, sighed, and recounted everything he had witnessed, including the old man's words, in detail to Xie Qinyuan. "Only 80 pounds per acre?" Xie Qinyuan's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. "Your Highness, you may not be aware, but wheat does not possess a strong drought resistance. When faced with dry conditions, the yield naturally decreases significantly in a year like this. Achieving 80 pounds is already fortunate," Hua Wan explained with another sigh, adding, "Let us hope that the rice crops grown by the common folk yield a better harvest. If the rice also suffers severe reductions like other crops, the people may soon face the threat of starvation. When the common people go hungry, social order is bound to be disrupted, and it may even lead to unrest. Fortunately, things are relatively better in Ainan County." Hua Wan took a deep breath, reflecting, thanks to the prince's foresight, he anticipated the drought and took timely measures to improve irrigation, which has alleviated the situation to some extent. However, outside of Ainan County, the conditions are far from optimistic. If this calamity persists, Ainan County may not withstand it for long. The two exchanged glances, both letting out a sigh of resignation, their faces marked with helplessness, clearly at a loss regarding the current predicament. After a lengthy journey, they traversed Jinan County and continued onward without pause for over 3 months, finally arriving at the outskirts of the capital. What lay before them stirred their hearts. This place was not to be compared to the insignificant Dingnan City. Even the grand walls of the new Dingnan City paled in comparison. The towering, magnificent city walls of the capital loomed like a colossal iron beast, dominating the landscape, with gray-blue stones and golden glazed tiles harmoniously reflecting one another. Every detail spoke of the supreme authority and dignity of this unified dynasty. Upon reaching the southern Jingyang Gate, officials from the Department of Rights and the Zongjing Institute had long awaited their arrival. After exchanging pleasantries and formalities, the officials from the Zongjing Institute led Xie Qinyuan and his entourage into the city. Meanwhile, the entire personal guard remained outside the city, encamped, with only a select few, including Hua Wan and Hua Wu, permitted to accompany him into the capital. Despite the drought ravaging other regions, the capital still exhibited a scene of prosperity and flourishing. The bustling streets were alive with activity, teeming with people. Merchants and travelers from all corners converged here, some vocally hawking their wares, others quietly negotiating prices. Among them were not only herdsmen from the vast northern steppes, but also southern tribesmen from the jungles, as well as foreigners from the distant west and island nations of the east. They spoke in varied dialects, engaging in lively discussions with local merchants, painting a vivid and bustling marketplace tableau. After approximately half an hour of navigating through the lively city, the officials from the Zongjing Institute finally guided Xie Qinyuan to the solemn and dignified Zongjing Institute. This ancient and stately building had witnessed countless historical vicissitudes and served as the venue for handling royal family affairs, embodying the dynasty's legacy and responsibilities. According to long-standing customs, whenever a princely lord entered the capital for an audience, they would be arranged to rest here. The following morning, as sunlight bathed the earth, Xie Qinyuan, clad in resplendent garments, solemnly entered the palace to pay his respects to Emperor Xie Qi. Upon entering the palace, he respectfully knelt and bowed, lowering his head in deference, performing the traditional 3 kneels and 9 bows. Proclaiming loudly, "Long live the emperor! Long live for eternity!" Seated upon the dragon throne, Xie Qi gazed intently at Xie Qinyuan below, his eyes reflecting a hint of sentiment. After a moment, he softly spoke. "Rise, Qinyuan. It has been 5 years since we last met, has it not?" Xie Qinyuan stood, slightly bowing as he replied, "Indeed. It has been 5 full springs and autumns since I was conferred and left the capital, and I have not been able to serve by your side, for which I am deeply ashamed. I beg your pardon, Father, as time flows swiftly and the years pass by like a fleeting shuttle." Xie Qinyuan has reached the age of 21, yet he remains devoid of any romantic inclinations. Consequently, his mother, the Empress, has taken it upon herself to find him a suitable bride. The purpose of summoning him back to the capital is to arrange this forthcoming nuptial. Subsequently, the father and son shared their experiences and encounters over the years, discussing matters of state, the plight of the populace, as well as the intrigues of the martial world, all in a harmonious and congenial atmosphere. During their conversation, Xie Qinyuan meticulously reported to his father about the administration of his fief and the challenges he faced. In turn, Xie Qi offered him invaluable guidance and expressed admiration for his son's recent accomplishments. Then, with earnestness, Xie Qi addressed Xie Qinyuan. "I have prepared a residence in the capital for you as your marital abode, and you shall soon be able to relocate there. The Astronomical Bureau has already divined an auspicious date, with the wedding set for the 9th day of the 9th month, coinciding with the Chongyang festival. Calculating the days, we have less than a month to prepare. Before you leave the palace, you must pay a visit to your birth mother, concubine Li, for she has missed you dearly over the years." "Understood. I shall take my leave," Xie Qinyuan replied with a nod before departing directly to the inner palace to visit Li Xian. Upon arrival, he first offered his respects to his mother, engaging in a lengthy conversation, inquiring about her well-being, and cherishing their time together. After they finished their evening meal within the palace, he returned to the ancestral hall. As he entered his chamber, Xie Qinyuan slowly sat at the edge of the bed, his mind swirling with thoughts like a tempestuous tide. To him, marriage represented not only a heavy responsibility but also an inescapable shackle. He could not help but ponder whether he was truly capable of fulfilling the role of a husband and whether he possessed the ability to bestow happiness upon his future partner. Yet, he also understood that this was a destiny he could not evade. With the wedding date already confirmed by the emperor, he had no choice but to accept it with equanimity, in the brief span of less than a month. He needed to meticulously prepare for the wedding, while also becoming intimately acquainted with every detail of his fiancée. Reflecting on this, a sense of pressure began to weigh upon him. However, he resolved not to allow these burdens to hinder him. He firmly believed that with unwavering dedication, he could face all challenges with composure. Thus, Xie Qinyuan resolutely rose and moved to the window. Gazing at the luminous moon outside, in his heart, he silently vowed to ensure that this wedding would be a resounding success. Chapter 19. The Grand Wedding. Next, Xie Qinyuan busily engaged in preparations for the wedding. In terms of the betrothal gifts, he specifically instructed his servants to procure a piece of exceptionally pure jade, which he had meticulously carved into an exquisite jade pendant. This pendant, resembling the creamy whiteness of mutton fat, was evidently crafted from premium Hatian jade. Subsequently, this token of good fortune was entrusted to Hua Wan, who delivered it to the bride's family to signify the groom's earnest intentions. For the name inquiry ceremony, Xie Qinyuan sought the assistance of his two esteemed mentors, Li Jia and Lin Shi, to ensure that all rituals were conducted with due diligence. During this segment, they would gather comprehensive details about the bride's name, birth date, and other pertinent information. Once everything proceeded smoothly, they entered the auspicious phase. Xie Qinyuan carefully selected 2 plump geese as part of the bride price, symbolizing the unwavering loyalty of the couple. Following this, the bride's family would reciprocate with gifts, thereby formalizing the engagement. Fortunately, finding geese in the current season posed no challenge, but had it been winter, they would have needed to journey south to procure them. In preparation for the bride price, Xie Qinyuan expended considerable effort, amassing a wealth of precious items, including gold, exquisite jade, silk, and fine glassware. Each of these gifts was invaluable and rare. Ultimately, he dispatched his brothers Hua Wan and Hua Wu to deliver these sumptuous offerings to the bride's family. As for the announcement date, it required no elaboration, for it had already been calculated and confirmed by the Astronomical Bureau and was immutable. All that remained was for the parties to follow the established protocol, informing both sides of the specific time for the union, and once both parties raised no objections, the wedding date would be set. The wedding procession was one of life's 4 great joys and a vital part of the wedding night, marking a crucial and eagerly anticipated day at dawn. With a few lingering stars still visible in the sky, Xie Qinyuan was roused from his slumber by his attendants, at that moment, half awake and still in a daze. He obediently allowed them to adorn him, as time slipped by unnoticed. When Xie Qinyuan finally regained full consciousness, he realized he had merely taken a brief nap and was informed that he was now fully dressed. Seated atop a magnificent white steed, Xie Qinyuan led an extravagant wedding procession, making his way out of the royal residence. Soon, they arrived at the front of the Fan residence, the home of the bride. The Fan household was festooned with lanterns and decorations, indicating that they were well prepared. Xie Qinyuan first paid his respects to his father-in-law and mother-in-law, expressing his reverence before bowing to the veiled Fan Qingyao as a sign of respect for her status as the princess. Following a series of ceremonial exchanges, Fan Qingyao was escorted into the bridal palanquin, accompanied by the lively sounds of drums and gongs. Creating a festive atmosphere, the wedding procession gradually made its way toward the royal residence. Within the royal palace, Xie Qi and Li Xian seated themselves in the elevated chambers, awaiting the return of the newlyweds. After completing a succession of intricate rituals such as bowing to heaven and earth, honoring the elders, and the couple's mutual bowing, Fan Qingyao was finally led into the opulently adorned bridal chamber. Meanwhile, the groom, Xie Qinyuan, remained outside to accompany the guests in merriment. During this time, Xie Qinyuan resorted to various ruses, such as pouring out half of his drink and replacing it with plain water to maintain appearances. After considerable exertion, he managed to see off all the guests by nightfall, ensuring that each one had been treated with courtesy. Do not presume that Xie Qinyuan, as a prince, was spared from the relentless urging of others to drink. In reality, it was the high-ranking officials who were the most unrestrained, especially on this momentous occasion. Upon witnessing Xie Qinyuan surreptitiously clinking cups filled with water with the crown prince and others, they immediately insisted on replacing his drink and compelled him to down 3 large cups. Poor Xie Qinyuan found himself inebriated and disoriented as he stumbled into the bridal chamber, where his gaze fell upon the figure seated on the bed. Her head covered with a red veil, reminiscent of a bashful flower. He first drained the cup of detoxifying soup placed on the table, feeling somewhat more lucid, and then gently lifted the mysterious red veil. As the crimson silk fell away, he beheld a bride of extraordinary beauty, akin to a celestial being. She sat there, delicate and timid, not daring to lift her gaze, resembling a startled fawn. Her figure was slender and graceful. With a slim waist and alluring curves, her skin, as pure as snow, resembled a tender flower reflected in clear waters. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, softly brushing against her porcelain skin. Exuding a subtle, enchanting fragrance, her countenance was exquisitely refined, as if sculpted from the finest jade, with an ethereal charm in her eyes and a gentle smile. hinting at an irresistible allure. The beautiful bride donned an exquisitely luxurious wedding gown, intricately embroidered with auspicious patterns and adorned with lustrous pearls and dazzling gemstones at the collar and cuffs. These jewels sparkled brilliantly in the light, accentuating her regal elegance. The jewelry she wore was of immense value, with the gems on her necklace shimmering in harmony with her captivating gaze. Her earrings swayed gently with her movements, producing a melodious chime that enchanted all who heard it. Xie Qinyuan gradually approached the bride and seated himself beside her, softly uttering, "My dear, you have worked hard today." His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with genuine concern. Fan Qingyao shyly lowered her head, unable to meet the depth of his gaze, and replied in a voice as soft as a whisper, "Thank you, my husband." Though her words were barely audible, they carried a heartfelt sincerity. At this moment, her heart raced like a startled deer, a rosy hue blossoming on her cheeks, her hands nervously fidgeting with the hem of her gown. Enveloping the scene in a sweet and tender atmosphere, her eyes flitted away, unable to meet Xie Qinyuan's profound gaze. A subtle smile graced his lips as he took her trembling hand in his own, gently saying, "My dear, today we are united in matrimony. May we support each other through thick and thin for the rest of our lives." Fan Qingyao shyly nodded, a charming blush coloring her cheeks. Xie Qinyuan gazed at the enchanting figure before him, his heart brimming with joy. Following tradition, they first shared a piece of meat symbolizing reunion and harmony, then drank from the cup of unity, signifying their everlasting bond. Upon completing these rituals, Xie Qinyuan gently blew out the red candles on the table. Instantly, the room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the silver glow of the moonlight, which faintly outlined the forms within. Xie Qinyuan tenderly extended his arms, gently embracing Fan Qingyao into his warm embrace. He could sense her body stiffen slightly, clearly overwhelmed with anxiety. "Do not be afraid," Xie Qinyuan whispered gently into Fan Qingyao's ear. "From this moment forth, regardless of the challenges we may face, I shall remain steadfast by your side, eternally guarding you." Upon hearing these words, Fan Qingyao tilted her head slightly, her gaze meeting Xie Qinyuan's. In that fleeting moment, a profound emotion shimmered in her eyes. The two embraced tightly, their breaths intertwining, as if the entire world had been reduced to just the two of them. As the night deepened, silence enveloped them. They fell asleep in each other's arms, and though the night lacked excessive sweet nothings, their hearts had already comprehended each other's sentiments, in the long years to come. They would walk side by side, ready to face the storms of life together. Chapter 20. The royal heritage. In the morning, the first rays of sunlight penetrated the windowsill, cascading into the room like golden gossamer. Fan Qingyao stirred awake, her gaze first landing on the serene face of her husband, Xie Qinyuan. Looking at his tranquil sleeping visage, an indescribable sense of happiness washed over her. She carefully got out of bed, cautious not to disturb her beloved, and softly made her way to the washroom to complete her morning routine. Upon returning to the bedside, Fan Qingyao quietly gazed at Xie Qinyuan, a tender smile unconsciously gracing her lips. She then turned and entered the kitchen, where she began to meticulously prepare a special breakfast, hoping to surprise Xie Qinyuan. When Xie Qinyuan finally awakened from his dreams, his eyes were immediately drawn to the lavish spread laid out on the table. Each dish, crafted with care by Fan Qingyao, exuded an enticing aroma. The warmth filled his heart, deepening his affection for his wife. After enjoying their breakfast, the couple made their way to the palace to pay respects to Xie Qi and Liu Xian. They respectfully presented tea to their elders, expressing their reverence and gratitude. Xie Qi accepted the fragrant tea offered by Xie Qinyuan and Fan Qingyao, taking a sip before smiling at Xie Qinyuan and asking earnestly, "Qinyuan, now that you have established a family, what plans do you have for your future in the fief? Additionally, how is your cultivation progressing?" Xie Qinyuan glanced at Fan Qingyao, his eyes filled with determination as he replied, "Father, I plan to return to the fief with Qingyao in due time to focus on developing our territory." Regarding his cultivation, Xie Qinyuan pondered briefly before deciding to be candid, as he had already entered the innate realm and saw no need to conceal his strength. "Recently, I fortuitously broke through to the innate realm," he stated openly. Upon hearing this, Xie Qi could not help but burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent, truly. A tiger's son does not grow up to be a dog. My son has surpassed expectations, achieving a cultivation level beyond mine. Since you have attained the innate realm, it is time for you to understand the profound heritage of our royal family. Coincidentally, tomorrow the elders will gather to discuss the nationwide drought and the unrest among the border tribes. You shall accompany me to meet the royal officials. The following morning, under the bright sunshine and gentle breeze, Xie led Xie Qinyuan toward the ancestral hall for discussions. Upon arrival, Xie instructed Xie Qinyuan to wait outside for a moment. Once the discussions inside were nearing their conclusion, he summoned Xie Qinyuan in. As Xie Qinyuan stepped into the hall, he was struck by the solemn atmosphere, with numerous royal dignitaries seated within. Xie introduced him, saying, "This is my third son, Xie Qinyuan, who has recently broken through to the innate realm. Today, I have brought him to meet you all and to register him in the innate realm." With that, Xie pulled Xie Qinyuan closer and began introducing him to each individual. After a round of pleasantries, they arrived at a crucial topic. Qinyuan, upon breaking through to the innate realm, every member of our royal family faces a choice. Will you continue within your original lineage or forge a new path as an independent branch? Our lineage is the true direct line. Should you choose to create a new branch, it would mean departing from the direct line to establish your own. Each branch must have an innate realm warrior as its leader. Should a branch lose its innate warrior, its members will be accepted by other branches. Currently, besides our direct line, there are 54 branches coexisting. You may ponder your decision carefully, Xie explained in detail. Without a moment's hesitation, Xie Qinyuan replied, "Father, I wish to remain within the original lineage." He felt no need for deep contemplation on the matter. The disparity between the direct line and the branches was glaringly apparent. What need was there to weigh the pros and cons? While some may say it is better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix, in reality, how could an ordinary chicken be compared to a phoenix? They exist on entirely different planes. Comparing a common fowl to a phoenix is an affront to the latter, unless one were originally part of a branch. Perhaps there might be a chance to independently establish a branch and take on the role of leader. However, the reality was that he belonged to the direct line. How could he choose to join a branch? This exemplifies the adage that the strong grow stronger while the weak grow weaker. Very well, I shall register you as an innate warrior of the direct line, Xie said with a smile. His tone resolute, he then took up a brush and neatly inscribed the name Xie Qinyuan in the registration book. His strokes were strong and vigorous, as if each character contained boundless power. Once completed, Xie carefully handed the book to the elder beside him. The elder examined the book closely, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he nodded in approval. Since you have decided to commit to the direct line, you must henceforth dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to its prosperity and flourishing, Xie instructed Xie Qinyuan earnestly. Understanding the weight of his father's words, Xie Qinyuan immediately knelt and bowed deeply, pledging, "I shall not fail my mission." With his son's affirmation, Xie's heart finally settled. He gently patted Xie Qinyuan's shoulder, his eyes brimming with affection and hope. "Good. You may withdraw for now, but remember, should you encounter difficulties or require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." Xie Qinyuan once again bowed in farewell to his father and the elders before turning to leave the discussion hall. On his way back to the palace, his thoughts swirled and his emotions remained unsettled. Today's events had profoundly illustrated the royal family's unfathomable strength and remarkable heritage. Reflecting on his past self, he felt as though he had been trapped in a well. Severely underestimating the capabilities of the world's warriors, he felt a deep sense of shame. Now, he knew that there were at least 55 strong individuals within the royal family, each one a leader of their respective branches, all possessing the strength of innate warriors. Not to mention those innate warriors scattered across various branches who had yet to be accounted for. Especially within the royal direct line, there must surely be hidden talents and experts. Or how could they suppress the remaining 54 branches and firmly maintain their position? Surely, it could not rely solely on virtue. That is utterly ludicrous. After all, this is a world where the strong dominate. Xie Qinyuan understood this principle, and thus resolved to double his efforts in cultivation, striving to enhance his strength. For he knew that only by continuously growing stronger could he protect himself and those dear to him. As night fell and dinner concluded, Xie Qinyuan engaged in casual conversation with Fan Qingyao, sharing his experiences and the decisions he had made throughout the day. He inquired, "Qingyao, may I ask what stage your cultivation has currently reached?" Fan Qingyao shyly replied, "Your Highness, my cultivation is far inferior to yours. I have only just broken through to the second tier. Oh, not worry. In the days to come, I shall protect you, but you must also diligently cultivate. Once you step into the innate realm, we can remain together for eternity," Xie Qinyuan reassured her gently. "Understood, Your Highness. I shall endeavor to work even harder, living up to your expectations." Fan Qingyao nodded in agreement, expressing her determination to improve her cultivation. Chapter 21. The Crown Prince's invitation in the morning. As the first light illuminated the earth, Xie Qinyuan donned a pristine white training outfit and practiced with a long sword in the backyard. Each swing was infused with profound inner strength, the sword wind howling, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle. Just as he was lost in his practice, the steward hurriedly approached him. "Your Highness, this is an invitation sent by the Crown Prince. Please peruse it," the steward said respectfully, handing the invitation to Xie Qinyuan. Taking the invitation, Xie Qinyuan examined it closely. It was inscribed in golden ink with the words, "I invite third brother to Xuanyi Pavilion for a discussion this afternoon." The characters were bold and vigorous, exuding an air of authority. He could not help but wonder, usually, my brother is preoccupied with state affairs. Why would he invite me to lunch today? Could there be something of significance to discuss? Time flew by swiftly, and before long, noon approached. Xie Qinyuan, having changed into appropriate attire, stepped out of the residence. He proceeded along the bustling streets, where shops lined both sides and pedestrians flowed like a river, creating a lively atmosphere. As he walked, he caught sight of a grand pavilion in the distance, its roof adorned with a prominent plaque bearing 3 gilded characters. Xianyi Gu. The exquisite script shimmered under the sunlight, capturing his attention. Xie Qinyuan mused inwardly, "This must be the venue prepared by my elder brother for the gathering. I wonder what the reason for this reunion could be." As he approached, the full visage of Xianyi Gu became clearer. This establishment was magnificent and imposing, built against the mountains and beside the waters, harmonizing beautifully with the surrounding natural scenery, resembling a splendid painting. The architectural style of the tavern was distinctive, exuding elegance and antiquity while maintaining a grandiose presence. With flying eaves and intricate brackets, every detail showcased the remarkable craftsmanship and wisdom of ancient artisans. Standing before the tavern, Xie Qinyuan was momentarily awestruck by the sight. The 2 stone lions at the entrance appeared lifelike, standing tall and proud, exuding an air of majesty. They resembled loyal guardians, protecting this ancient structure. Water gushed from the mouths of the stone lions, forming a delicate curtain of water, crystal clear and pleasing to the eye. Taking a deep breath, Xie Qinyuan strode confidently into Xianyi Gu. Upon entering the hall, he was enveloped by a rich cultural ambience. The antique decorations and exquisite artworks were utterly intoxicating. The tavern spanned 3 stories, each with its own unique design. The first floor was spacious and bright, furnished with traditional tables and chairs, while the attendants, clad in ancient garb, busily catered to the guests. The second floor featured private rooms separated by screens, ensuring the guests' privacy. The third floor was an observation deck, offering breathtaking views of the mountains and rivers. Upon reaching the entrance of Xianyi Gu, he noticed that the prince's envoy had already been waiting there. Upon seeing Xie Qinyuan, the envoy hurried forward to pay his respects, saying respectfully, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince has arranged a banquet with fine wines on the second floor, eagerly awaiting your esteemed presence to partake in the feast." With that, he led Xie Qinyuan upstairs. It had been several years since Xie Qinyuan last met with the Crown Prince, and their reunion felt somewhat awkward. Yet, it was the Crown Prince who broke the ice. Greeting Xie Qinyuan with, "Third brother, it has been many years. How have you been lately?" Xie Qinyuan, not daring to be negligent, promptly returned the gesture, replying, "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I have been well." Thus, the two began to reminisce and engage in casual conversation, covering a wide range of topics, from their childhood antics to matters of state, as well as poetry, painting, and other artistic pursuits. With no subject left untouched, as their dialogue deepened, the atmosphere grew increasingly relaxed and cheerful. Noticing the mood had reached a delightful point, the crown prince took the opportunity to say to Xie Qinyuan, "Third brother, seeing you brings me such joy that I almost forgot about dining. Come, let us eat first." After their meal, the two enjoyed tea and continued their conversation. During this time, the crown prince suddenly inquired, "Third brother, do you know if sixth brother has any plans for the future?" Upon hearing this, Xie Qinyuan realized the crown prince had finally broached the main topic of his visit. He straightened up, ready to respond. "I have been preoccupied with wedding preparations recently and have not yet discussed future plans with sixth brother." Sixth brother, born in the 25th year of Tianda, was now 14 years old, yet surprisingly, he seemed to show no intention of seeking a title. Could it be that he wished to compete with me for the imperial throne? As far as I am concerned, sixth brother's capabilities are not to be feared, but I believe third brother has already met with the royal elders. Fortunately, I have received the support of the elders, and I hope third brother can persuade sixth brother. You must understand, third brother, that sixth brother's chances are exceedingly slim. What decision will you make at that time? Will you side with the royal elders or uphold the collective decisions of the royal family? I truly do not wish to see us brothers turn against one another in the end." The crown prince, Xie Di, spoke earnestly, his face reflecting sincerity. In truth, Xie Di was not genuinely concerned about sixth brother, Xie Qinxian. Rather, it was Xie Qinyuan, who had always acted with discretion and foresight, that truly aroused his vigilance and apprehension. Fortunately, Xie Qinyuan had already been granted the title of prince and had advanced further into the realm of innate power, thus diminishing any possibility of contesting for the throne. For this reason, he had specifically arranged this banquet to gauge Xie Qinyuan's stance on the matter. After listening to these words, Xie Qinyuan fell into silence. Although he expressed uncertainty about Xie Qinshuan's intentions, it was during the southern expedition that Xie Qinxian had covertly revealed his ambition for the throne and entrusted him with the various factions he had gathered. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Qinyuan pondered. If sixth brother were to receive my unwavering support, combined with his own capabilities and resources, perhaps ascending to that supreme throne would not be entirely hopeless. Alas, things have not gone as hoped. Now the crown prince has garnered the support of the royal elders, making sixth brother's chances of success exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, Xie Qinyuan did not hesitate and immediately responded. "Elder brother, please rest assured. I fully comprehend the stakes involved. Regarding sixth brother, I will do my utmost to advise him. Should he insist on pursuing this path, I hope you will engage in a fair contest with him, competing based solely on your true capabilities for the throne. Any underhanded or insidious tactics should have no place in this court." The crown prince's face brightened with satisfaction upon hearing this, and he chuckled lightly. "That is splendid. This is also a consideration for sixth brother's future. You must understand, should any of the princes fail in this struggle for the throne, they will never have the opportunity to receive a noble title again. At that point, they will only be able to enter the ancestral grounds worship hall to devote themselves to cultivation, thus losing their personal freedom." Xie Qinyuan nodded slightly, indicating his understanding of the crown prince's deeper intentions. He sighed inwardly, fully aware of the brutal and complex power struggles within the royal family, filled with endless schemes and intrigues. "I will spare no effort in advising sixth brother," Xie Qinyuan promised resolutely. "Then I shall trouble you, third brother," the crown prince said with a smile, slowly raising his wine cup. Xie Qinyuan mirrored the gesture, gently clinking his cup with the crown prince's before tilting his head back to drink it in one go. Just then, a sudden and urgent shout pierced the air. "Make way! Make way!" Urgent news from 800 miles. At that moment, a rough voice echoed from the street outside, accompanied by the rapid sound of hooves thundering away. The urgent announcement reverberated like thunder within the private room, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Urgent news from 800 miles? The crown prince, Xie Di, furrowed his brow, sensing a looming threat. He quickly opened the window and peered down at the street, where a disheveled courier rode past on a swift horse. The triangular banner trailing behind him flapped in the wind, signifying its importance. Judging by the banner, it appeared to be urgent news from the border. At this time, a drought was ravaging the south. Could it be that the southern tribes were taking advantage of the chaos to invade? The crown prince felt a tightening in his chest as he contemplated. While lost in thought, Xie Qinyuan spoke up, Elder brother, national affairs take precedence. I shall speak with sixth brother about today's matters. Very well, then let us part ways for now. I must head to the palace. The crown prince replied, turning and leaving in haste. Xie Qinyuan returned to the royal residence, summoning the sixth prince. Sixth brother, today elder brother discussed your matters with me. He has garnered the support of the royal elders. And now I shall relay to you the strength of the royal elders so you may deliberate accordingly. However, do remember that the affairs of the royal elders must not be disclosed. This is the foundation of the royal family. With that, Xie Qinyuan recounted all he had seen and heard yesterday at the ancestral grounds to Xie Qianxian. After listening, Xie Qianxian fell into silence. Third brother, I am aware of my lack of talent in martial arts. Without the aid of dragon energy, I may find it difficult to break through to the innate realm in this lifetime. Third brother, will you support me? Xie Qianxian inquired. Sixth brother, if you truly wish to compete, I may not be able to provide you with much overt support. After all, with my strength, it is challenging to contend with the royal elders. Yet, in secret, I will wholeheartedly support you. If you should fail in your pursuit, I will also devise a way for you to retreat. I will not allow you to enter the ancestral worship hall. Xie Qinyuan responded after a moment of contemplation. Thank you, third brother. I do not wish to become a pile of dust in 100 years. Therefore, I want to fight with all my might. Even if I fail, I will have made an effort, leaving no regrets in my life, Xie Qianxian said, his voice imbued with determination and fervor. Chapter 22. Invasion of the Southern Tribes as evening approached. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting its golden rays upon the rooftops of the palace, as if draping the entire court in a shimmering veil. At that moment, a messenger suddenly arrived in the palace, delivering an edict. Tomorrow, Prince Nan is to attend the court for the morning assembly. Upon hearing this, Xie Qinyuan felt a flicker of confusion within. Though he held the title of prince, he held no official position within the court. Why, then, was he suddenly summoned to attend the assembly? With a heart full of questions, Xie Qinyuan promptly dispatched his subordinates to gather intelligence. Shortly thereafter, he received word that due to an urgent report from the front lines arriving with great haste, all civil and military officials of the 5th rank and above were required to attend court the following day, at dawn the next day, before the night had fully dissipated and in the stillness of the early hours. Xie Qinyuan had already risen. After a brief wash, he began to don his attire. Once everything was in order, the time was barely 4 o'clock. Subsequently, Xie Qinyuan boarded the carriage that had long been waiting outside. Setting forth towards the imperial city, the wheels rolled steadily, and the sound of hooves echoed through the silent streets. Upon reaching the path beside the imperial city, the horizon had already begun to brighten with the first light of dawn. Marking the 5th watch of the night, at this moment, numerous officials had arrived early, standing respectfully to the side, some engaged in hushed conversation, while others were lost in silent contemplation. Soon after, Xie Qinyuan arrived at the Golden Luan Hall. Just then, an inner servant hastily emerged, calling out loudly, "Silence!" His voice resonated throughout the Golden Luan Hall. Simultaneously, several other inner servants wielded long whips, swinging them forcefully, the tips cutting through the air with sharp arcs, producing crisp, resounding cracks. This sound reverberated like thunder within the Golden Luan Hall. The officials, who had been whispering amongst themselves, hastily fell silent, quickly aligning themselves in an orderly manner according to their ranks. The officials stood uniformly in the court, and before long, the inner servant announced once more with a loud voice, "His Majesty has arrived." The proclamation echoed throughout the palace. With this declaration, the officials bowed respectfully and collectively shouted, "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! May he live for 10,000 years!" Their voices rang out with grandeur and solemnity, imbued with reverence. Xie Qi sat steadily upon the dragon throne, slightly raising his hand to gesture. "Please rise, my loyal ministers." His gaze swept across the gathered officials, his expression grave and authoritative. He then stated directly, "The primary topic of today's court session is to discuss the incursions of the southern barbarians into our borders. Minister of War, please read aloud the urgent report that arrived yesterday." His tone was resolute and powerful, conveying a sense of urgency. The Minister of War stepped forward, respectfully accepting the memorial, and announced loudly, "Your Majesty, it has been reported that due to severe drought in the south, the southern barbarians, weakened by natural disasters, intend to dispatch troops to attack our nation in a bid to alleviate their population and food pressures. Key fortresses in the south have sent out distress signals, requesting the court to make swift decisions." Upon concluding, the Minister of War presented the memorial to Xie Qi and stepped back into the ranks. Xie Qi furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before asking, "What are your thoughts, my esteemed ministers? How should we address the southern barbarian invasion?" His gaze fell upon each minister, anticipating effective countermeasures. An atmosphere of tension enveloped the court. The ministers exchanged glances, beginning to murmur in low voices. All understood the gravity of the situation, necessitating careful deliberation. Various opinions and suggestions arose in a cacophony of voices. The southern barbarians are assailing us with unprecedented ferocity. If we do not respond decisively, they will surely take advantage, exclaimed a valiant general clad in heavy armor, his stature imposing. Indeed, we must not allow the southern barbarians to act with impunity, echoed the other generals in unison. Their fervor palpable at this juncture. A scholarly official stepped forth, speaking with calm assurance. "However, let us not forget that this year has seen severe drought, leaving the southern barbarians with little harvest and widespread famine. They will undoubtedly fight desperately against our forces. Therefore, we must deliberate carefully and plan our strategy." As soon as he finished, another minister quickly added, "In my humble opinion, we should first fortify our defenses and bolster our military installations, deploying additional troops to guard critical passes. This will compel the southern barbarians to reconsider their actions. Moreover, we must ensure our troops are adequately supplied with provisions, allowing us to act without concern." A worried official from the Ministry of Revenue interjected, reminding everyone of the urgency. At that moment, a fierce warrior stepped forward and bowed, declaring, "I am willing to personally lead a formidable unit to launch a surprise attack behind enemy lines, ensuring the southern barbarians are caught off guard and thrown into disarray." Xie Qi nodded slightly, acknowledging the minister's opinions. After a moment of silence, he spoke, "You all present reason wisely. In that case, let us proceed as discussed. Immediately enhance our border defenses, gather provisions and military supplies. At the same time, select elite troops to take the offensive and disrupt the enemy's rear. The citizens of our nation must unite to resist foreign aggression." Having spoken, Xie Qi turned to his attendant and ordered, "Quickly convey my decree, appointing General Lin Kai to command the southern border's military affairs, granting him full authority to lead the defense against the southern barbarians. Prince Xie Qinyuan will be responsible for transporting provisions and supplies, ensuring the front lines are well-supported." In the court, the ministers were filled with fervor, eagerly accepting their orders, expressing their willingness to defend the homeland with force and resolutely resist the incursion of the southern barbarians. Xie Qinyuan listened to the emperor's commands, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He recognized that this would be an exceptionally arduous mission, yet deep within, he was confident in his capacity to shoulder this weighty responsibility. Furthermore, this assignment represented an excellent opportunity for him to leverage control over the southern army through the supply chain. After the court session adjourned, Xie Qinyuan unhesitatingly immersed himself in the preparations for logistical support. He swiftly allocated vast resources and meticulously organized manpower and materials, ensuring that provisions and military supplies were continuously dispatched to the southern border. Moreover, he planned to return immediately to Dingnan City, the territory he had established, ensuring that the enemy would not find any openings to exploit. Simultaneously, General Lin Kai was tirelessly intensifying the training of his soldiers, meticulously fortifying defensive lines. He understood the significance of the southern barbarians' incursion and was determined to give his utmost effort in response. As night fell, Xie Qinyuan instructed Huawen to prepare his belongings for a swift return to Dingnan the following morning. He then dispatched Huawu to the Imperial Guard camp to convey orders. Half of the personnel were to accompany him back home at first light, while the other half would ensure the safe escort of the princess to Dingnan City. Before retiring for the night, he informed Fan Xingyao, "Due to the invasion of the southern barbarians, I have decided to return to Dingnan City at dawn. I will leave half of the Imperial Guard with you, and you shall return to Dingnan with them. I understand, Your Highness. Please take care and avoid the front lines," Fan Xingyao replied, displaying her understanding and concern. Chapter 23. The Defense of Yunnan Pass, Part 1. At dawn the next day, as the first light of morning broke, Xie Qinyuan led his well-prepared imperial guard, moving like a swift wind. Each soldier was mounted on 3 fine steeds, ensuring both speed and endurance in their march. They raced back to Dingnan City along the original route, weary yet relentless. Reflecting on their earlier journey, which had taken 3 long months due to various delays, this rapid march had astonishingly covered the distance in just 24 days. Had it not been for Xie Qinyuan and his subordinates' exceptional martial prowess, such a demanding and lengthy journey would have been nearly impossible to endure. Upon entering Dingnan City, Xie Qinyuan was astonished to find that the area had not suffered significantly from the southern barbarians' incursions. However, he noticed a considerable number of troops gathering on the official road, continuously heading towards Yunnan Pass. These troops had been dispatched by General Lin Kai from the surrounding regions of Yunnan Pass, aimed at reinforcing the major fortresses in the south. After gathering some information, Xie Qinyuan wasted no time resting and immediately led 10,000 soldiers from Dingnan southward to support the frontline conflict at Yunnan Pass. Upon finally arriving at Yunnan Pass, the scene before him was shocking. The southern barbarians had already begun their assault on the city. Xie Qinyuan's heart raced with urgency as he swiftly ascended the watchtower to assess the battle situation. He saw the defending general, Zhang Long, with his eyes tightly closed, focusing intently on the distant tree line. There, well-equipped and menacing southern barbarian troops marched forward with a resolute demeanor, eyeing the front ranks. Groups of infantry wielding sturdy shields and sharp weapons advanced steadily. In the center, massive siege engines and towering ladders stood prominently, and at the rear, rows of southern barbarian archers held their longbows, poised for action. The meticulous organization of their preparations indicated their exceptional readiness. Zhang Long, spotting Xie Qinyuan's arrival from afar, hurriedly approached and bowed, saying, "Greetings, Your Highness. You have finally returned. With Your Highness here, I feel much more at ease. Since you have personally come to this place, please lead the troops of Yunnan Pass into battle." Xie Qinyuan waved his hand humbly and replied, "Zhang Long, as the commander of Yunnan Pass, it is your duty to take full responsibility for the command of this battle. I have come merely for a brief inspection. Moreover, the 10,000 Dingnan troops I lead will also be at your disposal. My true concern lies in the logistical support for this southern barbarian invasion. If you require anything, feel free to speak up." "Understood, Your Highness. If that is the case, I shall take the liberty to assume command," Zhang Long replied before turning back to the urgent task of battle command. "Immediately issue the order. Everyone, focus all their energies," Zhang Long said with a serious expression, his voice low but commanding. "Attention, all troops prepare for battle." As his words fell, commands swiftly spread like wildfire. The soldiers moved with tension and order, each fulfilling their duties in no time. Massive catapults were set up firmly, ready for the impending confrontation. These colossal behemoths stand resolutely at the forefront, akin to titanic steel beasts, exuding an aura of chilling intimidation. Beside them, heavy boulders and canisters brimming with tung oil are meticulously arranged, clearly ready for an impending assault. In the distance, the southern barbarians' forces draw ever closer, advancing with vigorous strides, their presence formidable as if to shatter the very ground beneath them. Upon the entry of the southern barbarians into the range of the trebuchet's attack, 3 vibrant signal flags are suddenly waved from the watchtower above. Witnessing this, General Wang, stationed before the trebuchet, unhesitatingly bellows, "Release!" In an instant, a piercing sound slices through the air. Massive boulders soar like cannonballs, propelled by fierce momentum, hurtling directly toward the southern barbarian ranks. Simultaneously, the canisters of tung oil follow suit, tracing brilliant arcs through the sky. "Raise your shields!" Realizing the gravity of the situation, the southern barbarian commander, Wu Ma Xing, decisively shouts at the top of his lungs in response to his command. The southern soldiers swiftly elevate their wooden shields. Their movements synchronized, forming a formidable defensive line above their heads. Almost immediately, the unstoppable boulders crash down upon the shields, producing resounding thuds. The ignited tung oil transforms into countless fireballs, splattering in all directions and igniting fierce flames. Casting the entire battlefield in a crimson glow, dense smoke billows forth, carrying a stinging odor that permeates the air. The once orderly ranks of the southern barbarians descend into chaos under this sudden onslaught, with soldiers fleeing in panic. However, under Wu Ma Xing's fervent leadership, they gradually regain their composure and begin to organize an effective defense. Steady your formation. Steady your formation. Wu Ma Xing bellows hoarsely, fully aware that while the trebuchet possesses tremendous power, it cannot sustain its barrage indefinitely. Seizing the opportunity, they must charge during the intervals between the trebuchet strikes to evade its threat. As the southern barbarian forces draw nearer, Zhang Long, stationed atop the watchtower, furrows his brow slightly, a cold smile gracing his lips. I did not anticipate these southern barbarians to be quite so swift. After this quiet reflection, Zhang Long promptly issues a command. Signal the archers to unleash their arrows. With the waving of the flag, the message spreads rapidly. The archers, upon receiving the order, swiftly draw their bows, knocking sharp arrows, their tips uniformly aimed skyward. Fire! With a crisp command, countless arrows ascend like a torrential downpour, cascading toward the southern barbarian forces in overwhelming numbers. The arrows rain down, some striking shields, others finding their marks among the southern soldiers. Yet, despite enduring such a fierce volley, the advance of the southern barbarians is merely momentarily hindered. They press onward, undaunted, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the defenders. Furthermore, the southern archers stationed below the city swiftly retrieve their bows, unhesitatingly drawing and releasing arrows, targeting the enemy ranks directly ahead in retaliation. In that fleeting moment, the skies above both factions become a bewildering tapestry of interwoven arrows, creating a dizzying spectacle. These arrows carve elegant yet lethal arcs through the air before descending like rain. In this brief interval, a significant number of soldiers from both sides fall victim to the arrows, some gravely injured, others slain outright. At this moment upon the southern pass, seasoned archers are wholly focused on wielding their formidable three-bow crossbows, their sights firmly set on the distant southern barbarian horde. With the sound of bowstrings vibrating, the colossal three-bow crossbow releases, propelling an arrow as thick as a forearm with astonishing speed, piercing through the air to strike beside a siege ladder. This immense arrow, unstoppable in its force, instantly impales several southern barbarians, its momentum obliterating the entire siege ladder. Faced with such a ferocious assault, the vanguard of the southern barbarian army suffers catastrophic losses. Yet, they remain undeterred, resolutely advancing against the enemy's fierce onslaught, inching closer to the city walls. Witnessing this scene, the defenders atop the walls grip their weapons tightly, preparing themselves for the impending brutal conflict. At this juncture, southern barbarian commander Wu Ma Xing notices the three-bow crossbow atop the walls, realizing it poses a significant threat. Wielding his great blade, he shouts, "Brothers, charge! Climb the walls and slay them!" The southern soldiers roar in response, charging fiercely toward the walls. Thus begins a bloody melee. Chapter 24. The Defense and Attack of Southern Pass, Part 2. Atop Southern Pass, a fierce battle of offense and defense unfolds. Like a deluge, waves of southern barbarian forces crash against the fortifications as the defenders utilize the advantageous terrain to amass a plethora of defensive supplies. They employ these resources to wear down the southern barbarian strength. Arrows rain down, blades clash, and oil is hurled into the densest clusters of enemies, followed by torches set ablaze. Cries of anguish rise from below, with casualties strewn across the ground. The clash of iron and blood intertwines as the battle rages on. Standing resolutely in the watchtower, Xie Qinyuan faces the wind. His stature is as upright as a pine, his expression as frosty as ice, resembling an immovable mountain gazing down upon the hellish battlefield below. The southern barbarians' assault is extraordinarily fierce, surging toward Southern Pass in relentless waves, seemingly unending. However, the defenders show no signs of retreat. Fortified by indomitable will and a fighting spirit, they steadfastly hold this critical line. Of course, warfare is always accompanied by sacrifice and loss. The defenders are not without their own casualties, yet such costs remain bearable to Xie Qinyuan. Currently, Southern Pass is bolstered by a formidable force of 100,000, including 10,000 defenders, 10,000 from the Dingnan army, and an additional 80,000 elite troops arriving from nearby counties. Moreover, a steady stream of reinforcements and supplies flows through the rear supply lines to support the defenders. In the course of several fierce battles, Wu Ma-Xing has personally led his trusted guards to the city walls, wielding his great blade and shouting loudly, engaging in thrilling close-quarter combat with the defenders. His valor has exerted considerable pressure on them, resulting in notable casualties. However, with stalwarts like Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Wang Chao, and Ma Han holding the line, every time Wu Ma-Xing draws near, it suffices to dispatch 2 of them to confront him, successfully driving him back, if not outright repulsing him. Wu Ma-Xing's martial prowess is characterized by sheer brute force, emphasizing overwhelming momentum and strength, charging fearlessly, precise and ruthless, with victory hinging solely on his raw power. In contrast, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu are agile and swift, often able to conserve their energy while exploiting the enemy's weaknesses to counterattack. These few are among the elite warriors. In one-on-one combat, their strengths are evenly matched, but when they join forces, Wu Ma-Xing is left with no choice but to retreat in disarray. As the sun gradually descends, twilight quietly approaches. The leader of the attacking Changhu tribe, sensing the dire situation, decisively orders a retreat. Upon returning to camp, he promptly convenes the leaders of the various tribes. Having witnessed today's siege firsthand, do any of you have good suggestions for overcoming the enemy? Changhu speaks first, guiding the discussion to this moment. One tribal leader proposes, Changhu, the trebuchets at Southern Pass pose a significant threat. I believe we should construct our own trebuchets to counter them. However, another quickly raises an objection. But we lack the advanced technology of Dayong. Even if we build trebuchets, they may not match Dayong's. While the quality may be somewhat inferior, as long as we have enough in number, they can still exert considerable power. After all, we do not need every trebuchet to be top tier. We just need them to launch stones into Southern Pass. A heated discussion ensues, with everyone expressing their opinions. After intense debate, the Changhu leader ultimately decides, very well, we shall proceed with the plan. Immediately order the rapid construction of numerous trebuchets and prepare ample siege equipment. Tomorrow morning, we shall launch another full-scale assault on Southern Pass. As dawn breaks and the first light of day appears, a flustered soldier rushes in like the wind, breathless as he reports to Xie Qinyuan, General, grave news. The Southern barbarians are launching another fierce attack. This time, they have deployed a multitude of trebuchets and summoned even more advanced siege equipment. Upon hearing this news, Xie Qinyuan's expression shifts slightly, but he quickly regains his composure and resolve. He turns abruptly, his gaze fixed firmly on the assembled generals, and issues a resounding command. All generals, heed my orders. Give it your all and reinforce our defenses. Ensure that the Southern barbarians do not prevail. We shall defend the city gates to our last breath. With a commanding shout from Xie Qinyuan, the soldiers on the city walls sprang into action. The catapults unleashed a deafening roar, hurling countless boulders like rain upon the advancing Southern barbarians. Simultaneously, the defenders, united in purpose, exerted all their strength to push the ladders forward, resolutely preventing the enemy from approaching the walls even a single step. However, the Southern barbarian assault surged forth like a relentless tide, heedless of their own casualties. They charged fearlessly, braving the rain of arrows and the bombardment of stones. Inching closer to the city walls, Zhang Long stood atop the battlements, gripping his spear tightly, his gaze radiating determination and resolve. Suddenly, he swung his spear with fervor and bellowed, "Brothers, follow me into battle with that." He leaped down, akin to a fierce tiger descending the mountain, closely followed by a cadre of loyal and valiant soldiers. Witnessing their leader take the initiative, the defenders' morale soared. They tightened their grips on their weapons and surged forth into the fray alongside Zhang Long. In an instant, the battlefield erupted with the cacophony of battle cries, the glint of blades clashing, as soldiers from both sides engaged in a breathtaking melee. Thus, the fierce siege between the Southern barbarians and the Southern Guard persisted for an arduous fortnight. Despite the Southern barbarians employing every tactic at their disposal, the Southern Guard stood steadfast, a bulwark upon the land of the Dayong dynasty, with the invaders forever denied a glimpse of hope for breaching the defenses. Seeing their relentless assaults yield no fruit, the Southern barbarian chieftain pondered silently. At this rate, progress seems impossible. Reluctantly, he resolved to alter his strategy, opting to dispatch the aged, infirm, and resolute individuals from his ranks to face the enemy. Though these soldiers lacked the combat prowess of the main force, their numerical superiority could allow them to engage in a protracted battle with the Southern Guard, gradually exhausting their strength and resources. After a period of tense and drawn-out combat, the situation appeared to settle into a delicate balance. Yet, at this juncture, Shan Hu stealthily dispatched his subordinates into the Southern Guard stronghold, where they found Xie Qinyuan. One of the envoys respectfully reported, "Your Highness, the chieftain Shan Hu has sent me to inform you of the Southern Barbarians' invasion plan. There are two strategies. First, to send elite troops to assault key strongholds. If successful in breaching the defenses, they will then dispatch forces to plunder the Daong dynasty's supplies. Should they fail, they will send the old and weak into battle to minimize their own resource consumption. Now, seeing their prolonged siege yield no results, the Southern Barbarians are preparing to implement the second strategy." Upon hearing this news, Xie Qinyuan could not help but lament the ruthless methods of the Southern Barbarians. They had deemed the old and weak as pitiable cannon fodder, using them to deplete the defender's strength. Such actions were indeed appalling. Simultaneously, he recognized the gravity of the situation and understood that he must devise a countermeasure promptly. Having grasped the Southern Barbarians' intentions, Xie Qinyuan arranged for his troops to take turns defending the walls, allowing the reinforcements to taste blood and hone their skills before notifying General Lin Kai of the Southern campaign. 3 days swiftly passed. After careful consideration, Lin Kai resolved to send envoys to convey his plan to all concerned. He intended to rotate the Southern troops to various crucial strongholds for practical combat training, thereby enhancing their combat effectiveness. Over the ensuing years, an unspoken understanding seemed to develop between the Southern Barbarians and the Daong dynasty. Periodically, the barbarians would dispatch their aged and weak forces to assault the borders for 4 days. Immediately thereafter, they would replace them with elite troops for a 2-day fierce assault. This cycle continued relentlessly. Thus, a year elapsed. Observing that their objectives had been met, the Southern Barbarians began to withdraw. However, they did not completely retreat. Instead, they left behind numerous small guerrilla units, traversing the treacherous mountains and utilizing narrow, rugged paths to periodically raid the Daong supplies and resources. This situation persisted until the drought finally abated in this conflict of Southern Barbarian invasion. Both sides experienced victories and defeats. Some strongholds remained as impregnable fortresses, causing the Southern Barbarian forces to suffer heavy losses. Yet, others regrettably fell, succumbing to plunder and devastation. Over the course of this prolonged conflict spanning more than a year, the Southern Guard welcomed as many as 300,000 troops in rotation for garrison duty, honing their skills. All the supplies required for these troops were meticulously sourced from Dingnan City. Consequently, the entirety of this vast army ultimately fell under the command of Xie Qinyuan. Chapter 25. Xie Qinyuan seeks aid. The drought had ravaged the land for 3 long years, subjecting the populace to its relentless grip. Only recently had the conditions begun to show signs of alleviation. Due to the prolonged duration and widespread impact of the drought, the court initially managed to provide aid, but as time wore on, their capacity dwindled. Thus, the court decisively decreed that local governments and prominent families were to take responsibility for disaster relief, ensuring the population levels in each city. The specific measures were as follows. If a county's population could not sustain its scale, the local government would be demoted to the status of a town, and the prominent families within would similarly be downgraded. Conversely, if a county's population grew to rival that of the royal city, the local officials and families could be directly promoted to the royal city's rank. Likewise, for counties unable to maintain their population base, all government officials would be dismissed and investigated, while prominent families would be required to disband, scattering their members throughout the nation. If a county's population increased to that of a county-level city, its officials and families could be elevated to the county's status. Upon the issuance of this decree, local governments and families in the South responded enthusiastically, generously contributing to aid the victims of the disaster. Through their collective efforts, the severe calamity was finally brought under preliminary control. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Qinyuan activated the time acceleration feature of the Dark Abyss world, toiling like a diligent farmer to cultivate food crops. Simultaneously, he dispatched his subordinates to extensively recruit refugees, ensuring their proper resettlement in Annam County and the Dark Abyss world. Meanwhile, Shen Wanjian received orders to leverage the Longting Trading Company to sell grain at low prices across the southern counties, providing much-needed relief to the starving populace, akin to a refreshing rain after a long drought. As a result, the regions of Shannan County, Jinnan County, and the surrounding 9 counties of Annam fell under Xie Qinyuan's control, with their military forces being rotated to the Southern Guard, following Xie Qinyuan's command. As the drought gradually receded, new dynamics emerged across the southern territories. Some counties, due to their weakened status, vanished, with their administrative structures dissolved. Others, however, like a phoenix reborn, successfully ascended to the status of counties. The southern barbarian clan retreated like a receding tide back into the vast and profound depths of the 10,000 mountains. Throughout the past 3 years, numerous civil and military officials under Xie Qinyuan's command shone like stars, continuously breaking through their personal limitations and achieving the innate realm. Among them, Hua Wen, Hua Wu, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Wang Chao, Ma Han, and Shan Hu distinguished themselves. When the southern conflict came to a close, the nation should have celebrated. However, internal turmoil erupted within the court. Emperor Xie Qi, like a hidden dragon in the depths, quietly entered seclusion to cultivate, striving to break through to the innate realm, entrusting the affairs of the state to Crown Prince Xie Di. From that moment on, the political landscape became tumultuous and unpredictable. Following the Crown Prince's regency, his methods grew increasingly subtle and cunning, launching a silent repression against the unentitled princes. Under the immense pressure from the Crown Prince, the princes found themselves in a precarious position, forced to seek support from their respective factions to preserve their strength. This unseen struggle intensified. As for the other princes, this moment represented their last opportunity. Should Xie Qi successfully break through to the innate realm, the succession would be assured, relegating the current emperor to the background. Faced with the crown prince's relentless pursuit, Xie Qinyuan's resistance grew increasingly feeble. Furthermore, the 5th princess, having reached adulthood, was forcibly betrothed to a man she did not love. Amidst the helplessness of the court officials, Xie Qinyue, under the protection of the 6th prince, embarked on a journey to Dingnan, bearing a letter pleading for Xie Qinyuan's assistance. Disguised and having evaded capture for over 4 months, Xie Qinyue finally arrived in Dingnan City. When Xie Qinyuan beheld Xie Qinyue once more, he could scarcely recognize her as his younger sister. The once proud princess had transformed into a ragged little imp. Upon seeing her brother, tears streamed down Xie Qinyue's face, and she choked out, "Third brother, I have finally found you. I thought I would never see you again. I truly do not wish to marry. Yet that detestable crown prince forces me into it." I confided in our mother, but the crown prince showed no regard for her dignity, nearly driving her to illness. 6th brother has also been bullied by him. Even confined within the palace, unable to come and go freely. When I left, 6th brother had to have someone protecting him, though it was merely surveillance. This is the letter he asked me to deliver to you. And please, prepare a feast for your poor sister. Look at my belly, it's so empty. With that, she produced the precious letter from her bosom. Xie Qinyuan gazed at his sister with concern, gently comforting her. "Do not weep, dear sister. Everything will turn out well. Rest assured, I shall instruct someone to prepare a meal. Have a little snack to tide you over. The main course will be ready shortly." Having spoken, he summoned his servants to arrange the meals, then personally took over the letter from Xie Qinyuan, carefully unwrapping it to read. After finishing the letter, Xie Qinyuan remained silent for a long while, feeling a myriad of emotions. He had not anticipated the fierce and brutal struggle between the crown prince and the other princes. As the factions supporting the other princes began to take action, the forces behind the crown prince could no longer hold back and emerged as well. Yet, even with these formidable allies, the crown prince found it difficult to withstand the united assault of the other princes. In a desperate situation, the crown prince even sought the intervention of the royal elders. Once the royal elders appeared, the situation was instantly reversed, calming the chaotic conflict like autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves. Although the struggle between factions had temporarily subsided, the capital resembled a massive powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. The princes did not relent. Instead, they actively prepared to escalate the conflict, even willing to involve innate martial artists. Until now, everyone had adhered to the rules, never seeking the royal elders' assistance, relying solely on their maternal clans and gathered forces to compete. Despite most royal elders supporting the crown prince, many supporters backed the other princes as well. Since the crown prince broke the rules first, they too planned to abandon convention. Now, all the princes were diligently seeking support from behind the scenes, and once adequately prepared, it would likely lead to yet another fierce struggle. It was against this backdrop that Xie Qinxian wrote to Xie Qinyuan for help. "Third brother, I truly do not know what to do. The crown prince wants me to marry, but I do not wish to marry. You must think of a way to help me," Xie Qinwei exclaimed, her mouth full of food, her tear-filled, pitiful eyes gazing at Xie Qinyuan. Witnessing his sister in such a state pained Xie Qinyuan greatly, and he quickly comforted her. "Do not fear, Wei'er. If you do not wish to marry, then do not marry. Stay here with your brother, and let us see who dares to come for you. If anyone has objections, let them come to me." Upon hearing this, Xie Qinwei felt an immense sense of relief, her face lighting up with an ecstatic smile. She excitedly praised Xie Qinyuan. "Long live third brother. I knew you would treat me the best. You truly are the best brother in the world." After settling Xie Qinwei to rest, Xie Qinyuan began to ponder how to assist Xie Qinxian. After all, he had promised Xie Qinxian that, even in the event of a failed competition, he would ensure his personal freedom. Yet now, their side was weak, and it seemed they would have no say in the matter. After much thought, unable to devise a perfect plan, Xie Qinyuan could not help but sigh inwardly. "Alas, what a headache! Forget it. When the time comes, we shall simply charge in with everyone. Ultimately, strength speaks the loudest." Chapter 26. Arrival in the capital the next morning, as the dawn broke, Xie Qinyuan eagerly began to arrange the necessary matters for leaving his fief. He understood the urgency of time and could not afford to delay even for a moment. He swiftly gathered a group of astute and capable subordinates, preparing to travel to the capital with him. This journey held significant importance and required the deployment of the finest elite forces to ensure absolute success. After all, the other princes had summoned numerous skilled experts to the capital, making it a veritable sea of talent. Sending only average-level warriors would be tantamount to throwing eggs against stones, inviting disaster. Thus, this was not merely a contest of strength. It was also an excellent opportunity to showcase their own capabilities. After careful consideration, Xie Qinyuan successfully arranged the vital defensive work within the fief and entrusted the fief to the loyal and reliable Huawen for oversight. Subsequently, he personally led a formidable contingent of 36 innate experts, including Huawu, Wang Chao, and Ma Huan, along with 500 exceptionally skilled first-rate martial artists, forming a grand and imposing force, and resolutely embarked on the journey to the capital. The morale of this troop was high, each individual filled with confidence and fighting spirit. Clad in unified battle attire, their steps were synchronized and powerful, sweeping through like a whirlwind. Onlookers along the way paused to observe, awestruck by their formidable presence. Xie Qinyuan, riding a robust warhorse, stood tall like a pine tree, his gaze resolute and sharp. He led this brave and fearless army, navigating through the winds and waves, forging ahead. They journeyed northward, stirring up ripples wherever they passed. The cities along the way descended into chaos. The sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking echoed endlessly, with common folk panicking and fleeing in all directions. While merchants hurriedly packed their goods and closed their shops, the source of this turmoil was none other than Xie Qinyuan and his entourage. The city residents sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from this group. Fear took hold, and they all made way, let alone anyone daring to obstruct them. Moreover, officials from various regions treated Xie Qinyuan and his companions with great reverence, offering the finest food and drink, even personally escorting them to the city gates, fearful of neglecting this esteemed guest. They understood that the purpose and significance of Xie Qinyuan's journey were far from trivial. Thus, news of his arrival spread like wildfire throughout the land. Upon hearing the news, people marveled, exclaiming at the profound strength of the Prince of Anan, who was willing to spare no effort to assist the sixth prince. Given that everyone in this entourage possessed at least first-rate martial artist capabilities, they arrived at the capital in a mere 20 days. Upon reaching the city gates, they spotted Xie Qinxian leading a group of followers, eagerly awaiting their arrival. as if they had been waiting for a long time. Seeing this, Xie Qinyuan promptly dismounted his horse, moving with agility akin to a shooting star across the sky, swiftly approaching Xie Qinxian. "Sixth brother, how did you know I would arrive today?" Xie Qinyuan inquired with a smile. His tone gentle. "Ha ha, third brother, of course I knew. You have traveled a long way, so I specially came here to welcome you early. Moreover, I have even prepared a banquet to treat you," Xie Qinxian exclaimed excitedly, pulling Xie Qinyuan along like a whirlwind into the city. Once inside, Xie Qinyuan noticed the streets were packed with people, who whispered and exchanged glances. "Is this the support the sixth prince has sought? So many powerful individuals. Just seeing them makes me tremble like a mouse encountering a cat." Naturally, this is the third brother of the sixth prince, the current prince of Anan, a blood relative by the same father and mother. His arrival signifies full support for the sixth prince. Does this mean the sixth prince is guaranteed victory? Not necessarily. As you have seen in recent days, powerful figures from outside have been pouring into the capital like a tide. Whether there will be any changes remains uncertain. The crown prince possesses formidable strength and has the royal family backing him. I see no point in their commotion. This matter concerns the royal family, and such grand gestures may ultimately lead to a difficult conclusion. At this moment, a clear-headed individual spoke. Xie Qinyuan was well aware that people were discussing him, yet he paid them no mind. His gaze steadfastly fixed ahead. Following Xie Qinxian, Xie Qinyuan arrived at the residence. At the banquet, he engaged in delightful conversations with various heroes. During the event, someone cautiously inquired about his views on the struggle for the throne. With a slight smile, he replied, "Everything depends on fate." After several rounds of drinks and various dishes, Xie Qinyuan excused himself, citing that he could no longer handle the effects of alcohol. Xie Qinxian, understanding his brother's temperament, did not press him further and had someone escort him back to his quarters to rest. As time passed, the atmosphere in the capital grew increasingly tense, with dark currents swirling beneath the surface. Everyone anxiously awaited Xie Qi to break through to the innate realm and confirm the next emperor's candidate, subsequently showcasing their strength for the princes they supported. As the atmosphere in the capital became more oppressive, news suddenly emerged from the palace that Xie Qi had indeed broken through to the innate realm. 7 days later, an assessment would be held at the Chengtian Gate to determine the next rightful heir to the throne, and all supporters of the princes were requested to gather at Chengtian Gate to cheer for their respective princes. 3 days after Xie Qi's breakthrough, he summoned Xie Qinyuan into the palace. Upon meeting Xie Qi, Xie Qinyuan bowed respectfully and congratulated. "Congratulations to Father Emperor on breaking through to the innate realm, enjoying 300 years of longevity. May Father Emperor live forever." Xie Qi could hardly contain his joy. Waving his hand with a smile, "No need for such formalities. Have you not already broken through to the innate realm as well? Do you know why I summoned you today? Father Emperor, is it perhaps regarding the recent competition among the princes for the throne?" Xie Qinyuan cautiously speculated. Indeed, the matter of the princes vying for power has become widely known, and if not handled promptly, it could shake the very foundation of the nation. But Father Emperor, you have already decided to hold the assessment at Chengtian Gate in 4 days? That is merely for show, a way to appease others. Both I and the royal family genuinely hope for the crown prince to inherit the throne, as he has not committed any significant errors during his reign. How could he be deposed without reason? Do you understand why, despite the crown prince being the chosen heir, there is still a struggle for the throne? Before Xie Qinyuan could respond, Xie Qi continued. "It is all because you are simply too outstanding. Ever since you were conferred the title of Prince of Anan, your influence has grown tremendously. Now, you command 4 to 5 dozen innate experts, not to mention countless first-rate and second-rate martial artists. Qinxian, relying on your support, has been causing a stir, and the other princes have also developed ambitions in this tumultuous situation. The royal family does not wish for this matter to create a rift between us. You need not argue. The establishment of Daong has endured for a protracted period, so how could there be no astute observers among them? Previously, I failed to pay heed to the circumstances in the Annam region, which led to my oversight. However, ever since I began to pay particular attention to you, your situation has become largely clear. Presently, you have gained control over the 9 counties surrounding Annam, and you have even extended your reach towards the southern barbarian lands, seizing one of the large tribes therein. The ancestral home of the southern barbarians has long been aware of your current status and has been in discussions with our Daong regarding this matter. Yet, we have consistently employed a strategy of delay. However, such a situation may not be sustainable in the long term. I hope you can persuade Chun Xian to relinquish his claim to the throne. With your strength, you are fully qualified to compel the royal family to concede. But Chun Xian does not possess such qualifications. After making this statement, Xie Qi fixed his gaze intently upon Xie Qinyuan. Xie Qinyuan, upon hearing these words, found himself at a loss for how to respond, rendered mute by the weight of the moment. He understood that the royal family would undoubtedly take action next. It was impossible that they would merely deliver a resounding slap without offering some form of reward to soften the blow. Chapter 27. The dust settles. Xie Qi observed the silent Xie Qinyuan before him, quietly speculating whether the latter had grasped his intentions. After a brief pause, he resolved to continue. Let us discuss the royal family's arrangements for you. Xie Qi's voice was steady and powerful, as if everything were well within his control. Your current influence poses a threat to the stability of the nation, yet the royal family is reluctant to engage in conflict with you. Therefore, you are hereby granted permission to establish your own domain. Annam County shall become your fief. This land shall henceforth belong to you. However, you must withdraw from the other 8 counties outside of Annam. Those citizens who wish to follow you may accompany you. As for the territory of the southern barbarians, if you possess the capability to conquer it, it shall also be incorporated into your domain. The royal family is fully aware that your current strength is not sufficient to contend with the innate masters of the southern barbarians, and thus they will dispatch a group of innate warriors to assist you. However, they will only send forth those of innate level or higher. Those below this level shall not participate. Whether you can expand your territory in the southern lands will depend on your own skills and fortune. Upon hearing this, Xie Qinyuan's brow furrowed, clearly dissatisfied with the arrangement. He took a deep breath and inquired, "And what of my 6th brother? How should he be dealt with?" Xie Qi's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness as he replied. Regarding Chen Xian, the royal family will not break with tradition. He has but 2 choices: either to enter the royal ancestral hall's worship pavilion and serve the royal family for life, or to depart with you. Whichever path he chooses, it is fated. Xie Qinyuan understood that the royal family's actions were not negotiable. They were commands. To defy the imperial edict would lead to one of 2 fates: lifelong imprisonment or possibly death. Faced with such dire circumstances, Xie Qinyuan found himself with no path forward. Should he resist, he would lose everything and likely be forced to conceal himself in the abyss, quietly gathering strength for a more opportune moment. Very well, I shall comply and will ensure my 6th brother accompanies me to Annam. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Xie Qinyuan turned and departed, his steps resolute and decisive. Once Xie Qinyuan's figure had vanished, Xie Qi murmured to himself, "Qinyuan, do not blame your father. My abilities are limited, and this is all I can do. From now on, all must rely on you alone." Upon returning to his residence, Xie Qinyuan promptly summoned Xie Qinxian. When the two met, Xie Qinyuan unreservedly laid bare the royal family's decree, continuing, "6th brother, we cannot defy the royal family's arrangements. Once the selection of the princes concludes, you shall return to Annam with 3rd brother. Though it may not possess the splendor of the capital, it offers vast expanses for us to roam. Once the time is ripe, you may expand your territory and establish your own empire." At these words, Xie Qinxian initially displayed a flicker of dejection, which was swiftly supplanted by an uncontrollable excitement. However, after wrestling with his inner turmoil, he ultimately, with trepidation, declined, "3rd brother, you must not. How could I claim the title of emperor? Such an exalted honor rightfully belongs to you. I merely wish to be a carefree and untroubled prince, and I would be completely content. Enough. No further discussion is necessary. I have my plans, and you need not worry. Just do as I instruct." Xie Qinyuan interrupted his brother's words without hesitation, his tone firm and resolute. He then added, "You must swiftly pack your belongings and handle the subsequent matters. Tomorrow, we shall visit our mother to see if she wishes to accompany us. After all, once we depart, she will have no one close by." "Understood, 3rd brother, I will comply." Xie Qinxian replied respectfully, before turning to return to the royal residence to arrange the related affairs. He summoned trusted aides and attendants. allocating tasks and organizing resources to ensure a smooth operation. The following morning, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. The brothers Xiechun Yuan and Xiechun Xian set forth to visit their mother, Li Xian. Upon entering the palace, the two knelt and greeted her in unison. "We pay our respects to Mother. We hope Mother has been well in recent years." Li Xian gazed at her two sons with a smile, her eyes brimming with affection and contentment. Soon after, the three of them sat together, engaging in warm conversation, sharing their recent experiences and expressions of longing. Then, Xiechun Yuan looked deeply at his mother and softly asked, "Mother, would you wish to accompany your son to live in Annam? After this, I fear there may be no opportunity for me to visit you in the capital again." With a deep breath, he steadied his emotions and recounted the dialogue he had had with Xie the previous day. Upon hearing this, Li Xian could not help but feel a wave of sorrow wash over her. She turned her head away to conceal the tears welling in her eyes. After a long moment, she finally spoke. "Very well. You may all depart. I shall remain in the capital to accompany your father. A woman, once married, must serve her husband. I am well here. You need not worry about me. The royal family's arrangement is the best outcome your father could have fought for. Do not harbor resentment towards him. Life is fleeting, lasting but 100 years. He will take care of me. I am already content knowing you can spend more time with me today. When you leave, there is no need for farewells, lest it only add to the grief of parting." As she finished speaking, Li Xian forced a smile, though it was tinged with bitterness. Xiechun Yuan and Xiechun Xian stood quietly by. Sensing their mother's pain and helplessness, they exchanged glances, their eyes filled with affection and reluctance for her. Thus, time passed in the silent companionship of the three, until nightfall descended and the lanterns were lit. Finally, when dinner time arrived, Xiechun Yuan and Xiechun Xian, filled with longing and melancholy, bid farewell to their mother. In the brief span of just 7 days, time slipped away like a fleeting shadow. Xiechun Xian stood alone before the Grand Qingtian Gate, boldly declaring his withdrawal from this crucial selection process. Upon the announcement, it was as if a massive stone had been cast into water, stirring up a tumultuous wave of shock and uproar among the crowd. It was well understood that with Xiechun Xian's exceptional talent and profound background, he should have been the most competitive candidate, poised to rival the crown prince. Yet, at this moment, he abruptly forfeited, rendering the subsequent developments of the event shrouded in uncertainty. The outcome was without question. The crown prince emerged victorious, shining brightly among the many competitors, ultimately triumphing magnificently. Once the auspicious date had been determined by the astrologers, the crown prince could officially ascend the throne and rule over the realm. From this point onward, all matters were settled. The brothers Xiechun Yuan and Xiechun Xian began to actively prepare for their departure from the capital. The following morning, with all preparations complete, the two brothers led a large entourage, laden with an abundance of belongings, embarking on their journey to Annam. As they ventured further until their figures vanished beyond the city gates, two silhouettes suddenly appeared atop the city wall, Xie and Li Xian. At that moment, Li Xian wept silently, her face etched with sorrow, while Xie gently comforted her, saying, "Do not cry. Their departure may be for the best. Chen Yuan is strong-willed. This place is not meant for his prolonged stay. He is akin to a dragon lying in wait in the abyss, poised to soar to the heavens when the time is ripe, and he shall surely carve out a vast domain of his own." Throughout the journey, Xiechun Yuan contemplated future plans. Upon arriving in Annam, he immediately set about organizing his troops, expanding and training soldiers, while also dispatching scouts to gather intelligence on the southern barbarians. He sent word to the citizens in the 8 counties surrounding Annam, urging them to prepare for their relocation to the newly designated settlement. Before long, the scouts returned with news that the southern barbarians were experiencing internal unrest. Xiechun Yuan decisively resolved to lead his army southward, seizing this fortuitous opportunity to strike a decisive blow against the southern barbarians. Chapter 28. The campaign against the southern barbarians according to the information relayed by the scouts and the mountain tigers. The southern barbarians were, in fact, a coalition of numerous tribes, among which 3 super tribes held the greatest power. It is noteworthy that the ancestral domain of the southern barbarians, due to its profound heritage, must maintain a position of neutrality. Overall, the southern barbarians can be categorized into three principal regions. Firstly, the mountainy tribes, who inhabit the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Secondly, the fire tribes, who dominate extensive areas of tropical rainforest. And finally, the water tribes, who are entrenched in the plains interspersed with lakes, rivers, and swamps, in the realm of the southern barbarians, in the absence of any tribe possessing an overwhelming and absolute advantage. It is customary for these three dominant tribes to take turns holding the title of King of the Southern Barbarians. In recent years, it has been the leader of the mountainy tribe who has held the position of king. However, a severe drought struck a few years ago, inflicting significant damage upon the mountainy tribe and drastically diminishing their strength. In contrast, the fire and water tribes, situated in regions blessed with relatively abundant water resources, were less affected by the drought and successfully weathered this challenging period. The king of the southern barbarians is intent on diminishing the resources of the other two tribes in order to restore the former glory of the mountainy tribe. Yet, the other two tribes are unlikely to concede easily. They not only accuse the mountainy tribe of weakness and incapacity to lead the southern barbarians, but also demand that the leader of the mountainy tribe relinquish the throne. Thus, the three most powerful tribes find themselves in a tense standoff, on the brink of conflict. Fortunately, the ancestral domain of the southern barbarians intervened in a timely manner to mediate. Otherwise, war would have already ignited. However, should the three factions remain obstinate in their refusal to reconcile, the ancestral domain has no intention of excessive interference, intervening only when one tribe surrenders and is decisively vanquished by the others. Upon his arrival at the Mountain Tiger tribe, Xie Qinyuan promptly dispatched envoys to the three top tribes to sow discord and deliberately incite internal strife among them. Meanwhile, he himself remained at the Mountain Tiger tribe, awaiting favorable news while meticulously planning his subsequent strategies. Before long, the rifts between the Mountain tribe, Fire tribe, and Water tribe deepened, culminating in a breathtaking and fierce conflict. In this chaotic battle, each tribe suffered significant losses, while Xie Qinyuan observed the developments from the shadows. After thorough investigation, he was astonished to discover that the conflicts among the southern barbarians were far from superficial, concealing more intricate and profound reasons beneath the surface. These disputes were not merely about the struggle for limited resources. They involved deeper power struggles and the supreme honor of the tribes. Understanding the stakes involved, Xie Qinyuan devised a cunning plan, deciding to skillfully exploit the situation by intentionally exacerbating the tensions between the tribes to reap the benefits for himself. He meticulously orchestrated his strategies, dispatching trusted confidants to spread false rumors about the other tribes. These rumors spread like a malignant tumor among the tribes, further destabilizing the already fragile relationships of mutual trust. Concurrently, Xie Qinyuan decisively ordered a contingent of formidable innate warriors from his ranks to execute precise and ruthless decapitation operations against the relatively weaker tribes. They stealthily infiltrated the target tribes, swiftly subduing their leaders and firmly securing control over them. Consequently, these smaller tribes became like headless bodies, plunged into chaotic disarray, compelled to obey Xie Qinyuan's commands. As time progressed, the tense situation among the southern barbarian tribes escalated, the conflicts intensified, and the flames of war spread, growing in scale and severity. Meanwhile, Xie Qinyuan remained calm and collected, strategically planning in the shadows, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Once the time was ripe, he would not hesitate to strike, aiming to decisively conquer the entire southern barbarian region in one fell swoop. The turmoil in the southern barbarians persisted for 6 months, during which the winds of change swept through, rendering the situation increasingly complex. Ultimately, after countless fierce confrontations, the chieftain of the Mountain tribe sustained grave injuries and, out of sheer necessity, was compelled to acknowledge defeat. Relinquishing the throne of the southern barbarian king, a symbol of supreme power, and retreating with his clan deep into the 10,000 Great Mountains to recuperate and await a day of resurgence. Following intense struggles and negotiations, the Fire tribe resolved to provide the Water tribe with certain compensations, and the chieftain of the Fire tribe successfully ascended to the throne of the southern barbarian king. Observing the gradual stabilization of the southern barbarian region, Xie Qinyuan realized that this presented an exceptional opportunity. Without hesitation, he mobilized a formidable army of 800,000, targeting the severely weakened Mountain Yi tribe. Prior to this, Xie Qinyuan had already devised meticulous plans. Through a series of clever strategies, the surrounding smaller tribes had successively aligned themselves under the banner of Daong. Subsequently, he dispatched these smaller tribes from the southern barbarians to feign defeat and seek refuge with the powerful Mountain Yi tribe. When Xie Qinyuan's army arrived, they immediately staged a rebellion, collaborating with the internal Daong forces to effortlessly breach the defenses of the Mountain Yi tribe. This sudden assault propelled the Daong army forward with unstoppable momentum. However, the respite was short-lived. The Mountain Yi tribe quickly recognized the shift in circumstances and rapidly summoned a significant number of strong warriors and troops to confront the threat. Nevertheless, due to the dual blows of prolonged drought and warfare, the Mountain Yi tribe's strength had yet to fully recover, and faced with the ferocious onslaught of the Daong army, they could only manage to hold their ground, struggling to drive the enemy from their territory. Xie Qinyuan, fully aware of the urgency of the situation, decisively ordered the deployment of innate warriors supported by the Daong royal family to join the fray. The entry of these elite fighters instantaneously turned the tide of battle, plunging the Mountain Yi tribe back into a passive position, forcing them to retreat in disarray. Left with no choice, they sought aid from the ancestral domain of the southern barbarians to collectively resist the invasion of Daong. The Daong army, relentless in their pursuit, inflicted heavy casualties upon the Mountain Yi tribe, stripping them of their armor and leaving them in dire straits. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, an assembly of unparalleled masters from the ancestral domain of the southern barbarians arrived like divine reinforcements, instantly shifting the balance of power and leading both sides back into a stalemate. For over 3 months, the two factions engaged in countless battles, yet neither could achieve a decisive victory. Reluctantly, both parties agreed to a ceasefire, hoping to resolve the conflict through negotiations. Xie Qinyuan understood that if he could not conquer the sprawling 10,000 great mountains in one fell swoop, continuing the fight would be a futile endeavor. Thus, he promptly ordered the army to regroup. Shortly thereafter, both sides entered into a thrilling negotiation. Xie Qinyuan presented a series of stringent conditions, encompassing the reallocation of territories and the distribution of various precious resources. After several days of grueling back and forth, both sides finally made concessions and reached a consensus. The Mountain Yi tribe was compelled to cede vast tracts of fertile land to Daong and vowed never to oppose Daong again. Meanwhile, Daong achieved its desired outcomes. This battle primarily concerned the Mountain Yi tribe and the ancestral domain, as the reinforcements sent by the Water Yi and Fire Yi tribes were merely perfunctory, lacking substantial support. They watched as the Mountain Yi tribe weakened, yet would never permit their complete expulsion from the 10,000 great mountains. Should the Mountain Yi tribe be utterly vanquished, it could incite a united front among the southern barbarian tribes, rendering even Xie Qinyuan's leadership insufficient to withstand the tide. After all, Daong would not necessarily commit fully to aiding him in expanding his territories. However, following this conflict, the southern barbarian tribes found themselves ensnared in intricate entanglements. The fragile balance that once maintained harmony among the tribes had been shattered, and their relationships grew increasingly strained. In the aftermath of the war, Xie Qinyuan was not content with the victories he had attained. He recognized that the underlying tensions among the southern barbarian tribes remained, and the recent conflict had heightened their vigilance towards Daong. Consequently, after careful deliberation, Xie Qinyuan resolved to adopt a policy of conciliation. He understood that addressing the issues at hand required a combination of both soft and hard approaches, a dual strategy. Thus, he personally endeavored to soothe the Mountain Yi tribe while simultaneously dispatching envoys to the Water Yi and Fire Yi tribes, aiming to alleviate misunderstandings and ease tensions through proactive communication. Moreover, Xie Qinyuan astutely recognized that relying solely on political measures was insufficient. He vigorously promoted trade relations with the ancestral domain, encouraging mutual exchange of resources. In particular, to address the scarcity of supplies in the southern barbarian region, he organized large transport fleets to continuously deliver food and other essential goods. This not only satisfied the needs of the local populace, but also stimulated commercial prosperity, significantly alleviating the previously tense supply situation. Through Xie Qinyuan's relentless efforts, the southern barbarian region gradually returned to tranquility, and social order began to stabilize. The relationship between Daong and the southern barbarian tribes markedly improved, and the once palpable tension dissipated without a trace. Nevertheless, Xie Qinyuan was acutely aware that the achievements thus far were merely temporary. Chapter 29. The final confrontation in the southern barbarians as time passed. The harrowing battle had transpired over 2 years. The conciliatory policies implemented by Xie Qinyuan yielded significant results, although the upper echelons of the southern barbarians still harbored resentment and yearned to reclaim lost territories. They were compelled to temporarily lay low and gather strength in light of Da Yong's formidable power. Meanwhile, the common folk were able to coexist harmoniously. However, the tranquility was soon disrupted. One morning, Hua Wen rushed to meet Xie Qinyuan, bearing a grave expression as he reported, "My lord, there is grave news." Xie Qinyuan's heart tightened, pressing for clarification. What has happened? Could it be that the southern barbarians can no longer contain their ambitions and seek to ignite the flames of war? The situation bears a striking resemblance. The great Yong dynasty has abruptly proclaimed to the world that, in light of your illustrious achievements and unparalleled strength, you stand out as a paragon of the royal family, thus granting you the privilege to establish your own nation. Henceforth, the two realms shall be allies. If this news reaches the ears of the southern barbarians, they will undoubtedly mobilize their forces to attack us at once. Hua Wen urgently elucidated. Hearing this, Xie Qinyuan furrowed his brow, pondering inwardly. What a cunning scheme to use another's hand to eliminate me. You must hasten to summon the civil and military officials to deliberate on a countermeasure. I shall arrive shortly. After Hua Wen departed to notify the others, Xie Qinyuan fell into deep contemplation, grappling with how to navigate the current predicament. After considerable reflection, he ultimately resolved to seek the assistance of the Dark Abyss sprites, as they might devise a clever plan. Thus, without hesitation, Xie Qinyuan stepped into the Dark Abyss and recounted the entire sequence of events to the sprites, inquiring whether they possessed any effective solutions. Master Ruler, in the face of such a scenario, I have 2 viable strategies, but the decision rests solely with you, the sprite spoke in a calm tone. The first option entails relinquishing all external territories, withdrawing all forces back to the Dark Abyss, and focusing on development, conserving energy for future exigencies. The second, however, is far more audacious. To launch a full-scale war, exerting every effort to seize more territories, and subsequently utilize the Dark Abyss's unique abilities to devour and integrate these conquered lands, thereby achieving our goal of escaping this world. Yet, this second method has a critical limitation. The Dark Abyss can only successfully assimilate these territories if the ratio of sentient beings to the population of the Dark Abyss exceeds 60%. Even if we achieve this, the process of assimilation is slow. Should the inherent will of the world take notice, our escape may prove impossible if the population of the Dark Abyss exceeds 80%. The speed of assimilation could increase, allowing us to leverage the fortune gathered externally to obscure our movements and escape before the world becomes aware. Should we manage to attain a 100% population in the Dark Abyss, immediate assimilation would be realized. Regrettably, the Dark Abyss is currently too weak. Otherwise, we could directly invade this world. I personally advise the Master to choose the second course of action, for the future development of the Dark Abyss holds little benefit beyond population and territorial resources. The sprite elaborated meticulously. Very well, I comprehend. Let us proceed with the second approach, Xie Qinyuan replied after brief contemplation. Subsequently, upon entering the royal council chamber, Xie Qinyuan discovered the hall in a state of uproar and disarray. In my opinion, we should request assistance from the great Yong dynasty. The prince is, after all, of the same lineage as the Yong royal family. They surely would not stand idly by, someone exclaimed loudly. Stop dreaming. If they truly regarded the prince as kin, how could they issue such an announcement when we were completely unprepared? Another voice shouted in anger. Perhaps we could attempt negotiations with the southern barbarians. Proposed yet another voice. We could voluntarily withdraw from the 10,000-mile mountains to express our desire for peace. After all, given our current strength, they might not dare to engage us fully. However, an immediate rebuttal arose. But if we withdraw from the 10,000-mile mountains, we will be left with only the minuscule Annam County. There won't be sufficient land for our people to live and cultivate. Are we to abandon our citizens? In an instant, the assembly was engulfed in heated debate, the atmosphere chaotic, At that moment, Xie Qinyuan stood up, striking the table forcefully, and declared loudly, "Enough! Silence! I have made my decision. We shall mobilize all warriors of the Dark Abyss and launch a full-scale war against the southern barbarians. In this campaign, we will spare no effort to seize more land. Following this, the Dark Abyss will absorb the territories we conquer, and we shall utilize this opportunity to flee this world. All forces of the Dark Abyss, heed my command. March southward, directly confronting the southern barbarians. There shall be no hierarchy in this operation. Our singular objective is to utterly dismantle all organized tribes of the southern barbarians. Upon completion of the task, there is no need to pursue the remnants. Simply advance forward." Elsewhere, numerous warriors, following the orders, embarked on a comprehensive search along the current territorial boundaries. They relentlessly pursued every southern barbarian they encountered, bringing them back to the camp for transformation. Those who could not be successfully transformed faced a grim fate and were executed mercilessly. Conversely, those who successfully underwent transformation were entrusted with significant responsibilities, leading their comrades in the advance against the southern barbarians. Ensuring that the population of the Dark Abyss in the occupied areas exceeded 80%. This time, Xie Qinyuan did not issue any commands to halt. Only when the situation escalated into a confrontation with the southern barbarians, or when the Dark Abyss suffered defeat, would he immediately activate the powers of the Dark Abyss to consume the occupied territories and swiftly retreat from this realm. With Xie Qinyuan's command, the vast army of the Dark Abyss surged forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming the southern expanse. Meanwhile, on southern barbarian lands, news traveled swiftly among the informed tribes of the southern barbarians. As they received the proclamation from the Great Yong Dynasty, within the stronghold of the Shan-Yi tribe, a tense meeting was underway. "Tribal leader, you have received the announcement from the Great Yong Dynasty, have you not?" A young warrior inquired anxiously. The tribal leader nodded slightly, signaling his awareness. His eyes sparkled with determination as he proclaimed, "Indeed, this presents an exceptional opportunity for us to reclaim our lost lands. Immediately send word to the various clans of the Shan-Yi tribe. Gather everyone to confront Xie Qinyuan and reclaim what is rightfully ours." The entire Shan-Yi tribe became bustling with activity. As people hurriedly prepared weapons and equipment, their spirits soaring. They understood that this battle was pivotal for the tribe's dignity and future, and each individual entered the fray with an unwavering belief in victory. "Leader, with just our numbers, taking on the enemy may exact a heavy toll." Someone voiced their concerns. "To win this battle, we must rely on the support of our ancestral homeland, as well as the assistance of the Hua-Yi and Shui-Yi tribes." "Yes, I am aware. Hear us what we shall do. You must immediately send word to our brethren stationed at our ancestral homeland, urging them to return to the tribe without delay. Simultaneously, signal our ancestral homeland and the Hua-Yi and Shui-Yi tribes for assistance, imploring them to lend us their utmost support. Remember, if they respond as they did last time, with indifference or mere pretense, then we, the Shan-Yi tribe, shall unhesitatingly withdraw from the Southern Barbarian Alliance and sever all ties with them." The tribal leader instructed solemnly. Upon receiving the orders, the group sprang into action. Soon, the Shan-Yi tribe in the Southern Barbarian region was bustling with organized urgency as they assembled into large coalition forces, marching resolutely southward. Each individual understood that a brutal and fierce battle awaited them ahead, yet none faltered or hesitated. They recognized that this conflict not only determined the survival of their tribe, but also the future fate of the entire Southern Barbarian Alliance. Thus, a heart-pounding, blood-soaked, and brutal war was poised to unfurl its dramatic curtain. Chapter 30. Departure. After Xie Qinyuan had arranged for the deployment of the Dark Abyss warriors, he summoned Xie Qinxian and Xie Qinwei, elucidating the tense situation at hand. "Qinxian, Qinwei, this matter is of utmost gravity. We must leave this world. I have specifically chosen 10 innate masters to accompany you to the capital in search of our mother. Upon reaching the capital, be sure to inquire whether she is willing to leave with us. Before you depart, remember to gather ample resources for cultivation, ensuring there is enough to facilitate her ascension to the innate realm. If she consents to accompany us, return with her immediately. If she insists on remaining, you shall leave 6 innate masters to safeguard her, and then promptly return. The situation is ever-changing, and should we find ourselves in a stalemate with the southern barbarians or suffer defeat, we must withdraw from this realm without delay. Time is of the essence. You must set forth at once. Understood, third brother. Xie Qinxian and Xie Qinwei, aware of the urgency, responded in unison before hastily leading their companions towards the capital. Not long after their departure, Hua Wen hurriedly arrived to report an important message to Xie Qinyuan. My lord, I have received confidential intelligence indicating that the southern forces of the Great Yong appear to be amassing. Could it be that the Great Yong intends to take action against us? Xie Qinyuan furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before replying. The likelihood is slim, at least for now. Even if they harbor intentions of aggression towards our forces, they will wait for the opportune moment, such as when we are locked in a stalemate or facing defeat. After all, they too are wary of us turning our weapons against them and delivering a heavy blow. Therefore, at this moment, they would prefer to observe from the sidelines, allowing us to weaken each other. Nonetheless, taking precautions is always prudent. Xie Qinyuan decisively ordered the evacuation of all citizens from Annam County and the surrounding 8 counties to prevent unnecessary conflict. At the same time, he deliberately abandoned this land, akin to casting aside a tempting morsel of meat for Daong to devour. The evacuated populace was safely escorted to the southern regions, close to the territory of the southern barbarians. Once all arrangements were in place, Xie Qinyuan personally led his army to the front lines, poised to launch an offensive against the southern barbarians. As Xie Qinyuan's forces arrived at the front, a breathtakingly fierce battle commenced on the battlefield. Smoke and flames filled the air, while cries and the sounds of combat reverberated through the heavens. The two sides clashed in close combat, fighting for their lives amidst extraordinarily brutal conditions. Soldiers on both sides fought with reckless abandon, determined to prevail. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, darkening the skies, with every inch of ground stained crimson, as if narrating the war's horror and brutality. The innate warriors, who were supposed to adhere to the principle of soldier against soldier and general against general, now disregarded such conventions, charging headlong into the enemy ranks, mercilessly slaughtering the opposing common soldiers. Faced with such ferocity and brutality from their enemies, the southern barbarians could only retreat step by step, utterly powerless. When encountering the innate masters of the southern barbarians, they either rushed in unreservedly to launch a siege or fought valiantly with reckless abandon. Their eyes filled with boundless murderous intent and fury. When the defeated forces of the Shanin tribe met their clan leader, they hurriedly reported, "Great leader, the enemy army has completely descended into madness. They are offering surrender to anyone they see, and should one refuse, they are met with ruthless slaughter, showing no regard for their own casualties. Even with a mere 1,000-strong force, they dare to charge at our 10,000-strong tribe. Moreover, those innate warriors show no respect for the rules, leading the charge directly into battle. We simply cannot hold them off." The trembling tribesmen suggested to their leader, "Might it be that we have pushed them too hard? They seem intent on mutual destruction. Perhaps we should attempt to negotiate with them? As long as they withdraw from the 10,000 Great Mountains, what do you think?" The Shanin tribe leader scoffed disdainfully, replying coldly, "Humph! This is merely their final, desperate struggle. The ancestral hall, along with the Huai and Shui tribes, has already dispatched reinforcements to support us. I now command every tribe to resist with all their strength. Hold the line and immediately counterattack upon the arrival of our reinforcements." Despite the Shanin tribe's valiant defense, they could not halt the relentless tide of enemy assaults, continuously retreating. Even when the Shanin tribe leader personally took to the battlefield, he was no match for the formidable Xie Qinyuan, ultimately succumbing to defeat. This crushing defeat dealt a heavy blow to the morale of the Shanin tribe, forcing them to retreat to the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains, where they could only halt their flight upon receiving support from their ancestral hall, establishing a standoff with the enemy forces. During the tense standoff between the Anyuan army and the southern barbarians, the Anyuan warriors scoured the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains in a net-like search, leaving no target overlooked. Those who had failed the true spirit transformation were executed without mercy. Those who succeeded were incorporated into search teams, continuing to expand their scope of search. Thus, the number of participants in the search grew exponentially, enveloping the entire 10,000 Great Mountains in a thick Bloody atmosphere on this day. After enduring countless hardships, Xie Chenxian and Xie Chenwei finally returned, reuniting with their long-concerned brother, Xie Chenyuan. Third brother, we did our utmost, but mother still refused to leave with us in desperation. We could only leave behind 6 and 8 warriors and sufficient cultivation resources, hoping for her safety. Just as they prepared to depart, however, they were intercepted by their elder brother. Fortunately, at a critical moment, their father appeared, persuading the elder brother to allow their passage. Before leaving, their father inquired about Xie Chenyuan's future plans, suggesting that if the situation became unmanageable, he might consider returning to the royal ancestral grounds for a carefree life. Assuring them of their safety, even their mother urged them to return to the ancestral grounds, hoping the family could live a simple and peaceful life together. Xie Chenxian recounted the events that had transpired during their absence. After listening to his brother's narrative, Xie Chenyuan paused for a moment before responding, I understand. We have successfully gained control over the 10,000 Great Mountains, and the forces of the Huai and Shui tribes are soon to arrive. Time is of the essence. We must prepare to evacuate this world swiftly. Without hesitation, Xie Chenyuan stepped into the Anyuan world, seeking the adorable little sprite to give orders. Little sprite, proceed as planned. Yes, Master Ruler, this is the method of fortune concealment. With this technique, you can use it in the outside world to obscure the territory you occupy. Next, I will facilitate the Anyuan world in completing the devouring action. After imparting a mysterious secret method to Xie Chenyuan, the little sprite continued. Xie Chenyuan's figure flickered, and he instantly appeared in the outside world. Employing the just-acquired fortune concealment technique, he exerted every effort to harness the fortune he had gathered. Attempting to obscure the vast territory under his control as he cast his spell, the previously clear sky gradually darkened, heavy clouds gathered, as if a colossal black curtain was slowly descending. Just as darkness was about to completely envelop the territory, suddenly, the entire world was beset by fierce winds and thunderous lightning, resembling the wrath of heaven and earth. However, this terrifying spectacle seemed to lose its focus, rampaging wildly yet failing to find a precise outlet for its fury. Ultimately, as Xie Chenyuan's territory quietly vanished from view, this astonishing upheaval gradually subsided. On the other side, the southern barbarians, anxiously awaiting the arrival of reinforcements from the Huai and Shui tribes, were diligently deploying their forces. Preparing to mount a counterattack, at that moment, they were astonished to witness the sky above the 10,000 Great Mountains gradually darkening, the atmosphere thickening with dread. Faced with this sudden change, the southern barbarians were filled with trepidation, fearing unforeseen calamities might arise. Consequently, they resolved to remain inactive for the time being, retreating beyond the mountains to observe the unfolding events. However, at that moment, a shocking scene unfolded. The 10,000 Great Mountains, within the blink of an eye, vanished without a trace. In its place lay a bottomless chasm, resembling a celestial divide, completely severing their connection to Daong. Confronted with this unforeseen development, the southern barbarians were left in stunned disbelief, rendered powerless, and could only roar in impotent fury. When this astounding news reached the capital of the Daong dynasty, Li Xian was struck as if by lightning, fainting from shock. Upon regaining consciousness, she discovered Xie Qi vigilantly at her side. Xie Qi gently comforted Li Xian and summoned the 6 and 8 warriors left by Xie Chenyuan. Once they had gathered, Xie Qi conveyed the situation to them. The 6 warriors, upon hearing the news, wore expressions devoid of emotion, as if already privy to the circumstances. Sensing their demeanor, Xie Qi grew suspicious and asked, "Do you know what has transpired?" The 6 exchanged glances, then relayed the entire sequence of events to Xie Qi and Li Xian, reassuring them not to worry. They emphasized that Li Xian should focus on her cultivation, as there might be a chance for reunion once she reached the innate realm. This bizarre experience was later meticulously recorded in the secret annals of the Daong royal family, becoming an eternal enigma that would be passed down through the ages. Chapter 31. The next world. At this moment, Xie Chenyuan remained in the source realm of the Anyuan world, assessing the gains from this endeavor. Spatial information, world name, Anyuan world level, secret realm world source, 65,734 drops and 53 threads, slowly increasing, world species, rich in flora and fauna, with a substantial population, dictating the rate of source growth. World area, 486,000 square kilometers, approximately the size of Sichuan province, slowly increasing. World civilization, basic martial civilization, a prerequisite for activating the law seeds. World laws, fundamental material laws, such as the 5 elements, yin and yang, and seasonal laws, civilization activation, human comprehension, forced activation of the source. World characteristics, true spirit transformation. You can transform others' true spirits voluntarily, ensuring their 100 loyalty. Resistance results in true spirit collapse. The On-Yuan world now operated freely, resembling a normal world, no longer lacking in resources. However, this was merely a minuscule sand grain in the vast cosmos. Relying solely on the On-Yuan's own strength to restore its former glory would be a fool's dream. It appeared that only by absorbing nourishment from other worlds could its development accelerate. Little sprite, we have escaped that world. Must we now wander aimlessly in this chaos? Xie Qinyuan inquired, his expression one of perplexity. Master Ruler, there are many ways to explore worlds. We might just get lucky and stumble upon another world, the little sprite replied. That would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack? How could that possibly be achievable? It's utterly impractical. Another method is to acquire the coordinates of other worlds. That way, we could directly traverse to them. But we currently lack the coordinates of other worlds. Each world can cultivate its own source-seeking spiritual treasure. This treasure can automatically seek out worlds of lower status. Then does the On-Yuan world possess the capability to nurture such a treasure now? Lord Sovereign, regarding the primordial power within the abyssal realm, it is currently insufficient to hatch the treasures of the realm's seeking spirits. Could this be merely an empty proclamation? Given your present circumstances, the most suitable course of action for you, Sovereign, would be to utilize the chaotic reincarnation path to either reincarnate or traverse your soul into another world. However, does traversing via the chaotic reincarnation path not require enduring the baptism of true spirits? I am not yet ready to perish. Will I still be the genuine me at that time? Fear not, Sovereign, for the abyssal realm possesses a portion of transcendent attributes, which can shield you from the influences of the true spirit baptism along the chaotic reincarnation path. Only the primordial reincarnation path would affect you. After concluding discussions with the little sprite, Xie Qinyuan realized that the only viable path for himself indeed lay in reliance on the chaotic reincarnation path. Little sprite, I shall first tend to the current affairs of the abyssal realm, and subsequently, I will traverse using the chaotic reincarnation path. Having spoken, Xie Qinyuan sought out his ministers and generals. Qin Xian, I am about to embark on a quest for a new world and commence a fresh journey. During this time, I entrust the management of the abyssal realm to you. I hope to witness a stronger and more prosperous abyssal realm. This realm is entrusted to you. I shall employ my divine powers to forge the title of Heavenly Emperor for you, granting you the authority and majesty to rule this world. Qing Yao, I shall bestow upon you the rank of carefree celestial sovereign, hoping you can enjoy boundless freedom. Qin Wei, I shall also use my divine powers to grant you the status of Long Princess. As for the rest of you, please wait a moment, for I shall forge the list of deities, and at that time, Qin Xian will assign suitable positions based on your individual talents and achievements. Those who ascend the list of deities shall obtain the chance to coexist with heaven and earth, achieving immortality and resolving any concerns regarding lifespan in the future. I hope you can wholeheartedly assist Qin Xian in managing this wondrous realm. At present, although this realm is not vast, it is in a constant state of growth and expansion. Given time, should the right opportunity arise, it may even merge with other worlds, thereby augmenting the primordial power and territorial extent of this realm. Therefore, it is imperative to strive for the enhancement of your own strength. Complacency must not be entertained. Otherwise, if one day we encounter the opportunity to seize other worlds, and our own power is insufficient, it would result in the loss of all our efforts, which would be truly regrettable, Xie Qinyuan solemnly admonished. Coalesce, with Xie Qinyuan's gentle command, for resplendent beams of light suddenly surged forth before him. Following that, 2 of them streaked toward Xie Qinyuan like shooting stars, while the other 2 soared gracefully like colorful phoenixes toward Xie Qinwei and Fan Qingyao. After suitably managing the myriad matters of the abyssal realm, Xie Qinyuan finally found a moment of respite and began to seek out the little sprite of the abyss. Little sprite, we may commence the traversal now. Xie Qinyuan spoke softly, but just as the words escaped his lips, he suddenly pondered. Wait, if I truly succeed in traversing, what shall become of this physical body? Must I abandon it? The thought caused him to hesitate. Sensing Xie Qinyuan's inner turmoil, the little sprite promptly interjected. Rest assured, Sovereign, I will certainly devise a proper method to handle your physical body. Once you successfully traverse, I will utilize my abilities to help you return to your original essence and directly transfer your primordial energy to your new physical form. In this manner, not only will your original powers be preserved, but you will also be able to gradually enhance your new body's strength through the release of that energy. Furthermore, you will acquire an extraordinarily wondrous transformation technique, derived from alterations in the essence, which even the most perceptive of experts would find difficult to decipher. In other words, as long as you wish, you can revert to your current appearance at any time, and no one will notice any anomaly. Upon hearing the little sprite's explanation, Xie Qinyuan's doubts dissipated entirely. He nodded in satisfaction and decisively commanded, Very well. Immediately activate the chaotic reincarnation path for traversal. With that, Xie Qinyuan closed his eyes, awaiting in stillness. Before long, a wave of intense dizziness engulfed him, as if the entire universe were spinning wildly. Subsequently, Xie Qinyuan distinctly felt his consciousness gradually becoming hazy. He could not ascertain how much time had passed, but when he finally regained clarity, he was astonished to find himself in a completely unfamiliar environment. Looking up, he beheld a sky shrouded in a mysterious and eerie glow. While the surrounding scenery starkly contrasted with the familiar abyssal realm, faced with this striking spectacle, Xie Qinyuan's heart brimmed with curiosity and anticipation, and he silently resolved to adapt swiftly to this brand new world and explore the hidden secrets within. Chapter 32. Arrival in the Cultivation World, Cultivation Realms. Qi Refining, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, God Transformation, Dividing Spirit, Merging Body, Void Exploration, Great Ascension. In the chaotic star sea, vast and boundless, mysterious and unfathomable, islands abound like countless stars scattered across the expansive ocean. Yet, this sea is devoid of order, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, thus earning the name Chaotic Star Sea. In the eastern domain of the chaotic star sea lies an archipelago composed of numerous islands, known as the Shanhai Archipelago. At the heart of the archipelago stands the majestic Lingshao Island, towering into the clouds, enshrouded in mist, resembling a celestial paradise. On Lingshao Island, there is a peak that pierces the heavens, with a tranquil courtyard nestled halfway up to this moment. Within the courtyard's dwelling, a man cloaked in darkness, his fate unknown, lies as if he has suffered grievous injuries, appearing to have just endured a cataclysmic explosion. Suddenly, the man's fingers twitched slightly, followed by an excruciating pain in his head, causing him to faint once more. When Xie Qinyuan awoke again, he had fully absorbed the memories of the person he had inhabited. It turned out he had traversed into the body of a descendant of the Xie family. This Xie family scion held a prestigious status, being the son of the fourth elder of the Xie family. His father, serving as the alchemy elder of the Xie family, was a sixth-grade alchemist at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. Alchemists are ranked from 1 to 9, with 1 being the strongest and 9 the weakest. Perhaps influenced by his own fire and with spiritual roots and his father's teachings, the current Xie Qinyuan had also become a 9th-grade alchemist. His cultivation was at the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage. Typically, only those with foundation establishment cultivation could become 8th-grade alchemists. However, true geniuses often transcend these limitations, achieving breakthroughs beyond their ranks. Xie Qinyuan was eager to demonstrate his extraordinary talent through this means. Yet he ultimately perished in an explosion from attempting to refine an 8th-grade pill without sufficient strength. For the sake of clarity, we shall continue to refer to him as Xie Qinyuan henceforth. After a lengthy period, Xie Qinyuan gradually gathered his thoughts and began to assess himself and his surroundings. The alchemy room, having endured a conflagration, was left in utter disarray. His body was covered in dark soot, bearing scorch marks, and his once pristine robe was now tattered and unrecognizable. The alchemy furnace, which had been intact, was now utterly destroyed, its remnants scattered. The pill that should have formed within the furnace had long since turned to ash. The room was permeated with an acrid and unpleasant stench, reminiscent of burning herbs mingled with various chemical substances. The ground was littered with remnants of herbs that had not fully burned away and shattered fragments of the alchemy furnace. Presenting a scene of utter chaos, Xie Qinyuan closed his eyes and began to meticulously recall all the information regarding the chaotic star sea. According to his knowledge, the most powerful entities within the chaotic star sea belong to three top-tier forces, each possessing a terrifying ancestor at the merging body stage as their sovereign. The leaders of these sects possessed at least dividing spirit stage cultivation, a strength that was nothing short of earth-shattering. Following closely were the so-called first-rate forces, comprising a total of 18 families or sects, many of which were home to experts at the god transformation stage. Notably, the Xie clan was among these ranks, with its members being formidable and renowned. Meanwhile, the second-rate forces numbered 72. Although they could not compare with the aforementioned two categories, they still had nascent soul practitioners to uphold their standing, thus should not be underestimated. Further down the line were the third-rate forces, totaling 108. Though these factions were relatively weaker, they still boasted Golden Core practitioners as their core support. Additionally, countless nameless small forces were scattered throughout, not classified within any ranking. The world now teetered on the brink of the end of the Law of the Void, where various cultivation methods and secret techniques were not scarce, as nearly every household possessed a few unique skills as their trump cards. Though the foundational techniques were not prohibited from circulation, what was truly scarce were the invaluable resources for cultivation. The multitude yearns to amalgamate the strengths of various factions in a collaborative quest to unveil a path that may salvage this world. Upon introspection, Xie Qinyuan confirmed that his injuries were not severe, merely a consequence of excessive depletion of spiritual energy. Thus, he resolved to calm his mind and channel his energy to recuperate, endeavoring to absorb the surrounding spiritual essence to replenish his reserves. Concurrently, he began to contemplate his next course of action. In this world where strength reigns supreme, power is the pivotal factor that determines everything. Xie Qinyuan understood that to establish a firm foothold within the vast and intricate Xie family, and to garner respect and recognition, he must relentlessly enhance his cultivation. Among the myriad paths of cultivation, alchemy was undoubtedly his forte and unique advantage. After careful deliberation, he devised a detailed plan. First, to focus on breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Next, to delve deeply into the art of 8th-grade alchemy. And finally, to seek guidance from his father, a 6th-grade alchemist, with the hope of swiftly ascending to the ranks of 8th-grade alchemists. By progressing step by step, he aimed to enhance his capabilities and status, thereby earning the family's trust and recognition. Once his internal spiritual energy had fully recovered, Xie Qinyuan meticulously tidied the disarrayed alchemy chamber, transforming it into a pristine and orderly environment. Without delay, he ventured into the abyssal realm in search of the elusive sprites. Oh, sprites. This realm harbors spiritual energy resources. Does this imply that we in the abyss can also harness this energy? In response to Xie Qinyuan's eager inquiry, the sprite nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed, my lord, by utilizing the existing external spiritual energy as a template for guidance, and expending 10,000 points of primordial power, we can effortlessly activate the internal spiritual energy circulation system of the abyss. I wonder, at this moment, do you intend to commence the spiritual energy circulation immediately?" Upon hearing this, Xie Qinyuan wasted no time and decisively commanded, "Execute the activation order at once. Time is of the essence." As the primordial energy rapidly dwindled, an unusual wave of energy surged, causing the entire world to tremble. In an instant, the air was infused with refreshing spiritual energy, and the flora began to quiver. Seemingly rejoicing in this long-awaited transformation, people emerged from their homes, enchanted by the wondrous atmosphere. They were astonished to find their bodies felt lighter, and their thoughts clearer. Children frolicked on the grass, their laughter echoing with curiosity about this newfound power. The animals, too, were invigorated by the spiritual energy, becoming more animated. Birds soared through the sky, singing joyfully, while squirrels leaped between branches, their agile forms captivating all who beheld them. The creatures of the forest began to gather, as if they too were attuned to this mysterious force. With the emergence of spiritual energy, the world seemed to be revitalized, brimming with boundless possibilities. Sprite, is the consumption of primordial power for accelerating the abyss's activation considerable? My lord, with the influx of spiritual energy and the expansion of the abyss's territory, it may prove challenging for the abyss to sustain the accelerated demands of the entire world. Henceforth, this realm shall be named the Abyssal Celestial Martial Realm. Now, we must endeavor to forge an entirely new world beneath the Celestial Martial Realm. It need not be vast, but it must be rich in pure spiritual energy to facilitate the cultivation of rare spiritual herbs and miraculous medicines. Furthermore, I wonder if it is possible to summon the denizens of the abyss to the external realm at this moment. Theoretically, it is feasible. However, if I may be so bold, my lord, such an action is not a prudent choice. The inhabitants of the abyss are not beings of this world. Should they recklessly appear in the external realm, it would undoubtedly provoke the vigilance of the heavenly Tao, leading to their annihilation. Unless we utilize the primordial power of the abyss to conceal their presence, only then can we ensure their safety. However, this would entail a significant expenditure of primordial power, and such a method is only suitable for your urgent summons of a select few. Rather than going to such lengths, it would be more advantageous for you to directly transform the indigenous humans of the external realm. Moreover, with the activation of the abyss's spiritual source, the unique characteristics of the abyssal realm will also influence the spiritual energy. Any external individuals who consume substances imbued with abyssal spiritual energy, or who have the energy infiltrate their bodies, will subconsciously transform into denizens of the abyss. Very well, Sprite. Let us first establish the new world. Then I shall venture forth to gather seeds for spiritual herbs and secret techniques for cultivation for the populace of the celestial martial realm. Xie Qinyuan and the Sprite descended beneath the celestial martial realm, employing their powers to open a new world using primordial energy. With their concerted efforts, a small world rich in spiritual energy gradually took shape. Chapter 33. Breaking through to Foundation establishment. Shortly after the new world of the abyss was opened, Xie Qinyuan eagerly packed his belongings and made his way to the Xie family's spiritual herb hall. This hall was specifically established for the Xie clan, serving as a venue for clan members to trade spiritual herbs and various rare seeds. Here, one could purchase necessary items using family contribution points or engage in transactions with spiritual stones. However, opting to use family contribution points would offer certain discounts. Yet, at present, Xie Qinyuan was merely an inexperienced novice in the qi refinement stage. With his family contribution points being pitifully scant, almost negligible, it is well known that although alchemists can amass wealth rapidly, their expenditures are equally exorbitant. Those who truly accumulate vast fortunes are typically high-ranking alchemical masters. In contrast, individuals like Xie Qinyuan, who are only at the 9th grade alchemy level, can barely make ends meet relying solely on the monthly stipends from the family and financial support from their elders. In other words, if Xie Qinyuan were to cease pursuing advancements in his alchemical skills and remain indefinitely at the 9th grade level, dedicating himself solely to producing 9th grade elixirs, perhaps only then could he achieve a balance between income and expenditure, or even attain a surplus. Fortunately, the current world still boasts an ample supply of spiritual herb seeds. After all, we are still some distance from the end of the Dharma era, and what is most scarce in the world is not ordinary spiritual herb seeds, but rather precious spiritual herbs that have endured the passage of time. The prices of spiritual herb seeds are low, thanks to the Xie family's proactive policy encouraging clan members to cultivate spiritual herbs. However, this affordability is relative to the affluent. The quantity and variety required by Xie Qinyuan are immense. Even if he were to expend all his savings, he would only be able to acquire some common spiritual herb seeds. After procuring the seeds, Xie Qinyuan promptly entered the abyssal realm and meticulously planted them. Subsequently, he instructed the Sprite to activate the time acceleration function and patiently awaited the flourishing growth of these spiritual herbs. At this moment, he was devoid of any funds, leaving him with no choice but to wait. Next, Xie Qinyuan proceeded to the family's library, immersing himself in various cultivation techniques and the myriad arts of immortality. Simultaneously, He instructed the sprite to replicate these invaluable texts one by one and to establish a library within the celestial martial realm to house them properly in the days that followed. Xie Qinyuan led a life of studying extensively in the library during the day and traversing to the celestial martial realm at night to impart alchemical techniques to the populace. To provide a more convenient alchemical environment for the cultivators of the celestial martial realm, Xie Qinyuan fully leveraged his powers as the realm's sovereign, successfully connecting the ley lines, drawing forth the fire of the earth veins, and sealing it within the alchemical platform. Consequently, the cultivators in the celestial martial realm could now refine elixirs with greater ease, as long as they could control the strength of the flames with their spiritual energy. Even low-tier cultivators could engage in alchemy. However, while this method of alchemy was not particularly difficult, it did demand immense patience. A moment's carelessness could result in a whole batch of elixirs being reduced to ashes. Among the 9th grade elixirs, some do not require any specific spiritual herbs. The materials are readily available within the celestial martial realm. Examples include the Bigu pill, the Jinchuan pill, and the tubing pill. The Bigu pill is crafted using a substantial amount of plant essences combined with alchemical techniques, and a single pill can sustain a person's needs for 7 days. Individuals below the foundation establishment stage in this world cannot fast. Thus, they must consume food. The majority of people in the world, both ordinary and those in the Qi refinement stage, necessitate the Bigu pill, leading to a high demand. However, for alchemists, producing the Bigu pill is time-consuming and yields minimal profit, creating a significant gap in supply. The Jinchuan pill is used for treating external injuries. When crushed and applied to wounds, it promotes automatic healing. The tubing pill is effective for treating non-terminal ailments, providing immediate relief upon consumption. These are essential elixirs for novice alchemists, primarily due to their low production costs, ease of learning, and significant market demand. Moreover, although the remaining 9th grade elixirs require fewer spiritual herbs, their main ingredients must still consist of spiritual herbs. Yet, currently, Xie Qinyuan possesses no spiritual herbs, so he can only teach his disciples to refine those elixirs that do not require them for the time being. Subsequently, he can sell the elixirs produced by these disciples at the family's alchemical hall, which would help replenish his empty coffers. When Xie Qinyuan finally sensed that he was on the verge of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, he wasted no time and sought out his father. "Father, I sense an opportunity to break through to the foundation establishment stage, and I hope you can bestow upon me the resources necessary for this endeavor." "Very well. Excellent," Xie Dongxing, Xie Qinyuan's father, replied with a beaming smile. He then closed his eyes to carefully sense Xie Qinyuan's condition before retrieving a precious resource specifically intended for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage from his storage ring and handing it to him. "Qinyuan, I have actually prepared this resource for your breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage long ago. Now, let us commence your breakthrough here, for your father stands guard to ensure your safety." Having spoken these words, he led Xie Qinyuan to the cultivation chamber, where they would close the door and assist him in transcending his current realm. In a tranquil and enigmatic cultivation room, Xie Qinyuan sat serenely at the center, enveloped by a rich aura of spiritual energy. This sanctuary belonged exclusively to Xie Dongxing. At that moment, Xie Qinyuan's expression was solemn, his eyes tightly shut, as the currents of energy surged around him. Blending seamlessly with the surrounding universe, he was immersed in profound meditation, diligently absorbing the abundant spiritual energy that surrounded him. Suddenly, Xie Qinyuan opened his eyes wide, a sharp glint flickering within them. He inhaled deeply, swiftly consolidating the true energy within his meridians to his dantian. In that instant, his body trembled slightly, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. As time flowed quietly by, the true energy within him grew increasingly pure and refined. Seemingly on the verge of breaking free from the constraints of his physical form, at last, in a pivotal moment, he let out a low roar, akin to a tiger descending a mountain, his momentum overwhelming. In an instant, that immense true energy surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, shattering the bottleneck of the foundation establishment stage. The entire chamber was illuminated with brilliant radiance, as the tumultuous spiritual energy spiraled toward him like a colossal vortex. His body radiated a powerful aura that sent hearts racing, as if he had undergone a transformative rebirth through flames. Xie Qinyuan slowly rose to his feet, reveling in the surging power within him, an uncontrollable joy illuminating his countenance. From that moment on, he had successfully stepped into a new realm, embarking on a profound journey of cultivation. After achieving his breakthrough, he did not immediately depart but continued to circulate his cultivation technique, solidifying the power he had just acquired. When he felt everything was prepared, he finally opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. As he pushed open the door, Xie Qinyuan beheld his father seated in the courtyard, quietly protecting him. Upon seeing his son emerge, Xie Dongxing's face broke into a reassuring smile. Qinyuan, congratulations on your successful breakthrough. However, you must continue to strive diligently and not become complacent. Approaching his father, Xie Qinyuan bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, father, for your unwavering guidance and protection. This successful breakthrough in the foundation establishment stage is entirely due to your strict requirements and encouragement. Now that I have transcended this stage, I hope you will continue to enlighten me and teach me how to advance further. Xie Dongxing nodded, his eyes filled with paternal affection, patting Xie Qinyuan's shoulder. You have done well, Qinyuan. Achieving the foundation establishment stage in one go is a remarkable feat. Henceforth, you may learn the art of alchemy from me. With diligent practice, you will surely make great strides, potentially even breaking through to the rank of an 8th grade alchemist. Your teachings shall be honored. Xie Qinyuan replied, bowing once more before turning to return to his quarters. Once inside his room, he took a brief respite before beginning to contemplate the myriad gains from his recent breakthrough. In the solitude of his chamber, Xie Qinyuan sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to enter a state of profound meditation. He attuned himself to the powerful flow of spiritual energy within, carefully contemplating the wondrous changes following his establishment of a solid foundation. Gradually, he discerned that his spiritual roots had become even purer than before, with a notable enhancement in his perception and absorption of the surrounding spiritual energy. As he delved deeper into his own condition, a wave of joy surged within him. Yet, he was acutely aware that the path of cultivation was long and arduous, and he could not afford to become complacent due to a fleeting achievement. Thus, he steeled his resolve to double his efforts in mastering the art of alchemy, aspiring to fulfill his father's expectations and become an exceptional 8th grade alchemist. Chapter 34. The Breakthrough to 8th Grade Alchemist in a Tranquil Alchemy Chamber. Where even the sound of a falling needle would echo, Xie Dongxing spoke gravely to Xie Qinyuan about the crucial knowledge required to transcend to the 8th grade. His tone was heavy and profound as he conveyed. The essence of alchemy lies in the understanding of the heart. To successfully break through to this level, one must first establish a solid foundation. Only then can one become intimately familiar with the unique properties of each medicinal herb. Upon hearing this, Xie Qinyuan dared not exhibit even a hint of negligence. He immediately listened attentively, nodding occasionally to signify his understanding. Soon after, Xie Dongxing began to guide Xie Qinyuan in mastering the control of heat during alchemy and the appropriate proportions for mixing various herbs. Xie Qinyuan remained utterly focused, his gaze fixed on Xie Dongxing's every move, determined not to miss any subtle detail. Thus, day after day, month after month, through diligent effort and relentless study over several months, Xie Qinyuan gradually comprehended and mastered the unique techniques imparted to him by Xie Dongxing. One fateful day, after tirelessly honing his skills, Xie Qinyuan finally encountered the crucial moment that would allow him to break through to the level of an 8th grade alchemist. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the world of alchemy. Oblivious to the surroundings, he meticulously adhered to the methods taught by Xie Dongxing, striving to maintain a calm and stable mindset while accurately controlling the heat. As time trickled by, a peculiar and enchanting fragrance began to waft from the alchemical furnace, and the raw materials gradually took on distinct shapes. Witnessing this scene, Xie Qinyuan's heart raced, filled with eager anticipation for the outcome of what was about to transpire. As he carefully lifted the lid of the furnace, a dazzling burst of light shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Almost immediately, a crystal-clear 8th grade elixir, exuding an irresistible fragrance, appeared before him like a precious gem. Xie Qinyuan's eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. He had finally succeeded. However, the elation was fleeting, quickly replaced by astonishment. Upon closer inspection, he was shocked to discover that it was a completely ineffective waste elixir. His eyes widened in disbelief, his expression frozen in shock, flooded with endless confusion and uncertainty. This outcome was entirely unexpected, plunging him into a deep self-doubt. Observing this, Xie Dongxing approached Xie Qinyuan, speaking earnestly. Qinyuan, the most critical aspect of alchemy is to stabilize your mindset and accurately control the heat. You were too eager just now. Your excessive force during the final stages caused an imbalance in the medicinal properties, resulting in a waste elixir. However, do not be disheartened. Learn from this experience, pay attention to the details next time, and I believe you will be able to concoct a genuine 8th-grade elixir. Xie Qinyuan furrowed his brow. Burdened by heavy emotions, this painful failure struck a significant blow to him but simultaneously ignited an even stronger fighting spirit within. He resolved not to give up easily, determined to challenge himself once more and break through the 8th-grade barrier. Without hesitation, Xie Qinyuan returned to the alchemy chamber, firmly closing the door behind him. Immersing himself in study, he meticulously reviewed each step, leaving no potential issue unexamined. Days turned into weeks, and before long, several months had passed. At last, he felt prepared and resolved to attempt the 8th-grade breakthrough again. This time, he approached the task with greater composure and calmness, wholeheartedly engaging in the world of alchemy. Within the furnace, the flames danced joyfully, as various precious herbs gradually melded together under the intense heat, undergoing marvelous and mysterious transformations. Xie Qinyuan remained fully focused, observing every subtle change, continuously adjusting the heat and herb ratios without a hint of negligence. As the elixir neared completion, the furnace radiated dazzling light, and an extraordinary fragrance enveloped the room, as if heralding the impending culmination of a grand metamorphosis. Xie Qinyuan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze fixated on the crystalline 8th-grade elixir in his hand. A smile of satisfaction gracing his lips, he understood that this success was not the end of his journey, but rather a new beginning in his ascent to greater heights. Since successfully ascending to the rank of an 8th-grade alchemist, Xie Qinyuan grasped the wondrous sensation of his breakthrough and relentlessly plunged into the fervent crafting of 8th-grade elixirs. At this moment, the precious spiritual herbs he had diligently cultivated in the abyssal realm were finally poised to showcase their potential. It is worth noting that in the past, due to his limitations as a 9th-grade alchemist, many rare spiritual herbs were rendered useless to him. Yet, Xie Qinyuan had not discarded these treasures. Instead, he had meticulously collected and preserved them. Now, with the time ripe for their use, he was ready to unleash their true value. Although Xie Qinyuan's talent in alchemy may not be extraordinary, as the saying goes, diligence can compensate for a lack of natural ability. What does it matter if one is not gifted? Ample resources can adequately fill this gap. After all, even the most exceptional talent, if devoid of the necessary resources for practical operation, amounts to mere empty talk. Fortunately, Xie Qinyuan possesses a vast array of flourishing spiritual herbs in the Dark Abyss world, ensuring that he has no trouble sourcing materials for alchemy. In essence, the art of alchemy is simply a process of accumulating experience and practicing repeatedly. It is a matter of skillful hands. Once one grasps the fundamentals, the remainder lies in enhancing one's proficiency through extensive practice. Taking a deep breath, Xie Qinyuan set about concocting the 8th-grade Peiyuan pill and the 8th-grade Qingxin pill, both essential for foundational cultivation. The Peiyuan pill is renowned for its ability to solidify one's foundation and significantly accelerate the cultivation speed of foundational practitioners, while the Qingxin pill is effective in calming the mind, greatly reducing the risk of demonic deviation. With a clear objective in mind, Xie Qinyuan immediately retrieved various precious spiritual herbs and devoted himself wholly to the alchemical process. Time flew by, and a day passed in haste. Lin Mu was astonished to discover that Xie Qinyuan had consumed an entire 9 portions of materials, of which only 4 portions successfully transformed into Peiyuan pills, resulting in 5 portions being entirely wasted. Faced with such circumstances, Xie Qinyuan did not feel disheartened or disappointed. Rather, he found satisfaction in the outcome. After all, he had only recently ascended to the realm of an 8th-grade alchemist, and his skills were still far from exquisite. Generally speaking, the success rate for an ordinary alchemist at this stage hovers just above 50%. The following morning, as sunlight bathed the courtyard, Xie Qinyuan found himself once again immersed in the world of alchemy. His alchemical techniques had become increasingly proficient, requiring merely a little over an hour to produce each batch of pills. In the event of failure, the process could even be expedited. With his profound foundation in cultivation, he was entirely capable of consecutively refining 2 batches of pills before taking a brief respite. Fortunately, the current alchemical furnace was directly connected to the earth's fire. Otherwise, given his present capabilities, producing a single Peiyuan pill would have been a daunting task, necessitating the consumption of supplementary spiritual energy pills first. This time, he had meticulously prepared 800 portions of materials required for alchemy, with 400 portions designated for each of the Peiyuan and Qingxin pills. Thanks to the valuable experience accumulated from the previous day, today's alchemical process was evidently more fluid and seamless. In just 5 short days, he had exhausted the entire 100 portions of materials. However, he rejoiced in achieving a remarkable 47 successful concoctions, while the wastage was contained to around 53 portions. Consequently, his success rate had already approached the average level of a typical alchemist. Nevertheless, Xie Qinyuan did not allow himself to grow complacent. He remained diligently engrossed in the alchemical chamber, focused on refining pills. 10 days swiftly elapsed, and Xie Qinyuan's alchemical skills progressed significantly once more, with his success rate surpassing the critical threshold of 60%, thus exceeding the normal standards of an ordinary alchemist. At that moment, he pondered to himself, it indeed requires diligent practice to enhance one's alchemical prowess. Who would have thought that within a mere half-month, I could surpass the realm of an average alchemist? I am indeed an undeniable genius. A month later, Xie Qinyuan finally pushed open the heavy door of the alchemical chamber. He staggered out, as if burdened by 1,000-pound weight. At that moment, the image presented to the onlookers was strikingly different. His hair was disheveled and unkempt, his face haggard and gaunt, and his eyes were bloodshot, resembling a survivor who had just endured a life-and-death battle. For a full 45 days and nights, Xie Qinyuan had not rested for a single moment. He had devoted himself tirelessly to the craft of alchemy, meticulously refining 800 precious materials without daring to slacken his efforts. Now, all his hard work had borne fruit. After countless failures and retries, he successfully concocted 230 bottles of Peiyuan pills and 245 bottles of Qingxin pills. These elixirs were the fruits of his labor, yet Xie Qinyuan had no intention of retaining them all. Aside from reserving a few for personal use, he planned to sell the remaining pills to his family in exchange for urgently needed spiritual stones. Exhausted, Xie Qinyuan was left with a singular thought: to enjoy a good night's sleep. As for how to handle the pills, he decided to deliberate on that tomorrow. After all, his labor over the past month had left him utterly fatigued. As soon as he lay down on the bed, the moment his body touched the soft mattress, it was as though he had been enchanted, plunging instantly into a deep slumber, his snores echoing like thunder. Chapter 35. Selecting the mind cultivation techniques. As the sun hung high in the sky, Xie Qinyuan slowly awakened from his slumber. After a night of rest, his spirit had fully recovered. However, his body felt an indescribable stickiness and discomfort. This was due to the fact that over the past month, he had immersed himself wholly in alchemy, resulting in his entire being covered in dirt and grime. Xie Qinyuan quickly shed his garments and stepped into the fish pond in the courtyard, relishing the refreshing and soothing sensation of the crystal-clear water. After bathing, he felt invigorated, as if he had cast off a heavy burden, becoming remarkably light and unencumbered. Once refreshed, Xie Qinyuan made his way to the family's elixir pavilion. There, he sold all the pills he had concocted, aside from those he intended to keep for himself. "Brother, would you prefer contribution points or spiritual stones?" inquired a disciple of the elixir pavilion, meticulously tallying the pills. Contribution points are crucial within the family, as many rare items can only be obtained through them. However, once one leaves the family, contribution points lose their significance. Spiritual stones, on the other hand, are an indispensable resource for practitioners. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Qinyuan replied, "Let it be half spiritual stones and half family contribution points." As he stepped out of the elixir pavilion, Xie Qinyuan found himself in possession of a considerable sum of spiritual stones and contribution points. Without hesitation, he hurried towards the library. After over a month of relentless alchemy, Xie Qinyuan felt as though his spirit had been stretched to its limits, as if he might completely shatter at any moment. He understood that the root cause of this state was his own feeble mind power. Thus, he resolved to visit the family's library to exchange for a technique that could effectively hone his mind. After all, only through such means could he possibly strengthen and elevate his fragile mind. Upon entering the library and facing the plethora of various technique books, Xie Qinyuan exhibited neither hesitation nor confusion. With a clear objective, he strode resolutely towards the section housing mind cultivation techniques, diligently searching for suitable methods for his practice. Qingming Mind Technique. This technique enhances the clarity and focus of the mind, allowing practitioners to maintain heightened mental concentration during cultivation and combat. Illusion Mind Technique. This technique enables the mind to produce various illusions to confuse and disrupt enemies while also enhancing one's illusionary abilities. Mind Shield. Through practice, one can form a protective barrier around the mind, effectively resisting external mind attacks and disturbances. Heavenly Eye Technique. By concentrating the mind in the eyes, successful cultivation grants extraordinary insight and perception, even allowing one to see through illusions and hidden things. These were all techniques for honing the mind, yet none were suitable for an alchemist. Subsequently, Xie Qinyuan continued his search and finally discovered mind techniques appropriate for alchemists. Dangha Technique. This technique emphasizes the resonance between the mind and elixirs, enhancing the practitioner's perception and control over pills, allowing alchemists to grasp the properties of medicinal ingredients with greater precision during the refining process. Spiritual Herb Mind. This is a specialized mind cultivation technique focused on spiritual herbs, enhancing the practitioner's mind perception of herbs, thereby aiding alchemists in better identifying and selecting high-quality materials. Mind Alchemy Technique. By integrating the mind into the alchemical process, practitioners can enhance the success rate and quality of their concoctions through the guidance of their mind. Calming Fire Technique. During the refining of elixirs, one must control the heat. This technique cultivates the stability of the mind, allowing alchemists to manage the fire with greater ease. Standing before the shelf of mind techniques, Xie Qinyuan's gaze flickered as he perused one book after another. After careful consideration, he ultimately selected the Heavenly Eye Technique and the Dangha Technique. After all, for one still in the foundational realm, the mind cannot detach from the body, but the Heavenly Eye Technique can be wielded through the eyes, making it exceptionally fitting. Meanwhile, the perception enhancement offered by the Dangha Technique perfectly aligned with his own characteristics. Having made his selections, Xie Qinyuan approached the administrator with the coveted text in hand. "Excuse me, how many contribution points are required for these two techniques?" he inquired calmly. The administrator glanced at the books in Xie Qinyuan's possession and replied, "The Heavenly Eye Technique requires 500 contribution points, while the Dangha Technique necessitates 800 contribution points." Xie Qinyuan nodded slightly in understanding. Without hesitation, he handed over the requisite contribution points, completing the transaction before turning to leave the library. Upon returning to his residence, Xie Qinyuan felt a surge of joy and could hardly contain his eagerness to delve into the profound study of these two techniques. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to first conquer the heavenly vision, wholeheartedly immersing himself in the practice according to the methods detailed in the tome. As time flowed like a river, day after day, Xie Qinyuan gradually grasped the essence of the heavenly vision. To his astonishment, he discovered that his perception had become increasingly sharp and clear, allowing him to notice the subtle details that had previously eluded him. Subsequently, he devoted himself entirely to the cultivation of the Dangha Technique. As time progressed, this wondrous practice heightened his sensitivity to medicinal pills, as if he could truly feel the intricate structure and every minute change within them. Xie Qinyuan understood well that the most crucial aspect of the cultivation journey was perseverance and grounded effort. Therefore, he diligently practiced every day, accumulating his strength bit by bit. One day, while he was deeply engrossed in his arduous training, a thought from his father suddenly flashed through his mind. Although cultivators could harness the power of pills during their training, they must never become overly reliant on them. For if one were to consume pills for an extended period to aid their cultivation, it would not only lead to a buildup of pill toxicity within their body, but could also render their spiritual energy weak and difficult to control. Thus, when utilizing pills to assist in cultivation, one must exercise utmost caution, carefully timing their use and strictly regulating the dosage and frequency. Only in this manner could one maximize the efficacy of the pills while avoiding adverse effects on the body. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A brilliant beam of light, like a bolt of lightning, surged toward Xie Qinyuan, arriving before him in an instant. Xie Qinyuan's heart stirred, and he immediately unleashed his spiritual awareness to connect with the light. In an instant, the voice of Xie Dongxing resonated from within the radiance. "Qinyuan, hasten here to meet your father." Upon Xie Qinyuan's arrival, Xie Dongxing quickly approached, speaking earnestly. "Qinyuan, in 7 days, the family will hold the young talent competition. I have already registered you. You must take good care of your health in the coming days, replenishing your energy, and strive to showcase your talents in the competition." Hearing this, a hint of worry crossed Xie Qinyuan's face as he hesitantly replied, "Father, I have only recently broken through to the foundation establishment stage. My foundation is still unstable, and my strength is likely at the lower end among cultivators of the same realm. I truly lack confidence in achieving a noteworthy position in this competition." Xie Dongxing patted Xie Qinyuan's shoulder, offering reassurance. "Fear not, Qinyuan. The competition you are entering is specifically designed for newly ascended foundation establishment cultivators. Regardless of the outcome, the family will provide corresponding rewards. As the saying goes, participation is what matters. As long as you give your all, you shall have no regrets." Encouraged by his father's words, Xie Qinyuan felt a slight sense of relief, yet simultaneously resolved not to disappoint his father's expectations. Thus, in the days that followed, he devoted himself even more diligently to his training, achieving significant breakthroughs in his original techniques and, through his remarkable insight and talent, developing unique combat skills. Time passed swiftly, and the day of the competition drew near. On that fateful morning, as the dawn broke, Xie Qinyuan rose early, completing his morning rituals before arriving at the venue for the contest. That moment, the place was already bustling with activity, teeming with young disciples, all eager and ready for the fierce competition that awaited them. Chapter 36. Family Competition. As Xie Qinyuan hurried to the family training hall, he found it already crowded and lively. The young talent competition, held once every decade, was a grand and significant event for the entire family. Despite the time constraints, many young disciples continued to arrive, adding to the already overwhelming atmosphere in the training hall. Looking around, he saw a throng of people, shoulder to shoulder, filling the hall. In the center, the square was a cacophony of voices, various sounds intertwining to form a massive wave of noise. People whispered to one another or spoke loudly, their discussions revolving around the impending competition. On the elevated platform, exquisite rosewood tables were arranged, each accompanied by 10 intricately carved chairs, clearly designated for the family's esteemed members. At this moment, the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall busily moved about the perimeter, diligently maintaining order. Their expressions were serious, eyes sharp, always vigilant to ensure the competition proceeded smoothly. Xie Qinyuan quietly stood in an inconspicuous corner, taciturn, patiently awaiting the commencement of the contest. His gaze was focused and resolute, seemingly lost in thought. Once again, it was the decade-spanning young talent competition. He wondered how many of the Xie family's youths would manage to secure a place among the 3 major sects this year. It was hard to say, for the 10 great families were vying for a mere 12 slots, meaning each family would likely have only 1 or 2 fortunate souls to seize such a precious opportunity. Yet, I believe the 3rd son of the clan leader will undoubtedly succeed. I've heard he has already broken through to the Golden Core stage. That may be true, but let us not forget that the Golden Core cultivators competing in the trials will be up against others of the same realm. The competition will be fierce. Even with exceptional strength, standing out among them will not be an easy feat. As the discussions around him ebbed and flowed, Xie Qinyuan absorbed their words without voicing any opinions. He was acutely aware of the brutality and challenges of this young talent competition and silently encouraged himself, hoping to demonstrate his capabilities in the contest. They are fortunate indeed. I envy those competing in the new foundation establishment category. I've heard everyone will receive a magical artifact. One person exclaimed, their face alight with envy. What is there to envy? Everyone knows the family rules. As long as someone successfully breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, they must participate in this new competition, and each participant will receive a magical artifact as a reward, though the quality may vary. This is a benefit our family provides, another countered dismissively. Just then, a dazzling stream of light suddenly streaked across the distant sky. In the blink of an eye, the 10 Grandmaster chairs on the platform were filled to capacity. Those seated were none other than the clan leader of the Xie family and the 9 elders. From afar, Xie Qinyuan recognized his father seated prominently among them. He was the 4th elder, primarily responsible for managing the family's alchemical affairs. Once the elders settled into their seats, the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall quickly stepped forward, guiding the gathered family members to pay their respects to the elevated platform. "We pay our respects to the clan leader and esteemed elders," the crowd chanted in unison, their voices booming and resonating through the air. At that moment, Xie Qingtian, the clan leader, slowly rose and stepped to the front of the platform, addressing the assembly. "Esteemed clan members, please be at ease. Regarding this decade-spanning competition, I would like to reiterate the rules and related rewards. The Young Talent Competition consists of 3 independent events. The first event will be a contest among Golden Core cultivators, where the top victor will be determined. The winner shall receive an invaluable low-grade magical artifact as a reward. Furthermore, this champion will then face representatives from the 10 great families, with only the top 3 able to rise above and be exempted from assessments to become core disciples of the 3 major sections. Not only that, but those who secure a top 3 position will also receive an additional coveted medium-grade magical artifact. The second event features confrontations among Foundation establishment cultivators, yielding 3 outstanding participants. The family will likewise bestow a high-grade magical artifact as a reward. The 3 elite contestants will continue to challenge experts from the 10 great families, and those who successfully place among the top 9 will be granted direct admission as inner disciples of the 3 major sects without any further evaluations. Naturally, those exceptional clan members will also receive an additional low-grade magical artifact as a token of encouragement. The final competition also focuses on Foundation establishment, but this time, only young clan members who have recently entered the Foundation establishment stage within the last decade are eligible. For this occasion, the family has specially prepared a variety of magical artifacts for participants to choose from, including high, medium, and low-grade artifacts. The selection order will depend entirely on the participants' rankings in the competition. Now, let those who have registered begin drawing lots to determine their order of appearance. According to the statistics, there were 14 eligible participants for the Golden Core competition, 207 for the Foundation establishment event, and 54 for the new Foundation establishment participants. Soon, the personnel from the Law Enforcement Hall sprang into action, efficiently directing the many disciples to line up and draw lots to establish their opponents. With determined strides, Xie Qinyuan approached the designated area for new Foundation establishment cultivators and drew a bamboo slip from the container. Upon closer inspection, it bore the conspicuous number 28. He smiled slightly, tucked the token into his robes, and then turned to await his moment on stage. The number he drew was perfectly positioned in the middle, neither ahead nor behind, instilling in him a sense of neither anxiety nor excessive relaxation. Before long, the first match officially commenced, with 2 young clan members, newly ascended to the Foundation establishment stage, stepping onto the arena to engage in a breathtaking duel. Each showcased their unique talents, unleashing a dazzling array of spells and magical artifacts, creating a scene ablaze with light and overwhelming momentum. After a fierce contest, one of them gained the upper hand, successfully claiming victory in the inaugural battle. As time flowed swiftly, the matches proceeded in rapid succession. The spectators alternated between jubilant cheers and rapt silence, fully immersed in this spectacular visual feast. Finally, the long-awaited moment arrived for Xie Qinyuan to take the stage. Opposite him stood another formidable newcomer from the Xie family, named Xie Lin. Their eyes met, each reflecting the fervent pursuit of victory. In an instant, the atmosphere became palpably tense, as if the very air had solidified. Combat was imminent. Without hesitation, Xie Qinyuan unleashed his most formidable techniques. Engaging Xie Lin in a life-or-death struggle, the two exchanged blows, neither able to gain a decisive advantage, resulting in a fiercely brutal confrontation. At a critical juncture, Xie Qinyuan, utilizing his unique spiritual perception techniques, managed to turn the tides and ultimately triumphed over the formidable opponent, Xie Lin. Following this exhilarating triumph, the thrilling second round of draws commenced. Xie Qinyuan closed his eyes in silent prayer for good fortune. Upon opening them, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that he had drawn number 27. This fortunate draw meant he would advance to the next round without having to fight, an unexpected stroke of luck indeed. Overwhelmed with joy, Xie Qinyuan had never anticipated such fortune. After the intense first round, he was granted precious time to rest, a clear blessing from the heavens. Descending from the arena, Xie Qinyuan did not allow himself to relax but opted instead to observe the other competitors closely. He attentively analyzed each opponent's moves and weaknesses, striving to glean valuable insights for the upcoming challenges. The competition on the field was fierce, with an array of captivating techniques and artifacts dazzling the spectators, who frequently erupted in astonished gasps and cheers to rally the contestants. Before long, the second round concluded, with 13 victors emerging, joined by the fortunate Xie Qinyuan, bringing the total to 14 for the final showdown among the 7 strongest. Xie Qinyuan once again took to the stage for the draw. This time, he drew the coveted number 1, setting the stage for his first duel against the contestant in position 1-4. In the expansive and grand arena, Xie Qinyuan faced Xie Ting, their gazes locking in a silent exchange that conveyed unwavering resolve and determination. The atmosphere became electric, thick with tension, as if the very air had frozen, and the audience could distinctly hear the pounding of their hearts. At the sound of the referee's crisp command, both warriors sprang into action, simultaneously unleashing their ultimate techniques. In an instant, sword lights erupted, and spiritual energy surged, as their attacks clashed like a torrential storm. Producing a cacophony of thunderous roars, their offensive onslaught was as fierce as a tempest, each strike imbued with colossal force. Xie Qinyuan, with his extraordinary insight and celestial vision, repeatedly delivered devastating blows to Xie Ting, momentarily disorienting him. However, both combatants were evenly matched, neither able to gain a significant advantage in such a short span of time. In this heart-pounding clash, both bore the marks of battle. Beads of sweat mingled with vivid crimson blood streamed down their foreheads. Yet their steadfast gazes never wavered or faltered. Ultimately, after a cataclysmic exchange, both collapsed to the ground, expelling copious amounts of blood. Despite their exhaustion, they strained with all their might to rise once more. But their bodies had already surpassed their limits, rendering them unable to continue. In the end, Xie Qinyuan, relying on the residual strength from his previous life, managed to shakily rise to his feet. Yet even then, he was at the end of his endurance, incapable of launching another attack against Xie Ting. After a full 3 minutes had passed, with Xie Ting still unable to recover, the referee decisively declared Xie Qinyuan the victor. The atmosphere erupted into a frenzy, thunderous cheers reverberating throughout the arena, deafening in their intensity. Xie Qinyuan gasped for breath, feeling as though every ounce of strength had been depleted, yet he mustered the energy to scan the audience. Upon seeing the pride and excitement reflected in the faces of his family members, the burden on his heart was finally lifted, allowing him to relax slightly. He then gritted his teeth and, gathering his last reserves of strength, straightened his posture to graciously nod toward the audience in a gesture of respect. After a brief moment of rest and adjustment, Xie Qinyuan faced the conclusion of the third round. However, during the subsequent draw for the fourth round, he unfortunately drew an exceptionally powerful opponent from his own clan. At this moment, Xie Qinyuan was utterly exhausted and unable to continue. Thus he decisively chose to forfeit, ultimately placing 7th. Once all matches concluded, the participants began selecting their magical artifacts based on their performance. The family had prepared 3 high-grade artifacts, 7 mid-grade artifacts, and 44 low-grade artifacts. Unsurprisingly, the 3 high-grade artifacts were claimed by the top 3 contestants, while Xie Qinyuan selected a mid-grade fire attribute flying sword. With the coveted flying sword in hand, Xie Qinyuan hurried back to his quarters. He closed the door firmly and immersed himself in rigorous training, dedicating himself to unraveling the mysteries of the flying sword. As time passed, after an arduous period of diligent study, Xie Qinyuan finally achieved resonance with the flying sword, gaining the ability to wield it at will. Chapter 37. Seeking the Spirit Herb Cultivator after successfully refining the flying sword. Xie Qinyuan was astonished to discover that the source power of the abyss was being continually depleted. Upon investigation, he learned that the second layer of the abyss was perpetually in a state of time acceleration, leading to a significant loss of source power over time. While the abyss could still sustain itself for a while, this continuous consumption without adequate replenishment was unsustainable. Xie Qinyuan understood the necessity of implementing measures to alter the situation and began contemplating ways to increase resource acquisition while conserving power. However, he found himself lacking good ideas for increasing resources. Regarding conservation, the only feasible option was to halt the time acceleration altogether. Yet, he was in desperate need of the time acceleration to cultivate rare spiritual herbs. Thus, he seemed trapped in an inescapable cycle of contradiction. After careful deliberation, Xie Qinyuan resolved to focus on resource conservation. Since a complete cessation of time acceleration was unfeasible, perhaps he could limit the acceleration to a select few precious spiritual herbs. For the other ordinary herbs, he planned to venture out into the world to seek individuals with 4 or 5 spiritual roots and impart to them the methods of cultivation. Once these individuals had mastered the skills, they could be trained as specialized herb cultivators, tasked with tending to the crops within the abyss. However, individuals possessing spiritual roots were exceedingly rare in the realm of Tianwu, making it a daunting task to find a sufficient number of suitable candidates. In this realm of cultivation, those endowed with 4 to 5 types of spiritual roots would typically find the foundation establishment stage to be their insurmountable limit unless they possessed exceptional opportunities. Consequently, unless these individuals had formidable backing, ordinary sects would rarely recruit them en masse. Yet, among the common folk, many such individuals remained. Xie Qinyuan set his sights on this group, as he did not require them to become formidable warriors capable of combat. It sufficed for them to assume the role of farmers. The Xie family had a long-standing rule. Any disciple who successfully broke through to the foundation establishment stage was permitted to venture out to gain experience. This regulation was established because only through enduring trials and tribulations could one grow into a true powerhouse. Remaining sheltered under the family's protection would yield nothing more than fragile, greenhouse flowers, which was clearly counterproductive to the family's long-term development. At this moment, Xie Qinyuan himself had also successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage, thus qualifying for external training. With this realization, he decided to seek out his father, Xie Dongsheng, to discuss the matter. "Father, I have now successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage and wish to venture out for training, to broaden my horizons and hone my abilities." Xie Qinyuan respectfully reported to Xie Dongsheng, "Qinyuan, it is indeed time for you to embark on your journey of experience. Initially, I intended to wait a while before broaching this matter with you, but since you have brought it up, it is all the more fortuitous. When venturing into the world, you must exercise utmost caution and never let your guard down. Regardless of the challenges or dangers you may encounter, your safety must always be your priority. I have specifically prepared 3 random teleportation talismans for you. These talismans can be activated in times of crisis, allowing you to instantaneously transport yourself to any location within 1,000 miles. Additionally, I have a talisman treasure that contains 3 of my most powerful attacks. Unless your opponent is at the peak of the nascent soul realm or stronger, they will undoubtedly suffer severe injuries or even meet their demise. Lastly, this vial contains a 6th-rank life recovery pill. If you find yourself grievously injured and on the brink of death, consuming it will preserve your life. In summary, never act recklessly when faced with challenges. Your survival must always take precedence. Only by staying alive can you explore limitless possibilities. Should you perish, you will have nothing at all." With these earnest admonitions, Xie Dongsheng handed the treasures to Xie Qinyuan. Xie Qinyuan accepted these 3 life-saving treasures with immense joy, deeply appreciating the advantages of having a steadfast support behind him. Such precious and rare items for preserving life are something that ordinary foundation establishment cultivators could only dream of, let alone possess, and yet here they were, meticulously arranged by his own father. After bidding farewell to his father and making a brief preparation, he promptly arrived at the teleportation array on Lingshao Island. Resolutely departing from the Xie family, After several teleportations, he successfully stepped beyond the boundaries of the Xie family and arrived at a small island isolated in the sea. This island was inhabited by numerous mortals, and the absence of any cultivators made it remarkably tranquil and idyllic, reminiscent of a hidden paradise. In such a place, a cultivator of his foundation establishment level would be regarded as a peerless master, commanding respect and admiration. Consequently, the likelihood of finding individuals with 4 or 5 spiritual roots here would be significantly heightened. With this in mind, Xie Qinyuan resolved to linger on this small island. Hoping to test his fortune, entering a bustling tavern, he casually ordered a few dishes and savored the delightful cuisine while attentively listening to the conversations of the patrons around him, attempting to gather information about the island. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy in the Dark Abyss world, Xie Qinyuan's divine sense had become increasingly sharp and powerful. Now, with a mere sweep of his divine sense, he could discern whether an individual possessed spiritual roots and what type they were. In contrast, traditional cultivation sects had to rely on spirit-testing stones and other tools to assess each person one by one, revealing a clear inefficiency compared to his method. By the time he finished his meal, Xie Qinyuan had acquired a general understanding of the island's circumstances. It turned out that this island was governed by a certain mundane dynasty. Having a unified administrator certainly made things easier, and Xie Qinyuan effortlessly located the island's leader. Without further ado, he showcased his formidable foundation establishment prowess and expressed his desire to recruit a large number of individuals with 4 or 5 spiritual roots, promising to impart cultivation techniques to them and cultivate them into exceptional spiritual farmers. In a generous gesture, Xie Qinyuan offered 200 spirit stones as a reward to the leader for relaying the message, inviting all who were interested to gather at a designated location for spiritual root testing. This was the advantage of being in a place devoid of any cultivating factions. With his foundation establishment strength, no one dared to defy Xie Qinyuan's wishes. Had he been on a larger island dominated by cultivation sects, his current realm would have rendered him a mere insignificant fish, utterly lacking the qualifications to command the local officials to act on his behalf. Before long, a large crowd began to gather at the specified location. Xie Qinyuan utilized his divine sense to scan the assembly, swiftly identifying several promising candidates with 4 and 5 spiritual roots. After a careful selection, he ultimately chose 2,000 sharp-minded young men and women. Subsequently, Xie Qinyuan elaborated on the myriad benefits of becoming a spiritual farmer and solemnly promised to personally guide them in cultivating their skills. The listeners, filled with excitement, eagerly expressed their willingness to follow Xie Qinyuan. Thereafter, Xie Qinyuan led these individuals away from the island and towards the Dark Abyss. There, he sought out a group of spiritual farmers in the Tianwu realm to instruct them on cultivation and the cultivation of spiritual herbs and rice. Chapter 38. Taking disciples. Xie Qinyuan continued his journey, honing his skills while searching for secluded and desolate islands to find mortals with 4 or 5 spiritual roots. One day, as he navigated his flying sword to a solitary island, he caught sight of a small fishing village nestled by the sea. Using his divine sense to survey the surroundings, he suddenly detected 2 unusually bright points of light. One emanated a deep blue hue, while the other shimmered with a golden and deep blue intertwining radiance. Realizing the significance of these lights, Xie Qinyuan stealthily approached. He understood that they indicated the presence of individuals with singular water spiritual roots and those possessing both gold and water spiritual roots nearby. However, such talent appearing on such a remote and desolate island was quite astonishing. Logically speaking, such extraordinary aptitude should not be found in this location. Curiosity piqued, Xie Qinyuan resolved to investigate further. Upon quietly arriving at the small fishing village, he indeed found that the 2 points of light corresponded to 2 children, roughly 7 or 8 years old, who were busy gathering firewood, seemingly preparing to cook. Concealing himself in the shadows, Xie Qinyuan observed them for a moment, feeling a surge of joy within him. After some consideration, he decided to first approach the 2 children and gradually uncover the circumstances surrounding them. He slowly revealed himself before the children, wearing a gentle smile, and softly spoke, "I am merely a passing cultivator. I happened upon this place today, and as night falls, I wonder if I might seek shelter for the night." The children's eyes sparkled with innocence, and without a hint of wariness, they eagerly welcomed him. nodding enthusiastically and inviting him to their home for rest. Along the way, Xie Qinyuan engaged in seemingly casual conversation with the two children, all the while strategically extracting information from them. Gradually, he learned that the siblings had lost their parents. Their mother and father had gone out to sea for fishing but tragically perished in a maritime disaster. Ever since, the siblings had been surviving on the occasional small fish and shrimp brought by kind villagers. The sister's name was Wang Lin, and the brother was called Wang Hao. After dinner, Xie Qinyuan feigned nonchalance and casually inquired, "Have you ever heard of the practice of cultivation?" The siblings exchanged glances, nodding in acknowledgement, indicating they had heard of it before. However, they mentioned that cultivators seldom appeared on this island. Xie Qinyuan felt elated, realizing that this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he could guide these two children onto the path of cultivation and nurture them with care, in time, they could become his trusted aides. With his mind made up, Xie Qinyuan smiled as he gazed at the siblings and gently said, "After observing you, I find that both of you possess exceptional potential for cultivation. Would you be willing to follow me in pursuing the path of the immortal?" Wang Hao, full of curiosity, asked, "Big brother, can cultivation fill our stomachs? Will no one dare to bully me once I cultivate? Those naughty children won't hit me, scold me, or steal my things anymore, right?" Xie Qinyuan could not help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! If you manage to cultivate into an immortal, enjoying the finest delicacies from the mountains and seas will be a mere trifle. At that point, not only will you be able to soar freely through the skies and traverse the mountains, but you will also possess extraordinary abilities. With that, what need is there to fear the bullying of other children?" Upon hearing this, Wang Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly exclaimed, "Big brother, I am more than willing to learn the ways of cultivation. Please, you must teach us." He and his sister, Wang Lin, looked at Xie Qinyuan with hopeful anticipation. Seeing the sincere and resolute expressions of the siblings, Xie Qinyuan felt a surge of joy within and readily agreed. "Very well, today I shall officially accept you both as my disciples. However, following me means you will need to leave this place." As he spoke, Xie Qinyuan could not help but reflect on the vastness of the world, the boundless wonders it held, and how serendipitous fate often intertwined in the most unexpected ways. Who would have thought that he would be fortunate enough to discover two rare and invaluable talents today? Overwhelmed with excitement at the prospect of becoming disciples, Wang Lin and Wang Hao immediately knelt before Xie Qinyuan, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to our master." Their voices were filled with reverence and joy. However, upon hearing that Xie Qinyuan was about to leave, a deep sense of reluctance appeared on their faces. In unison, they implored, "Master, could you perhaps reconsider leaving? We truly cannot bear to part with the kind and good-hearted uncles and elders of the village. Had it not been for their unwavering care and concern, we would have likely perished in the streets, our lives extinguished." Gazing at the genuine yet pitiable expressions of the two children before him, Xie Qinyuan felt a slight stirring in his heart, yet he resolved to make them understand the arduous and perilous nature of the path to immortality. Thus, he slowly began to speak. "Since that is the case, allow me to first elucidate the formidable challenges inherent in the cultivation of immortality. The difficulties of cultivation stem primarily from several key aspects. First, it demands extraordinary perseverance and determination. Cultivators often require prolonged periods of training and tempering, facing various hardships and setbacks, and must not yield easily. This necessitates a robust inner strength and willpower. Second, the path of cultivation is fraught with the unknown and perilous. Cultivators must continually explore and break through barriers, confronting an array of enigmatic spells and techniques, which necessitate the investment of considerable time and effort to study and comprehend. Third, cultivators must overcome their own desires and obsessions. During the cultivation process, one must not be beguiled by worldly temptations, but instead maintain inner tranquility and detachment. Fourth, the scarcity of cultivation resources presents a significant challenge. Special spiritual roots, magical artifacts, and elixirs are essential for cultivation. Yet these resources are often rare. Thus, cultivators must expend substantial time and effort to seek and acquire them. Lastly, the success rate of cultivation is exceedingly low. Despite the countless individuals who embark on the path of immortality, Very few truly attain it, and most cultivators spend their entire lives unable to reach their goals. The challenges of cultivation lie not only in the arduousness of training, but also in the necessity for cultivators to refine and elevate themselves in aspects of spirit, will, and morality. Only by overcoming myriad obstacles can one continue to advance along the path of immortality. Therefore, we must never become complacent or content with our current state, but rather venture forth to temper ourselves, thereby achieving even greater accomplishments. Upon finishing his words, he led Wang Lin and Wang Hao to seek out the village chief of the small fishing village, to recount the circumstances in detail and clarify his intention to take the two away. The village chief, being a man of considerable understanding, took Wang Lin and Wang Hao aside and earnestly cautioned them for a long while, before leading them back to bow deeply before Xie Qinyuan, earnestly requesting that he take special care of Wang Lin and Wang Hao in the future. The following morning, Xie Qinyuan set off with his two disciples. Before departing, he retrieved a large quantity of grain from the Tianwu realm to present to the village chief, expressing that it was a gesture of gratitude for the care shown to Wang Lin and Wang Hao. Subsequently, he visited the small island and similarly recruited a group skilled in the cultivation of spiritual herbs and medicines. Thereafter, Xie Qinyuan discovered a tranquil and secluded valley, where he bestowed upon each child a cultivation method tailored to their individual aptitudes. At that moment, Xie Qinyuan sat before the brother and sister, observing them intently. The sister possessed a striking beauty, her features delicate and graceful, reminiscent of a lotus blooming from the water. The brother, sharp-witted and intelligent, had eyes that sparkled with vitality. Xie Qinyuan smiled at the siblings and remarked, "The path of cultivation requires patience and perseverance. You must first learn to regulate your breathing and attune yourselves to the surrounding spiritual energy." He gently raised his hand, guiding the siblings to close their eyes and take deep breaths. The sister quickly fell into a meditative state, clearly sensing the flow of spiritual energy around her, as if tiny streams were flowing beside her. The brother, though initially struggling, gradually grasped the technique under Xie Qinyuan's patient guidance. As time passed, the siblings made significant progress in their cultivation. Xie Qinyuan, witnessing their improvement, felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Next, you must attempt to draw the spiritual energy into your bodies and navigate it along your meridians. He instructed, demonstrating as he spoke. The siblings observed his movements intently, then mimicked him, guiding the spiritual energy to flow within them. At first, their attempts to circulate the spiritual energy were not smooth, yet they did not become disheartened. Trying again and again, finally, they succeeded in allowing the energy to circulate within them, experiencing a sensation unlike anything they had ever felt. Xie Qinyuan nodded in approval, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. He recognized that these two children possessed extraordinary talent and perseverance, and that they were destined to travel far along the path of immortality. Having witnessed their mastery of the cultivation path, Xie Qinyuan then led them into the second layer of the dark abyss for further training, while he continued his own solitary journey. Chapter 39. Subduing the dragon turtle and the shark people. On this day, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air, with the sky resembling a brilliant blue gemstone. Xie Qinyuan soared through the heavens like a bird in free flight, reveling in the vastness above. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant sea, as though an intense battle was unfolding. Driven by curiosity, he decided to investigate the source of the commotion, seeking any fortuitous encounters that might await him. As he approached, the scene before him left him astounded. A leader of the shark people at the Foundation establishment stage was leading a group of refining Qi stage shark people, surrounding a massive dragon turtle. The dragon turtle, a mythical beast from ancient times, possessed formidable strength, making it no easy feat for even the Foundation establishment shark people to confront it alone. Initially intending to retreat, Xie Qinyuan's keen eye noticed that the dragon turtle appeared severely injured. Its movements sluggish, a surge of excitement coursed through him. Ah, what fortunate luck to encounter an injured dragon turtle today! Thus, the thought of reaping the benefits of this situation swiftly formed in his mind. Resolute, Xie Qinyuan concealed himself in the shadows, quietly observing the unfolding situation. Despite its grievous injuries, the dragon turtle displayed remarkable valor. Its colossal form twisted in battle, its hard shell gleaming ominously, each attack carrying the force of a tempest, deterring the surrounding shark people from approaching easily. With a furious roar, it opened its massive jaws, unleashing a powerful jet of water that surged forth like an arrow. This tremendous force swept over the shark people, catching them off guard and sending them sprawling. Some were even knocked unconscious, drifting on the ocean's surface, their fates uncertain. Seeing the dire situation, the shark leader, anxious and alarmed, let out a shrill cry, attempting to rally the other shark people to unite against their formidable foe. At the sound of their leader's call, the remaining shark people snapped back to reality, swiftly regrouping and launching wave after wave of fierce assaults. However, against the impenetrable shell and formidable defenses of the dragon turtle, their attacks were akin to mere tickles, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Nevertheless, the shark people did not relent. They gritted their teeth and fought valiantly, waiting for the dragon turtle's old wounds to resurface. At this moment, the dragon turtle seethed with rage and resentment. It glared at the audacious shark people before it, gritting its teeth as it declared, "Damnable shark people, how dare you ambush me while I am injured? Do you truly believe you can breach my defenses in this manner? Let me tell you, that is a foolish dream. Once I recover from my injuries, I will ensure you pay a heavy price." The shark leader, upon hearing this, couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, taunting. "Ha, foolish dragon turtle, you are remarkably naive. Do you think we would allow you to escape today so easily? For a juvenile like you to utter such childish and ridiculous words is a waste of your precious lineage. If I were to control your bloodline, I would undoubtedly elevate it to new heights." The dragon turtle trembled with fury, its eyes widening as it fixed its gaze on the shark leader. Rebuking, "You scoundrel! How dare you covet the bloodline of my dragon turtle clan? Are you not afraid of retribution from our powerful kin? That consideration will only come after you've been discovered." The shark leader retorted, "This vast, boundless ocean is so immense, who could possibly know where the formidable beings of the dragon turtle clan are hidden? I have been watching you for quite some time. A dragon turtle, gravely wounded and alone, is a splendid opportunity bestowed upon me by fate. Do you truly believe that our shark people are merely weak prey, easily slaughtered? If I could obtain the invaluable power of your bloodline, my own innate talents would be greatly enhanced. At that time, I will surely have a peerless strongman from my clan to protect me." Under Xie Qinyuan's watchful gaze, the battle between the dragon turtle and the shark people intensified. He contemplated how he could seize the greatest advantage from this conflict. As time passed, the fierce battle escalated, and the dragon turtle sustained more injuries, its blood staining the surrounding waters crimson. Xie Qinyuan understood that the moment to strike was now. So he carefully concealed his form, stealthily approaching the Foundation establishment shark leader like a wraith. When the distance between them was sufficiently close, he did not hesitate to unleash his most formidable technique. The sword control technique. Suddenly, a shimmering sword, glinting with a cold light, surged skyward like a fierce fire dragon, exuding a suffocating heat as it sped towards the merman with astonishing velocity. In an instant, the merman felt the chilling breath of death looming ominously over him, yet it was already too late to evade the impending doom. The sword effortlessly pierced through the merman's resilient body, igniting an inferno within. The merman let out a heart-rending scream, desperately striving to escape the searing flames. Xie Qinyuan did not pause in his actions. He formed intricate hand seals, murmuring incantations as he continued to channel the sword's power, intensifying the flames that danced upon its blade. Trapped in the raging fire, the merman struggled futilely to break free. However, possessing the cultivation strength of the Foundation establishment realm, he was not easily vanquished. Gathering every ounce of strength, he summoned the vast spiritual energy within him, attempting to withstand the horrific scorching flames. Alas, Xie Qinyuan's attack was a meticulously planned ambush, catching the merman off guard and placing him at a disadvantage. Despite his vigorous resistance, the tides of battle remained unfavorably turned against him. As time elapsed, the flames gradually gained overwhelming dominance, pinning the merman firmly to the ground. Finally, exhausted and defeated, the merman collapsed, devoid of any power to retaliate. Seeing this, Xie Qinyuan was filled with moreover, My faction comprises a total of 32 members, among whom there are 9 at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, 18 in the late Qi refinement stage, and a mere 5 remaining in the mid-Qi refinement stage. Hai Kuei responded candidly. Nodding slightly, Xie Qinyuan indicated his understanding of the situation, then retrieved a substantial handful of elixirs from his bosom and handed them to Hai Kuei. Gently stating, Hai Kuei, these elixirs should assist you in your breakthrough to the late Foundation establishment stage. As for the remainder, you may distribute them among the others. Those with the capability to seize the opportunity for a breakthrough should be encouraged to try. Upon finishing, he entrusted the entire batch of elixirs to Hai Kuei, who accepted them with profound gratitude, bowing deeply in thanks. Subsequently, he led the other merfolk to a secluded location to prepare for their closed-door cultivation. Meanwhile, Long Zheng sought out a cave and commenced his assault on the Golden Core realm. Days later, after enduring numerous trials, Long Zheng finally succeeded in breaking through to the Golden Core stage. At this moment, his form had multiplied in size several times, his scales glimmering with a chilling light and exuding an even more formidable and terrifying aura than before. Just then, Xie Qinyuan, who had been closely monitoring Long Zheng's condition, keenly sensed the dramatic transformation occurring within him and immediately realized that Long Zheng had successfully advanced to a higher tier. Without hesitation, Xie Qinyuan hastened to the cave where Long Zheng was concealed. Upon entering, he congratulated Long Zheng, saying, "Congratulations on fulfilling your wish, Long Zheng. Now that you have successfully broken through, we can seek vengeance against those 3 colossal king squids." Long Zheng nodded slightly in agreement. Yet a fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. It turned out he harbored a deep-seated loathing for those 3 king squids. Had it not been for their grievous injuries inflicted upon him, he likely would never have encountered that group of merfolk or Xie Qinyuan, thus finding himself in such a predicament. After another week or so, all the merfolk under Hai Kuei's command who were capable of breaking through had done so, while those who could not remained unable to advance for the time being. Among the merfolk under Xie Qinyuan's command, there was 1 in the late Foundation establishment stage, 5 in the early Foundation establishment stage, 14 at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, and 13 in the late Qi refinement stage. Xie Qinyuan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Now, apart from having a slightly diminished number, their high-end combat power was nearly on par with that of third-rate forces. With everyone's strength having improved, it was time to seek retribution against the 3 king squids. Xie Qinyuan looked toward Long Zheng and inquired, "Do you still remember the location of the king squid's lair?" Long Zheng nodded, "Master. During our retreat after both sides sustained heavy injuries, I noticed they were fleeing towards the southeast. The lair of the king squids is likely in that direction." After a brief contemplation, Xie Qinyuan waved his hand and declared, "Let us set out." The group advanced with great vigor toward the southeast. Throughout the journey, Xie Qinyuan pondered deeply on how to confront the 3 ferocious king squids. It must be noted that they had previously inflicted severe wounds upon Long Zheng before his breakthrough, showcasing their undeniable strength. Fortunately, Long Zheng had now successfully reached the Golden Core stage, which should allow him to subdue them easily. But they needed to be cautious to prevent their escape. Several days later, they finally arrived near the lair of the king squids. Before they could approach, a powerful aura of malevolence surged toward them. "Everyone, be cautious," Xie Qinyuan warned. At that moment, the surface of the sea erupted in immense waves as the 3 colossal king squids breached the water, their tentacles thrashing as they lunged toward them. Chapter 41. Subduing the king squids. The 3 enormous king squids, akin to small mountains, surged from the depths of the ocean, hurtling toward Long Zheng like arrows released from a bow. Prior to this, I had specifically advised Long Zheng to alter his appearance and suppress his aura to the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage to avoid alerting the cunning king squids, which might lead to their preemptive escape. After all, if they detected Long Zheng's successful breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, they might very well flee in haste. Now, witnessing the emergence of the 3 king squids, Long Zheng ceased to conceal his strength, unleashing the terrifying pressure characteristic of a Golden Core cultivator, rapidly reverting to his original form. At this moment, Long Zheng, now a Golden Core cultivator, loomed like a majestic mountain, firmly suspended above the turbulent sea. His impenetrable shell shimmered with an enigmatic glow, emitting a fearsome aura that instilled dread as for the adversaries Long Zheng faced. They were the three equally formidable king squids at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage. These behemoths not only boasted enormous physiques, but their numerous writhing tentacles whipped up wave after wave of turmoil, seemingly attempting to exploit their numerical superiority to overwhelm Long Zheng. As soon as the two sides clashed, Long Zheng displayed unparalleled combat prowess. He effortlessly withstood the fierce onslaught from the king squids, and then, with a sudden and mighty thrust of his colossal claws, he tore one of the king squid's thick tentacles asunder. Simultaneously, he opened his immense maw and unleashed a torrent of blazing blue flames, instantly reducing another king squid's tentacle to ashes. Seeing their companion injured, the remaining two king squids became even more frenzied, launching a fierce assault against Long Zheng. However, Long Zheng's defenses were nothing short of invincible. His hard shell served as an impenetrable shield, effortlessly deflecting all incoming attacks. Then, Long Zheng retaliated with a fierce counterattack, swinging his formidable tail like a tempest, conjuring towering waves that crashed violently into the two king squids, sending them hurtling back several dozen meters. Faced with Long Zheng's overwhelming dominance, the three king squids could no longer withstand the pressure and ultimately fell in defeat. This gripping battle concluded with Long Zheng's decisive victory, leaving Xie Qinyuan, who had been observing from the sidelines, deeply impressed by the terrifying power of a golden core cultivator. Xie Qinyuan marveled inwardly, thinking Long Zheng truly lives up to the legacy of ancient beasts, possessing such overwhelming strength. His gaze fixated on the severely wounded, gasping king squid not far away, revealing a hint of regret. It must be noted that these king squids were also among the rare and precious beasts of the world. If they could be captured and tamed as spirit companions, they would undoubtedly become a significant asset. Resolved to give it a try, Xie Qinyuan boldly proclaimed, would the three esteemed comrades be willing to submit? Upon hearing this, Long Zheng began to display an eagerness to engage, as if he could not wait to charge forth and eliminate them all in one fell swoop. The three king squids remained silent in the face of the situation, seemingly weighing their options. Should they choose to submit or attempt to flee? Observing this, Xie Qinyuan smiled slightly and exchanged a meaningful glance with Long Zheng. Upon receiving the signal, Long Zheng shot toward one of the king squids like an arrow, sinking his teeth into its tentacle and gnashing with force. Terrified, the injured king squid cried out, "Stop! Please stop! I am willing to surrender. I pledge my loyalty to you." Hearing this, Xie Qinyuan nodded with satisfaction and promptly halted Long Zheng's actions. He then turned his gaze to the remaining two king squids, and upon sensing Xie Qinyuan's commanding glare, they promptly expressed their willingness to submit without hesitation. After receiving affirmative responses from all three king squids, Xie Qinyuan meticulously explained the effects and uses of the abyssal qi, then unleashed 3 streams of abyssal qi from his fingertips, directing them into each king squid's consciousness. Having successfully subdued the 3 enormous and immensely powerful king squids, Xie Qinyuan was filled with joy and satisfaction as he gradually departed from the mysterious and perilous sea with his new companions. However, during the voyage, Xie Qinyuan noticed that Long Zheng seemed to harbor an inexplicable animosity toward the newly joined king squids. He remained on high alert, his gaze fixed firmly upon them, as if ready to respond to any potential upheaval. Xie Qinyuan understood that for Long Zheng to truly accept these 3 king squids and establish a harmonious coexistence, it would require time and effort. After all, trust among animals is not built overnight. It must be cultivated through mutual understanding and interaction. With this in mind, Xie Qinyuan decided to patiently guide Long Zheng. He gently stroked Long Zheng's scales and earnestly said, "Long Zheng, we are finally a family now. You mustn't keep staring at the 3 squids with that peculiar gaze from now on. They are your subordinates. As the leader, you must take good care of them and never bully them. Initially, we were all strangers, which led to some misunderstandings and friction. As the saying goes, no fight, no acquaintance. I believe the 3 king squids will surely obey your command in the future. One they." Having spoken, Xie Qinyuan turned his gaze toward the 3 king squids, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of anticipation. Indeed, the 3 king squids immediately grasped his meaning and fervently nodded in agreement. They then responded in unison, "Yes, yes, yes, big brother. From now on, we will certainly follow your lead and comply with all your arrangements." The voice was imbued with reverence and submission. Upon hearing this, Long Zhang carefully examined the three brothers before him and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. However, he soon disregarded them and swam forward. After resolving the internal discord, Xie Qinyuan and Long Zhang set forth once more, embarking on a new journey. On this day, Xie Qinyuan lay languidly across Long Zhang's broad and sturdy back, his gaze vacant and lost as he stared at the horizon. At that moment, a figure suddenly erupted from the tranquil surface of the sea beside them. It was the Sea Commander. "Master, we have discovered a significant catch to the east. Should I lead the brothers to capture it?" The Sea Commander inquired respectfully, his voice trembling with apprehension. Xie Qinyuan paid little heed to this, casually responding, "Oh, bring it back then. It would make a splendid addition to our dinner." However, the Sea Commander hesitated, a look of concern crossing his face as he continued, "But this fish is quite formidable alone. We may struggle to secure it. We might need the assistance of the Wu brothers to ensure success." Upon hearing this, Xie Qinyuan summoned the Wu brothers, instructing them to accompany the Sea Commander on this endeavor. Before long, Xie Qinyuan spotted a fleet of ships emerging in the distance. As he focused his gaze, he realized they were being towed by the great king squids. In an instant, an ominous premonition gripped him, and he silently prayed that events would not unfold in the worst possible manner. Yet, contrary to his hopes, calamity struck. The Sea Commander darted to Xie Qinyuan's side like a flash of lightning, his face a mask of fear. Resembling one who had stirred a great misfortune, he stammered, "Master, we've truly captured a big fish this time. This fleet carries a staggering 50,000 inferior spirit stones, and the total resources for cultivation exceed 200,000 inferior spirit stones." Xie Qinyuan realized that they were not fishing but rather engaging in robbery. Though he felt uneasy, the prospect of such immense wealth stirred his heart. After all, this was no trifling sum. It was a fortune beyond measure. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, it rings true that without the night grass, horses do not prosper. Without windfall, one does not grow rich." Then, noticing the Sea Commander's trepidation, he grew curious and quickly inquired, "Has something gone awry? Or does this fleet have a powerful backing?" The Sea Commander replied promptly, "Master, this fleet does not belong to a formidable faction. After all, we have navigated these chaotic star seas for long enough to know which forces to provoke and which to avoid. However, this situation is different. The fleet has been joined by a group, including a severely injured and unconscious golden core cultivator, while his companions have all met our demise." Xie Qinyuan's heart sank. It was just as he had feared. They were indeed in trouble. He understood well that a golden core cultivator usually had a strong sect or power behind them. Handling this matter carelessly could lead to endless calamities. After careful consideration, Xie Qinyuan decisively ordered, "Immediately transfer the entire fleet to the Dark Abyss world and erase all traces of the scene. As for the golden core cultivator, let him remain for now. We shall forcibly initiate his true spirit transformation later." Upon receiving the command, the Sea Commander wasted no time and began to act. The great king squids swiftly employed their unique abilities, using their enormous tentacles to tightly grasp the mountain of treasures and carefully transport them into the Dark Abyss world. Simultaneously, the others worked closely together, diligently erasing all traces left by the battle. They meticulously inspected every corner, leaving no detail overlooked, striving to restore the scene to its original state as if nothing had ever transpired. Once all tasks were completed, Xie Qinyuan stood silently, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, silently praying that this incident would come to a peaceful resolution. He was acutely aware that in this chaotic star sea, rife with peril and opportunity, even the smallest oversight could lead to irrevocable consequences. Yet, having taken this step, he could only face the future's trials with fortitude. Turning to the Sea Commander and the others, he called, "All right, everyone, let us quickly enter the Dark Abyss." Once they had all entered, he turned to Long Zhang and urged, "We must depart from here post-haste." Thus, the two swiftly took flight, their figures gradually vanishing into the vast expanse of the sea. Chapter 42. Learning of the inherited secret realm, Xie Qinyuan raced onward, traveling day and night for an entire day and night, until he finally arrived at a colossal island controlled by the second-tier power. The High Tian Sword Sect, within the chaotic Star Sea. He paused to catch his breath. After safely depositing Long Zheng into the Dark Abyss world, he took a brief respite before entering an inn. Ordering a lavish spread of food and drink, as he savored his meal, he listened intently to the conversations around him, attempting to glean some useful information. Have you heard? One of the Golden Core stewards from the Qingyun Dao sect has mysteriously gone missing in the nearby waters. Such a significant event could not go unnoticed in light of this. The Qingyun Dao sect has dispatched a Transformation Realm Peak Master and 8 nascent Soul Elders to investigate the matter. The surrounding waters have been completely sealed off. Entry is permitted, but exit is forbidden. But why is there no movement from our High Tian Sword Sect? Another questioned, puzzled. How can there be no action? They have merely sealed the perimeter for now. Surely, they are gradually advancing into the waters to search. It won't be long before they come here. Only one Golden Core steward has gone missing. How could it cause such a stir? Someone replied with a bewildered expression. Well, I can only share what I've heard. Apparently, that steward led a group on a mission and stumbled upon a secret realm. After enduring numerous trials and even suffering great losses, they successfully retrieved an incredibly precious spiritual treasure. Unfortunately, the steward vanished along with the treasure. What? A spiritual treasure? It seems even a major sect like the High Tian Sword Sect has never possessed one. If I could obtain it, I would surely soar to great heights. Another exclaimed, greed glimmering in their eyes as they envisioned the glory that would follow the treasure's acquisition. Stop dreaming. Even the first-tier powers in the chaotic Star Sea possess only 1 or 2 spiritual treasures at best. Do you truly believe they are so easily acquired? Even if luck were on your side, with your abilities, could you protect it? You might find yourself silenced and robbed in an instant, someone nearby interjected. Dousing their hopes, upon hearing this, Xie Qinyuan felt a wave of despair wash over him. He realized he had stirred a hornet's nest and had landed himself in tremendous trouble. However, on the surface, he maintained a facade of calm, leisurely enjoying the food and drink before him. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Xie Qinyuan sought a secluded courtyard to rent, planning to observe how events would unfold. If the situation turned dire, he would have no choice but to temporarily hide within the Dark Abyss world to evade the impending storm. As he contemplated the Dark Abyss world, a figure emerged in his mind, the severely injured and unconscious Golden Core cultivator. After being brought into the Dark Abyss world, he had undergone a true spirit transformation while in a state of unconsciousness. Xie Qinyuan knew he must awaken him quickly to extract some crucial information. Without hesitation, he entered the room and stepped into the Dark Abyss world. Upon reaching the side of the Golden Core cultivator, he found the individual with tightly shut eyes and weak breaths. Xie Qinyuan immediately employed a unique technique, simultaneously administering a precious 6th-grade life-replenishing pill. As the pill slid down his throat, the Golden Core cultivator's body began to tremble slightly, and he gradually opened his eyes. However, when he realized that the person before him was Xie Qinyuan, terror washed over his face as he blurted out, "Who are you? Where is this place?" Xie Qinyuan calmly introduced himself and elaborated on his current situation. Upon hearing Xie Qinyuan's words, the expression of the Golden Core cultivator turned grim. He discreetly scanned his sea of consciousness, finding nothing amiss, yet a profound sense of unease welled up within him. At that moment, he suddenly harbored malicious thoughts, intending to subdue Xie Qinyuan. However, before he could make a move, an inexplicable feeling washed over him, and his impression of Xie Qinyuan grew increasingly respectful. This sudden shift astounded him, leaving him bewildered and at a loss for how to proceed. Xie Qinyuan, observing this scene, understood that the true spirit transformation had been successfully completed. A faint smile curved his lips as he softly stated, "Do not waste your efforts in vain. You are now my subordinate. If you obey my commands, I shall treat you well." Though the Golden Core cultivator felt reluctant, he had no choice but to accept reality. Sighing, he asked, "What is it that you wish for me to do?" Xie Qinyuan gazed intently at him, replying, "It is quite simple. Convey to me in detail the exact circumstances surrounding that secret realm and the treasures within." The Golden Core cultivator hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved to disclose the truth. It turned out that the secret realm was, in fact, an ancient legacy site steeped in history, now overrun by numerous ferocious beasts and monsters due to the passage of time. Within it lay countless precious treasures and unfathomable, formidable powers. The treasure in question was an unparalleled sword, renowned throughout the ages, possessing a might that could shake the heavens and the earth. Upon completing his listening, Xie Qinyuan pondered deeply. Such a rare and extraordinary treasure could not be lightly forsaken. Thus, he resolved that once the storm had passed, he would once again embark on the quest to seek out that secret realm. What is your name? Furthermore, do elaborate on how you managed to enter that secret realm. And how did you acquire that invaluable treasure? He inquired, his face alight with curiosity. I took a deep breath, beginning to recall that harrowing experience. My name is Qin Tian. On that day, I led over 100 disciples on a mission. While we navigated the vast ocean, a mysterious and magnificent mirage suddenly appeared before us, enveloping our entire group within its grasp. Faced with this unexpected spectacle, everyone was thrown into a state of panic and confusion. However, just as we were bewildered, a deep, clear voice seemed to emanate from all directions. Welcome to the Inheritance Secret Realm of Xintian Taoist. If you can successfully pass the trials, you shall receive the unparalleled legacy of Xintian Taoist. Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly filled with elation, believing this to be a fortuitous opportunity to change our destinies. Little did we expect that upon entering the secret realm, my cultivation at the mid-golden core stage was inexplicably suppressed to the peak of the foundation establishment stage, while my companions, who were below the golden core stage, remained unaffected. I speculated that this might be a rule of the secret realm. Thus, suppressing my astonishment, I led everyone deeper inside. As we traversed dense jungles, we encountered relentless assaults from countless frenzied beasts. These ferocious creatures fought with reckless abandon, plunging us into a life-and-death struggle. In desperation, we could only fight while retreating, eventually taking refuge at the mouth of a cave, where we barely managed to hold our ground by leveraging the terrain. Inside, I was astonished to discover the lifeless body of a cultivator. After a thorough search, I found that priceless treasure on him. This revelation made me realize that this treasure did not originally belong to the realm of inheritance, but was rather an item brought in by an unfortunate intruder. After obtaining the treasure, I immediately utilized a unique secret technique and led the others in a desperate charge to escape. Initially, over 100 individuals had entered the secret realm, but in the end, only 3 of us managed to break free. Fortunately, during our flight, we stumbled upon a fleet of ships. After revealing our identities, we were granted the opportunity to temporarily board their vessel. However, due to the severe backlash from using the secret technique, I fell into a deep unconsciousness. As for what transpired thereafter, I remained entirely unaware. Xie Qinyuan mused, gently stroking his chin as he fell into contemplation. After a moment, he slowly remarked, "It appears that there may yet be other precious treasures hidden within that secret realm. Moreover, given that this place is referred to as an inheritance realm, it surely harbors more unknown secrets awaiting our discovery." Qin Tian nodded vigorously in agreement, his eyes reflecting a fervent anticipation. However, that secret realm is fraught with peril. We must prepare thoroughly before taking any action. With a confident smile, Xie Qinyuan replied, "Fear not, I have a plan. Once the storm has passed, we shall discreetly investigate." He intended to observe the situation for a while before formulating a strategy. "Master, this is the treasure," Qin Tian said, presenting the sword-shaped artifact to Xie Qinyuan. "Please take it for your protection." Xie Qinyuan received the treasure, noticing the words "Heavenly Sword" etched upon it, before promptly returning it to Qin Tian, stating, "To give this treasure to me would be a waste. You might not even be able to fully unleash its power, and I certainly lack that capability. It is best for you to keep it as a trump card." In the days that followed, Xie Qinyuan remained in the small courtyard, vigilant to the movements of the outside world. Chapter 43. The arrival of the Qingyun Dao sect. As Xie Qinyuan kept a watchful eye on the external developments, a tense atmosphere began to permeate the entire domain of the Haitian sword sect. People could distinctly sense an inexplicable panic spreading. "Have you heard? The Qingyun Dao sect is ruthless this time. They have launched a large-scale massacre in the sea area where the incident involving the Golden Core steward occurred. All sea tribes at the Foundation establishment stage and above have been subjected to soul-searching. Those who refuse to cooperate face brutal slaughter, turning the ocean a deep crimson. Some expressed confusion. What does this have to do with us? We are all part of the human race. However, another scoffed in response, how naive. Do you think being human alone can spare you from danger? In truth, compared to their treatment of the sea tribes, the Qingyun Dao sect has merely shown a slight restraint towards us. Wherever they go, they demand that everyone open their storage bags or rings for inspection. Any hint of resistance leads to a beating. Only those with powerful backers can afford to be somewhat better off. Ordinary loose cultivators risk being subjected to soul-searching at the slightest misstep. They would rather mistakenly kill 1,000 than let one escape. The crowd buzzed with voices of concern and indignation. Some displaying fear while others seethed with righteous anger. What should we do in response? Does the Qingyun Dao sect not fear inciting public outrage? Why do those powerful factions remain indifferent? Someone exclaimed. Frustration evident in their tone. How can we intervene? The Qingyun Dao sect has already sealed off this sea area, and the other two major factions remain unaware of the situation. If other factions excessively interfere with the Qingyun Dao sect, they will offend them. Who would dare provoke the Qingyun Dao sect? Another analyzed. Currently, what is most worrisome is that if the Qingyun Dao sect continues their slaughter of the sea tribes, it will surely provoke a furious counterattack. We can only hope they lift the blockade soon so we can leave quickly. This place has become utterly unsafe. Someone expressed their deep concern. The crowd unanimously condemned the Qingyun Dao sect's brutal actions. Their hearts filled with trepidation. Xie Qinyuan quietly listened, his expression growing increasingly grave. He understood all too well that the Qingyun Dao sect's actions were anything but simple. A massive conspiracy surely lay hidden behind it. And it could not merely be a targeted attack on the sea tribes. Their ostentatious soul-searching was undoubtedly in pursuit of some crucial lead. Amidst this atmosphere of anxiety and unrest, the team responsible for the searches from the Qingyun Dao sect finally arrived at the island where Xie Qinyuan resided. Suddenly, a massive flying vessel appeared in the sky, resembling a castle suspended in the air, hovering steadily above the island. Following this, numerous figures descended from the flying vessel like shooting stars, each riding on flying swords, exuding an overwhelming aura. Leading this team was a profound Yuaning true monarch, followed closely by a throng of Golden Core and Foundation establishment cultivators. In the blink of an eye, the entire island was encircled by these formidable beings from the Qingyun Dao sect, creating a spectacular scene. Witnessing this, the cultivators stationed on the island of the Haitian Sword sect dared not show any signs of complacency, hastily approaching to negotiate with the newcomers. Xie Qinyuan, however, discreetly concealed himself within the crowd. Silently observing the unfolding situation, he keenly sensed that the Qingyun Dao sect's cultivators bore solemn expressions, their eyes betraying a glimmer of cunning intent, clearly harboring ulterior motives. The leading Yuaning true monarch bellowed with authority. I am an elder from the heavenly sword peak of the Qingyun Dao sect, here by the command of the sect leader to conduct a search. You all must remain still and refrain from making any rash movements. His voice resonated like a bell, echoing throughout the island with an undeniable air of authority. The stationed cultivators of the Haitian Sword sect wore troubled expressions, collectively asserting, Elder of the Qingyun Dao sect. We are disciples of the Haitian Sword sect, diligently cultivating here. We have absolutely no connection to that incident. The Yuaning elder remained expressionless, his icy gaze piercing as he coldly replied, whether there is a connection will soon become clear after a search. Anyone who dares to resist will face my ruthless hand. I shall show no mercy. Xie Qinyuan contemplated inwardly, recognizing that the Qingyun Dao sect had evidently resolved to investigate thoroughly. He thought to himself, it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. I shall discreetly retreat to the abyssal realm to weather the storm. Thus, he made up his mind to slip away unnoticed. Xie Qinyuan cautiously began to retreat, attempting to distance himself from the crowd's line of sight, and subsequently returned to his quarters to hide within the abyssal realm. Just then, unexpectedly, a Golden Core cultivator appeared beside him without warning. 16th brother, what brings you here? The cultivator at the Golden Core stage, with a face full of skepticism, inquired, and upon hearing the voice, Xie Qinyuan turned around, scrutinizing the other person for a moment. Then, with a burst of delight, he exclaimed, "Ah, so it is my seventh brother. What brings you to this place?" "I have come here accompanying an elder from the Heavenly Sword Peak to investigate the mysterious disappearance of Elder Chen Tian," the seventh brother replied. "But enough of the pleasantries. Do tell me, why are you not at the family estate? What brings you to this perilous location? It is fraught with danger and far from peaceful." "Seventh brother," Xie Qinyuan replied with a bitter countenance, "I have recently fortuitously broken through to the foundation establishment stage, and according to family tradition, I must venture out for training. However, I encountered a blockade from the Qingyun sect along the way, which has left me stranded here. I implore you, please assist me." Upon hearing this, Xie Yi, the golden core cultivator, slightly sensed the situation, and a smile crept upon his lips as he praised, "Not bad. You have managed to break through to the innate stage in such a short time. The last time I visited home, you were still at the qi refining stage, demonstrating that you have been diligent in your cultivation." Xie Qinyuan's heart soared with joy at these words. He was well aware of his seventh brother's generous and magnanimous nature, always caring for his kin. This encounter might just provide him with the means to evade the Qingyun sect's rigorous search. Thus, Xie Qinyuan seized the opportunity and earnestly requested, "Seventh brother, since we have met, could you persuade the Qingyun sect not to make things difficult for me?" Xie Yi pondered for a moment, then gently patted Xie Qinyuan's shoulder and declared with a hearty voice, "Very well. Accompany me, and I shall explain the situation to the elder, who will conduct a brief inspection." Xie Qinyuan nodded repeatedly in agreement, feeling a weight lift from his heart. With his seventh brother by his side, he at least need not worry about being discovered by the Qingyun sect. At that moment, the Qingyun sect search efforts were underway, and the island's inhabitants were nervously undergoing inspections. Xie Yi led Xie Qinyuan before a cultivator at the nascent soul stage and respectfully reported, "Elder, I beg your indulgence to allow me to introduce this individual. He is my 16th brother from my family, who has ventured out for training following his successful breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. He is currently in the early phase of foundation establishment and has absolutely no connection to the matter concerning Elder Chen Tian. Might I request that the elder show leniency and exempt him from scrutiny?" The nascent soul cultivator scrutinized Xie Qinyuan for a moment, contemplating the pros and cons. Ultimately, he deemed it prudent not to provoke the Xie family lightly, and replied, "Xie Yi, it is not that I am unwilling to grant you this favor, but this operation is personally led by the Peak Master of Heavenly Sword Peak, who has ordered that every individual must be searched without exception. Here is what we shall do. Let your brother open his storage ring for inspection." "Thank you, elder." Xie Yi quickly expressed his gratitude and turned to Xie Qinyuan, saying, "16th brother, since the elder has shown mercy, swiftly open your storage ring for the elder's examination. We are merely fulfilling our duty. Let us not complicate matters for everyone." Upon hearing this, Xie Qinyuan did not voice any objections. He thought to himself that there was nothing in his storage ring that warranted concealment, so he boldly opened it. Gently extending his finger to touch the storage ring, a faint ripple of spiritual energy emanated from his fingertip. With a determined tug, a brilliant light flashed, transforming the seemingly ordinary ring into a dazzling spectacle. As the light dissipated, the sight that unfolded was one of vast internal space, where mountains of spirit stones emitted an enticing glow. An array of precious pills filled the space, their aromas wafting enticingly. And the everyday items were exceptionally exquisite, each seemingly infused with boundless profundity. Among this treasure trove, the most eye-catching were the 3 items bestowed upon Xie Qinyuan by his father: a teleportation talisman, a talisman treasure, and a life-reviving pill. These 3 treasures were exceedingly rare, each possessing unimaginable capabilities. After the nascent soul cultivator meticulously examined the contents, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. Turning to Xie Yi, he stated, "All is in order. You may take your younger brother to rest." Xie Yi nodded vigorously in agreement, expressing his gratitude, and gestured for Xie Qinyuan to follow him as they departed. The two gradually moved away, leaving the nascent soul cultivator standing alone, contemplating their retreating figures. The offspring of such prestigious families are indeed exceedingly affluent. The wealth carried by merely one young junior is enough to incite envy. Surely, This Xie Qinyuan must be a core member of the Xie family. It was fortunate that I refrained from pressing them too hard earlier. Otherwise, I would likely face considerable trouble upon returning to the sect. Reflecting on this, the elder from the Qingyun sect felt a sense of relief for having made a wise decision. After all, families as powerful as the Xie family hold considerable influence within the Qingyun sect. And it is far more advantageous to maintain cordial relations than to invite trouble. Xie gently patted Xie Qinyuan's shoulder, speaking with warmth and resolve. Do not fear, brother, as long as I am here. No one can harm you in the slightest. Once this matter is resolved, you should promptly distance yourself from this place of turmoil. Xie Qinyuan nodded gratefully, indicating his understanding. At that moment, a commotion erupted from afar, shattering the brief tranquility. Xie Yi turned his gaze towards the source of the clamor, noticing a disciple from the Haitian's word sect locked in a heated argument with a cultivator from the Qingyun sect, which was rapidly escalating into a physical confrontation. Xie Yi swiftly grasped Xie Qinyuan's hand, and together they hurried toward the scene to ascertain the situation and quell the conflict. Standing a short distance away, they observed in shock as the disciple from the Haitian's word sect was gravely injured, blood trickling from his mouth, while the Qingyun sect cultivator appeared unwilling to relent, preparing to strike again in the nick of time. Several elders stationed on the island arrived promptly, halting further violence. Although this sudden upheaval subsided momentarily, the already tense atmosphere on the island remained unabated. Xie Qinyuan sighed inwardly, silently praying that he could navigate the coming days safely and smoothly. Chapter 44. Uncovering the secrets of the inheritance mystic realm. Xie Qinyuan led Xie Yi into the courtyard he had temporarily rented, a look of confusion adorning his face as he queried. Seventh brother, I have heard that your arrival is to investigate the disappearance of Elder Qin Tian along with the missing spiritual treasure. Though spiritual treasures are indeed rare, it seems unlikely that such a significant uproar would ensue over it within the Qingyun sect. Upon hearing this, Xie Yi's expression grew solemn, and he gazed intently at Xie Qinyuan, speaking earnestly. 16th brother, what I am about to share with you must not be disclosed to anyone else. Originally, a common spiritual treasure would be a welcome acquisition for the Qingyun sect. Yet its absence would not cause much concern. However, according to the information relayed by Elder Qin Tian, this particular spiritual treasure, known as the Heavenly Sword, is a treasured heirloom passed down from the Heavenly Sword Peak, containing the core legacy of the peak. Regrettably, the previous chief disciple vanished mysteriously, resulting in the loss of this precious inheritance for a considerable time. It is precisely for this reason that upon learning of this news, the current master of Heavenly Sword Peak has mobilized considerable resources, personally coming to investigate the matter. Moreover, the Xuantiandoist is no ordinary figure. According to records from the Qingyun sect, he is a genuine and formidable rogue cultivator at the void refinement stage. It is noteworthy that currently, there are no void refinement level individuals throughout the chaotic star sea. This owns the immense allure of the legacy from a cultivator at the void refinement stage. As far as I understand, while this operation appears to concern only our investigation into Elder Qin Tian and the missing spiritual treasure, in reality, the reclusive ancestor from the Qingyun sect is leading a host of elite members of the sect in a concerted effort to locate the exact whereabouts of that Xuantiandoist's inheritance secret realm. At present, other factions remain unaware of this intelligence, thus it is foreseeable that in the near future, once the news leaks out, this place will inevitably descend into chaos. Therefore, you must exercise utmost caution and refrain from involving yourself in this matter lightly. Upon hearing these words, Xie Qinyuan's heart jolted. He had never anticipated that this spiritual treasure could hold such critical importance. He solemnly nodded, promising that he would not divulge a single word to the outside world. However, deep within, an insatiable curiosity and a fervent desire surged within him. After all, the legacy of a cultivator at the void refinement stage is undeniably an irresistible temptation. However, he was acutely aware that if he were to engage in this fierce conflict relying solely on his current capabilities, the only outcome awaiting him would be a dead end. Thus, after careful contemplation, he resolved to set this matter aside for the time being, patiently awaiting a more opportune moment to venture into the secret realm once again. Simultaneously, he secretly prayed that the secret realm would remain undiscovered by those formidable individuals, for he harbored a unique conception that might lead to the discovery of a method to access the secret realm. Yet, in a world teeming with powerful figures, he could only bide his time until the storm had passed. In the ensuing days, Xie Qinyuan chose to seclude himself, retreating into his courtyard. He quietly observed the members of the Qingyun Dao sect as they scoured the vicinity. These so-called disciples of the Qingyun Dao claimed to be searching for Elder Qin Tian and the whereabouts of the spiritual treasures, but in truth, they seized the opportunity to amass wealth. Whenever someone succumbed to their inspections, they would forcibly confiscate a tenth of their possessions. Although this plundering was not excessively heinous, the populace, harboring resentment, dared not risk their lives in retaliation. Today, Xie Qinyuan was leisurely savoring tea within his abode when he was suddenly startled by a vigorous knocking at the door. Utilizing his spiritual perception, he discerned that several members of the Qingyun Dao were stationed outside. Judging by the circumstances, it was evident that these individuals had come in pursuit of him, hoping to extract some benefits from his possession. With a countenance as cold as ice, Xie Qinyuan opened the courtyard door, his gaze piercing as he regarded the individuals before him, and spoke in a measured tone. "What brings you esteemed guests to my humble abode? We have been dispatched to investigate the whereabouts of Elder Qin Tian and the spiritual treasures. Open your storage ring for our examination. My friends, an elder from your sect has already conducted an inspection on me. Do you not trust the elder's judgment? Don't spout nonsense. Just because you say so, does it make it true? You dare use the elder to intimidate us? Are you perhaps the illegitimate child of our elder?" Laughter erupted among the crowd, echoing with mockery. "Enough of your prattle. Open your storage ring at once for us to inspect thoroughly, or do not blame us for our rudeness. You shall suffer the consequences." A surge of indescribable disgust welled within Xie Qinyuan, yet his expression remained impassive. Internally, he cursed, "These scoundrels are insatiably greedy, lacking any sense of decency." His lips curled into a slight, disdainful smile as he coldly replied, "What if I refuse?" Bold words, young man. You are quite audacious. One disciple's expression shifted dramatically, glaring at Xie Qinyuan with menace as he stepped forward, threateningly stating, "Do not let your background blind you to reality. Know that before the Qingyun Dao, your status means nothing. Surrender your belongings willingly, or else." Before he could finish his threat, Xie Qinyuan raised his right hand, and a folding fan appeared in his grasp. Seemingly without effort, with a subtle twist of his wrist, the fan unfurled gracefully, exuding an air of nonchalance while concealing a hidden power. In an instant, an overwhelming force surged forth like a tidal wave, catching the group off guard and propelling them backward several paces before they could regain their footing. "Humph, you are truly courting disaster," Xie Qinyuan scoffed, his eyes glinting with cold light as he vanished like a wraith. Striking with blinding speed in the blink of an eye, the disciples of the Qingyun Dao lay incapacitated upon the ground, expressions twisted in agony as they groaned in pain. Xie Qinyuan casually tucked the folding fan away, brushing his hands together as if dismissing a trivial task, and coldly gazed at the fallen figures, stating, "Today is merely a gentle reprimand. Should you dare to return, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." With that, he turned and slowly closed the courtyard door, leaving them seething with indignation outside. How infuriating! This person is utterly arrogant. We cannot let this insult go unpunished. Quickly, let us find our senior brother. He will not stand idly by. Shortly thereafter, they summoned a large contingent of their peers, marching towards Xie Qinyuan's location in a formidable throng, intent on seeking retribution. Noticing the unusual commotion outside, Xie Qinyuan stepped out to find a sea of heads crowding at his door. Easily numbering in the dozens, at the forefront stood an individual with a profound and lengthy aura, clearly having reached the golden core stage. "Are you resisting the Qingyun Dao search?" With this thunderous shout, an immense oppressive force surged towards Xie Qinyuan like an avalanche. Caught off guard, his legs buckled, nearly causing him to kneel before the ground. Despite this, he remained half-crouched, struggling to rise against the terrifying pressure. Faced with this sudden adversary, Xie Qinyuan inwardly lamented his predicament. Yet, recognizing the formidable nature of his opponent, he understood he could not engage in direct confrontation at this moment. Without hesitation, he quietly retrieved a teleportation talisman. preparing to escape before his adversary noticed. Just as Xie Qinyuan was about to activate the talisman, the leading golden core cultivator perceptively caught on to his intentions. However, recognizing that the activation of the talisman would generate a powerful spatial shield beyond his ability to shatter, he hastily called out, "Friend, please wait. There is much to discuss. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding here. Let us sit down and speak calmly." Upon seeing the teleportation talisman, he realized he was dealing with someone of considerable significance. After all, those in possession of such rare items were certainly not to be trifled with. If he allowed Xie Qinyuan to escape, it would surely lead to troubles from the powerful forces behind him. However, Xie Qinyuan harbored no trust in his words and showed no signs of relinquishing his escape. As the talisman neared full activation, a distant urgent cry rang out, "16th brother, halt! Cease the activation of the teleportation talisman. Whatever the matter, tell 7th brother, and I shall advocate on your behalf." Upon hearing Xie Yi's voice, Xie Qinyuan paused, halting the activation process of the talisman, and patiently awaited his brother's arrival. Xie Yi approached with a grave expression, the crowd parting like the tide before him, as if he exuded an invisible aura of authority. Yet, he paid no heed to the throng, striding directly to Xie Qinyuan's side, inquiring, "16th brother, what has transpired? Why have you clashed with them?" Seeing Xie Yi's arrival, Xie Qinyuan felt a sense of relief and promptly recounted the events that had unfolded. Xie Yi listened intently, his expression growing increasingly grim. By the time Xie Qinyuan finished his account, his face resembled a stormy sky. "Very well, very good indeed." Xie Yi gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Qi Shan. "Is this how you conduct yourself? Without discernment, you bully the weak." Despite sharing the same golden core cultivation level, Xie Yi felt no trepidation before Qi Shan, fully aware of his own formidable backing within the Qingyun Dao, which instilled him with confidence. Qi Shan's expression darkened, caught off guard by the unforeseen escalation of the situation. Yet, despite his inner turmoil, he maintained a facade of composure, retorting, "I am merely acting in accordance with sect regulations. A disciple reported to me that someone dared defy the search. As an enforcer, it is my duty to uphold the Qingyun Dao's rules." Xie Yi scoffed, a sneer curling his lips. "Rules? What rules? What a farce of maintaining the Qingyun Dao's regulations. Come, let us seek the elders and let them adjudicate this matter." His words laid bare his disdain and fury towards Qi Shan. At a loss for words, Qi Shan stood there, dumbfounded. The surrounding disciples began to murmur among themselves, evidently not harboring any aversion towards Qi Shan's actions. Xie Yi turned to Xie Qinyuan, his voice firm, "16th brother, let us go. We shall pay our respects to the elders. I wish to see if the Qingyun Dao still possesses any semblance of justice." With that, Xie Yi led Xie Qinyuan directly up Tianjian Peak. Arriving before the elders, he relayed the events in their entirety and then bowed respectfully, pleading, "I implore the elders to seek justice for my 16th brother." Upon hearing this, the elder of Tianjian Peak wore an awkward expression, gazing at Qi Shan before gently stating, "Xie Yi, we currently have a mission at hand. In my opinion, it would be wise to have Qi Shan apologize to your brother first. After the completion of this mission, we can confine Qi Shan to the sect for 6 months. What say you?" Knowing that this was the best outcome he could hope for, Xie Yi softened his tone and replied, "Thank you, elder, for your mediation." Though Qi Shan harbored a multitude of grievances within his heart, he found himself at a loss, compelled to muster the courage to apologize to Xie Qinyuan. Upon receiving the apology, Xie Qinyuan, who had not suffered any substantial harm, mused that it would be best to let the matter rest, especially since this dispute was indeed in their favor, prompting the Qingyun sect to stand up for justice. After Xie Yi and Xie Qinyuan departed, Qi Shan remained rooted in place, wearing an expression that suggested he had much to say yet hesitated. The elder of Tianjian Peak, having observed the entire exchange, turned to Qi Shan and said, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask." After a moment of hesitation, Qi Shan finally inquired, "Master, I acknowledge that my actions were indeed inappropriate, yet I was merely executing the task assigned by the sect. Should I truly be punished for that?" His words clearly revealed a hint of reluctance. Sighing, the elder of Tianjian Peak replied earnestly, "If today's incident remains unresolved and we fail to provide the Xie family with a satisfactory explanation, Do you believe we will have any peace upon returning to the sect? I fear that by then, those seeking to trouble you will be lining up at your door. Upon hearing this, Qi Shen remained unconvinced and countered. While it is true that the Xie family is formidable, surely my fellow disciples of the Qingyun sect would not defy me merely for the sake of a minor figure like Xie Li? Is this the reason behind your reckless actions, disregarding the consequences? You did not even ascertain the opposing party's background before acting impulsively. Xie Qinyuan is the son of the Xie family's alchemy elder. Consider this. If we cannot provide them with a satisfactory resolution today, will not the Xie family's disciples seek you out for retribution once they learn of this incident? They might even use it as an opportunity to curry favor with Xie Qinyuan. The elder of Tianjian Peak spoke with visible frustration, deeply disappointed in the young man before him. Moreover, do not underestimate the individuals from those prominent families. For now, you shall return and enter seclusion for 6 months to avoid the storm. Alas, it is not entirely your fault. After all, I too only comprehended the profound background of these noble families after listening to your master's accounts. Today, I shall elaborate further to prevent you from provoking them in the future. Although the Xie family is merely one of the 10 great families, the head of their clan possesses only the cultivation of the transformation stage. However, these 10 families have always intermarried and maintained a united front on significant matters. It can be said that nearly every notable force within the chaotic star sea has some connection to these 10 families. Take our Qingyun sect as an example. The Xie family occupies a primary peak. Not to mention, when the collective power of the 10 great families converges within the Qingyun sect, their combined influence nearly commands half of the sect. If they could secure 1 or 2 ancestors at the integration stage, who knows who might truly control the entire chaotic star sea? Master, if that is the case, do the ancestors at the integration stage simply turn a blind eye to this? Qi Shen inquired, filled with suspicion. How could they manage it? Should they apply heavy pressure on the 10 great families or attempt to eradicate them entirely? Remember, countless forces beyond the chaotic star sea are watching eagerly for turmoil to arise, allowing them to seize the opportunity to plunder territory. Moreover, it is said these 10 families are branches that migrated from the Central Land. If this is true, it provides the various forces in the Central Land with an excellent justification to invade the chaotic star sea under the guise of righteous cause. Despite the current chaotic state of the chaotic star sea, over the years, the inhabitants have steadfastly adhered to a fundamental principle. External forces must not interfere in internal disputes. Then, Master, how should I respond? Will the Xie family seek vengeance against me in the future? Qi Shen asked, his brow furrowed with concern. Do not fret. The Qingyun sect has ancestors at the integration stage to maintain order, serving as a stabilizing force. Even if they harbor ill intentions, they would not dare to act recklessly. As long as you exercise a modicum of caution in the future, you shall remain unharmed. The elder of Tianjian Peak reassured, gently patting Qi Shen's shoulder. Chapter 46. The leak of information after the disciples of the Qingyun sect conducted a thorough search at the Haitian sword sect. They prepared to set off for their next destination. At that moment, however, Xie Yi hurriedly arrived in search of Xie Qinyuan, 16th brother. There has been a change in circumstances, according to reliable intelligence. The Zixiao Thunder sect, the Juyu Demon sect, and the Sea tribes, including the Shark clan and the Mermaid clan, seem to have learned about the secret realm of Xintian Daoist inheritance and are attempting to breach our blockade. I must hasten to provide support. The situation is exceedingly chaotic. While a large-scale conflict may not erupt immediately, it would be prudent for you to refrain from wandering about. Everything hinges on the outcome of negotiations among the higher-ups. With that, he swiftly turned and made his way to the assembly point for the flying vessels. Before long, Xie Yi arrived at the periphery of the blockade aboard a flying vessel. At that moment, the disciples of the Qingyun sect were already embroiled in a fierce battle against the 3 major forces of the Sea tribes. The battlefield was awash with sword energy and spells, with an array of bizarre and extraordinary techniques manifesting in abundance. The Sea tribes unleashed countless ferocious marine beasts, surging like a tidal wave against the defensive line of the Qingyun sect. Faced with such a relentless assault, the sect's defenses began to falter, teetering on the brink of collapse. At this juncture, the Zixiao Thunder sect and the Juyu Demon sect maintained a standoff at the outskirts of the battlefield. refraining from intervening. Perhaps they were quietly awaiting the outcome of negotiations among the higher-ups. Meanwhile, the news of the Xintian Daoist's inheritance secret realm exploded like a bomb, igniting the interest of various forces within the nearby cultivation community of the chaotic Star Sea. All factions eyed it with avid anticipation, eager to partake in the spoils. On the periphery of the Xintian Daoist's inheritance secret realm, the atmosphere was thick with tension. 6 Integration Stage ancestors convened. Engaged in a heated negotiation, the Integration Stage ancestor from the Jiu Demon sect was the first to attack. Old Chu, how could we have thought of you as an honorable person? Initially, we all presumed that the Qingyun sect was searching for the legacy treasure of our Tianjian Peak, thus refraining from interfering with your blockade and search operations. Who would have imagined that you would resort to such treachery? You were merely using the guise of searching for a treasure to covertly send people to probe the Xintian Daoist's inheritance secret realm. If not for this unfortunate leak of information, you likely intended to monopolize this monumental opportunity, did you not? What a masterful scheme, pulling the wool over our eyes. Confronted with the accusations and reproaches from the Integration Stage ancestor of the Jiu Demon sect, the elder known as Old Chu from the Qingyun sect wore a sullen expression, his eyes flashing with anger. However, he did not immediately retaliate. Instead, he took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, and coldly replied, "Humph, do not slander us. The Qingyun sect has always acted with integrity. How could we engage in the despicable acts you allege? Moreover, is the Xintian Daoist's inheritance secret realm so easily discovered? Had it not been for our disciples inadvertently uncovering a clue, no one would have known of its existence to this day. Old Han, do not pretend to be a paragon of virtue. Had you been the first to discover the Xintian Daoist's inheritance secret realm, would you have kindly informed us? I suspect you would have acted even more unscrupulously." The Integration Stage ancestor of the Qingyun sect retorted mercilessly. Hearing this, the ancestor from the Jiu Demon sect merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. After all, everyone present was well aware of each other's true nature, having known one another for thousands of years. At this moment, the ancestor from the Zhixiao Thunder sect stepped forward to mediate. "Friends from the Sea Tribes, could you please command your forces on the periphery to cease their assault? The secret realm is right before us and cannot escape. It would be prudent for Old Chu to provide us with details regarding the secret realm." Upon hearing this, the elder of the Shark clan displayed a hint of displeasure, indignantly stating, "Not long ago, the Qingyun sect dared to slaughter our sea kin. Do you think everything can simply be overlooked? The disciples of the Qingyun sect must provide us with an explanation today, or else." Though his words trailed off, the implied threat was unmistakable. Before the elder of the Shark clan could finish, the elder of the Qingyun sect interjected, "Nonsense. The legacy treasure of our Tianjian Peak went missing at sea, and your sea tribe bears the greatest suspicion. After killing off some of your foul fish and rotten shrimp, you still demand an explanation? Today, I shall require you to return our sect's legacy treasure." The two engaged in a fierce argument, seemingly oblivious to the presence of others. This abrupt turn of events left everyone present in shock. Seeing the situation escalate, the elders of the Zhixiao Thunder sect and the Mermaid clan hastily intervened, pulling the two quarreling parties aside, and after a lengthy, hushed discussion, the elder of the Mermaid clan returned, stating, "For now, let this dispute subside. We shall each take a step back. YC tribe will no longer pursue accountability for the slaughter, but you must share the inheritance secret realm with us. Additionally, the Qingyun sect shall not pursue the matter of the legacy treasure further. If a legacy treasure indeed surfaces, then it is fate. My sea tribe shall have no objections. However, should no trace of the treasure be found, you must not launch extensive searches against my sea tribe." After speaking, he turned to the ancestral elder of the Zhixiao Thunder sect, awaiting a response. The elder, after a moment's contemplation, finally replied, "That sounds splendid. Since we have reached a consensus, I implore you all to issue orders to your respective factions to cease hostilities. Once the situation has calmed, I would appreciate it if you, friend Chu, could elaborate on the circumstances surrounding the secret realm, so that we may collectively deliberate on how to prudently develop this mysterious domain." With the agreement established, the three ancestral elders of the Sea Clan promptly dispatched messages to their respective powers, commanding an immediate halt to all attacks. With arrangements in place, the elders' gazes converged upon the faction of the Qingyun sect. Observing their focused stares, the elder of Qingyun understood their intentions and replied with irritation. Do not harbor any illusions about accessing the inheritance secret realm just yet. If it were that simple, would I have waited until now? Allow me to enlighten you. This secret realm is of considerable significance. Even those of foundation-building prowess who enter will be suppressed to that very level. Furthermore, the realm teems with foundation-building beasts and ferocious creatures in numbers so vast they are beyond counting. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Crazy Shark clan interjected eagerly, then we shall simply send in our foundation-building practitioners. While your Qingyun sect may be lacking in such numbers, we of the Sea Clan have never been short of foundation builders. The ocean is rife with ferocious beasts of that level. His face gleamed with pride. However, the elder of Qingyun shot him a disdainful glance, retorting with a cold chuckle, "Humph! Do you think I have not considered that approach? The issue lies in the fact that the secret realm does not currently intersect with our location. Though we can see it from here, there remains a considerable distance between us. The only way to enter the realm is to forcibly carve out a passage. Yet, such a passage demands at least the strength of a nascent soul to withstand the formidable forces of space. Therefore, if your Sea Clan is indeed affluent enough to send in nascent soul practitioners to explore, we shall gladly assist you from the sidelines." The Crazy Shark clan fell silent at this, for although they possessed no shortage of foundation-building cultivators, they were not extravagant enough to treat nascent soul experts as mere pawns. Is there truly no way forward? Are we to merely gaze upon this inheritance secret realm, powerless to seize its treasures? The elder of the merfolk inquired gently, her tone as soothing as a spring breeze. In truth, we are not entirely without options. Besides the aforementioned method of forcibly opening a passage, there are two other viable approaches. First, based on my observations, this secret realm will likely align with our location again in approximately 300 years. When that time comes, we can endeavor to stabilize the passage and gradually send in our foundation-building clansmen. Second, we could construct a cross-border teleportation array. After all, this is merely a secret realm. A small-scale cross-border array should suffice. Chapter 47. Journey to the Xintian Secret Realm. When the notion of constructing a cross-border teleportation array was proposed, the gathering fell into a profound silence. After all, a cross-border teleportation array is no ordinary construct. It requires breaching the protective barriers of the world and securing them, with resources needed that amount to astronomical figures. Even a small-scale cross-border array would deplete the resources of those present, causing significant damage to their fortunes. At that moment, the elder of the Nine Nether Demons sect quietly suggested, in my view, we might as well wait for the next alignment of the secret realm. 300 years is but a brief respite for us, a fleeting moment in time. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Pursuing quick gains will only yield adverse results. Indeed, others echoed, we should await the opportune moment. Such a rare opportunity must be approached in accordance with the natural order. It cannot be forced. Furthermore, this matter should not rest solely on our shoulders. Now that the news has leaked, other factions are also eyeing it covetously. Even if we wish to obstruct them, it would be challenging to deter them all. If they are intent on entering, let them pay the corresponding price, be it in spirit stones, manpower, or resources. Yes, that is the way. When they send their people, we shall relay this message. The group convened, engaging in a lively discussion on how to navigate the current situation. After much spirited debate, they finally reached a consensus and prepared to depart from the location. Just then, the other attendees, except for the elder of Qingyun, suddenly launched an attack on the secret realm, seemingly seeking to verify the elder's earlier assertions. In response to this unexpected maneuver, the elder of Qingyun remained calm and unperturbed. As if he had anticipated such an occurrence, he understood that these individuals did not fully trust him, hence their desire to ascertain the truth with their own hands. When the results aligned perfectly with the elder of Qingyun's descriptions, the faces of the group transformed into expressions of relief, and they promptly departed through the void with grace. In the following period, numerous disciples from various sects began to withdraw from the area, while simultaneously, many formidable individuals surged towards this locale. The six major powers swiftly responded by dispatching personnel to receive these visitors and thoroughly explain the current situation. If they wished to enter the secret realm in 300 years, they could contribute funds, resources, or manpower for its joint development. As for those unwilling to pay any price yet wishing to infiltrate, they would face a united front of opposition from all factions. Upon learning of these developments, other factions expressed their intent to personally verify the situation. Once these individuals confirmed the circumstances with their own eyes, they unanimously agreed and left behind some members to continue monitoring the secret realm. Subsequently leading their groups back home, as time progressed, the once agitated waters surrounding the Xintian inheritance secret realm gradually returned to tranquility, yet the number of powerful beings in the vicinity significantly increased. Clearly, all were eagerly anticipating the arrival of that fateful day in 300 years. Xie Qinyuan also settled from the tumult, arriving alone at the periphery of the Xintian inheritance secret realm. At that moment, he harbored a plan, eager to infiltrate the secret realm and uncover its mysteries. When Xie Qinyuan stepped into the abyssal world, he was filled with both anticipation and anxiety, seeking the legendary sprite. Without hesitation, he addressed the sprite directly. "Oh, sprite, there lies an inheritance secret realm nearby the abyssal world. Do you possess any means to establish a connection between this abyssal world and it, aiding us in our smooth intrusion?" The abyssal sprite closed her eyes, deeply attuned to the surrounding energies. After a moment, she slowly opened her eyes and replied, "Master, I have sensed its presence. This secret realm was created by humans and currently lacks a master. Conquering it should not pose much difficulty." Xie Qinyuan, elated by her words, exclaimed, "Excellent. I shall make preparations, and once all is in order, we will proceed to invade this secret realm together." With that, he turned and departed, heading to the Tianwu realm to find Xie Qianxian. Upon finding Xie Qianxian, Xie Qinyuan spoke with gravity. "Qianxian, the time has come to test your abilities. I have discovered a secret realm that urgently requires the martial artists and cultivators of the Tianwu realm to mount an all-out assault and seize it." He then elaborated on the particulars of the Xintian Taoist's inheritance secret realm. "Third brother, you mentioned that the foundation-building beings within that realm are as numerous as cow hairs. Our Tianwu realm's foundation-building combatants are still quite scarce. Capturing this secret realm may prove challenging," Xie Qianxian replied, his brow furrowed, his tone betraying a hint of uncertainty. "Fool, how could I have such a dim-witted brother, since I entrusted this matter to you? It is because I have confidence in your ability to attempt it. Must you not think critically when faced with challenges? Have you already forgotten the unique properties of the abyssal qi? Reflect on the characteristics of the ferocious beasts within that secret realm." Xie Qinyuan chastised lightly, tapping Xie Qinshuan's head in frustration. "The properties of the abyssal qi? The ferocious beasts? Oh, I see. The moment abyssal qi interacts with beings devoid of spiritual wisdom, it forcibly alters their true essence. Third brother, you are truly remarkable to have considered this. Thus, we need only send a small contingent of foundation-building cultivators into the secret realm to utilize the abyssal qi to transform the ferocious beasts within, then direct these modified beasts to continue the assault on the secret realm. This way, we can minimize casualties among our own foundation-building practitioners and more easily capture the realm." Xie Qinshuan's face lit up with realization, admiration evident in his expression. Finally grasped the concept? Xie Qinyuan spoke calmly, yet his eyes sparkled with wisdom. After a pause, he continued, "Within this secret realm lies the spirit of the realm, but there is no need for concern. When the time is ripe, I will dispatch the sprite along with the eye of heavenly Tao from the abyss to confront it. You all need only focus on dealing with the beasts. Time is of the essence. Prepare swiftly, and once ready, we shall act immediately." Receiving the clear instructions, Xie Qianxian wasted no time, promptly mobilizing to widely summon foundation-building cultivators within the Tianwu realm. Meanwhile, Xie Qinyuan summoned Long Zheng and his companions to jointly prepare for the expedition into the secret realm. Under the resolute leadership of Xie Qianxian, numerous foundation establishment cultivators from the Tianwu realm swiftly gathered. On the other hand, Xie Qinyuan led Long Zheng and a cadre of skilled warriors towards the periphery of the second layer of the Dark Abyss. Upon reaching their destination, Xie Qinyuan approached the edge of the dark abyss and softly called for the dark abyss sprite. With a grave expression, he instructed, "Sprite, now is the time to initiate the connection. Swiftly activate the link between the dark abyss world and the secret realm. Once the two are connected, you must immediately carry the Eye of Heaven to seek out the spirit of the secret realm. If there is an opportunity to capture it, that would be splendid. However, if that proves too difficult, at the very least, you must find a way to delay it, granting us the time needed to conquer this place. Once all is settled, we shall then devise a plan for dealing with the spirit of the secret realm." Having spoken, he gazed resolutely into the distance, as if foreseeing the outcome of the impending fierce battle. "Rest assured, my lord, it is merely a man-made secret realm. Capturing it will be as easy as pie," the sprite confidently assured, and then, like a nimble dancer, she set in motion the forces of the dark abyss to connect with the ancestral secret realm. Chapter 48. Entering the Shintian secret realm through the Eye of Heaven in the dark abyss world. Xie Qinyuan was astonished to discover that in the endless depths of the void, the dark abyss world and the secret realm shimmered like two resplendent pearls, distant yet resonant with each other. As the sprites continually channeled their power, the dark abyss world suddenly burst forth with a dazzling radiance, instantly piercing the darkness. Following this, a mesmerizing beam of light flashed between the two, gradually revealing a vast and mysterious spatial passage. This passage resembled a mystical door leading to an unknown realm, tightly connecting the dark abyss world and the secret realm. As time elapsed, the dark abyss world began to slowly move towards the secret realm. They drew nearer and finally made contact, merging into one entity. During this process, a plethora of wonders and extraordinary sights emerged. The marvelous scenes from the secret realm intertwined through the passage, constantly shifting in shape and color, unfurling like a magnificent and vibrant painting. At times, peculiar creatures could be seen traversing within, their strange forms eliciting awe. At other times, dazzling lights intertwined, rendering the onlookers spellbound. The entire spectacle was dreamlike and breathtaking, providing an unparalleled visual impact. Xie Qinyuan widened his eyes, fully engrossed in observing everything, his heart brimming with curiosity and anticipation for the unknown world ahead. He understood that countless challenges and opportunities awaited him. An indescribable atmosphere of harmony gradually spread. As if water and fire intertwined, endlessly entangled, the power of space wafted like mist, yet relentlessly sought to mend every damaged part of the fabric of reality. Once all the fissures were filled, the dark abyss world and the secret realm became tightly interconnected. At that moment, the spirit of the secret realm immediately sensed this change and prepared to retaliate against the incursion of the dark abyss world. Yet, before it could act, a small and exquisite dark abyss sprite had already appeared before it, accompanied by the Eye of Heaven. This Eye of Heaven resembled a black-red gemstone, radiating a mysterious and profound light. Within its pupil seemed to dwell boundless wisdom and power, capable of traversing time and space, perceiving the truth of all things in the world. The shape of this eye was akin to a blazing sun, surrounded by fierce flames. Wherever its gaze fell, everything would be reduced to ashes. However, beneath this scorching exterior lay a chilling aura, as if it originated from the cold ice at the edge of the universe, capable of freezing any being bearing signs of life. When your gaze meets that of the eye of the dark abyss, an unparalleled pressure envelopes you, as if the entire world trembles before this aura. You cannot help but feel a profound sense of reverence, deeply experiencing the enormity of a force that is impossible to resist. At this moment, the spirit of the secret realm fixed its gaze upon the eye of the dark abyss and demanded sternly, "Who exactly are you? How dare you intrude upon this place? Know that this is the private domain of the Shintian Taoist. Do you not fear the severe punishment from him?" However, in the face of the spirit's inquiry, the dark abyss sprite expressed no fear, instead responding with a cold laugh. "Humph! Spirit of the Shintian Taoist's secret realm, cease your futile intimidation. My presence here is sufficient proof that the Shintian Taoist has perished. As for whether I fear a deceased individual, that is nothing short of a joke. If you are wise, you will either surrender obediently or prepare to face my wrath." Upon hearing this, the spirit of the secret realm was instantly enraged, but soon regained its composure, retorting with a hint of mockery, We are both conscious entities of the secret realm level. Although you appear to be a born spirit of the secret realm, do not forget, this is my territory. You expect me to bow down? Not a chance. The Dark Abyss sprite's lips curled into a sly smile. Oh, indeed. This is your home turf, but that may change very soon. As the words left her mouth, the spirit of the secret realm immediately directed its gaze towards the juncture of the two worlds on the other side. Xie Qinyuan observed the passage stabilizing and did not rush to lead his men into battle. Instead, he commanded the energies of the Dark Abyss to flow continuously into the Xintian secret realm. Upon perceiving the rupture of space in the Xintian secret realm, many ferocious beasts, alerted by the spirit's warning, promptly mobilized to defend the junction between the two worlds, bracing themselves for the impending invasion of formidable foes. Yet, when the passage fully stabilized, they did not behold the enemies they anticipated. Instead, they felt an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy surging in like a tide. The beasts could not help but wonder if the spiritual energy density in the opposing world was far superior to that of their own, thus causing the energy to naturally flow towards them. In that moment, no one noticed that the originally docile ferocious beasts within the secret realm were now regarding them with hostile gazes, as if viewing them as sworn enemies at this juncture. Xie Qinyuan, fully concentrated on sensing the happenings across the divide, noticed that the majority of the ferocious beasts had been successfully subdued and were obeying commands. He immediately issued orders for this group of beasts to launch an assault on the nearby enemies. Following this, he led his followers through the spatial passage, arriving in the Xintian secret realm in the blink of an eye. The scene before them left everyone utterly astonished on a chaotic battlefield. Dust swirling, the ferocious beasts and demon beasts were engaged in a breathtaking and life-and-death struggle. The colossal ferocious beasts, each with grotesque visages, sharp fangs like daggers, and bulging muscles radiating boundless strength, roared thunderously, their cries echoing through the heavens, as if they sought to rend and devour the entire world. Yet, in the face of such a ferocious adversary, the demon beasts exhibited not a shred of fear. They moved with agility and grace, darting like phantoms across the battlefield. Their wings, gleaming with extraordinary luminescence, granted them a speed advantage akin to the wind. These demon beasts opened their massive maws and unleashed torrents of blah upon receiving the command. Long Zheng, Qin Tian, and Xie Chenxian unhesitatingly led the crowd into the battlefield. However, unexpectedly, the members of the Dark Abyss did not immediately engage in direct confrontation with the ferocious beasts. Instead, they cleverly concealed themselves behind the formidable creatures. Subtly executing their schemes, they continuously infused the essence of the Dark Abyss into the bodies of the beasts, forcibly compelling them to undergo mutations, transforming into terrifying Dark Abyss beasts, upon witnessing the fierce slaughter and the rivers of blood on the battlefield. The spirit of the secret realm was suddenly overwhelmed by a powerful impulse to immediately lend strength to the numerous beasts within the realm, aiding them in their plight. Yet, at that moment, the previously silent Dark Abyss sprite suddenly spoke, saying, "You must think carefully before taking action. Once you strike, I may have no choice but to act as well. After all, Xintian Daoist has been gone for many years, and you are merely a creation of his design to seek out a successor. As for who ultimately inherits this legacy, what difference does it make? Once we successfully conquer this secret realm, you simply need to find someone to pass on the legacy to, and your mission will be deemed complete, granting you freedom. At that time, I can also plead with Lord Ruler on your behalf, asking him to use the source power to help you hatch an innate body, or simply elevate you to become the celestial path of the second layer of the Dark Abyss world. The choice is entirely yours. Thus, take your time to ponder before deciding whether to intervene in this battle." After hearing the words of the Dark Abyss sprite, the spirit of the secret realm quietly withdrew its hands, which it had initially intended to extend, and silently gazed at the fierce battle unfolding below. Its eyes revealed a complex array of emotions, as if weighing the pros and cons within its heart. Contemplating its own path forward as time passed, the spirit of the secret realm remained motionless, as if the entire world had shrunk to encompass only the brutal conflict beneath and the endless turmoil and struggle within its heart. Chapter 49. The golden bee propolis swarm, the once imposing and invincible beasts, now found themselves bereft of their former majesty. Lacking the protection and enhancement from the spirit of the secret realm, they appeared utterly defenseless against the joint assault of the Dark Abyss cultivators and the savage beasts, forced to flee in disarray. At that moment, Xie Qinxian stepped forward, raising his voice. "Friends among the beasts, please halt your hurried retreat. There is no need to flee any longer. We are not your enemies, but rather partners who yearn for peaceful coexistence and mutual development. Our purpose here, beyond seeking the precious legacy left by the Xintian Taoist, is to assist you in overcoming your predicaments." His voice resonated like a thunderclap, echoing throughout the space. He continued, "Within this legacy's secret realm, no matter how hard you strive to cultivate, you can only ever reach the foundation establishment stage. However, given your powerful bloodline gifts, the foundation establishment stage is merely a new starting point, far from the end of your cultivation journey. If you choose to ally with us, I will guide you out of this place to venture into the vast world beyond. Only then will you have the opportunity to transcend your limits and grow even stronger. Do you wish to remain here for eternity, waiting for life to reach its conclusion? Why not join hands with us and ascend to the pinnacle of cultivation together?" Xie Qinxuan's words were highly enticing, simultaneously resonating deeply within the hearts of those beasts endowed with formidable bloodlines. Consequently, under the leadership of these elite beasts, many chose to embrace the encroaching essence of the Dark Abyss, thus completing their transformation from ordinary beasts into Dark Abyss beasts. Seeing the beasts surrendering in droves, a satisfied smile blossomed on Xie Qinxuan's face, radiant as spring flowers. He elegantly gestured for the cultivators behind him to advance, akin to a general commanding his troops with assuredness. Subsequently, he forged a close bond with the beasts, as resilient as spider silk. Guided by the Dark Abyss beasts, they soared gracefully towards a particular location, akin to birds in flight. Eventually, they arrived at an expansive region dedicated to the cultivation of spiritual herbs, appearing as a verdant ocean, teeming with life and brimming with hope. Xie Qinxian gazed into the distance, where a haze obscured his view, yet he could still discern the presence of ancient spiritual herbs, many of which had attained sentience. Upon closer inspection, he beheld ginseng dolls, spiritual mushroom fairies, He-shou Wu demons, and snow lotus flower spirits frolicking together, their laughter echoing joyfully. The ginseng doll, lively and clever, leaped among the flowers, dancing with butterflies. The spiritual mushroom fairy, graceful in form, spread fragrant breezes with each flutter of her wings. The He-shou Wu demon and snow lotus flower spirit, equally lively, played and laughed under the sun, their forms radiating an otherworldly glow. The various spirits chased one another across the lush grass, their silver bell-like laughter resonating through the skies. Occasionally pausing to admire the surrounding beauty, they marveled at the wonders of creation. The ginseng doll, full of curiosity, eagerly explored each flower. The spiritual mushroom fairy tenderly caressed the dew-kissed grass tips. Seemingly cherishing these heavenly gifts in this atmosphere of joy and harmony, they cast aside all worries and troubles, fully immersing themselves in the genuine companionship and profound friendship they shared. Their exuberant play not only breathed life and vitality into this ethereal realm, but enveloped the entire world in warmth and delight, allowing all to revel in carefree abandon. Witnessing this scene, Xie Qinxian could not help but feel elated, inwardly reflecting, "Is this place merely a treasure trove? It is evidently a rare gem bestowed by the heavens." Thus, he promptly made the decisive call for the cultivators to proceed with utmost caution, treading lightly as they entered the enigmatic realm of spiritual herb cultivation, ensuring not to disturb the rare spiritual herbs that had already attained enlightenment. However, just as they approached, the sight before them left everyone in a state of astonishment. Those seemingly innocent spiritual herbs had become remarkably formidable. The ginseng doll mischievously made faces at them. The spiritual mushroom fairy danced gracefully, her petals shimmering in a dreamlike array of colors. The He-shou Wu demon brandished its claws, adopting an aggressive stance, while the snow lotus flower spirit exuded an icy chill, sending shivers down their spines. In that instant, Xie Qinxian came to a sudden realization. The reason these spiritual herbs could thrive unscathed amidst the myriad of beasts and savage creatures within the secret realm and possess such a uniquely serene sanctuary must be due to their formidable self-defense capabilities or some mysterious force silently protecting them. Otherwise, they would have long been targets of covetous desires, suffering the fate of being harvested and consumed. Contemplating this, Xie Qianxian felt a surge of reverence. He quickly summoned the dark abyss beast that had been transformed, urgently inquiring, "Does this cultivation area conceal some form of danger? How is it that you can coexist here peacefully? Is there a formidable formation guarding this place, or a powerful beast clan stationed here?" The dark abyss beasts exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. At last, a beast resembling a dragon cautiously stepped forward, replying, "Lord Ruler, the formation here primarily serves to enhance the growth environment of these spiritual herbs and is not offensive in nature. What truly deters us is the presence of the golden bee propolis swarm that resides here." As the dragon-like beast mentioned the golden bee propolis, a flicker of fear was evident in its eyes. It turned out that the so-called golden bee propolis swarm was vast in number. Having dwelled in this spiritually rich cultivation area for generations, due to the constraints of the secret realm, the strength of the cultivators could at most reach the foundation establishment stage, rendering them utterly helpless against such a formidable swarm. These bees shimmered with a golden hue, possessing not only impenetrable defensive capabilities but also formidable offensive power. Even more remarkably, the propolis they produced was considered a rare treasure, renowned for its miraculous healing properties and ability to expedite cultivation progress, truly priceless. Moreover, this species was exceedingly united. Should an external threat arise, they would unite and launch a coordinated assault, making it nearly impossible for intruders to withstand. Additionally, the golden bee propolis possessed a unique cultivation technique exclusive to their clan, enabling them to enhance their overall strength. Having previously experienced the might of the golden bee propolis firsthand, it was no wonder that few would dare to provoke them lightly. After listening to these words, Xie Qianyuan began to ponder deeply, gradually realizing that while everyone was suppressed within the foundation establishment realm, the threat posed by the purple-gold propolis bees was arguably greater than that of the demonic beasts. Although an individual purple-gold propolis bee was not particularly powerful, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. After careful contemplation, he ultimately decided to dispatch a team of cultivators skilled in concealing their auras, instructing them to cautiously and stealthily infiltrate the medicinal herb cultivation area to ascertain the current situation of the purple-gold propolis bees. Simultaneously, he ordered the other cultivators to prepare an array of diverse defensive tools to be ready for any potential sudden conflicts. Before long, the team responsible for reconnaissance swiftly returned with the latest intelligence, having successfully located the nest of the purple-gold propolis bees and gathered essential information about the swarm. Chapter 50. Extermination of the purple-gold propolis bee swarm at the bottom of a deep valley. A colony of purple-gold propolis bees thrived, collectively establishing a vast and intricate social structure. The heart of this hive was the queen bee, surrounded by numerous female and male bees. The female bees bore the crucial responsibility of nurturing the next generation, while the male bees, primarily at the foundation establishment stage, were tasked with mating and ensuring the safety of the hive. Additionally, countless worker bees at the qi refinement stage toiled diligently, gathering pollen and nectar, nourishing the larvae, and constructing the hive. Xie Qianyuan listened intently to the intelligence regarding the purple-gold propolis bees. Falling into deep thought, he began to contemplate how to address this formidable group of bees. Waiting for the encroachment of the dark abyss was evidently unrealistic, as the population density in the areas occupied by the dark abyss people was insufficient to pose a threat to the swarm. While a forced attack might capture the valley, it would undoubtedly result in significant casualties, contradicting his original intention of seizing the secret realm and proving unwise. After thorough deliberation, he realized that only through clever strategies could he gradually conquer this dilemma. Chen Xian, let us first withdraw to our original position. At the same time, dispatch envoys back to the Tianwu realm to summon cultivators proficient in fire attribute techniques, masters of stealth, and a substantial number of formation masters. Additionally, we need to prepare ample pollen and nectar in the Tianwu realm and arrange for dedicated personnel to transport them here, Xie Qianyuan calmly decided. He understood that to triumph over the purple-gold propolis bees, comprehensive preparations were essential, mobilizing all available resources. Only then could they hope to successfully break through the predicament and achieve their objectives. Once the stealthy cultivators arrived, Xie Qinyuan steadily outlined the next phase of his plan. First, to deploy a surprise attack targeting the Qi refinement worker bees. After successfully incapacitating them, they would undergo true spirit transformation. Subsequently, the prepared pollen and nectar would be entrusted to the worker bees to return to the hive. Finally, upon the arrival of the formation masters, they would be commanded to set up encirclements and enhance fire attribute attacks in the vicinity of the purple-gold propolis bee valley. Everything proceeded in a well-organized manner. And Xie Qinyuan secretly calculated. Once the fire attribute cultivators were assembled and formed a powerful strike team, it would be the optimal moment for our side to launch a full-scale assault. Upon receiving the orders, Chen Xian did not dare to delay for a moment, immediately dedicating himself to the operation. He swiftly dispatched a group of astute envoys back to the Tianwu realm, broadly recruiting the necessary talents. These envoys, bearing significant responsibilities, tirelessly traversed various domains, actively seeking out cultivators with unique skills and strengths. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, cultivators adept at stealth approached the Qi refinement worker bees like wraiths. Utilizing their unique techniques and profound abilities, they launched unexpected surprise attacks on a portion of the worker bees and skillfully performed true spirit transformations upon them. Shortly thereafter, the transformed worker bees undertook an important mission, returning to the hive laden with copious amounts of pollen and nectar. These precious resources would become a pivotal element in the subsequent plan, injecting new vigor and hope into the entire operation. Simultaneously, in the vicinity of the valley, a group of formation masters was diligently setting up a variety of mysterious formations. Their techniques were masterful and their coordination seamless, with each step appearing meticulously organized. These formations not only had the potential to augment the strength of the fire attribute cultivators, but also played a role in defending against and bewildering the enemy. They understood that the outcome of this battle hinged on their ability to fully unleash the power of the formations. Once all preparations were complete, Xie Qinyuan and his companions found themselves ensnared in a lengthy wait. He anxiously gazed toward the valley, anticipating the arrival of the fire attribute cultivators. In that moment, all he could do was place his hopes in time, believing that his efforts would not be in vain. As time elapsed, the specially transformed worker bees finally returned to the hive, carrying pollen and nectar from the Tianwu realm, which had thrived in an environment saturated with dark abyss energy, imbued with endless dark abyss essence. After consuming this pollen and nectar, the purple-gold propolis bees would gradually undergo transformations influenced by the dark abyss. The plan began to show results, with a surge of dark abyss creatures emerging within the swarm, yet they remained oblivious to the queen bee being transformed by the true spirit of the dark abyss. A heaviness settled in Xie Qinyuan's heart. He understood that capturing the purple-gold propolis bees effortlessly would not be a simple task. Faced with the current situation, Xie Qinyuan decisively resolved to initiate a strong offensive. He issued a commanding shout, and the fire attribute cultivators, already on high alert, sprang into action like a pack of ferocious tigers, charging powerfully toward the hive nestled within the valley. Each cultivator, possessing formidable skills, unleashed powerful fire spells, and in an instant, scorching flames surged forth like a tidal wave, rapidly engulfing the entire valley. The blazing inferno illuminated the sky, as if determined to turn everything to ashes. The purple-gold propolis bees, caught off guard by the sudden assault, were utterly unprepared for such an eventuality. The entire valley descended into chaos, all part of Xie Qinyuan's meticulously crafted scheme. He had long orchestrated the dark abyss-affected purple-gold propolis bees to sow disorder throughout the valley. These dark abyss-affected purple-gold propolis bees caused tremendous disarray among the original swarm. Concurrently, Xie Qinyuan commanded the formation masters to activate the prearranged formations, intensifying the flames and plunging the purple-gold propolis bees into dire straits. Amidst the turmoil, the queen bee attempted to organize a resistance. However, she found herself tightly encircled by the dark abyss-transformed purple-gold propolis bees, unable to escape. Nevertheless, the queen and her surrounding guards exhibited astonishing prowess. Their wings beat furiously, conjuring strong winds that temporarily held back the encroaching flames. Witnessing this scene, Xie Qinyuan resolved to take matters into his own hands. In an instant, he darted forward, approaching the queen bee with ghostly swiftness. The sharp sword light emanating from his hand surged forth with unparalleled might, directly targeting the queen. A fierce clash ensued between them. During the fierce battle, Xie Qinyuan gradually discerned the queen's weakness. Noting that her abdomen appeared to be the most vulnerable area, acting swiftly, he called upon Chen Tian to utilize a spirit artifact and instructed him to strike at the queen's abdomen. Chen Tian understood immediately, promptly unleashing his ultimate technique. The spirit treasure in his hand radiated an intense brilliance, and the sword light soared like a dragon ascending into the sky. This powerful sword light accurately struck the queen's abdominal vital spot. With a resounding crash, the queen bee collapsed to the ground, and the other purple-gold propolis bees instantaneously lost their command, beginning to panic and flee in all directions. Xie Qinyuan showed no mercy as he led his followers in a relentless pursuit of victory, leaving the enemy with no respite. Under their encirclement, the Zijin honeybees were utterly annihilated. Although the battle was arduous, Xie Qinyuan successfully conquered the Zijin honeybee valley, reaping abundant resources and precious honey. After dismantling the Zijin honeybees, Xie Qinyuan dispatched individuals bearing specially crafted treasures and talismans into the realm of spiritual herbs. The cultivators of the abyss approached these spiritual herbs with utmost caution, engaging them in gentle dialogue. They conveyed the goodwill of the abyssal world and pledged to safeguard their habitat. Gradually, some of the spiritual herbs began to sense the sincerity of the abyssal cultivators, and their demeanor softened. The cultivators then unleashed wondrous spells, enveloping these herbs in a radiant glow. This light contained the essence of purification and solace, and under its brilliance, the spiritual herbs gradually regained their tranquility. As time wore on, an increasing number of herbs were appeased, expressing their willingness to collaborate with the abyssal cultivators. Xie Qinyuan, upon hearing this, established a dedicated sanctuary for these herbs, allowing them to continue to grow and thrive. Ultimately, the abyssal world successfully recruited a multitude of spiritual herbs. This endeavor not only preserved the existence of the herbs, but also ushered in new opportunities and advancements for the abyssal realm. Chapter 51. Attaining the legacy crossing the realm of spiritual herb cultivation. Xie Qinyuan finally arrived at the true site of the legacy. In the distance, the Palace of Inheritance loomed like a majestic peak. Standing proudly amidst the clouds of the secret realm, the palace was shrouded in a mysterious radiance, imparting a sense of solemn grandeur. Its walls shimmered with an otherworldly glow, as if forged from countless precious spirit stones and materials. Towering stone lions flanked the entrance, exuding an air of authority, as if guarding the dignity of the palace. Surrounding the palace was a lush forest, with towering ancient trees whose canopies intertwined to form a verdant canopy overhead. Before the palace lay a vast plaza, its surface paved with smooth jade stones that glimmered with a warm luster. In the center of the plaza stood a grand fountain, its waters gushing forth like a silver ribbon, sparkling with vibrant hues under the sun's rays. Surrounding the fountain, exotic flowers and herbs competed in splendor, releasing waves of enchanting fragrances. The entire palace emanated an ancient and mysterious aura, as if it had traversed time from a bygone era. At this moment, the little spirit of the abyss addressed the spirit of the secret realm. Now, you may make your final choice. The lords have successfully overcome the numerous obstacles ahead. Only the trial of inheritance remains. I firmly believe that the difficulty of these trials lies entirely within your grasp. If you wish to join us in the abyss, why not seize this opportunity to smoothly yield the inheritance to the lords? Would that not bring joy to all? Should you have no such intention, then you may find yourself powerless to resist. The only fate awaiting you may well be that of extinction. After speaking, the little spirit refrained from hastening the spirit of the secret realm, instead gazing at it patiently, seemingly awaiting its response. The spirit's eyes flickered with contemplation, as if deeply pondering each word uttered by the little spirit. As moments passed, it finally let out a deep sigh and resignedly stated, "Very well. Since there is no way to retreat, let us bravely face reality. I am willing to entrust this legacy to the lords. But I also hope that they will cherish it. The little spirit smiled and nodded. A wise decision. I shall guide the lords to you. With that, the little spirit vanished from sight. Before long, guided by the little spirit, Xie Qinyuan arrived at the site of the inheritance. That moment, an adorable little spirit suddenly appeared before him, conveying the important decision made by the spirit of the secret realm. Subsequently, the little spirit elaborated on the matter that had once been promised to him. Upon hearing this, Xie Qinyuan could not contain his joy and gazed at the spirit of the secret realm, softly stating, I wholeheartedly agree with the promises made by the little spirit, so, what do you wish to become? Do you aspire to be the Tao of the second layer of the abyss? Or would you prefer that I hatch a body for you endowed with innate advantages, allowing you to live freely? Regardless of your choice, please reflect deeply, for once a decision is made, simply inform me. He then turned his gaze back to the little spirit of the abyss and earnestly said, At present, the intelligent beings within the Xintian secret realm have nearly all been successfully transformed. It is imperative that we promptly initiate the transformation of this secret realm into the abyss. However, once the transformation is complete, do not merge it into the abyssal world. Just why it would be best to allow it to continue existing independently. After all, there are numerous powerful entities from the outside world closely monitoring this secret realm. Should it suddenly vanish, it may provoke a tremendous upheaval. We need only open a passage between the two realms. As for the foundation-building cultivators within the Xintian secret realm, they need not be relocated, allowing them to remain and confuse outsiders. Meanwhile, those at the pinnacle of foundation building within the Xintian secret realm must all be transferred to the abyssal world so that they may break through to the golden core stage, thereby enhancing our strength. With those words, Xie Qinyuan fixed his gaze upon the spirit of the secret realm, awaiting its decision. After careful consideration, the spirit of the secret realm resolutely decided to embody the Tao of the second layer of the abyss. I am willing to become the Tao of the second layer of the abyss, safeguarding this realm for the lords. Its voice carried a tone of unwavering determination. Xie Qinyuan nodded slightly, expressing his satisfaction. He then turned to the little spirit of the abyss and commanded, Commence the transformation of the secret realm immediately. The little sprite immediately unleashed its innate powers, and the secret realm began to undergo dramatic transformations. The previously fluid spatial passage solidified, establishing a close connection with the abyssal world. As time progressed, the Xintian secret realm successfully morphed into a part of the abyssal world, while still retaining its independent existence. Practitioners at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage smoothly broke through to the golden core stage within the abyssal world, significantly enhancing their strength. Meanwhile, the Xintian secret realm continued to perplex the formidable beings from the outside, buying more time for the development of the abyssal world. While the little sprite was transforming the Xintian secret realm, Xie Qinyuan also sought the Xintian inheritance. Upon entering the palace, an ancient and mysterious aura enveloped him. The hall was suffused with a faint spiritual energy, imparting a sense of tranquility that connected him with the heavens and the earth. The center of the palace stood a colossal statue, intricately carved to depict a dignified practitioner, his posture upright and his gaze piercing, as if guarding the secrets of this sanctuary. Surrounding the statue were layers of enigmatic runes, glimmering with a soft light. Beneath the statue lay a massive stone platform, upon which rested an ancient tome, the legacy of the Void Realm practitioners. The cover of the tome shimmered with an unusual radiance, captivating the onlooker's attention. Scattered around the platform were precious treasures and spiritual herbs, all coveted by cultivators. The dome of the palace sparkled with a starlit brilliance, making one feel as though they were immersed in the cosmos. The walls were adorned with ancient cultivation methods and mysterious patterns, manifestations of the wisdom of the Xintian Taoist. Within this palace of inheritance, time appeared to stand still, enveloping everything in an aura of tranquility and mystery. In the inheritance palace, Xie Qinyuan acquired the cultivation techniques of the Xintian Taoist, along with 2 spiritual treasures and a strand of heavenly spiritual fire, known as Haixin Yin. Haixin Yin was birthed from the molten depths of the ocean, possessing immense capabilities. Its flames contained potent spiritual energy, suitable for alchemical concoctions, artifact forging, and enhancing a practitioner's power. cultivators could absorb the spiritual energy of Haixin Yin to accelerate their training process and break through cultivation bottlenecks. Moreover, Haixin Yin might possess purifying evil and dispelling demons abilities, and due to its oceanic origins, it could grant its master the capacity to survive in the depths of the sea without relying on any external means. Through the inheritance, Xie Qinyuan learned about the general life experiences of Xintian. Born into an unremarkable small family of cultivators, he harbored an unparalleled passion and innate talent for alchemy and beast taming. This fervor and talent led him through a perilous path of cultivation, ultimately allowing him to break through to the Void Realm and become a legendary figure. Xuantian's mastery in the art of alchemy was nothing short of extraordinary. He could skillfully employ various rare materials to concoct pills with miraculous effects. These elixirs not only enhanced one's strength, but also healed grievous injuries, prolonged life, and even possessed the power of resurrection. Furthermore, Xintian possessed the astonishing ability to forge profound emotional bonds with various mystical beasts. He seemed to comprehend the deepest desires and needs of each beast, effortlessly gaining their trust and commanding them to fight on his behalf. These spiritual beasts were fiercely loyal to Xintian and immensely powerful, serving as his most reliable companions and allies on his path of cultivation. Consequently, the outskirts of the secret realm became a gathering place for numerous mystical beasts, ferocious creatures, and rare spiritual herbs. This area was the cultivation ground established by Xintian in the Void Realm, and those mystical beasts were either his former companions or the descendants of his guardian beasts, while the precious spiritual herbs were the progeny of those he had personally cultivated. Everything here bore witness to Xuantian's past glories. Chapter 52. Breaking through to the golden core upon acquiring the inheritance. Xie Qinyuan promptly began to meticulously catalog his gains. After thorough assessment, he was delighted to discover that the Xintian secret realm concealed a top-grade spirit vein and 3 mid-grade spirit veins. Additionally, there was a resource-rich spirit stone mine and various rare mineral veins, alongside an expansive area for cultivating spiritual herbs, where countless precious herbs thrived, many of which had already cultivated into sentient forms. Not only that, but the Xintian secret realm also housed numerous powerful mystical beasts and ferocious creatures. All these factors significantly enhanced the foundational resources of the abyssal world. Once he had organized his findings, Xie Qinyuan resolved to carve out a special zone within the abyssal world, utilizing the divine power of time acceleration, and then devoted himself wholeheartedly to intensive cultivation. Thus began a relentless cycle of day and night for Xie Qinyuan. As he immersed himself in the path of alchemy, he diligently studied and comprehended the alchemical secrets passed down by the Xintian Taoist, thoroughly exploring the characteristics and medicinal properties of each herb. Concurrently, he made full use of the precious resources within the Xintian secret realm, persistently attempting to concoct pills with various miraculous effects. In the face of failure, he never wavered, maintaining unwavering faith. Each success further honed his alchemical skills. As for the art of beast taming, Xie Qinyuan, considering the unique attributes of the abyssal world, felt no need for in-depth study. Therefore, he merely skimmed through some relevant texts, gaining a general understanding of beast taming. As time flowed on, Xie Qinyuan, aided by the resources from the Xintian secret realm, advanced his cultivation at an impressive pace until he reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, he was fully prepared, waiting only for the opportunity to break through to the golden core stage before departing this place to continue his training in the outside world. Seated at the center of the abyssal world, Xie Qinyuan closed his eyes, his breath steady and profound. A flickering, ethereal light surrounded him, as if this radiance served as a bridge connecting him to the heavens and the earth, indicating that he was operating his techniques with utmost focus to achieve an optimal state. Beside him lay an array of rare pills and spiritual herbs, all precious resources he had meticulously prepared for his breakthrough to the golden core stage. Fully aware of the difficulty of breaking through to the golden core stage, he had embarked on this lengthy preparation journey long before reaching the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Day and night, he diligently cultivated, tirelessly accumulating spiritual energy and refining his true essence. Determined to solidify his foundation as unyielding as rock, at this moment, his mental state resembled a lake, smooth as a mirror, devoid of any ripples, He cast aside all distractions, immersing himself entirely in the flow of spiritual energy within his body. With each breath, he was nourished by increasingly pure spiritual energy. Finally, he sensed the impending critical point that would signify his breakthrough to the golden core stage. He inhaled deeply, gathering all his spiritual energy into his dantian, and then released it with a sudden force. In that crucial moment, he unhesitatingly swallowed a pill he had prepared earlier. The pill dissolved upon entry, and its potent medicinal power erupted like a volcanic explosion. Merging perfectly with his own spiritual energy, he distinctly felt that medicinal energy surging within him, relentlessly battering against an incredibly solid barrier. Gritting his teeth, he endured the immense pressure, allowing sweat to trickle down his forehead. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, for he understood that once he succeeded in breaching this barrier, he would enter the golden core stage and become a more formidable being. As the seconds ticked by, the seemingly indestructible barrier finally began to show signs of yielding. In an instant, the heavens erupted with wild winds, and thunder crackled. Xie Qinyuan's figure radiated a dazzling brilliance, as if becoming one with the cosmos. His aura surged like a tumultuous tide, expanding outward with overwhelming force. Simultaneously, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed drawn by some mysterious force, rushing towards him in a frenzy. The heart of the resplendent light. A golden-hued elixir began to take shape, shimmering with a suffocating pressure, as if it were a peerless treasure that had existed since the dawn of creation, illuminating the entire space. A look of uncontainable joy spread across Xie Qinyuan's face. He knew that after enduring countless trials, he had finally succeeded in breaking through to the golden core stage. As the elixir coalesced, the already dense spiritual energy around him gathered like a magnet, forming an enormous vortex of spiritual energy. Within this vortex, extraordinary and spectacular scenes continuously manifested. Mighty dragons soared through the skies, phoenixes flapped their wings in flight, and countless mysterious runes shimmered with dazzling light. Xie Qinyuan suddenly opened his eyes, filled with an unprecedented confidence and determination. At this moment, he could clearly sense the surging, boundless power within him. He felt as though he had transcended the mundane world. Capable of mastering all. Of course, he recognized that this was merely the illusion following his initial breakthrough, and he had yet to fully grasp his newfound power. Slowly rising to his feet, his body felt incredibly light. As if devoid of weight, with a gentle step, he traversed dozens of yards in the blink of an eye. The valley echoed with Xie Qinyuan's spirited and triumphant roar, his voice imbued with the joy of his breakthrough and boundless aspirations for the future. From this moment onward, he would ascend to higher echelons of cultivation, pursuing the ethereal yet captivating ultimate realm. As Xie Qinyuan made his breakthrough, he simultaneously acquired an immense wealth of cultivation resources from the Xintian secret realm. Coupled with the widely disseminated techniques of cultivation from the Dark Abyss world, people began to adeptly utilize the various resources within the Xintian secret realm. Consequently, extraordinary phenomena associated with breakthroughs in the Dark Abyss world began to manifest frequently, each spectacle a unique manifestation of individuals transcending their limitations. At this moment, Xie Qinyuan profoundly realized that the Dark Abyss world was undergoing an unprecedented transformation, and he himself bore the sacred mission of leading this world toward a more splendid and radiant future. After sensing the flourishing vitality of the Dark Abyss world, Xie Qinyuan resumed his cultivation, solidifying the realm he had just attained. Chapter 53. Gathering the sea beasts. Upon concluding his seclusion, Xie Qinyuan slowly opened his eyes. A deep glimmer flashing within them, he gently exhaled a breath of turbid air, as if expelling the long-accumulated impurities from his body. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs, reveling in the surging power within him. "Little sprite, come forth. I have matters to discuss with you," he called softly. No sooner had his words left his lips than a faint light flickered, and a petite, exquisite sprite appeared before him with a slight smile. Xie Qinyuan gazed at the sprite and inquired, "Dear sprite, how many of the beasts and ferocious creatures in the Xintian secret realm have managed to break through to the golden core stage? Among them, how many are adept at naval combat?" The sprite blinked its bright eyes, beginning to silently calculate. After a moment, it raised its head and replied, "My lord, due to the prolonged suppression faced by the beasts and ferocious creatures in the Xintian secret realm. They were unable to break through to the Golden Core stage, resulting in a significant accumulation of those at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage. Once they were transferred to the Dark Abyss world, a multitude of these beasts successfully overcame the Golden Core bottleneck. Currently, there are over 2,000 Golden Core beasts, among which more than 800 are skilled in naval warfare. Xie Qinyuan nodded slightly, expressing his satisfaction. After pondering for a moment, he continued, "Very well, little sprite. Immediately proceed to gather those Golden Core beasts proficient in naval combat and assemble them with Long Zheng and the others. Awaiting my summons, ready to embark on a campaign, I plan to first seek out some lucrative opportunities in the outside world before considering my return home." The sprite respectfully nodded, responding, "As you command, my lord." With that, it transformed once more into a beam of light and departed to summon the Golden Core beasts. Xie Qinyuan watched the sprite vanish, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. He contemplated his forthcoming plans, his eyes shimmering with confidence and anticipation. He understood that this undertaking would yield significant rewards, yet it was also fraught with unknown risks and challenges. Nevertheless, for Xie Qinyuan, such adventures were precisely the thrill and enjoyment he sought. Having left the Xintian secret realm, Xie Qinyuan resolved to vacate the area swiftly. After all, this place was teeming with powerful beings, and should he inadvertently cross paths with a formidable entity enacting divine justice, the consequences would be dire. Thus, Xie Qinyuan dashed forward, utilizing a teleportation array to reach the juncture of the Chaotic Star Sea and the Lieli Sea. The Lieli Sea. The predominant force belonged to the Buddhist practitioners of the Golden Sea Temple, thus granting them considerable influence. Upon arriving at his destination, Xie Qinyuan summoned Long Zheng and the Dark Abyss beasts at the periphery of the Chaotic Star Sea, issuing them a directive. "Long Zheng, you are to freely organize, disperse, and attract all the beasts and ferocious creatures from the sea to become Dark Abyss beasts. Once their numbers are sufficient, return here to heed my command." "Understood, my lord." The assembly of beasts responded in unison. Subsequently, they divided into several smaller groups and departed to execute their task. Once all the Dark Abyss beasts had left, Xie Qinyuan too transformed, resuming his former appearance from his past life, and followed closely behind them, observing the surrounding movements. They sped through the ocean like lightning, emanating a formidable aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Some of the beasts unleashed their unique abilities, emitting earth-shattering roars that reverberated across the expanse, transmitting information to other creatures. Long Zheng employed his distinctive method of communication, gathering primarily tortoise and turtle-type beasts, including various species such as turtles, soft-shelled turtles, and many others. The three brothers of the giant squid summoned a plethora of closely related kin: spear squids, golden squids, cuttlefish, and giant squids, among others. Meanwhile, the proud creature resembling a dragon from the Xintian secret realm rallied a multitude of serpent-like and crustacean creatures. Leveraging its faint draconic lineage, as for the remaining Golden Core beasts, lacking similar bloodlines and proximity, they relied solely on their own strength to attract a diverse array of marine creatures. News spread like ripples across the vast ocean. Drawing in an ever-increasing number of beasts, they converged from all directions, assembling at designated locations like a migrating school of fish. Xie Qinyuan's expression was grave and focused. He concentrated intently on the unfolding events. Utilizing his formidable spiritual sense, he meticulously scanned every nook and cranny, ensuring that each beast arrived at the designated location within the stipulated time frame. Xie Qinyuan closely trailed the Dark Abyss beasts, silently observing their every move. To his astonishment, these Dark Abyss beasts exhibited remarkable organizational skills and combat prowess in their efforts to rally the sea creatures. Before long, beasts from all corners of the ocean were attracted to this spot, successfully integrating into the ranks of the Dark Abyss beasts. Xie Qinyuan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He was acutely aware that he was drawing ever closer to achieving his goal. He patiently awaited the return of the majority of his subordinates to the assembly point, after which he began to summon the largest contingent of Golden Core beasts to assign them tasks. "As I prepare to return to my family, I intend to incite a massive tide of sea beasts before my homecoming." The primary objective of this endeavor is to acquire various cultivation resources and populations from both the ocean and the islands above, particularly those possessing unique talents such as alchemists, weapon refiners, and array masters. I have set my sights on the Lioli Sea as our target for invasion. During this operation, we shall not only continue to amass sea demons, but also assault the various factions we encounter along the way. For those powerful factions at the nascent soul stage and above, we may choose to avoid confrontation. However, we shall show no mercy to those below the nascent soul stage, exterminating them without hesitation. The same applies to the aquatic factions. Should we encounter formidable foes that prove difficult to conquer, we may invite them to join our ranks. Surely, these factions long oppressed by the Golden Sea Temple yearn for an outlet for their grievances. Moreover, they need not fear retribution from the Golden Sea Temple, for we have a retreat. As long as we withdraw to the chaotic Star Sea, there will be those willing to provide us sanctuary. Xie Qinyuan solemnly issued his orders. After receiving their directives, the beasts led a grand and imposing army of sea creatures, surging forth toward the Lioli Sea like a tumultuous tide. Wherever this massive army passed, the weaker sects crumbled like candles in the wind, easily obliterated, their hard-earned resources ruthlessly plundered. Meanwhile, Xie Qinyuan remained hidden in the shadows, akin to a specter, silently observing the ebb and flow of the battle. His keen eyes, sharp as a hawk's, missed no detail, scrutinizing each encounter for signs of formidable adversaries that might necessitate his retreat. Not only that, Xie Qinyuan remained ever vigilant, keeping an eye out for any exceptional talents worth recruiting. He understood that the inclusion of such talents would greatly bolster the Dark Abyss, rendering it even more formidable in the future. Hence, he would not overlook any opportunity to discover potential recruits. Chapter 54. Inciting discord. It was not until one day that Long Zheng sent word of discovering a sea turtle tribe at the nascent soul stage, expressing his desire to persuade them to join their cause in inciting the tide of sea creatures. That Xie Qinyuan hurried to Long Zheng's side. Upon arrival, Xie Qinyuan spoke candidly. Long Zheng, share your thoughts. He wished to hear Long Zheng's perspective and assess the likelihood of success, for Long Zheng was the first of his subordinates to reach the Golden Core stage, a crucial pillar of their high-end combat power, and Xie Qinyuan did not wish for him to take unnecessary risks. My lord, here is my thought. The sea turtle tribe is somewhat akin to my kin, as the majority of the beasts I lead are also turtle types. Therefore, I wish to meet with them and gauge their willingness to act alongside us. If successful, it would be a joyous outcome. If not, it would be of little consequence. After all, our primary combat strength is predominantly at the Golden Core stage, and our capabilities are limited to tackling smaller factions and seizing minor islands. Currently, the critical resources are largely controlled by those powerful factions. Without seizing resources from these major forces, we will have to settle for scraps. Long Zheng calmly analyzed the situation for Xie Qinyuan. After listening, Xie Qinyuan fell into silence, fully aware that Long Zheng's words were grounded in truth. However, confronted with such formidable forces, he felt utterly powerless to resist. Therefore, my lord, we must unite all possible strengths. Even if it requires relinquishing a portion of our authority, it is a sacrifice we must be willing to make. Only by first disrupting the current situation can we carve out opportunities for ourselves. Long Zheng continued to persuade him. Very well, Long Zheng. You should first probe the attitude of the Sea Turtle clan and ascertain whether they are inclined to participate. Remember, this matter must not be forced. Our personal safety must take precedence. Meanwhile, I will summon the nearby tribes to rendezvous with you, Xie Qinyuan instructed with a worried expression. Rest assured, my lord, the Long Gue clan still possesses formidable warriors in the vast ocean. Even if they disagree, they would not dare to trouble me under the watchful eyes of many, Long Zheng replied. Upon entering the Sea Turtle clan's territory, Long Zheng was immediately enveloped by a warm and enthusiastic atmosphere. The members of the Sea Turtle clan swarmed around him, welcoming his arrival with joyful songs and dances. Long Zheng was guided to the center of the tribe to meet with the clan leader. Once seated, they engaged in an earnest and profound discussion. Long Zheng meticulously elaborated on their carefully crafted plan and its underlying goals. He emphasized that generating tidal waves would bestow abundant resources and expansive living space upon all sea tribes, greatly benefiting the Sea Turtle clan as well. After listening intently, the clan leader, Gue Nai, fell into contemplation. After a moment, he responded, Long Zheng, the plan you describe is indeed compelling. However, it must be noted that our sea turtle clan has always adhered to a conservative approach and is not keen on becoming embroiled in disputes between other tribes. Long Zheng fully understood the leader's concerns. He continued, I recognize that your clan has long cherished a tranquil way of life, yet the current situation has undergone a dramatic transformation. If we fail to unite closely, we risk becoming victims of those powerful forces, and our space for survival will steadily diminish. Pausing momentarily, he looked steadfastly at the clan leader and added, Only by collaborating and pooling our strengths can we demonstrate our might to them, thereby repelling external threats and forging a brighter future together. Moreover, this endeavor not only pertains to our own interests, but also impacts the prosperity and development of the entire sea tribes. The clan leader nodded, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes, yet he seemed somewhat swayed by Long Zheng's words. Seizing the moment, Long Zheng pressed on, Furthermore, we do not demand that you plunge directly into fierce combat. What we seek is merely for us to work together to incite the tidal waves and drive away those ferocious beasts. Your task would simply be to divert the attention of the enemy's powerful cultivators. In doing so, we can safeguard our own interests while minimizing the risks faced by your clan. After a moment of reflection, the clan leader weighed the pros and cons and ultimately made a decision. Agreeing to Long Zheng's request, he expressed his willingness to join the endeavor, but indicated that some time would be necessary for preparations. Long Zheng was overjoyed, expressing sincere gratitude to the clan leader and promising to swiftly connect with other sea tribes to collaboratively devise a detailed combat plan. He firmly believed that as long as they united in purpose and effort, they would undoubtedly succeed in unleashing a surging tide, creating a brighter tomorrow for all sea tribes. Subsequently, Long Zheng approached Xie Qinyuan and said, My lord, the Sea Turtle clan has agreed to join us, but they mention needing some time for preparations. In my opinion, we should not continue our assaults on the sea tribes. We must devise a way to align them with our cause. I propose we instigate this war, transforming it into a grand conflict between humanity and the sea tribes. Upon hearing this, Xie Qinyuan's eyes lit up, instantly grasping Long Zheng's intent. Transforming the struggle in this manner would not only allow them to leverage the strength of the sea tribes, but also provide greater security for themselves. What a brilliant idea, however. We must act with caution and ensure our true intentions remain concealed. Do not worry. My lord, I will deploy some personnel to discreetly contact the other sea tribes and spread false rumors about human incursions into their territory, thus heightening the tension between our two factions, Long Zheng assured. Xie Qinyuan nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yes, that is a commendable idea. Furthermore, you must remain vigilant for your own safety and avoid detection by humans or other sea tribes. Long Zheng wore an expression of unwavering confidence as he replied, Rest assured, my lord. The sea tribes of the Liuli Sea have long suffered under human oppression. With just a little guidance from us, they will undoubtedly respond eagerly to our call. Xie Qinyuan and Long Zheng promptly set about executing their meticulously devised plan. They quietly reached out to other sea tribes and cleverly disseminated rumors regarding human invasions. Simultaneously, they closely monitored the reactions of various tribes. Not only that, but they also gathered the numerous beasts that had previously converged, skillfully disguising them as those ready to respond and confront humanity. As the sea tribes heard these rumors, their anger was predictably ignited, and their discontent towards humanity swiftly escalated. Even some tribes that had initially maintained a neutral stance began to shift their allegiances, leaning towards collaboration with Xie Qinyuan's forces. In this tense atmosphere, Xie Qinyuan and Long Zheng did not halt their efforts. Rather, they continued to stoke the flames, exacerbating the conflict between humanity and the sea tribes. They meticulously orchestrated a series of small-scale skirmishes, further straining relations between the two factions. Chapter 55. The establishment of the Sea Tribe Alliance. As more and more Sea Tribe forces gathered, those possessing the formidable power of transformation and nascent soul began to send representatives. However, due to the lack of strong leaders, Xie Qinyuan's faction was gradually pushed to the periphery. This, however, aligned perfectly with Xie Qinyuan's expectations. After all, he understood the principle of shooting the bird that stands out. By creating chaos in the current situation, his objective had already been achieved. One day, the clan leader of the Sea Turtle clan sent someone to seek out Long Zheng. indicating that there were matters requiring discussion. Upon hearing this news, Long Zheng hurried to the Sea Turtle Clan's leader's location, eager to learn what was to be conveyed. After exchanging pleasantries, the leader spoke. Long Zheng, I fear you may have labored in vain this time. I had not anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. Now, the incoming Sea Tribe forces are increasingly powerful, and even I currently hold only the right to be informed, let alone the right to express an opinion. Moreover, the Wild Shark Clan has already dispatched envoys, expressing their intention to form an alliance to coordinate this operation. If this continues, it is highly likely to trigger a war between the Sea Tribes and humanity in the Liuli Sea. Guanai sighed after finishing his statement. Guanai, everything I have done is in the interest of the Sea Tribes. Personal honor or disgrace is insignificant to me. As long as the Sea Tribes can thrive, it matters not who leads this operation, Long Zheng stated solemnly. He then revealed a hint of confusion. Who exactly are the Wild Shark Clan? How do they possess the capability to unite numerous Sea Tribes? If they truly have such power, how were you all previously oppressed by humanity? It is well known that the Sea Tribes of the Liuli Sea are quite strong. Regrettably, they have always been like a scattered sand, lacking unified deployment, which has led to frequent defeats against humanity. Upon hearing this, the clan leader's expression grew grave as he replied, in the past, the Sea Tribes of the Liuli Sea lacked any ancestors of the combined realm, leading to a lack of cooperation among the tribes. With the news that the ancestor of the Wild Shark Clan has successfully broken through to the combined realm, and as we plan to incite the tidal waves, it is only natural for them to send envoys to call upon all major Sea Tribe forces to gather and establish a Sea Tribe alliance. Very well, Long Zheng. I did not invite you here to discuss the alliance. Furthermore, as far as I know, you are not from the Liuli Sea, but rather hailing from the chaotic Star Sea. Therefore, do not feign concern for the development of the Sea Tribes of the Liuli Sea. Guanai fixed his gaze on Long Zheng, and after a moment, continued, through my thorough investigation over this period, I discovered that since your arrival from the chaotic Star Sea, you have been engaged in rampant slaughter and resource plunder. It was only upon encountering our tribe that you ceased such brutal conduct. Thus, you are indeed here with some ulterior motive to rob resources, are you not? Hence, I hope that if the Sea Tribes are unfortunate enough to be defeated in this upcoming war, you will lead our Sea Turtle Clan to the chaotic Star Sea in search of a suitable place to reside. Even if my clan must bow to your backing forces, we would be willing to accept such a fate. Ah, I see. Hearing Guanai's words, Long Zheng contemplated inwardly. It appeared that the current situation was even more intricate than he had initially anticipated. The two decided to closely monitor the alliance's developments, seeking an opportune moment to intervene. Just then, a commotion arose as the representatives of the Wild Shark Clan had arrived. Long Zheng and Guanai exchanged glances, deciding to observe the representatives of the Wild Shark Clan for the time being. A towering figure of a sharkman strode into the room, emanating an aura of immense power, reminiscent of a surging ocean wave that compelled onlookers to steal glances. Subsequently, the representative of the Frenzied Shark Clan directly summoned the representatives of various factions to convene and discuss the establishment of an alliance. Once all were gathered, the representative of the Frenzied Shark Clan spoke forth. I am Shaq, the envoy of the Frenzied Shark Clan. His voice was deep and resonant, seemingly capable of penetrating the very souls of those present. The purpose of this alliance is to unify all aquatic tribes of the Liuli Sea, to collectively resist the human race. We have formulated a comprehensive plan. As long as we work in concert, victory shall be ours. Guanai and Long Zheng exchanged glances, harboring a degree of skepticism regarding Shaq's words. Long Zheng then inquired, Your Excellency Shaq, may I ask who shall lead this alliance? We require a leader of strength and wisdom to guide us toward triumph. Shaq smiled faintly, revealing his sharp teeth, and responded, That is an excellent question. Naturally, our Frenzied Shark Clan will serve as the core of the alliance, yet the leadership will not be monopolized by any single clan. We will select the most suitable leader through fair competition and selection, which will necessitate the collective participation and support of all. Long Zheng nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. He continued, Then, could you provide us with a detailed account of the specific action plan for the alliance? Shaq regarded Long Zheng with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Clearing his throat, he replied, Certainly. Our plan consists of 3 phases. First, we shall enhance communication and connections among the various aquatic tribes, establishing a robust cooperative relationship. Second, we must gather intelligence regarding the human race, discerning their weaknesses and strategic deployments. Finally, when the time is ripe, we will launch a full-scale offensive to decisively defeat the humans and reclaim our rightful territories. Guanai pondered for a moment before expressing his concerns. However, the strength of the human race should not be underestimated. How can we ensure that the Alliance possesses sufficient power to contend with them? Shaq, exuding confidence, replied, "We must not solely rely on our own strength. We must also ally with other aquatic tribes from different regions. Only by forming a formidable coalition can we hope to vanquish the humans. Moreover, we have some enigmatic allies who will provide assistance at critical junctures." Upon hearing this, Long Zheng and Guanai's apprehensions were somewhat alleviated. They recognized that this conflict would not be a trivial endeavor and would require the utmost commitment from all factions. Nevertheless, they were filled with anticipation for the future, believing that through the Alliance's efforts, the resurgence of the aquatic tribes was within reach. At this juncture, Shaq continued, "Once the Alliance is established, we shall coordinate resources to jointly assault the human race. Each tribe must contribute its strength." Since all factions present were inclined to join the Alliance, no objections were raised, and unanimous agreement ensued. With the patriarch of the Frenzied Shark clan having ascended to the Union stage, his leadership as the Alliance's chief was met with consensus. However, the internal interests of the Alliance would undoubtedly incite competition among the various tribes. Then, the representative of the Siren clan spoke, "Your Excellency Shaq, while we have no objections to your statements, how will the benefits be allocated among the other tribes once the Alliance is formed?" The Siren clan, whose strength was comparable to that of the Frenzied Shark clan's patriarch prior to his breakthrough, was particularly concerned about their future interests. In response to the inquiry from the Siren clan's representative, Shaq glanced at them and then at the expectant faces of the other factions before stating, "Within the alliance formed by the aquatic forces of the Liuli Sea, the positions will be allocated as follows: Alliance Leader, Patriarch of the Frenzied Shark clan, responsible for guiding and determining the overall direction of the Alliance. Deputy Leader, Matriarch of the Siren clan, assists the leader in handling daily affairs and managing specific domains. Military Commander, Chief of the Frenzied Shark clan, in charge of the Alliance's military strategy and operations. Diplomatic Envoy, Chief of the Sea Turtle clan, manages diplomatic relations and negotiations with other factions. Financial Supervisor, Grand Elder of the Frenzied Shark clan, oversees the Alliance's finances and resource allocation. Intelligence Director, Chief of the Dolphin clan, collects and analyzes intelligence to support decision-making. Decision-making. The decision-making body will be constructed by leaders of the nascent soul stage, establishing an effective decision-making mechanism to ensure fairness and transparency in the Alliance's decisions. Furthermore, each tribe must dispatch their patriarchs to form a council of elders to guarantee the Alliance's upper echelon's combat capability. Upon hearing the Frenzied Shark clan's arrangements, which did not directly incorporate them, the representatives of the aquatic tribes reported back to their respective leaders and agreed to form the Alliance. After finalizing the organizational structure of the Alliance, Shaq immediately convened discussions on specific combat plans with the representatives. Following intense debates, they ultimately settled upon a comprehensive strategy. As the preparations for the Alliance progressed at a rapid pace, the aquatic tribes of the Liuli Sea actively readied themselves for war. A battle of paramount significance for the survival of the aquatic tribes was on the verge of unfolding. Chapter 56. Assault on the Spirit Platform Temple. Once the Alliance was established, the various aquatic factions braced themselves for a formidable confrontation. They began to diligently prepare war supplies, mobilizing resources on a grand scale for contingencies. Simultaneously, they subjected their soldiers to rigorous training, ensuring their readiness for the impending harsh realities of war. Moreover, the aquatic tribes worked tirelessly to produce countless exquisite weapons and equipment, which would undoubtedly serve as the key to their success on the battlefield. As the aquatic tribes fervently prepared for war, the human factions of the Liuli Sea astutely sensed the unusual movements of their aquatic counterparts. Aware of the impending threat, they promptly took measures to bolster their defensive capabilities. On one hand, they rapidly organized a substantial force of well-trained troops. On the other, They urgently fortified various defensive structures to ensure their preparedness. At last, on a sunlit morning with a gentle breeze, the Aquatic Alliance surged forth like a dark cloud towards the island of the Spirit Platform Temple. The second-largest faction in the Lioli Essia in a vast and boundless expanse of ocean, they arranged themselves into a colossal and awe-inspiring formation, their sheer force leaving onlookers breathless. Faced with such an aggressive onslaught from the aquatic tribes, the human defensive fortifications quickly began to falter, yet they did not surrender easily. Instead, the human warriors, fueled by indomitable will and a spirit of self-sacrifice, engaged the aquatic forces in a breathtaking struggle for survival. In the midst of this fierce battle, the warriors from the Aquatic Alliance showcased the formidable strengths inherent to their respective races. The valiant fighters of the frenzied Shark clan surged forth like a torrential flood, cutting through the vast ocean and charging into the fray. Clad in impenetrable scales and wielding razor-sharp weapons, they exuded an aura of invincibility. These fierce warriors not only possessed astonishing speed, but also incredible strength, each of their fierce charges inflicting unbearable pressure upon their foes. Simultaneously, the mages of the Siren clan began to unleash their formidable and enigmatic arcane arts. Chanting ancient and profound incantations, their magical artifacts shimmered with extraordinary and resplendent light. Waves of potent arcane energy surged forth from them. Some formed towering water walls, successfully repelling the enemy's relentless assault. Others transformed into sharp, piercing water arrows, striking swiftly at the enemy's vital points. And some even summoned colossal sea monsters, as immense as mountains, to join the fray in this breathtaking conflict. The scouts of the Dolphin clan moved like phantoms behind enemy lines, their lithe and agile forms gliding through the waves like spirits of the sea, silently approaching the enemy encampment. Armed with extraordinary hearing and an acute sense of smell, they accurately gathered every shred of movement and intelligence regarding the enemy. Upon making a discovery, they swiftly relayed this crucial information to the other members of the Aquatic Alliance. Meanwhile, these brave and dauntless scouts were not content with mere intelligence gathering. They frequently executed harassing maneuvers against the enemy. This series of unexpected assaults left the enemy beleaguered and unable to concentrate fully on the battle at hand. As for the Spirit Platform Temple, renowned as a sacred site within the Lioli Sea, its defensive structures were equally remarkable. The island housing the temple was encircled by layers upon layers of intricate formations, each working in concert, akin to an impenetrable web, creating an unyielding defensive line. Within the dense network of formations lay countless treasures, relics left behind by the esteemed monks of the Spirit Platform Temple throughout the ages. Imbued with boundless mystery and formidable power, whenever the formidable army of the sea folk surged forth, the monks would resolutely activate the formations, and the magical artifacts would respond in kind, unleashing earth-shattering power to valiantly withstand the relentless onslaught of the sea folk. Akin to a tidal wave, beyond the formations and artifacts, the monks of Lingtai Temple also exhibited a dazzling array of Buddhist supernatural powers, each more breathtaking than the last. Some could strike at the enemy with the ferocity of a tempest, leaving them utterly defenseless. Others could fortify their own defenses like an impenetrable wall, rendering the enemy's attacks futile. And still others could heal the wounded like a gentle spring rain, swiftly restoring vitality. In the midst of the chaotic and deadly clash, the monks adeptly and flexibly employed these supernatural abilities, engaging in a heart-stopping struggle for survival against the overwhelming and numerous sea folk. In an instant, the once tranquil battlefield was aglow with radiant Buddhist light, vibrant and resplendent, as wondrous spells streaked across the sky like meteors, weaving a grand tapestry that stirred the soul. Amidst this earth-shattering and soul-stirring battle, a young monk named Fahai stood out, exceptional in his prowess. Gripping a string of crystal-clear prayer beads, he recited profound and enigmatic scriptures, emanating a formidable and unparalleled Buddhist power. His supernatural abilities not only purified evil and dispelled darkness, but also held back the surging tide of the sea folk's assaults, offering a glimmer of hope and a chance for survival to the beleaguered human side. However, as time passed, the attacks from the Sea Folk Alliance grew increasingly fierce and relentless, overwhelming the human defenses. which began to falter and retreat. In this critical and perilous moment, Fahai resolutely stepped forward. Without hesitation, he led a band of courageous disciples to charge against the Sea Folk's fortified lines, determined to confront the powerful enemy with his frail form and strive to break the current deadlock. During the fierce combat, Fahai was unfortunately injured, his blood staining his garments. Yet, he exhibited no sign of retreat, his eyes radiating unwavering determination. Clenching his teeth and gripping his magical artifact tightly, he stood like an indomitable fortress, steadfastly protecting his fellow humans behind him. His fearless courage and indomitable spirit spread like a blazing flame, inspiring everyone around him. The human warriors felt inspired by Fahai, their morale surging. They surged forward, fearless and oblivious to death, engaging in an even fiercer battle with the Sea Folk. With every swing of their swords and every battle cry, they were filled with a fervent desire for victory and love for their kin. Ultimately, after an arduous and extraordinary struggle, both sides paid a heavy price. The battlefield became a gruesome sight, strewn with corpses and flowing with rivers of blood, a nauseating stench of carnage permeating the air. Both the human and Sea Folk realized that this war would be a protracted and brutal conflict. In this crucial moment, the military commander of the Sea Folk Alliance, the leader of the ferocious Shark Clan, personally donned his armor and led a host of Sea Folk experts, breaking through the human defenses like a tiger descending from the mountains, slaughtering their way into the heart of the city. The human soldiers were filled with terror and began to retreat in panic. Seeing the dire situation, the abbot of Lingtai Temple understood that this was a moment of life and death. He made the resolute decision to confront the leader of the ferocious Shark Clan himself, engaging in a duel to determine supremacy. In the heart of the city, a breathtaking confrontation unfolded, with blades flashing and fists flying, creating an atmosphere of intense tension and excitement. After hundreds of exchanges, the leader of the ferocious Shark Clan, utilizing his exquisite martial prowess and formidable strength, narrowly defeated the abbot of Lingtai Temple. With the abbot's defeat, the morale of the human forces suffered an unprecedented blow. Seizing the opportunity, the Sea Folk Alliance launched a full-scale assault, flooding toward the island where Lingtai Temple stood. Under the ferocious onslaught of the Sea Folk, the human forces found it increasingly difficult to withstand the pressure. The city's defenses were breached one after another, countless innocents slaughtered. Once a thriving sanctuary, Lingtai Temple was now reduced to a desolate ruin. A scene of devastation. The victory achieved in this intense and thrilling battle solidified the Sea Folk Alliance's position in the Liuli Sea, rendering it unassailable and as solid as a rock. In the midst of this earth-shattering and grand conflict, Xie Qinyuan possessed a clear understanding of his own strength. He deeply recognized that he was not yet capable of confronting Lingtai Temple in a direct confrontation. Nevertheless, he decisively dispatched a substantial number of beast troops under his command. These beasts did not immediately plunge into the fray, fighting valiantly, but instead roamed the vast battlefield, waiting for the opportune moment to seize the spoils. As both sides engaged in a fierce and unyielding struggle, these cunning beasts would quietly maneuver to the fringes of the battlefield, silently lying in wait for the right moment to strike. The instant they spotted any soldiers from either side falling, they would pounce forward like arrows released from a bow, swiftly snatching valuables and precious equipment from the deceased. Their movements were agile and swift, their techniques deft and efficient, amassing a mountain of rich spoils in the blink of an eye. Occasionally, these treacherous beasts would intentionally incite chaos to draw the attention of both sides. Once the focus of both factions was successfully diverted, they would seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to stealthily infiltrate the enemy's ranks and pilfer even more treasures. With their wit, bravery, and resourcefulness, Xie Qinyuan's subordinates skillfully exploited the chaotic battlefield and fleeting opportunities, thereby securing numerous benefits for themselves amidst the grand upheaval. After an exhilarating and heart-stopping battle, the Sea Folk Alliance began to distribute the spoils based on the contributions and military achievements of each faction. Long Zhang strictly adhered to Xie Qinyuan's directives, expressing no interest in other spoils, but solely seeking special talents among the human ranks, such as alchemists. The Sea Folk were well aware of the significance of these talents. Yet they faced a dilemma. Having always dwelled beneath the waves, these individuals could not survive long underwater. Placing them on islands raised concerns about security, and sending powerful protectors to guard them risked provoking retaliation from human strongmen. Weighing the pros and cons, the sea folk ultimately decided to entrust these individuals to Long Zhang. The shockwaves from this fierce battle extended far beyond. It was akin to a tempest, utterly shaking the foundations of the Golden Sea Temple, while simultaneously prompting the human tribes of the Liuli Sea to convene en masse, preparing for a life-and-death confrontation with the Sea Clan Alliance. Chapter 57. The Final Battle. Upon the dissemination of the news regarding the defeat of the abbot of Lingtai Temple, it reverberated like a colossal stone cast into water, stirring up waves upon waves, swiftly spreading throughout the entire Liuli Sea and igniting a tumultuous uproar. Under the banner of the Golden Sea Temple, the human tribes of the Liuli Sea rallied together, each sect responding fervently by dispatching their elite disciples, converging into a grand coalition of immense scale and formidable presence. Under the auspices of the Golden Sea Temple, the coalition engaged in rigorous training and meticulous preparations. During this period, numerous talented young cultivators emerged, showcasing their innate gifts and formidable powers amidst fierce practical exercises. Through a series of life-and-death skirmishes, these youthful prodigies became the backbone of the coalition. Moreover, seasoned cultivators generously imparted their extensive knowledge, aiding the younger generation in accelerating their growth. Simultaneously, various factions within the human tribes diligently prepared an array of strategic resources and superior equipment, ensuring robust logistical support for the ultimate showdown against the Sea Clan Alliance. They scoured diverse channels for rare spiritual medicines, formidable magical artifacts, and unparalleled cultivation techniques, enhancing the overall combat efficacy of the coalition. Across every corner of the Liuli Sea, people exerted themselves for this decisive battle, fully aware that it was a struggle for the survival of the human race. Only through unity could they vanquish the formidable Sea Clan Alliance. At long last, amidst the tension and anticipation of the masses, the moment of reckoning quietly arrived. At that instant, the skies above the headquarters island of the Golden Sea Temple darkened with thick clouds, and torrential rain cascaded down. The rain pounded violently upon the ground, splashing droplets everywhere. On the tumultuous sea surface, colossal waves surged like moving mountains, incessantly crashing towards the shore, seemingly intent on engulfing the entire Golden Sea Temple. The monstrous sea beasts, with their formidable forms and fearsome visages, flickered in and out of sight amidst the tumultuous waves, roaring and charging forward with claws bared. Following closely were the elite warriors of the Sea Clan Alliance, riding the waves as they advanced en masse towards the Golden Sea Temple. Faced with such a powerful adversary, the human coalition did not falter. On the contrary, their eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve and determination. Each individual understood that this battle was pivotal to the survival of the entire human race. Only by giving their all could they seize a glimmer of hope, with a resounding and fervent blast of horns echoing through the heavens. The human coalition and the Sea Clan Alliance officially engaged in a desperate struggle. In an instant, the clamor of battle cries and the clashing of weapons filled the air, reverberating throughout the world. The soldiers of both sides clashed in close combat, blades and swords weaving a deadly dance, the battle proving exceptionally brutal. The battlefield was suffused with the scent of blood, staining the earth and the sea crimson. Yet, despite the heavy casualties, neither side was willing to concede easily, gritting their teeth and enduring, plunging the conflict into a stalemate where victory remained elusive. On the battlefield, the glimmer of blades and the cries of battle intertwined. The cacophony of war deafening, while the brilliance of spells streaked across the sky like shooting stars, illuminating the night. This vast expanse transformed into a land of slaughter, rivers of blood flowing, bodies strewn about. The scene both magnificent and tragic. The youthful cultivators, imbued with vitality and courage, charged fearlessly towards the Sea Clan forces, engaging in life-and-death struggles without a hint of trepidation. Their techniques were exquisite, each strike infused with boundless power and wisdom. Their coordination seamless, akin to a well-trained army, collaborating closely to confront their formidable foes. Meanwhile, the experienced cultivators stood behind, calmly observing the unfolding battle, issuing timely commands to adjust tactical deployments based on the evolving situation. They resembled commanders on the battlefield, strategizing from afar, ensuring that the conflict remained within controllable parameters. However, they were not contending with ordinary Sea Clan soldiers, but rather the ferocious beast troops of the front lines. These beasts were inherently savage and ruthless. Once they charged, they showed no restraint, becoming even more frenzied and violent in response to the scent of blood, utterly disregarding death. As time progressed, more elite warriors from the Sea Clan alliance entered the fray, and the once stalwart defenses of the human coalition began to waver and retreat. In this critical moment, a host of formidable figures from the human coalition stepped forward, swiftly forming an assault team. This squad was composed of experts from various sects, prominently featuring the Monk Legion led by the abbot of the Golden Sea Temple. With the abbot personally stationed at the front lines, his numerous monks united in executing the formidable Arhat Golden Body technique, charging into the enemy ranks like golden deities of war, surging towards the Sea Clan forces with the might of a tempest. Under the fearless onslaught of the abbot and his disciples, the momentum of the Sea Clan's charge suffered a devastating blow, and the once roiling tide of attacks was abruptly stifled. The morale of the human coalition soared, emboldened by their success, as they pressed forward to reclaim the battlefield. United in purpose, they synergized their efforts, unleashing a dazzling array of powerful spells and martial techniques against the oncoming Sea Clan, engaging in a breathtaking and riveting clash. Yet, the Sea Clan's numbers were vast and unceasing, flooding the battlefield like a relentless tide. The organized assault team of the human coalition gradually found themselves at a disadvantage, their once impregnable defenses being slowly eroded. In this perilous moment, the abbot of the Golden Sea Temple, quick-witted, conceived a brilliant stratagem. Without hesitation, he led the cultivators of the assault team forward, racing towards the heart of the Sea Clan's formation, launching a surprise attack aimed at the Sea Clan's commander, a maneuver known as the Decapitation Strike. This unexpected strike pierced the heart of the enemy, successfully disrupting the Sea Clan's original strategic plans. Seizing the opportunity, the human coalition swiftly rallied and launched a counteroffensive, gradually shifting the unfavorable tide of battle. Observing the dire situation, the leader of the Mad Shark clan made a decisive call, ordering the elder of the Mad Shark clan to lead a coalition of elders from various Sea Clan tribes to swiftly intercept the human coalition's assault team. A fierce clash erupted between the human coalition's assault team and the Sea Clan's council of elders, with neither side yielding an inch, both fighting with all their might. At that moment, a Sea Clan cultivator unexpectedly unleashed a peculiar and mysterious spell, ensnaring several human elders, rendering them immobile. Witnessing their comrades ensnared, the remaining human cultivators were equally unyielding, each employing their ultimate techniques in an attempt to break the stalemate. In an instant, the battlefield became a kaleidoscope of flashing lights, and the din of battle rumbled deafeningly. Meanwhile, the masters of formation within the Sea Clan alliance were not idle. Seizing the moment while the human forces were preoccupied, they began to rapidly construct a complex and esoteric grand formation. As this formation took shape, the human army ensnared within felt an overwhelming pressure, as though invisible walls were continuously closing in, making every movement a struggle. The human side quickly recognized the perilous situation and organized their forces to attempt a breakout. However, the Sea Clan had long anticipated this, not only stationing heavy troops on the periphery but also employing various magical artifacts and spells to fiercely resist the human advance, inflicting heavy casualties with every charge. Faced with such adversity, the humans did not readily concede defeat. They swiftly adapted their strategic deployments, concentrating their superior forces to launch an even fiercer and more aggressive offensive. Notably, among the human coalition was an individual with profound insights into formations, who successfully discerned the intricacies of the Sea Clan's array and led an elite team into its midst, striking at its core and dismantling the pivotal components, causing the entire grand formation to collapse and become ineffective in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, the human assault team successfully extricated themselves from their predicament and reunited with other coalition forces. Subsequently, they collaborated, launching a fervent counterattack. The Sea Clan alliance had not anticipated that the humans could breach the formation so swiftly, and caught off guard, their entire army descended into chaos in the face of the human coalition's valiant and fearless advance. The Sea clan's previously faltering defenses began to stabilize. At that moment, the combined ancestors of the Golden Sea Temple, without warning, unleashed their astonishing and unparalleled divine powers, targeting the Council of Elders of the Sea Clan Alliance. The intervention of the merged ancestor of Jinhai Temple acted as a potent stimulant, transforming the entire battle landscape dramatically. His prowess, as formidable as thunder, proved insurmountable, compelling the Elder Council of the Sea Tribe to retreat incessantly. Witnessing this spectacle, the morale of the human coalition surged, prompting a full-scale offensive. They rallied closely around the central figure of the merged ancestor of Jinhai Temple, coalescing into an overwhelming torrent of attacks that surged forth relentlessly towards the Sea Army. However, just as the tides of battle seemed to favor the human coalition, the merged ancestor of the frenzied Shark Tribe unexpectedly emerged, obstructing the advance of the human forces led by the ancestor of Jinhai Temple. Chapter 58. Cessation of hostilities. The ancestor of Jinhai Temple paused his actions, his gaze icy as he fixed upon the ancestor of the frenzied Shark Tribe, speaking with a tone of disdain. Frenzied Shark, do you truly believe that merely achieving the merged state can enable you to defeat me? A trace of derision and contempt graced his features, as if he regarded his opponent with utter disregard. Unyielding, the ancestor of the frenzied Shark Tribe retorted, Compassionate Elder, I am well aware that I am no match for your strength. However, the current situation is exceedingly favorable for our Sea Tribe. As long as I can hold you back, our tribe is bound to claim victory. There is no necessity to vanquish you. With this, the corner of his mouth curled into a sly smile. In that fleeting moment, the conflict between them escalated abruptly, akin to a long-anticipated storm breaking forth. Every movement and utterance from either party sparked tension among the onlookers, igniting a palpable sense of anxiety and fear. Influenced by this charged atmosphere, the disciples surrounding them retreated hastily, like startled birds, fearful of being ensnared in the impending tempest. Simultaneously, the human coalition and the Sea Army engaged in a desperate struggle once more. Across the boundless battlefield, the cacophony of battle cries and the clash of metal reverberated through the air. Blades and spears gleamed with a chilling light, creating a breathtaking tableau that resembled a soul-stirring visual spectacle. Every valiant warrior exerted their utmost, fighting fiercely to uphold their beliefs and defend the honor of their kin. Despite the long duration since the Compassionate Elder had attained the merged state, he found himself unable to seize the upper hand against the united onslaught of the frenzied Shark Ancestor and the Elder Council of the Sea Tribe. The seamless collaboration of several peak experts from the Elder Council and the frenzied Shark Ancestor left the Compassionate Elder struggling to respond. Nevertheless, the Compassionate Elder was undaunted by the Sea Tribe's momentum. Observing a flaw in the frenzied Shark Ancestor's defenses, he seized the opportunity to unleash his full might, withstanding a strike from the Grand Elder of the frenzied Shark Tribe and the Sea Demon Elder. Under his ferocious assault, the frenzied Shark Ancestor was sent reeling, bloodied and retreating, as chaos momentarily reigned on the battlefield. Although the Compassionate Elder sustained injuries, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, he did not cease his onslaught. He understood that only by utterly defeating his adversary could he secure victory for the human coalition. This battle was destined to be the most arduous of his life. Yet he showed no inclination to retreat. The eye of this storm, the confrontation between the two ancestors felt like a clash of destinies, leaving everyone breathless in anticipation. None could predict the ultimate outcome of this struggle. Regardless, both the human coalition and the Sea Army were resolute in their determination to fight to the bitter end for their beliefs and clans. In that moment, the Compassionate Elder spun around like a fierce beast. Baring his fangs as he lunged towards the other Sea Elders, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, akin to a blazing star, radiant and fiery. The Sea Elders, witnessing this scene, were struck with terror and hastily joined forces to fend him off. Yet, their combined strength paled in comparison to that of the Compassionate Elder. At this critical juncture, two streaks of light darted like lightning, ultimately landing at the edge of the battlefield. As the brilliance faded, two figures emerged, one draped in robes, a monk, and the other a towering member of the frenzied Shark Tribe. Without hesitation, they called out to the ancestors, Elders, please cease hostilities. Urgent matters demand your attention." Upon hearing this, both ancestors instinctively halted their actions, their gazes fixed on the hurried newcomers. What had transpired? The compassionate elder's expression turned grave as he inquired, "What is the matter?" "Report. The chaotic Star Sea and the Rakshasa Sea have unexpectedly launched a massive invasion into our Lioli Sea. Our forces were caught off guard, suffering heavy casualties. We implore the elders to take charge and dispatch reinforcements to the borders." The frenzied shark tribesmen and the monks spoke in unison, their tones laced with urgency, clearly indicating the seriousness of the situation. "What? How could the chaotic Star Sea and the Rakshasa Sea suddenly attack us?" The compassionate elder furrowed his brow, a look of confusion crossing his face. "This matter is beyond my understanding, esteemed elder. Please determine how we should respond." The individual standing beside him spoke, his demeanor betraying his anxiety. "Humph. It's evident that the scheming villains are orchestrating this turmoil, hoping to exploit the chaos within our Lioli Sea and seize a piece of the pie." The frenzied shark ancestor bellowed, his voice resounding powerfully. "Compassionate elder, our tribe is under siege, and the situation is dire. I must return immediately to address the crisis. However, our personal grievances remain unresolved. Once I have dealt with the external invaders, I will settle this score with you." The frenzied shark ancestor spat, turning to depart with his tribesmen. He then issued orders for the entire Sea Tribe Alliance to retreat. "I shall accompany you until the end," the compassionate elder declared, watching the departing figure of the frenzied shark ancestor, his eyes betraying a hint of worry. In the face of the sudden incursions from the chaotic Star Sea and the Rakshasa Sea, they could not afford to remain idle. After much deliberation, the compassionate elder resolved to return to the temple and confer with the other monks regarding strategies to counter the impending threat. With a grave countenance, the compassionate elder returned to the temple, gathering with numerous monks to discuss strategies for addressing the current crisis. This attack on the Lioli Sea is likely the result of a long-conceived plan by those two opposing forces. "We must take immediate action. We cannot sit idly by," Master Huiming proclaimed with conviction. "I believe the urgent priority is to dispatch envoys to other sects, inviting them to collaborate on a strategy to repel the enemy. Only by uniting can we withstand the formidable foes." Master Huiming continued his analysis. The head of the Discipline Institute followed suit, stating, "Furthermore, we must bolster our internal defenses to prevent the enemy from exploiting any vulnerabilities. We can increase the patrols of warrior monks to enhance vigilance." The compassionate elder nodded slightly, expressing his agreement with the two esteemed monks, stating, "Your insights are indeed valid. Tomorrow at dawn, I shall personally lead a team of elite monks to the major sects, hoping to successfully repel the invading forces." As the compassionate elder and the others strategized with bated breath, the flames of war continued to rage across the Lioli Sea. Although the Sea Tribe had temporarily retreated, the coastal cities had suffered severe destruction. Countless citizens lost their homes, wandering in despair, their mournful cries echoing through the heavens. In the face of such devastation, the human sects rallied, swiftly organizing a coalition to prepare for the imminent foreign invasion. A battle that would determine the fate of the Lioli Sea loomed on the horizon, poised to erupt at any moment. Chapter 59. Invasion from Beyond. Faced with the immense pressure of foreign invasion, the Sea Tribe Alliance and the Human Coalition finally set aside their grievances, opting to collaborate in their mutual defense. After deliberation, both parties resolved to leverage the unique skills of Jin Hai Temple against the demonic forces of the Rakshasa Sea. With Jin Hai Temple leading the Human Coalition to confront the threat from the Rakshasa Sea, while the Sea Tribe Alliance would counter the invading forces from the chaotic Star Sea. Upon learning of this urgent situation, Xie Qinyuan immediately commanded Long Zheng to seek out the leader of the Turtle Clan, Guanai, and relay his strategic plans, ensuring that the execution of this plan proceeded smoothly. Long Zheng fulfilled his task successfully, locating Guanai, but refrained from disclosing his intentions outright. Instead, he signaled Guanai to dismiss those nearby. Guanai understood the cue and instructed everyone to leave the room before turning to Long Zheng, asking, "Long Zheng, what brings you here today?" With a serious expression, Long Zheng replied, "Leader Guanai, I trust you have received the news. Both the chaotic Star Sea and the Rakshasa Sea are simultaneously attacking our Lioli Sea, and the situation is dire. I am contemplating leading our troops back to the Chaotic Star Sea to preserve our strength. Would your turtle clan be willing to accompany us? He fixed his gaze intently on Guanai, awaiting his response. Though it had been previously agreed that should the Sea Tribe Alliance suffer defeat, Guanai would retreat with Long Zheng to the Chaotic Star Sea, even submitting to the power behind Long Zheng if necessary. The current predicament was different. The Sea Tribe Alliance had not yet been defeated, and whether they could withstand the dual incursions remained uncertain. Well, Long Zheng, could you allow me some time to consider? Guanai replied thoughtfully. As the tumult of war rages on, the outcome remains uncertain. The alliance of the Sea Tribes may not necessarily face complete defeat. Ganai appears somewhat hesitant, and the leader of the Tortoise Clan states, "In truth, my visit today is merely to inquire about your intentions. Your decision to stay or leave bears little significance for me. However, I have already resolved to withdraw from this place. This conflict is a dispute among the maritime realms, and given my current cultivation, I have no desire to become embroiled in it. That said, your Tortoise Clan finds itself at the very forefront of the tumultuous battlefield between the Chaotic Star Sea and the Lioli Sea, and the situation is exceedingly dire. Therefore, it would be wise to prepare for the worst. Should you, Leader Ganai, choose not to depart, I shall take my leave." Upon uttering these words, Long Zheng turns to depart. Ganai, upon hearing Long Zheng's words, finds himself in a state of inner turmoil. He recognizes the truth in Long Zheng's statement. His Tortoise Clan is situated perilously close to the border of the two realms, and should this war indeed escalate, they could be severely affected. If the front line can withstand the enemy's assault, they would be fortunate. However, if the front line were to fall, his kin might not even have the chance to flee. After much contemplation, Ganai finally resolves to speak. "Long Zheng, please hold on for a moment. I am willing to lead my clan to follow you in leaving. But before that, do you have any conditions or requests?" Long Zheng smiles gently and replies, "In truth, I have few demands. However, as the saying goes, one must guard against others. I shall only leave a trace of magic power within your mind. This power will not exert any tangible influence upon you. It merely serves as a precaution." Ganai falls silent for a moment, seemingly in contemplation. Ultimately, he nods in agreement with Long Zheng's proposal and states, "Very well, let us proceed. I hope we can complete this swiftly so that we may return to lead our clan to safety." With that, he gazes resolutely at Long Zheng. Observing Ganai's determination, Long Zheng ceases further words and immediately channels a wave of dark abyss energy, directing it toward Ganai. Ganai feels the energy swiftly penetrate his forehead, and an unusual sensation surges within him. Once the dark abyss energy fully integrates into his being, Ganai undergoes a transformation, his gaze becoming intricate as he fixates on Long Zheng, as if attempting to glimpse something profound within him. After the transformation is complete, Long Zheng takes a deep breath and directly addresses Ganai. "Leader Ganai, at this juncture, it is time to disclose certain truths. I have been withholding information not out of malice, but rather in service to the Master's grand design. I ask for your understanding. Now, please proceed to transform the esteemed members of your clan within the alliance. Upon completion, we shall depart immediately." Long Zheng watches Ganai with sincerity and resolve. Ganai observes Long Zheng for a considerable time, his heart awash with mixed emotions. He acknowledges the veracity of Long Zheng's words, yet he is somewhat displeased by the concealment. However, after weighing the pros and cons, Ganai ultimately nods in acceptance. He turns to call upon the members of his clan, instructing them to assemble. Before long, a gathering of Tortoise Clan members converges. Ganai scans each member with a serious expression before employing the newly acquired power to direct waves of dark abyss energy into their bodies. These energies flow like a mysterious torrent, seamlessly merging with the Tortoise Clan members. As time passes, the essence of the Tortoise Clan members undergoes a remarkable transformation. Once ordinary, they now exude a powerful and enigmatic aura. At last, all members of the Tortoise Clan complete their dark abyss transformation. Satisfied, Ganai leads his clan as they embark on their journey back to the Tortoise Clan's stronghold. Upon their return, Ganai wastes no time in summoning all his kin. He thoroughly explains the significance and purpose of the dark abyss transformation, as well as the impending migration. Though initially surprised and reluctant, the clan members express their willingness to follow Ganai to a new homeland. Subsequently, Ganai employs the Dark Abyss power once more to transform the remaining members of the clan. After accomplishing this, he instructs them to prepare for the move, and the entire clan busies themselves with the task at hand, working in concert to ensure an orderly transition. Once the Tortoise clan is prepared, Xie Qinyuan appears before Long Zheng and Ganai, calmly instructing Ganai, "Ganai, shortly you shall enter the Dark Abyss realm. We have other tasks to complete, and will return to the Chaotic Star Sea afterward." With a gentle wave of his hand, Xie Qinyuan opens the passage to the Dark Abyss realm and stands patiently, awaiting the Tortoise clan members to enter in succession. Long Zheng and Ganai, upon hearing these words, promptly respond with respect. "As you command, Master." After all members of the Tortoise clan safely enter the Dark Abyss realm, Xie Qinyuan retains Ganai, directing him to lead the way to Jin Hai Temple. Once Xie Qinyuan and his party depart, the human coalition, under the leadership of Jin Hai Temple, hastens toward the Rakshasa Sea. Their journey is fraught with peril, as they continually encounter various demonic entities. Yet the boundless power of Jin Hai Temple's teachings enables them to repel the onslaught of these menacing creatures with ease. Simultaneously, the Sea Tribe Alliance finds itself embroiled in a fierce battle, facing a formidable onslaught from a host of adversaries emerging from the Chaotic Star Sea. These foes, diverse in appearance, range from colossal beasts that inspire dread to ghostly phantoms that flit about unpredictably, instilling terror in the hearts of many. Confronted with such formidable and bizarre opponents, the Sea Tribe Alliance fights with all their might, engaging in a desperate struggle for survival. Chapter 60. Siege of Jin Hai Temple Island. Xie Qinyuan steps onto the perimeter of Jin Hai Temple's headquarters island, surveying the harrowing scene before him. The once thriving realm of cultivation has been reduced to ruins, with crumbling walls teetering on the brink of collapse amidst the swirling dust. Scattered throughout the streets are shattered artifacts and severed limbs, while rivers of crimson blood flow ominously, striking horror into the hearts of onlookers. The air is thick with the acrid stench of blood and charred remains, inducing waves of nausea. The once picturesque landscape has been irrevocably altered by the ravages of war. Forests stand bare like vultures' feathers, mountains have been flattened, rivers run dry, and the earth is rent with bottomless chasms. Xie Qinyuan gazes upon the desolation, his brow furrowed as he contemplates. The masters of Jin Hai Temple have likely all departed for the front line to support the battle at the borders. He turns to Ganai beside him, instructing Ganai, "It is imperative that you stealthily infiltrate Jin Hai Temple to ascertain the number of remaining strong individuals." Ganai accepts the command and vanishes in an instant. Quietly slipping into Jin Hai Temple, employing his unique skill, the tortoise breath concealment technique, he navigates through the temple's corridors and chambers with silent caution, ever vigilant of his surroundings, and stealthily makes his way into the temple's forbidden grounds. In a secluded courtyard, Ganai unexpectedly spots a group of monks gathered in solemn discussion, their expressions grave and serious. Clearly the core members of Jin Hai Temple. Ganai stealthily approaches, straining to overhear their conversation. Before long, he discerns the essence of their discourse. Indeed, many masters of Jin Hai Temple have evacuated to the battlefield to fend off the external threat. However, a select few formidable monks have chosen to remain behind to safeguard the temple. Having garnered this crucial intelligence, Ganai dares not linger and swiftly retreats from the temple, hastening back to report to Xie Qinyuan. "Master, I have ascertained that a few strong individuals remain stationed at Jin Hai Temple, but their numbers are exceedingly few. Among them, only 2 have attained the Yuaning realm, while numerous golden elixir cultivators remain." Xie Qinyuan ponders briefly, deciding that caution is warranted. He then resolves to enter the Dark Abyss realm in search of the Little Sprite. "Little Sprite, I implore you to utilize the source power to help me replicate 9 of these talismans." As soon as he finishes speaking, he retrieves a precious protective talisman bestowed upon him by his father and presents it to the Little Sprite for duplication. "Of course, Master," the Little Sprite replies, and with a graceful wave of her arm, 10 identical talismans materialize before them. Satisfied, Xie Qinyuan collects the talismans and, with a flash, returns to the outside world. He summons Long Zheng and the others. Directly commanding Long Zheng, shortly you will lead the array masters of the Dark Abyss realm to the periphery of Jin Hai Temple Island to establish a formation capable of severing communication and transportation. It need not possess any superfluous functions, but it must be effective in obstructing information transmission and spatial transfer. Speed is of the essence. He then turns to Ao Ran and instructs, Ao Ran, here are 10 talismans crafted by Pikuan Ing realm cultivators. You will be responsible for distributing them to everyone. Once Long Zheng and his team complete the formation, you shall lead a contingent of golden elixir beasts to Jin High Temple to provoke unrest. Should any Yuan Ing cultivators appear, you are to immediately employ these talismans to launch a surprise attack. Then, addressing others with solemnity, he proclaimed, once our stealthy assault is successful, I shall promptly summon all practitioners of Foundation Establishment and above, as well as the abyssal beasts from the Dark Abyss realm. Your sole duty will be to unhesitatingly lead them in encircling the island where the Golden Sea Temple is situated, leaving no room for oversight. We have labored diligently in this luminous sea for an extended period, and now the moment to take a decisive gamble has finally arrived. This time, we aim to execute a grand operation to breach the Golden Sea Temple and plunder it thoroughly. Do you all comprehend? The assembly of practitioners responded in unison. We shall faithfully obey your command, Lord Sovereign. Their voices resonated through the heavens, imbued with an indomitable spirit. Immediately, Long Zheng took the lead, guiding a cadre of experts well-versed in arrays to diligently set up the formations. Meanwhile, Ao Ran meticulously selected an elite team composed of Golden Core Beastmasters, preparing to rigorously adhere to the pre-established plan when the time came to act. Before long, the formation was successfully completed. Without hesitation, Ao Ran led the Golden Core Beasts in a grand advance towards the Golden Sea Temple. Upon reaching the island, they encountered the temple's monks. With no common ground for dialogue, tension escalated instantly into a fierce confrontation. The intensity of this battle exceeded all expectations, manifesting in a brutal clash. The monks unleashed an array of intricate Buddhist martial techniques, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the fiercely charging beasts. In a critical moment, a high monk of nascent soul cultivation emerged, darting towards Ao Ran and his companions with astonishing speed. Faced with such a formidable foe, Ao Ran and his nearby allies exhibited no inclination to retreat. Decisively casting their precious talismans, suddenly, the space distorted, and 10 brilliant beams of light erupted forth. Upon closer inspection, these were talismans meticulously crafted by 10 peak nascent soul experts. These talismans shimmered with dazzling brilliance, each emanating a terrifying pressure that sent shivers down the spine. In an instant, the talismans surged forth like a pack of enraged raptors, racing towards the enemy at lightning speed. As they passed, the very fabric of space seemed on the verge of being torn apart, unleashing violent energy storms. The sky was illuminated by a resplendent glow, reminiscent of an apocalyptic spectacle, stirring the hearts of all who beheld it. Confronted with such overwhelming force, the nascent soul monk's expression shifted drastically. He distinctly sensed the terrifying power contained within these talismans, and an unprecedented fear washed over him. Without hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate technique, striving to withstand this deadly onslaught. However, all efforts proved futile. The 10 talismans pierced through his hastily erected defenses like lightning, followed by a series of earth-shattering explosions. A massive shockwave surged forth, engulfing the nascent soul monk entirely. Amidst the billowing smoke and flying debris, the monk's anguished cries echoed hauntingly. When the dust settled, onlookers were astonished to find that this once mighty high monk had been reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. Only a ground stained with vivid crimson blood silently narrated the harrowing battle that had just transpired. The tragic demise of the nascent soul monk sent shivers of terror through the surrounding monks. They finally comprehended that this mysterious adversary not only wielded immensely powerful treasures, but also possessed unfathomable strength, heralding ill intent. At this moment, despair and helplessness filled the hearts of these monks, who were left at a loss on how to confront this sudden catastrophe. Meanwhile, Ao Ran stood aloft, his gaze cold and resolute as he surveyed the battlefield. He continuously shifted his hand seals and chanted incantations, directing the formidable Golden Core beasts to launch a ferocious assault on the Golden Sea Temple. Under his masterful tactical arrangements, the temple's formerly robust defenses began to show cracks and were gradually torn asunder. Simultaneously, Xie Qinyuan, concealed in the shadows, calmly observed the entire situation. He understood that the key to this battle lay in seizing the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Upon witnessing the Golden Sea Temple's defenses teetering on the brink of collapse, Xie Qinyuan recognized that the time had come. Without hesitation, he let out a furious roar, instantly activating the surging spiritual energy within him. Summoning the full might of the Dark Abyss realm in the blink of an eye, the sky darkened, and countless black rays of light converged from all directions. Soon after, a throng of cold-faced practitioners clad in black robes materialized in the air like phantoms. Their numbers were overwhelming, resembling a dense, ominous cloud closing in. Each of these practitioners, possessing extraordinary skills, moved with swift agility, darting through the sky like lightning, charging directly towards the island housing the Golden Sea Temple. Their presence was akin to a tempest, stirring fierce winds in their wake. Under Xie Qinyuan's command, this black tide surged forth like an invincible army, unstoppable in their advance. Following closely behind were a gang of fearsome abyssal beasts. These colossal creatures, covered in impenetrable scales, bore razor-sharp fangs that glinted ominously, exuding a suffocating aura of terror. Accompanied by their thunderous roars, the abyssal beasts surged onto the island, engaging in a breathtaking life-and-death struggle against the remaining forces of the Golden Sea Temple. Chapter 61. Encircling the Golden Sea Temple. On the island of the Golden Sea Temple, Ao Ran stood resolutely like a war god, leading the ferocious beasts in their relentless assault. The enemies previously tasked with clearing the battlefield were of mediocre strength, lacking any particularly formidable individuals. The initial nascent soul practitioners who had arrived here had unfortunately fallen victim to Ao Ran's ambush, meeting their demise. Consequently, at this moment, Ao Ran was akin to a fish in water. An unstoppable force, and wherever he went, none could rival him, much like a fierce tiger plunging into a flock of sheep. However, this favorable scenario was short-lived, as more and more monks from the Golden Sea Temple arrived, continually joining the fray, forcing Ao Ran to finally halt his advance. Both sides became locked in a stalemate, confronting each other with an atmosphere so tense it felt as if a tightly drawn bowstring could snap at any moment. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Beneath the previously tranquil sea surface, throngs of abyssal practitioners and abyssal beasts suddenly emerged. These uninvited guests swarmed from all directions, encircling the Golden Sea Temple completely. Leaving no avenue for escape on the surface of the sea, the abyssal practitioners appeared elusive, like ghosts. Clad in peculiar ceremonial robes and wielding various magical artifacts, they exuded an enigmatic and unpredictable aura. Fighting alongside them were the massive, grotesque abyssal beasts. Their roars echoed deafeningly, resonating throughout the entire island, instilling a chilling sense of dread. The monks of the Golden Sea Temple wore grave expressions, their eyes filled with vigilance as they fixed their gaze on the encroaching enemy. Gripping an assortment of weapons tightly, they stood ready to confront the imminent, heart-stopping battle for survival. The abyssal practitioners chanted incantations, unleashing a dazzling array of spells. Inky flames blazed fiercely, intent on devouring all. Ominous whirlwinds howled past, leaving devastation in their wake, and corrosive forces surged forth, invoking terror in their wake. Simultaneously, the abyssal beasts, relying on their unmatched physical prowess, ruthlessly charged against the island's defenses with overwhelming ferocity. With claws bared and faces twisted in rage, each strike carried astonishing destructive power. The monks of the Golden Sea Temple, undaunted, bravely met the challenge. They shouted loudly, their voices reverberating through the heavens, as their weapons clashed fiercely with those of the enemy. Sparks flying in all directions. Yet, faced with the relentless tide of Dark Abyss cultivators and beasts, which outnumbered them several times over and continuously surged onto the island, Jinhai Temple gradually found itself at a disadvantage. In this horrific siege, Jinhai Temple was driven to the brink of despair. The structures, still in the process of restoration, suffered further devastation. Teetering on the edge of collapse, the island was littered with ruins. Bodies strewn across the ground and blood stained the earth. Despite the dire circumstances, the monks showed no signs of retreat. They gritted their teeth and vowed to hold their ground, refusing to concede defeat. Amidst the chaos of war and the billowing smoke, the entire island was enveloped in a tense yet tragic atmosphere, as if silently narrating the brutality and resolve of this conflict. At this critical juncture, an overwhelming force suddenly erupted from within the ranks of Jinhai Temple. A high monk of nascent soul cultivation stepped into the void, rising slowly as if descending from the celestial realm. He radiated a chilling aura of power, causing the very heavens to tremble. With a mere flick of his arm, a brilliant beam of light surged forth like a torrent, instantly dismantling the onslaught of the Dark Abyss cultivators, reducing their attacks to naught. The emergence of the nascent soul cultivator acted as a potent stimulant, instantly revitalizing the previously demoralized morale of Jinhai Temple. They rallied their spirits and began to organize a methodical counterattack, engaging the Dark Abyss forces in a breathtaking struggle for survival. On the battlefield, a kaleidoscope of dazzling spells and formidable treasures intermingled, weaving a tapestry that seemed to drift between dreams and reality. Each clash was accompanied by deafening roars and blinding brilliance, as both sides showcased their unique abilities, refusing to yield. "Ganai, it is your turn to strike. Hold him back," someone shouted. Aorin, take the talisman and rush to support Ganai. Ganai heeded the command without hesitation, deploying his most powerful defensive barrier to protect himself. Meanwhile, he chanted incantations, invoking a unique spell that could rival the heavens, directly confronting the nascent soul monk from Jinhai Temple. Aorin, undaunted, led his subordinates into the fray, armed with talismans as they charged towards the chaotic frontline. Firmly gripping their talismans, they established a steadfast defense at the heart of the clash between Ganai and the nascent soul monk, successfully distracting the latter and preventing him from fully focusing on Ganai's onslaught. As the battle intensified, the struggle became increasingly fierce, with neither side gaining a clear advantage, resulting in a stalemate. Aorin skillfully wielded his talismans, persistently disrupting the enemy and creating more opportunities for Ganai to counterattack in a fleeting moment. Ganai keenly detected a slight flaw in the nascent soul monk's technique. He seized this ephemeral opportunity and unleashed a cataclysmic fatal strike with all his might. Unfortunately, the nascent soul monk reacted with remarkable agility, swiftly evading the imminent threat. In that critical instant, Aorin decisively cast a talisman exuding a mysterious aura. The talisman shot through the air like a meteor, hurtling towards the nascent soul monk with unmatched ferocity. Caught off guard, the monk had no time to mount an effective defense and was struck hard, suffering severe injuries, witnessing their core figure wounded. The morale of Jinhai Temple plummeted, and their previously solid formation began to falter. Conversely, with the nascent soul monk injured, the situation for Jinhai Temple turned increasingly dire. Ultimately, faced with such unfavorable circumstances, Jinhai Temple had no choice but to relinquish the defense of the island's perimeter and retreat to their main temple. Hoping to utilize the formidable array within to fend off the invaders and yearning for timely reinforcements, the Dark Abyss forces pressed their advantage, the sounds of battle echoing ominously. The monks of Jinhai Temple fought and retreated, suffering countless casualties. Ganai and Aorin led their followers in relentless pursuit, closing in on the gates of Jinhai Temple. However, just as they prepared to breach the temple, a resonant bell told in an instant. A multitude of golden Buddhist radiance poured forth from the temple, forming a colossal barrier that enveloped Jinhai Temple. The attacks from the Dark Abyss forces crashed against this luminous wall as if they were mere drops in the ocean. Utterly ineffective. Realizing they had encountered the protective array of Jinhai Temple, Ganai quickly ordered a retreat. Although Aorin felt a twinge of reluctance, he understood the gravity of the situation and followed suit with the main force in a temporary withdrawal. Chapter 62. The Great Array of Dark Abyss Transformation outside Jinhai Temple. A tense atmosphere enveloped the land, suggesting that a great battle was imminent. The Dark Abyss forces, filled with ambition, cast covetous glances at Jinhai Temple, intent on breaching its protective array to seize its invaluable resources. The Dark Abyss cultivators unleashed a dazzling array of spells and treasures. Some manipulated arrows of blazing fire, sending them raining down upon Jinhai Temple. Others summoned the power of frost, causing moisture in the air to crystallize into sharp, piercing icicles that fell like a torrential rain. Still, others chanted incantations, their talismans glowing brilliantly as they hurtled towards the mysterious and sturdy protective array. Yet, in the face of such a fierce assault, the protective array of Jinhai Temple stood firm, displaying astonishing defensive prowess. Its surface shimmered with extraordinary light, interweaving to form an impregnable shield that repelled all incoming spells and treasures. Each time an attack from the Dark Abyss forces struck the shield, it resonated with a thunderous roar, followed by a violent backlash of energy that surged back at the attackers, catching them off guard. The once aggressive Dark Abyss cultivators found themselves in a passive position, struggling to withstand the force of the counterattack. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Xie Qinyuan made a decisive call, opting to concentrate the full strength of the Dark Abyss cultivators for a desperate, earth-shattering attack. He personally led the charge, reciting ancient incantations, channeling his vital essence into a colossal beam of destructive energy. This beam roared forth like a fearsome dragon, crashing towards the protective array, shattering the void in its wake and altering the very atmosphere. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the dragon, silently praying that this strike would shatter the enemy's defenses. However, the protective array remained steadfast, like a towering mountain, unaffected by the assault. Its radiance grew ever more brilliant, seemingly mocking the attackers' impotence and futility. The Dark Abyss cultivators stood dumbfounded, overwhelmed by an indescribable horror as they finally grasped the overwhelming power of the protective array, far beyond their previous estimations. Faced with such an indomitable defense, the Dark Abyss cultivators ultimately had no choice but to concede defeat, filled with unwillingness but helplessness as they chose to retreat. Meanwhile, the protective array continued to stand resolutely, unwavering in its duty to safeguard the tranquility and peace of Jinhai Temple. Once the Dark Abyss cultivators had retreated, the few highest-ranking monks within Jinhai Temple convened to discuss strategies for countering the enemy. Hui Ming, has the message been sent out? Asked a high monk at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, his face wrought with indignation as he inquired of another monk. Hui Cheng, the message has yet to be dispatched. In my view, there are likely barriers set up outside the island, and these villains evidently came prepared. Hui Ming replied gravely. Hui Cheng furrowed his brow, anxiously pressing, then we must quickly send more people to break through and deliver the message. Furthermore, is the teleportation array still operational? Hui Ming helplessly spread his hands, sighing. Hui Cheng, we have dispatched several groups to attempt to break through, but the enemy is numerous, and they have all been intercepted midway. Moreover, the teleportation array is affected by spatial disruptions and cannot be activated at present. Hui Cheng's mood darkened further upon hearing this. He lamented, alas, at this juncture, we can only rely on the protective array to safeguard Jinhai Temple. Let us hope that our ancestors notice the anomaly and dispatch reinforcements in time. Meanwhile, Xie Qinyuan and others were also deliberating their next course of action. Why, Lord, shall we simply concede? Long Zheng lamented, his face marked by discontent. We were so close to success, yet thwarted by this protective array. It is truly lamentable, my lord. I believe we should cut our losses while we can. You see, the protective array of Jinhai Temple has been meticulously arranged and empowered by generations of high monks. Given our current manpower and strength, even if we were to outnumber them, our most powerful cultivators are merely at the nascent soul stage. Forcibly breaching this array seems nearly impossible, in my opinion. It would be wiser to withdraw now. Though it is somewhat regrettable that we could not seize the main stronghold of Jinhai Temple, we have at least managed to plunder this island, which can be considered a modest gain. Guanai sincerely offered his counsel to the Lord Sovereign, to which Ao Ran promptly concurred, saying, Indeed, Lord Sovereign, Guanai speaks with great wisdom. Furthermore, we must act swiftly. Although we have successfully intercepted news of the trapped Jinhai Temple, prolonged delays may lead to unforeseen complications. Should the monks at the front lines remain without communication from the temple for too long, they will inevitably grow suspicious and send personnel back to investigate. If we allow their reinforcements to arrive, all our efforts will be in vain, and we shall regret it too late. However, Xie Qinyuan gazed at them with calm composure, a confident smile playing at the corners of his lips as he replied, My esteemed colleagues, please remain calm and do not worry. I have already devised a strategy for breaching Jinhai Temple. He paused momentarily before issuing his commands. Guanai, Shortly you shall lead a contingent to encircle Jinhai Temple. It is imperative that not a single soul escapes. Long Chung, you shall command another team to the temple's periphery and begin the deployment of the Dark Abyss Transformation Array. This array, meticulously crafted by the little sprites of the Dark Abyss, harnesses the unique properties of the Dark Abyss world. Once activated, it will transform all within Jinhai Temple into denizens of the Dark Abyss. Meanwhile, Xie Qinyuan and his companions deliberated on their next course of action. Lord Sovereign, shall we truly resign ourselves to this fate? Long Chung lamented, his expression a portrait of concern, as we stand on the cusp of a great achievement. It is indeed disheartening to be thwarted by this protective mountain array. Lord Sovereign, I believe we ought to consider halting this operation, he continued. Observe. The protective mountain array of Jinhai Temple has been meticulously arranged and empowered by generations of venerable monks. With our current manpower and strength, even if we were to increase our numbers, the highest among us is merely at the nascent soul stage. Forcefully breaching this array is nearly impossible, in my humble opinion. It would be wiser to withdraw. While it is regrettable that we could not capture the main stronghold of Jinhai Temple, we have nonetheless managed to extract some value from this island. Guanai earnestly reiterated his proposal to the Lord Sovereign, with Ao Ran echoing, indeed, Lord Sovereign, Guanai's reasoning is sound. Moreover, we must hasten our actions. Although we have successfully intercepted the news of Jinhai Temple being trapped, prolonged delays may invite unforeseen events. Should the monks on the front lines remain without word from the temple for too long, they will surely grow suspicious and dispatch personnel to ascertain the situation. If we allow their reinforcements to arrive, all our efforts will be wasted, and we shall find ourselves lamenting our inaction. Upon hearing this, Xie Qinyuan remained unperturbed, his demeanor composed as he smiled confidently. Dear friends, please remain calm. There is no need for concern. I have already formulated a plan regarding the assault on Jinhai Temple. He paused again, then instructed, Guanai, you shall lead a portion of our forces to encircle Jinhai Temple, ensuring that not a single individual, yes,